Dragon-Marked War God Chapter 34:34 to Chapter 35:21. He wasn't young anymore, the floating traverser formation was broken and the Sorcerer God clan was in grave danger. However, none of this was important. Xianxia's appearance had turned the tide and saved the Sorcerer God clan from the abyss of suffering. Xianxia had made a mistake, but he had brought more hope to the Sorcerer God clan. The people of the Sorcerer God clan, especially the experts, knew that they were in a bad situation. The Long family had been eyeing the Sorcerer God clan for so many years. Therefore, when the floating traverser formation was broken, Xianxia was the last straw that broke the camel's back. The Long family turned out to attack the Sorcerer God clan, putting the Sorcerer God clan in grave danger. However, the final result was perfect. Xianxia's appearance had made the Sorcerer God clan unscathed and ended the Long family's ambition. At least in a short period of time, the Long family would not attack the Sorcerer God clan again because the person they had to be wary of was Xianxia. He had become a hero in troubled times with his own strength. His name and figure were like a monument to the Sorcerer God clan. Not everyone was a saint, and everyone made mistakes. However, his merits and demerits offset each other. In this world where only the strong were respected, Xianxia had won the respect of many people. The Long family has been defeated this time. I don't think they will dare to attack us again in a short period of time. As for breaking Brother Wu's floating traverser formation, I still feel guilty about it. Xianxia said with a smile. Wu Zhongjie waved his hand and laughed. He was feeling extremely happy and comfortable. Xianxia stood between the two superpowers and turned the situation around in an instant. If he did not see it with his own eyes, he might not believe it. Since Xianxia was only an early divine emperor, it was already shocking enough. His strength and skills were not something that an ordinary person could compare with. His father's eye for picking a disciple was indeed unparalleled and unique. The battle between the Sorcerer God clan and the Long family will happen sooner or later. Your appearance will only bring forward the battle between our two clans. After this battle, even if the Long family does not suffer a great loss in strength, they will definitely not launch a large-scale invasion. It will not be easy for them to take down the tough bone that is the Sorcerer God clan. As for the floating traversing array, Brother Jiang, you don't have to mention it again. What's done is done. Brother Jiang, you've done enough for the Sorcerer Divine tribe. Not to mention that we're related. It's not too abrupt for me to call you junior brother, right? Ha ha ha. Wu Zhongjie said with a smile. Senior brother, you are too serious. It is my honor to fight for the Sorcerer God clan. I have not repaid my master's kindness and caused trouble. Xianxia cannot absolve himself from the blame. If you need my help in the future, Xianxia will definitely come to help. Xianxia said solemnly. He was a person who valued relationships very much. Moreover, King Baan was half a master to him. The relationship between him and the Sorcerer God clan could be said to be one of a kind. Little junior brother, it is a pity that we did not meet earlier today. We must have a good gathering and drink together. The experts of the Sorcerer God clan are full of admiration for you. Wu Zhongjie said. Yeah, Brother Jiang, since you have such a relationship with our old master, you are a member of the Sorcerer God clan. Everyone has seen your means and abilities. You are indeed a hero in this chaotic world. Today, we must drink 300 cups of wine. Brother Jiang, I am proud of you. In the Divine Emperor realm, you are the king of the kings. Haha. Brother Jiang, you have won the admiration of the 800 heroes of the Sorcerer God clan. We must drink together. Those experts who were originally disdainful of Xianxia were completely convinced by Xianxia in this battle. Xianxia's means were unparalleled. He was even stronger than the ninth Wanya, Wu Zhongjie. In their eyes, Xianxia was the savior of the Sorcerer God clan. Xianxia shook his head with a smile. Everyone, senior brother, I really have some urgent matters to attend to, so I can't stay here any longer. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to forcefully break your formation in a moment of desperation. Am I right? Haha. Xianxia's face was filled with bitterness. In that case, little junior brother, I will not keep you any longer. When you return, the Sorcerer God clan will definitely celebrate and welcome you back. From now on, little junior brother will share the sorcerer god clan with me. Wu Chongjiu said solemnly and patted Jiang Chen's shoulder. Jiang Chen sighed in his heart. Wu Chongjiu's words had a double meaning. He was tying himself to the sorcerer god clan, advancing and retreating together with the sorcerer god clan. Moreover, he was half a member of the sorcerer god clan and he was extremely powerful. How could Jiang Chen not understand Wu Chongjiu's words? Jiang Chen did not say much. After all, if the sorcerer god clan was in trouble, Jiang Chen would definitely not stand by and do nothing. I, Jiang Chen, will forever remember senior brother's great kindness. However, the situation is urgent now. I will not stay here any longer. Until we meet again. Jiang Chen bid farewell to Wu Zhongjiu and the experts of the sorcerer god clan. Then, he and Wu Ningzhu rushed to the Dongxing Divine Continent. Dongxing Divine Continent, Wui Mountain. A cool breeze blew and the water was calm. Birds chirped and the fragrance of flowers permeated the air. 1,000-year-old green willow was reflected in the lake. A young lady in white stood in the middle of the lake. She leaned against the green willow and a few colorful butterflies danced beside her ears. She was not afraid of the humans in front of her. In the distance, on the bank of willow trees, a young girl of 16 or 17 years old was trotting over. She was graceful, and there was a touch of sadness and bitterness in the corners of her mouth. She was jogging towards the 1,000-year-old willow tree. Aunt Yu, why are you still here? Didn't you say that you have been entrusted with an important task by the clan? The young lady blinked her big and innocent eyes and asked softly. At this moment, Aunt Yu was taking a nap and she did not know if she would disturb Aunt Yu. The eyes of the white-cloaked girl, who was called Aunt Yu, slightly moved. She opened her eyes and a cold, bitter smile appeared on her face. She shook her head and sighed. She looked at the girl with the bun hairstyle and her eyes contained a trace of gentleness. In this large clan that was as cold as ice, only this girl could make her heart feel a trace of warmth. Aunt Yu is waiting for someone. As long as he is here, I can complete the task of the clan with a peace of mind. Aunt Yu smiled faintly. She was a charming and enchanting woman that could move flowers and willows. That kind of character that could cause the downfall of a city and state caused the bun-headed girl before her to be filled with adoration. Aunt Yu is devastatingly beautiful. I also want to be like Aunt Yu. Aunt Yu, are you the most beautiful woman in the world? The young lady with the bun hairstyle said softly. She was deep in thought. However, in her eyes, Aunt Yu was the most beautiful woman in the world. Silly girl, there are many people in the world who are more beautiful than Aunt Yu. When you grow up, you will definitely be more beautiful than Aunt Yu. Aunt Yu rubbed the young lady with the bun hairstyle and said with a smile. I am not young anymore. The battle at the Heaven Prayer Palace. Yes. Rong'er is not young anymore. Heli and Yu nodded. Aunt Yu, is the person you are waiting for very powerful? Will he really come? Heli and Rong'er looked at Aunt Yu and asked seriously. Maybe, but Aunt Yu will definitely wait for that day. Aunt Yu also believes that he will come. Heli and Yu looked into the distance with determination because she believed that her big brother would not miss her. As long as he came, she would be able to enter the gate of heavens with a peace of mind after seeing him for the last time. Otherwise, it would be her life's regret. Oh, when will there be such a person silently waiting for Rong'er? Heli and Rong'er's pair of bright eyes moved and said curiously. Dong, 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 a bell sound reverberated throughout the entire Wind God Valley. Heli and Yu suddenly raised her head and looked at the Heaven Prayer Palace. Is something big going to happen in the Helian clan? Aunt Yu, let's go to the Heaven Prayer Palace. This bell sound seems to be summoning all the people in the Helian clan. Heli and Rong'er's little face showed a touch of excitement. All right. Heli and Yu nodded and said. The Helian clan was currently in a precarious situation. If it was not for the news of her father, she would have left this place long ago. Only by entering the gate of heaven's will, she might be able to get news of her father. Currently, there were many people in the Heaven Prayer Palace. In the huge Heaven Prayer Palace, there were hundreds of people from the Helian clan. They were all well-known figures in the Helian clan. Most of them were at the Hierarch realm. Those who had not reached the Hierarch realm were not qualified to enter the Heaven Prayer Palace. The 5 elders of the Hellion family were seated at the head of the table, with the great elder sitting in the middle. During the period when the clan leader was in seclusion, everything was decided by the great elder, Hellion Changtian. The entire Hellion family, apart from the matter of Hellion Yuer, was quite harmonious. On the other side, there were 4 people sitting on the ground in groups of 2. These 4 people were the distinguished guests of the Hellion clan. Great Elder, I've come here today to fulfill my promise of marriage. Although I've been wandering outside all these years, I've never dared to make any mistakes in the matters of the Dongfeng family. Great Elder, you don't have any objections to my coming here today, right? The white-clothed young man said faintly. His expression was calm and his face was calm. Even though he was facing so many experts of the Hellion clan, he was not afraid at all. Beside him, there was a man who looked similar to him. He sat next to him with an arrogant smile on his face. Young Master Dongfeng's words are extremely correct. This marriage agreement was set a long time ago for the sake of our relationship. Naturally, we can't refuse it now. However, Hellion Changtian shook his head, smiled faintly, and hesitated. First Elder, there's no harm in speaking your mind. There's no need to hide it. Could it be that my Dongfeng clan is definitely not an unreasonable and inferior clan? The white-robed youth said coldly, but he was somewhat dissatisfied. I'm sorry, young Master Dongfeng. Right now, the Hellion clan's clan leader has already entered training. During his closed-door training, he has given me full authority over all matters. However, the clan leader is Yuer's second grandfather, so I don't dare to rashly make a decision on this matter. Everything will have to wait until the clan leader comes out of closed-door training before making a decision. At that time I will definitely give young Master Dongfeng a satisfactory explanation. Hellion Xianxia said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. What a great move to push the boat with the current. First Elder has really made a good plan. In the blink of an eye, he has kicked the ball away. This really causes me, Dongfeng Lianxua, to feel extremely depressed. Ha ha ha. The white-clothed young man was shockingly Dongfeng Lianxua, who had fought with Jiang Chen in the forbidden land of Divine Prefecture. Dongfeng Lianxua said with a cold smile. The reason why he was able to look down on everyone and was fearless even in front of the Hellion family was naturally because of the existence of the Buddha Pagoda. As a disciple of the All Lives Buddha Hall, which sect in the Dongxing Divine region dared to disrespect the Buddha Pagoda? Dongfeng Lianxua's overbearingness was naturally related to this. Why are we still wasting words with them? Brother, these fellows are obviously trying to deny it. We definitely can't give him any chance. We definitely can't go back on our words. I, Dongfeng Liani, will be the first to disagree. How can the Dongfeng family's face be easily brushed away by them? Dongfeng Liani, who was standing behind Dongfeng Lianxua, took the lead and said in a deep voice. It was obvious that he was trying to take the Hellion family down a notch. The first elder was slightly stunned and there was bitterness at the corner of his mouth. The Dongfeng family was completely different from the other big forces because the genius of the Dongfeng family, Dongfeng Lianxua, was from the Buddha Pagoda. This was something that everyone in the Dongxing Divine region knew. Therefore, even if they didn't give face to the monks, they had to give face to the Dongfeng family. Ha ha ha, Dongfeng Lianxua, what a coincidence. Today, I'm also here to propose marriage to Hellion Yuer. I guess you'll have to stand aside. There's no woman that I, Shimen Xiong Kue, can't marry. A sturdy young man stood with his arms crossed and said with a loud laugh. Shimen Xiong Kue was also extremely domineering. The Shimen family was the same as the Dongfeng family. They were both rather powerful families in the Dongxing Divine region. However, Shimen Xiong Kue wasn't afraid of Dongfeng Lianxua at all. He even opposed him with equal harshness. Dongfeng Lianxua Lingling said, Shimen, do you really think you're a match for me? Have you forgotten how I beat you up in the past? After so many years, you still have such a bad memory. I'm already engaged to the daughter of the Hellion family. Who do you think you are? Are you here to snatch the bride? You're not qualified. The two of you, please calm your anger for now. Firstly, the daughter of my Hellion clan is not some commodity. Moreover, this time around, my Hellion clan is indeed in a special situation. As long as the clan head comes out of seclusion, he will definitely give the two of you an explanation. Heli and Xianxia said in a deep voice. These two fellows came at the same time because they wanted to form a marriage alliance with the Helian family. However, the Helian family didn't want to do it now. The gate of heavens was about to open. Heli and Yuer couldn't be married out. Otherwise, after so many years, the only genius of the Helian family would be married out. Wouldn't it be like handing over the top genius to someone else? Heli and Xianxia was certain that he would not let either the Ximen clan or the Dongfang clan have their way. Heli and Yuer could only belong to the Helian clan. As for the marriage, not to mention that Heli and Yuer could not be married to two men, the Helian clan was already on the rise. Heli and Xianxia would not let the hope of the Helian clan be destroyed in his own hands. Even when the patriarch woke up, he would not allow Yuer to be married. The gate of heavens would only open once every 10 million years. There was only one person who was qualified to enter the gate of heavens, and that was Yuer. At this moment, in front of the heavenly prayer palace, two beautiful figures quietly arrived. Their long dresses fluttered in the wind, graceful and graceful. They were like goddesses. It's Yuer. Yuer is here. Heli and Zhang Yang's eyes lit up. As one of the two strongest geniuses of the Helian clan, he had also been in love with Yuer for a long time. However, Yuer did not seem to be tainted by worldly affairs. She treated everyone the same. Yuer is really too beautiful. She is simply the goddess of my dreams. TSK, don't even think about it. Yuer's talent is something that even Zhang Yang and Feng Chao, those two freaks, could not compare to. What qualifications do you have to stand beside Yuer? Yeah, I wonder what kind of man is qualified to stand beside Yuer. I think that Ronger is also very beautiful. I do not expect to get Yuer's attention. Even if I could be with Ronger, I would still be quite happy. Many members of the Helian clan were discussing among themselves. It wasn't impossible to have an illicit relationship within the same clan. Apart from the marriage, it was entirely possible for them to become husband and wife. Many people were drooling over Yuer. Who wouldn't be moved by such a peerless genius, a peerless goddess? Compared to Yuer, Heli and Ronger was still a level lower. Yuer had attracted everyone's attention. Ximen Xiongkue and Dongfang Lianshua were both looking at her, unable to shift their gazes away. She is really too beautiful. Such a woman should only exist in the heavens. How many times do you see her in the mortal world? Ha ha ha, Heli and Yuer, I want you. Dongfang Lianshua's eyes narrowed slightly and flickered indeterminately, and his eyes carried a trace of covetousness. Who wouldn't want to become husband and wife with such a woman? Moreover, Heli and Yuer's talent had already spread far and wide. In a short span of 10 years, the entire Dongxing divine continent had heard about her talent. Heli and Yuer's talent was comparable to Dongfang Lianshua and Ximen Xiongkue. Good, good, good. Lady Yuer, you're as beautiful as a fairy. You've won me over. I have long heard that Lady Yuer is as beautiful as a swan, and seeing her today, I can see that you truly live up to your reputation. I, Ximen Xiongkue, am so shocked that I am like a celestial being. In this life, I will not marry anyone other than Lady Yuer. Ximen Xiongkue said without concealing anything. He was full of adoration for Heli and Yuer, like a moon surrounded by stars. How can Yuer be loved by all of you? Yuer only wants to cultivate in peace. My father is in danger, how can I talk about love? Please leave, Yuer said faintly. Yuer said faintly. In an instant, it was like a stone that gave rise to 1,000 ripples. The entire heavenly prayer palace became incomparably lively. The people of the Helian clan were extremely happy. Heli and Yuer was the goddess in their hearts. Now that the goddess had already expressed her stance, she would definitely not be together with them. Such a tactful rejection had caused Dongfang Lianshua and Ximen Xiongkue to completely lose their confidence. However, the faces of the two of them were not discouraged at all, because they had already made preparations to continue fighting. The Ximen clan and the Dongfang clan had always been incompatible like fire and water. Now, in the Helian clan, it was strangely calm, because they had the same goal. Lady Yuer is so beautiful that everyone in the world falls head over heels for you. I am no exception. For Lady Yuer, this young master is willing to go to the 9 heavens to catch the moon and the 5 oceans to catch the turtle for you, just to win Lady Yuer's heart. Dongfang Lianxua said with a smile. He was also merciless. What he wanted to express was his love for Yuer. In front of Yuer, it seemed that any other woman would be overshadowed. Lady Yuer has already expressed her feelings. Please leave. Now that Lady Yuer is wholeheartedly cultivating, even if there is a marriage agreement, everything will have to wait until my clan leader comes out of seclusion. I hope that the 2 young masters can forgive me. Helian Changtian said faintly, neither servile nor overbearing. Although these 2 great clans were the mainstay of the Dongxing divine continent, at this moment, he was completely fearless. Helian Yuer of the Helian clan was also not inferior to them. Moreover, Helian Yuer had already become an existence in the entire Dongxing divine continent. Peerless talent, peerless beauty, such a woman was destined to stand at the top of the pyramid. Ha ha ha, great elder's words have really let me see the means of the Helian clan. Alright, today, I, Dongfang Lianxua, will not argue with you. I only want to know, how long will the Helian clan need to come out of seclusion? Dongfang Lianxua said in an overbearing tone. He took a step forward and looked at the great elder. The great elder's face was solemn as he said in a low voice, at least 3 months, at most, half a year. The clan leader of the Helian clan will definitely come out of seclusion. At that time, I believe the clan leader will give young Master Dongfang and young Master Shiman a satisfactory explanation. As for our Yuer, she is not a commodity. I hope that the 2 young masters can respect themselves. Yuer's original intention is what we value the most. Everyone was convinced by the great elder's words. Dongfang Lianxua and Shiman Xiongkue could not find any fault with such an outcome. At this time, they could only shrink back and silently wait for the clan leader of the Helian clan to come out of seclusion. Alright, then I will wait for you. If the clan leader of the Helian clan cannot give me an explanation after half a month, then don't blame me, Dongfang Lianxua, for falling out with you. Dongfang Lianxua snorted coldly. At this moment, he did not mention the Dongfang clan, but Dongfang Lianxua. It was to let the Helian clan know that even without the Dongfang clan, he still had another identity. He was a disciple of the Temple of All Living Beings. The strength of the Temple of All Living Beings stood at the peak of the entire divine world. Even if the Temple of All Living Beings was only one of the 8 divisional pagoda, no one dared to look down on it. The Temple of All Living Beings was not something that the Helian clan could easily offend. Dongfang Lianxua's words had put the entire Helian clan in a precarious situation. It was even a little unbearable. This was obviously an attempt to force the Helian clan to abdicate. Moreover, he was using the prestige of the Temple of All Living Beings. However, the morale of the Helian clan was low. Adding on to the fact that they were in the wrong, even the great elder was speechless. The people of the Helian clan also fell into a state of rage. However, they did not dare to say anything. At that time I, Helian Zhongyang, am willing to meet with Brother Dongfang. Helian Zhongyang said in a deep voice. His eyes were like torches as he looked at Dongfang Lianxua. You? Ha ha ha, you are still not my opponent. I hope that the great elder will remember today's matter. I, Dongfang Lianxua, will definitely return. Lady Yuer, we will meet again. Haha, I won't stay any longer. I'll pay a visit another day. I hope the Helian family head will come out of seclusion then. Lady Yuer, I'll be leaving first. Don't miss me, ha ha ha. Shiman Xiongkue and Dongfang Lianxua both laughed, but the Helian family was facing internal and external troubles. They had no choice but to rectify the situation. The 2 great families were forcing the Helian family to abdicate and the patriarch was in seclusion. The Helian family was like a group of dragons without a leader. The great elder's face was a little gloomy. The 2 great families were obviously taking advantage of the Helian family. The Helian family was inferior to the Dongfang family and the Shiman family in the past. Once Helian Yuer entered the gate of heaven's will, she would definitely have a chance to surpass the 2 great families. At that time even Dongfang Lianxua wouldn't have to be afraid. If the Helian family became the number 1 family in the entire Dongxing divine region, even if the All Beings Futu Temple wanted to touch them, they would have to think twice. This Dongfang Lianshua is really too much. Our Hellion family must not be bullied by him. Yeah, look at how arrogant he is. Does he really think that he can do whatever he wants after joining the All-Beings Futu Temple? That ungrateful thing. Sooner or later, someone will teach him a lesson. The people of the Hellion clan were very angry with Dongfang Lianshua, but they simply couldn't find anyone who could be his enemy. If they could find someone, then they wouldn't have allowed him to continue to be arrogant. Even Hellion Zhangyang was the same. Although he was despised by Dongfang Lianshua, and he was very unhappy in his heart, but if he were to confront Dongfang Lianshua by himself, then he would probably lose. It had to be admitted that Dongfang Lianshua was known as the strongest genius in the entire Dongxing Divine Continent. His methods and strength were not just for show, but for real. He had once destroyed one of the top 20 sects in the Dongxing Divine Continent with his own strength. His methods caused countless people to tremble in fear, and he became famous after one battle. Moreover, his identity in the Buddha Hall had also become the most eye-catching background for him, and no one dared to be his enemy. Everyone, leave. You stay. The Great Elder faintly said. Aside from the 5 Great Elders and Hellion Yu, the entire Heavenly Prayer Palace was empty in the blink of an eye. You've seen it for yourself. The family is currently facing internal and external troubles. I know you don't want to enter the gate of heaven's will, but it's no longer up to you. You only have one choice. How long are you going to wait? Don't tell me you want to watch our Hellion family be destroyed in your hands? Yu remained silent, her expression cold. Don't tell me you're going to watch your father die without doing anything? Only by entering the gate of heavens will you be able to find news of your father. This is your only choice. At this moment, their only hope was for Hellion Yu to enter the gate of heavens will obediently and become the mainstay of the Hellion family, helping them to stand on top of the Dongxing Divine Continent again. I know I carry a heavy burden, but I have my own choice. I'm waiting for someone. When he comes, I'll naturally enter the gate of heaven's will. Yu said in a low voice. Who is it? Is it more important than your father? The 4th elder continued. In other words, Hellion Yu had completely disregarded her father's life and was so unfilial. It was infuriating. Do you really want to force me to my death? If I die, will you be able to get what you want? Yu smiled brightly, an indescribable bitterness at the corner of her mouth. Who could understand the pain in her heart? She had no other thoughts but to see her big brother. As long as her big brother came, she would willingly enter the gate of heavens without any worries. The 5 elders looked at each other and held their breaths. Why didn't they think of this? If Yu wanted to die, wouldn't all their efforts be in vain? What was the point of their efforts? The Hellion family would still be like a salted fish, ranked last among the top 10 forces of the Dongxing Divine Continent. Yu, you should be able to understand our feelings. However, your father once left a prophecy in the gate of heaven's will. There's less than a month left before you enter the gate of heaven's will. You're on your own. The Great Elder sighed. Yu's delicate body trembled. Her heart was struggling. 1 month. 1 month. Will you come? Big brother, or did you not care about me from the beginning to the end? The news of her father was an unparalleled conviction that lingered in her heart. She absolutely could not give up. Yu turned and left the heavenly prayer hall. Her pretty face was filled with gloom. Clear springs, green willows, flowers blooming throughout the 4 seasons. However, her heart was filled with darkness. The willow bank, the breeze, and the waning moon. After a few years, it should be a good time for nothing. Even if there were thousands of amorous feelings, who would she share them with? At this moment, Hellion Ronger hopped over. Aunt Yu, so many people like you, but you're frowning. If I had so many people who like me, I would be so happy. Hellion Ronger said happily. Her pretty face was filled with innocence and innocence. Yu smiled and looked at Hellion Ronger enviously. How good would it be if she could be like her, carefree? Unfortunately, people always have to grow up. After growing up, her heart would no longer be naive. Let's go. I'll accompany you to relax. You'll get sick sooner or later if you're bored in this Wui mountain. Hellion Ronger pulled Yu and said. Go ahead. I just want to be alone. If you meet someone you like, remember to come back and tell me. Yue smiled. Her figure was like the wind. She turned and left. Under the shadow of the moon, it was as if she was rushing to the moon. Helian Ronger scratched her head. She pouted and sighed. Alone, she left the Helian family and went to play. Just as Helian Ronger left the Helian family's territory, she was targeted by someone. At this moment, even she felt that something was wrong and frowned. Who is it? Haha, little girl, guess who I am? When we met in the heavenly prayer hall, I missed you day and night. Today, I must make you come home with me and be my wife. A young man said with a smile. He stood in front of Helian Ronger and blocked her way. You're from the Dongfang family? Helian Ronger's eyes turned cold. Lung Lung said. This person didn't look like a good person. He actually wanted to capture her and make her his wife. Pa. You're really shameless. Only a ghost would want to be your wife. Helian Ronger sneered. Dongfang Liani squinted his eyes and looked at Helian Ronger with a smile. The corner of his mouth showed his covetousness. He had been waiting here for many days for the appearance of Helian Ronger. No one knew that he had already coveted Helian Ronger back in the Heaven Prayer Palace. If his elder brother, Dongfang Lianxua, could accept the marriage alliance with the Helian clan, then he would definitely take advantage of the victory and directly propose to Helian Ronger. However, his elder brother didn't get what he wanted, so Dongfang Lianxua could only choose to give up. Therefore, Dongfang Lianxua had left, but he had always stayed here, looking forward to Helian Ronger leaving the Helian clan. At this moment, Dongfang Liani could be said to be blessed. He had been waiting for this moment. His wild ambition was clear. The corner of Dongfang Liani's mouth was extremely cold, causing Helian Ronger's pretty face to turn cold. This guy, is he going to make a move on me now? You really dare to make a move on me? Humph, aren't you afraid that the Helian clan will attack your Dongfang clan? Helian Ronger snorted coldly. Ha ha ha, I'm looking forward to this day. If your Helian clan attacks my Dongfang clan, won't you become my slave? If you listen to me obediently, maybe I'll let you be my concubine. If you don't, you know the consequences. I really like you, little girl. Dongfang Liani rubbed his palms and approached Helian Ronger step by step. His smile was so evil that it made Helian Ronger want to vomit. Don't even think about it. Helian Ronger said arrogantly. Her strength had reached the late hierarch realm. Although she could not compete with those divine emperor realm experts, her strength was definitely extremely strong in the Dongxing divine region or even the central region divine land. In the entire Helian clan, she could be considered as one of the most powerful young geniuses after Helian Xianxia and the others. Helian Ronger was spoiled since childhood. Being in the Helian clan, she held a high position and naturally did not put anyone in her eyes. So what if it was the young master of the Dongfang clan? What a stubborn little girl. This young master likes the way you struggle. I can't wait any longer, ga. Dongfang Liani went straight to Helian Ronger like a bolt of lightning. His strength was much stronger than Helian Ronger, even reaching the peak hierarch realm. The long sword in his hand slashed towards Helian Ronger. Helian Ronger let out a tender shout. Not to be outdone, she continued to form seals with her hands. One powerful seal after another closed in. Although Dongfang Lianxua was startled, he did not panic. He did not expect this little girl to be so fiery. Helian Liani Ronger. Dongfang Liani's sword chi buzzed, and it was soul-stirring. Rays of sword chi shot out, rendering Helian Ronger completely useless. The seals in her hands changed again and again, but she was still unable to resist this crazy sword force. In the end, more than half of her clothes were cut off, and her beautiful legs and arms were all revealed. Her snow-white skin made Dongfang Liani's eyes shine even brighter, and he was already drooling. Helian Ronger's face suddenly changed. Her body trembled. She was so weak that her clothes could no longer cover her body. Helian Ronger retreated again and again. However, she was firmly locked on by Dongfang Liani. There was no chance for her to escape. Helian Ronger even began to cry in her heart. She was afraid. She was afraid to face Dongfang Liani, who was like a devil. she did not know what to do. Ha 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 ha. You little girl, let's see how you can escape from my palm today. Dongfang Lian's smile was incomparably brilliant as he approached step by step. Helian Rong was so frightened that her beautiful face turned pale, and her heart was filled with incomparable fear. She had never thought that she would suffer such humiliation and even torture after leaving the Helian clan. Her dreamlike world had been greatly threatened, and the beautiful expectations of love between her and Aunt Yu had all become empty talk. At this moment, she was about to face a wild beast that was like a ferocious tiger. Perhaps in the next second, she would no longer have the face to continue living in this world. Little beauty, you're mine now, ha ha ha. Dongfang Lian was like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey. He directly rushed towards Helian Rong. Helian Rong retreated step by step. Her body was constantly trembling and her pretty face was pale. This Dongfang Lian actually wanted to torture her. At this moment, no matter how innocent Helian Rong was, she knew what Dongfang Lian's intention was. Dongfang Lian was about to pounce on Helian Rong. At this moment, a cold light directly stood in front of Dongfang Lian. Dongfang Lian's face suddenly changed. He broke out in a cold sweat. He was so scared that he almost shriveled up. F***ck your mother. Who is it? Come out now. Dongfang Lian said with a dry mouth. This sword was too strange. He had never seen or heard of such a sword. He was a sword principal cultivator, but he had never seen such an overbearing sword chi. Only his elder brother, Dongfang Lianxia, could have such a power. At this moment, a white-haired young man with a huge sword on his back walked out slowly. His eyes were cold and resolute, without a single shred of emotion. His face was cold and merciless, without a single shred of emotion. His face was cold and merciless. Dongfang Lian and Helian Rong's faces instantly changed. Get lost. The white-haired man said coldly as if he was unwilling to say another word. Haha, kid, I don't care who you are. I'll make you beg for death if you ruin my plan. No one dares to talk to me like this in the Dongxing Divine region. Dongfang Lian laughed and said while holding the sword in his hand tightly. It seemed that he must teach this arrogant white-haired kid a lesson in today's battle. Dongfang Lianxia originally thought that the opponent was a top expert, but he was only a peak hierarch. He was the strongest genius of the Dongfang clan. How could he be weaker than a kid? Dongfang Lian had 100% chance to kill the opponent under the situation where both of their strengths were almost the same. The white-haired man's expression was calm. He didn't care about what Dongfang Lian said. His eyes were still cold as he silently stared at Dongfang Lian. There was even a hint of killing intent in his eyes. What he hated the most were people who bullied women. At this moment, the sword in the white-haired man's hand was getting colder and colder. Aunt Yu, is this the feeling of love? Helian Rong murmured in her heart. Looking at the white-haired young man, she felt intoxicated. Even his appearance made her feel at ease, comfortable, and even excited. The original haze was swept away, but she was still that gentle and weak girl, still that naive girl full of longing. Scram or die. The white-haired young man said in a deep voice. His expression was still indifferent, as if he did not take the white-haired young man seriously at all. No matter how powerful this guy's background is, so what? His strength was only SOSO. It wouldn't be too difficult for him to kill him. Stubborn fool, do you still naively think that you can escape from my palm at this time? You overestimate yourself, you will definitely die in today's battle. Dongfang Lian pointed his sword at the white-haired young man. Ruthless and decisive, he didn't retreat in the slightest as he rushed towards the white-haired young man. At this moment, the two silhouettes merged together once again. Sword light shot out in all directions, exuding a peerless aura. The same amount of sword chi intertwined with each other, but the white-haired young man's sword chi was getting stronger and stronger. Light of the East. Dongfang Lian directly displayed his special skill, the determination of the Dongfang clan. He continuously attacked with unparalleled sword momentum. Because of this battle, his situation was getting more and more difficult, and it was quite terrifying. The white-haired young man's sword momentum was fierce, and it was indeed something he had never seen in his life. He must not fail miserably. Limitless sword. Fifth sword. Sixth sword. Seventh sword. The white-haired young man's eyes were sharp, and his sword momentum was shocking. From the moment he gave up, he finally comprehended the limitless sword. Trembling in despair, hysterical in despair, he finally mastered the limitless sword. That night, Wang Fengqi's heart experienced endless tearing. That night, Wang Fengqi's inner world completely collapsed. That night, Wang Fengqi felt that the only thing that supported him in this world was revenge. Entering the petrified sect, he thought that he could soar to the sky, that he could travel the world, and that everything was just the beginning of a nightmare. There were more than 10 senior brothers in the petrified sect, and they all coveted Sister Feng's beauty. While he was cultivating, she was ravaged to death by more than 10 senior brothers. That kind of hopeless torment, the baptism of life and death, he did not dare to imagine how much pain Sister Feng had experienced, and how terrifying that inhuman torture was. Wang Fengqi didn't dare to speculate. When he saw Sis Feng, over 10 senior apprentice brothers had already ravaged her to the point where she was on the verge of death. Wang Fengqi was on the verge of collapse, his inner world completely collapsing. In that instant, there was only hatred in his eyes. Sis Feng's final look of despair, her agonized howls, he simply couldn't bear to look at her. In that instant, he bitterly hated this world, hated every single person in the petrified sect, hated every flower, every blade of grass, every mountain, every river. Under his rage, Wang Fengqi fought with more than 10 people, fought with life and death, and killed more than 10 hierarch realm experts. In the end, he comprehended the limitless sword. However, it was all too late, because Sister Feng was already dead and completely tainted, and he was powerless to do anything about it. Wang Fengqi could only kill countless people in the petrified sect, and finally escaped from the petrified sect. He became a traitor of the petrified sect, and was wanted by the petrified sect. Everyone had the right to kill him. That night, Wang Fengqi's hair turned white. The most painful thing in the world was this. The torture that Wang Fengqi suffered was also incomparable. That choice of life and death, that painful reincarnation, he would rather be the one who died. He would rather that all of this had never happened. He also did not bring Sister Feng along to the so-called petrified sect to seek a higher realm. But everything was already too late. He no longer had any room to choose. The dead had already passed away, and the pain of despair was something he would never forget. Sister Feng's miserable appearance at that moment, as well as the despairing look in her eyes, was something he would never forget. The limitless sword swept across, and in a flash, it shattered the light shadow in the void. The sword shadow was completely shattered, and Dongfang Liani's sword shadow was also shattered at this moment. His throat was slit, and he didn't even have the chance to cry out in despair. It was such a tragic scene that it was hard to look at. Dongfang Liani died, but Helian Rong did not have a shred of sympathy. Wang Fengqi did not even look at him. Such a man's death was not to be pitied. No matter who he was, it was impossible for him to live in this world. In his eyes, he was a beast through and through. "Thank you, white-haired hero," Helian Rong said in a low voice. At this moment, she had already changed into a clean and tidy set of clothes. She was not as naked as before. "It's nothing." After saying that, Wang Fengqi turned around and left. "White-haired hero, can you tell me your name?" Helian Rong said in a low voice. Her heart was in a mess. For the first time, she felt that taking the initiative to ask for a man's name was actually this kind of feeling. Even her charming face was boiling. Names are just a code in the sea. Meeting by chance means that we are fated. If we are fated, we will naturally meet again. Wang Fengqi did not seem to stop and continued to walk forward. Fate is determined by the heavens. 30% depends on striving, and 70% depends on hard work. So in other words, fate is determined by the heavens. If you want to go against the heavens, it is very difficult. You might even need to work hard to have a trace of hope. But if you don't work hard, it will be even more difficult. From the moment you appeared, I knew that we were fated. Helian Rong said very seriously. Her words were not groundless. The great divination art of the Helian family had given her a trace of comprehension. This person seemed to be inextricably linked to her life. Although she was not sure, the moment he appeared, he was deeply embedded in her heart. "You are an interesting person." Wang Fengqi turned around and glanced at Helian Rong. I know that you are definitely looking for someone. Moreover, your life seems to have undergone a major turning point. You are in so much pain that you wish you were dead. Helian Rong'er's words caused Wang Fengqi's pupils to shrink. His complexion became more and more unsightly. Who are you? How do you know? Wang Fengqi's heart could not help but surge. What was the background of this girl? Why did she know everything about him? They did not know each other, so why would she say these words? Moreover, every word was true. Although Wang Fengqi was unwilling to admit it, her words had become a prophecy. I am from the Helian family. My great divination art can help you predict the future. However, it is very limited because my cultivation of the great divination art is not high enough. You can predict the future? Wang Fengqi was slightly moved. This girl was not simple. Although she was not as strong as Dongfang Liani, she was already a late hierarch realm expert and should not be underestimated. The Helian clan should be the Dongxing Divine Region's transcendental clan. Then, can you guide me in the future? Where is the person I'm looking for? When will I be able to find him? Wang Fengqi asked in a low voice. I'll try. Helian Rong'er knew that her cultivation base was limited, but she did not want Wang Fengqi to leave just like that. She wanted to repay his kindness. Thank you. Wang Fengqi nodded slightly. Give me your hand. Helian Rong'er's face was slightly red. The moment she held Wang Fengqi's hand, her heart couldn't help but tremble. She had never had any contact with a man before. Although the huge hand was covered with calluses, it made Helian Rong'er's heart ache incomparably. His eyes were full of coldness and despair, making one's heart ache. Helian Rong'er tightly held onto Wang Fengqi's hand. At that moment, her face, which was originally blushing, turned red, and then paled. In less than 20 breaths of time, Helian Rong'er's entire body seemed to be trembling, and even the sweat on her face couldn't stop flowing down. Are you all right? Wang Fengqi frowned and could not help but ask. I'm fine. Helian Rong'er bit her red lips and finally spat out a mouthful of blood. Her face was flushed. Wang Fengqi was quite worried as he gently wiped the sweat off her face. In that scene, Helian Rong'er seemed to have seen the person Wang Fengqi wanted to find. However, she was beaten back by an extremely terrifying force. However, she had risked her life. At least, she knew where the person he wanted to find was. Did you find anything? Wang Fengqi asked. Yes, the person you're looking for should also be in the Dongxing Divine Region. But I can't see him. He seems to be like a cloud of fog. I didn't find anything at all. Wang Fengqi's eyes lit up and his expression seemed to have changed. As long as his master was in the Dongxing Divine Region, it was enough. He believed that he could definitely find his master. Thank you, young lady. We will meet again. Wang Fengqi nodded heavily to express his gratitude. But you can't stay here anymore. If you do, you'll definitely be hunted down by the Dongfang family. You've killed Dongfang Liani, so the Dongfang family won't let you go. As long as you're still in the Dongxing Divine Region, you won't be able to hide from the Dongfang family. Helian Rong'er's face was pale. She was extremely worried about Wang Fengqi's safety. However, Wang Fengqi's face was calm as if he did not care about the Dongfang clan at all. The Dongfang clan was so terrifying that even the Helian clan had to be courteous to them. Wang Fengqi, a hierarch realm fella, had caused the Dongfang clan to be drunk and killed one of their most powerful geniuses. They would definitely not let this matter go. As long as I can find master, everything will be worth it. I will not leave the Dongxing Divine Continent. Since master is still here, he might be right in front of me. If I leave, where should I go to find master? Wang Fengqi said firmly. White-haired hero, you don't know how terrifying the Dongfang clan is. No one can compete with them. If you insist on staying here, you'll probably put yourself in danger. You've killed Dongfang Liani. If you don't leave now, you won't be able to escape from the Dongxing Divine Region. Helian Rong'er was very anxious, but Wang Fengqi was quite calm. He did not show any emotions on his face as if he was not afraid of anything. Wang Fengqi took 2 steps forward and suddenly stopped. With his back facing Helian Rong'er, he said faintly, I'm Wang Fengqi. I'm Rong Air, white-haired hero. I'll call you Brother Qi from now on. Wang Fengqi's entire body trembled, and his inner world was incomparably conflicted. He seemed to recall that naive and unaffected girl, little sister Feng. Unfortunately, everything could not be redone. Little sister Feng was already dead, and now he was all alone. Other than taking revenge on the petrified sect, he had no other conviction to continue living. Helly and Rong Air seemed to be very happy and excited. However, she was still very worried about Wang Fengqi. Before Wang Fengqi could leave her line of sight, Helly and Rong Air saw a stream of light soaring into the sky. It traversed 3,000 miles and directly cut through the void, blocking Wang Fengqi's path. Wang Fengqi was knocked back. His face was pale and he was seriously injured. He directly fell beside Helly and Rong Air. Brother Qi. Helly and Rong Air immediately hugged Wang Fengqi. Her eyes were filled with fear. Wang Fengqi, who was knocked back, had been seriously injured with just one sword. Brother Qi, don't scare me. Are you okay? Helly and Rong Air kept calling out, but Wang Fengqi had already spat out several mouthfuls of blood. It was extremely difficult for him to breathe. However, Wang Fengqi was not willing to lie in Helly and Rong Air's embrace. He held the long sword in his hand and supported his injured body to stand up. You killed my brother. You, how dare you? Today, I will definitely crush your bones and scatter your ashes. I will make your family disappear from the divine realm. An imposing figure stood in front of Helly and Rong Air and Wang Fengqi and shouted in a deep voice. The sword in his hand was constantly trembling, and his anger was soaring. Dongfang Lianxia. Helly and Rong Air exclaimed. She did not expect this guy to come so quickly. The death of Dongfang Liani had completely infuriated Dongfang Lianxia. He was even filled with anger. Killing intent was revealed in his eyes. He did not intend to give the two of them any way to live. What a girl from the Hellion family. You are indeed a femme fatale. Today, both of you must die. Dongfang Lianxua roared angrily, which made Wang Fengqi's face turn even paler. This guy's strength was really too strong. The power of one sword was unparalleled, making people unable to compete with him. This kind of strength had at least broken through the Divine Emperor realm, or even surpassed it. Dongfang Lianxua, if you want to kill, just kill me. This matter has nothing to do with Brother Qi. Dongfang Liani was also killed by me. If you want to kill me, just do as you please. Helly and Rong Air suddenly stood in front of Wang Fengqi, protecting him behind her. She said in a low voice, and her face also became very gloomy. You? How could you kill Liani? However, both of you must die. You don't have to be anxious. After killing one, I don't mind sending the two of you to die together. At least you will have a companion on the road to the Yellow Springs. Dongfang Lianxua was also incomparably sorrowful. At this moment, he was struggling in his heart. He was determined to burn the two of them to ashes, unable to resolve the hatred in his heart. I killed her. If you are still a man, then let her go. Wang Fengqi said indifferently. You dare to talk terms with me? Ha ha ha, who do you think you are? Who I want to kill, what does it have to do with you? If I like, then I will kill. Both of you, go to hell. Dongfang Lianxua roared and took a step forward. The might of a sword rippled out, like the blazing sun of the 9 heavens, scarlet like light. As Wang Fengqi turned around, he protected Helly and Ronger behind him and took Dongfang Lianxua's sword head-on. That sword completely made him kneel on the ground. His face was pale, blood was flowing, and his aura was extremely weak. He was on the verge of death, and could die at any time. No, Helly and Ronger cried out in surprise. Her charming face was filled with disbelief and sorrow. At that moment, she knew that her heart had been touched. For the white-haired hero in front of her, for the man she had never met before. Was this the love that Aunt you spoke of? Why are you still not leaving? Wang Fengqi roared angrily, wanting her to take this opportunity to leave quickly. A pair of dogs, humph. Dongfang Lianxua was furious. Death, for them, was too easy. Another sword slashed out. Dongfang Lianxua used 70% of his strength. Limitless sword, 8th sword. Wang Fengqi risked his life to protect Helian Ronger. At this moment, he actually used the eighth sword, and his strength had another breakthrough. However, for Dongfeng Lianxua, it was like trying to put out a cart of firewood with a cup of water. Dongfeng Lianxua's pupils constricted, and his expression changed. What a familiar sword technique. What was the relationship between this guy and that Jiangchen? You know Jiangchen? Dongfeng Lianxua said in a low voice, and did not continue to attack. You know my master too? Wang Fengqi was stunned. He was already in a state of desolation and was about to fall. However, this guy was already at odds with him. Even if he knew about his master, he would not tell him. If he was in front of me, I would tear him to pieces. Since you're his apprentice, I'll kill you first to collect interest. You master and apprentice are really annoying. I'll imprison your soul for 10 million years, making it impossible for you to enter the cycle of reincarnation. Dongfeng Lianxua clenched his teeth, wishing he could devour his flesh. You don't have the qualifications to touch my disciple. At this moment, Jiangchen was standing proudly with his arms crossed. He looked down at Dongfeng Lianxua from above. Master? Wang Fengqi cried out in alarm. He abruptly lifted his head as his entire body trembled. It was as if his inner world had finally found its home. Jiangchen. It's really you. Dongfeng Lianxua's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. At this moment, Jiangchen's appearance was exactly what he wanted. This pair of loathsome master and disciple could also be wiped out in one fell swoop. Jiangchen and Dongfeng Lianxua looked at each other with a cold expression and sneered, I didn't expect you to be so stubborn. You dare to attack a hierarch realm expert. You're getting more and more arrogant. Dongfeng Lianxua, it's a pity that you didn't die in my hands. Ha ha ha, do you really think you can kill me? Who do you think you are? If it wasn't for your speed, you'd be a walking corpse now. Dongfeng Lianxua curled his lips and sighed. Really? If it wasn't for Louis XVII, how could you have survived? It's true that I'm no match for both of you, but it's still more than enough for me to kill you. I didn't expect to meet you here today. Killing you is just a piece of cake for me. I'm Jiangchen's disciple, he isn't someone you can handle. Jiangchen said confidently. Really? Looks like you've overestimated yourself. With your strength, do you really think you can change your fate? Today, I'll send you two fugitives to hell together. Dongfeng Lianxua and Jiangchen were at each other's throats. Their eyes were filled with killing intent, causing Wang Fengqi and Helian Ronger to shiver as they felt the murderous aura. He's your master? He looks strong, but is he really a match for Dongfeng Lianxua? Ronger glanced at Wang Fengqi and said in a low voice. At this moment, Wang Fengqi was so excited that he couldn't control himself. He did not let his master down. His strength had broken through and mastered the limitless sword. He did not embarrass his master. That's right. He's my master. The person I'm looking for is also him. Wang Fengqi was extremely excited. With his master here, nothing would be a problem. This Dongfeng Lianxua will definitely die without a burial place. So what if he's a genius of the Dongfeng clan? He can't be compared to his master. Watch from the side. What is the real limitless sword? Today, I'll use this guy as a sacrifice to the sword. I'll let you truly comprehend the overbearingness of the limitless sword. You're too naive. In the territory of my Dongxing divine region, you won't be able to escape from my palm. Jiangchen, if you kneel on the ground and beg me now, I might leave your corpse intact. If you're soft, you'll die a horrible death. Your disciple will also die a horrible death. Dongfeng Lianxua sneered. The determination in the depth of his eyes was terrifying. So what if it's the Dongxing divine region? Even in the central region divine land, why would I be afraid of you? Ha ha ha, just the All Beings Pagoda Hall and you're so arrogant. Do you really think you're the 8-divisional pagoda? Jiangchen snorted. Alright, I'll let you understand that the dignity of my Buddha's pagoda can't be violated. Your disciple killed my younger brother, and you killed my junior brother. Annihilating both of you today can be considered as helping the people get rid of evil and allow them to rest in peace in the netherworld. Dongfeng Lianxua held the sword in his hand tightly and said indifferently. He didn't want to waste his breath on Jiangchen anymore. In this battle, he must kill him. Back then in the forbidden land of the divine region, Xianxia managed to escape. Now, Xianxia would definitely not be able to escape from his palm. As you wish. You'll die with integrity. Xianxia smiled. He held the sword in his hand and was ready to fight against Dongfang Lianxua. Yan Qingqing and Wu Ningzhu stood on the left and right of Xianxia. Both Wang Fingqi and Helian Rongwer were shocked. Only Aunt Yu could be compared to such a woman. Brother Qi's master is really too powerful. These two should be master's wives, right? Wang Fingqi couldn't help but exclaim. However, the person he admired the most was still his master. His master must be a supreme expert. Looks like there's going to be a battle of life and death today. I need to quickly inform the clan. In the Wui Mountain, the mountain flowers had fallen and the mountain was still there. The cool breeze was gentle, but her heart was heavy. Helian Yuer sighed and stared at the tall mountains. Helian Yuer's face was filled with helplessness and sighing. She had waited for him for a long time, but there was still no sign of him coming. At that moment, Helian Yuer felt a little hopeless. For her father, for the Helian clan, she had no choice but to enter the Gate of Heaven's Will. The Gate of Heaven's Will was an ancient inheritance of the Helian clan. Until now, those who entered the Gate of Heaven's Will were all outstanding talents of the Helian clan. It was a great fortune for Helian Yuer to have the opportunity to enter the Gate of Heaven's Will. However, once she entered the Gate of Heaven's Will, all her memories would be erased. In other words, she would become a new person, a person who would never have any memories of the past. Her father, grandfather, big brother, and everyone in the Helian clan would even forget. At that moment, she would inherit the inherited memories of the Helian clan from the immemorial era. At that time, Helian Yuer knew that she would no longer be herself. There were bound to be many choices in life. You would lose something if you gained something. Helian Yuer never hoped that she could be the best in the world. She never hoped that she could become a true leader in this world. She only wanted to be with the person she cared about for a long time. That was enough. However, there was a limit to one's strength. She couldn't change the current situation. She couldn't make the Helian clan one of the few clans in the entire Dongxing Divine Continent. She couldn't get news of her father. Only by entering the Gate of Heaven's Will could she change everything. The Gate of Heaven's Will was her only chance, and also the hope of the entire Helian clan. Helian Yuer turned around and prepared to step into the Heaven Prayer Hall. In the Heaven Prayer Hall, the 5 great elders looked at Helian Yuer with solemn eyes. Every one of them had a meaningful look of joy in their eyes because this day had finally come. Although the clan leader hadn't woken up from his seclusion, Helian Yuer had already made all the preparations to enter the Gate of Heaven's Will. This was a joyous occasion for the entire Helian clan. It's good that you can make a good decision. Yuer, I believe that you will definitely become the strongest genius of our Helian family in the past 1,000,000 years. You will definitely surpass your father. Great Elder Helian Changtian said in a deep voice as he looked at Helian Yuer. At this moment, she had already become the hope and darling of the entire Helian clan. For Yuer to choose to enter the Gate of Heaven's Will at this time, she's really very righteous, ha ha ha. At that time, even if Dongfang clan and Shimen clan come knocking on our door, it will be useless. That's right, Yuer can be said to have killed 2 birds with 1 stone this time. Not only can she delay the problem of them finding trouble with the Helian family, she can also lead our Helian family to glory. This is truly worthy of celebration. Yuer, the day you return in triumph will definitely be the day when the Helian family rises to the top. We are proud of you. The few elders were very excited. They looked at Helian Yuer and nodded repeatedly. It was as if they were looking at their own granddaughter. Great Elder, I only wish to know about my father. Helian Yuer said with a solemn expression. Sigh, since things have come to this, I can't hide it from you anymore. Your father disappeared in the Gate of Heaven's Will. Although he left behind a trace of his will, it has completely disappeared since then. For so many years, no one has been able to enter the Gate of Heaven's Will. Even the previous clan leaders couldn't catch up. This time, when you enter the Gate of Heaven's Will, you not only shoulder the glory of the Helian family, but also the heavy responsibility of finding news of your father. You must be careful. The Great Elder said with great concern. He was also worried that Xianxia would completely disappear in the gate of heavens will like her father, never to be heard from again. Because of this, the Helian family would also be attacked from all sides and be unable to recover. The Helian family was able to occupy a position among the top 10 families of the Dongxing divine continent by relying on searching for the secrets of heaven. Moreover, it was the last place. If they couldn't search for the secrets of heaven, they would fall even further behind. Even many families and sects that came later could stand on top of them and shit on them. Therefore, although they were an old sect in the Dongxing divine continent, they only existed in name. If it wasn't for the fact that their existence was extremely special, perhaps they would have long been spurned by others. I hope you didn't lie to me, Great Elder. Xianxia nodded, turned around, and went straight to the Heavenswell mountain range. The gate of Heavenswell was there. Just as Xianxia's figure disappeared in the sky, Xianxia appeared above the Heaven Prayer Palace. She was in a hurry and her face was full of seriousness. Aunt you. Wait for me. Xianxia exclaimed, but she was stopped by the third elder and the others. Ronger, why are you in such a hurry? What happened? The third elder asked. I have to hurry and find Aunt Yu for help. When I went out to play, I met Dongfang Liani of the Dongfang family. He wanted to molest me, but he was killed by a white-haired youth. Then, Dongfang Lianxua appeared again and almost killed the two of us. At this time, the master of the white-haired youth appeared again. I'm afraid that the two of them might not be a match for Dongfang Lianxua. We have to hurry and save them. I have to find Aunt Yu. Xianxia said anxiously. No need. Whether what you said is true or false, you don't have to go. The great elder said in a deep voice. Why? That person is in danger because he wanted to save me. Shouldn't we go and save him? Xianxia said stubbornly. The great elder shook his head helplessly. Putting aside the strength of the Dongfang family, they definitely couldn't afford to offend them. If they really angered Dongfang Lianxua, then their situation would be quite dangerous. More importantly, Dongfang Liani was already dead. That was his younger brother. The cause of this matter was Xianxia. Although she was saved, the other person who killed Dongfang Liani couldn't escape misfortune. At this moment, it was impossible for them to let Xianxia go back. It would be a humiliation to them, and it might even put the Helian family in danger. Once they fought with Dongfang Lianxua, it would be equivalent to declaring war with the Dongfang family. They would absolutely not allow such a price to be paid. If there was a little negative factor, they would be strangled in the cradle. Moreover, Xianxia was about to enter the gate of Heaven's will. How could they let Xianxia appear and cause unnecessary trouble? Now that you've returned safely, don't cause trouble for no reason. The Dongfang family is not so easy to provoke. Since the two people you mentioned offended the Dongfang family, then they should be prepared to die. Our Helian family will definitely not start a war with the Dongfang family because of those two people. The great elder said righteously. Xianxia was completely dumbfounded. Those two people were suppressed by Dongfang Lianxua because they wanted to save her. If something really happened to them, how could she face it? She originally thought that if she told the whole story to the elders, they would definitely help her. But now, it seemed that she was too naive. Great Elder, how can you leave us in the lurch? Xianxia begged bitterly. She even hoped to use her own life to exchange for the master and disciple. If she stayed in the Helian family like this, they might not forget her even in death, thinking that she had escaped. Xianxia's heart was filled with despair and unwillingness. Nonsense. We are putting the interests of the family first. How can you understand? Do you want to be as stubborn as Yuer? But even Yuer has now turned over a new leaf and entered the gate of Heaven's will. Fifth brother, lock her up and face the wall for 30 years. She is not allowed to go out. Teach her the rules of our Helian family. The great elder flicked his sleeves and left with a gloomy face. Xianxia's appearance at this time must not disrupt their plan. As for the people she mentioned, what did their lives have to do with them? It was not that they were heartless, but for the sake of the overall situation, some people were destined to die. Those two unrelated people could only be considered unlucky. No. Don't, Great Elder, they will die. They will be killed by Dongfeng Lianxua. Don't. Helian Ronger's delicate body trembled continuously. Looking in the direction that Aunt Yu left, her heart was filled with despair. She thought that the great elder and the others were benevolent, that they were righteous, that they were virtuous and respected, that they would lend a helping hand, that they thought, her guesses and hopes had all turned into the pain of despair. Her young heart had also suffered a great blow at this moment, and her inner world had nearly collapsed. Ever since she was young, her parents and elders had taught her to be kind and charitable, to know how to repay kindness. This was the cycle of the heavens, and retribution was not pleasant. However, in the end, they had completely changed her view of this world. Their incomparably lofty image in her heart had completely collapsed at this moment. For Helian Ronger, she simply hoped that her savior could be saved. She only wanted to use her meager strength to salvage this desperate battle of life and death. However, the great elder and the others were just too cold. In their eyes, there seemed to be nothing else worthy of their sympathy and pursuit other than the interests of the clan. Great elder, I've always remembered the teachings of our ancestors, to be raised by the good and raised by the evil. With a clear conscience, the heavenly mandate is boundless. Helian Ronger's delicate voice entered their ears, causing the great elder and the others to tremble. Good nature nurtures, evil nature prostitutes. With a clear conscience, one's destiny is boundless. This was the Helian family's ancestral teachings. However, did they still remember the idea that humans were born with good natures that had been instilled into the Helian family since young? Perhaps, all of this no longer existed from the moment they were in a high position. What they thought was no longer simply sharing the same lifespan as the heavens and the earth. Instead, they thought about how to plot against each other and how to step onto the peak of power. Humanity had gradually disappeared in the countless years of reincarnation that they had lived in. Heavens will mountain, the gate of heavens will. Helian Yuer waved her hand. Above the void, there seemed to be a familiar figure rippling. It was like the voice and smile of her big brother. However, she had no more time. Everything could only end at this moment. Reincarnation was too cruel for Helian Yuer. However, she had no other choice. It was like walking from the beginning to the end of life. From the moment she stepped into the gate of heaven's will, Helian Yuer was destined to die. There would no longer be any news of her appearing in this world. I'm sorry, big brother. I can't see you one last time. I'm sorry. Yuer misses you. I'm sorry. I've never forgotten you. Big brother, promise me, don't forget to see me, okay? Helian Yuer murmured as she looked across the void. I know you will definitely come. It's just that I can't wait for that day. Big brother, do I have a place in your heart? Do you, like me? However, everything is no longer important. From this moment onwards, Yuer will enter the gate of heaven's will. After entering the gate of heaven's will, I will no longer be me. My soul will have all my memories erased. At that moment, I'm afraid. I'm afraid that I'll forget you. I'm afraid that I'll never see Big Brother again. I'm afraid that I'll cry. Helian Yuer knelt on the ground with tears streaming down her face. Her heart was filled with bitterness. No one knew how bitter that feeling was. She had been unwilling to enter the gate of heaven's will because she wanted to see her big brother one last time. She wanted to enter and search for traces of her father. However, she knew that once she entered, it would be an eternal farewell. She would never have the chance to see her big brother again. In her memory, there would only be the ancient inheritance of the Helian clan. Her past would be erased bit by bit. Sister Ling, big brother, Yuer misses you. Grandpa seems to be together with you. If I'm together with you, will Yuer not have to experience all these? Will I be able to yearn for forever and follow Big Brother forever? Helian Yuer was already sobbing uncontrollably. However, she had no choice. The moment she stepped into the gate of heaven's will, everything would return to zero. Everything would start anew. When she was young, she loved to chase her dreams and only wanted to fly forward. However, Helian Yuer knew that everything she did was futile. When she became the only hope of the clan, when she stepped on this path of no return, she already understood this logic. However, it was already too late to turn back. Life became fragile at this moment. She wasn't afraid of death. She was afraid that she would never see her big brother again. She wasn't afraid of dissipating in this world. She was only afraid that her big brother would never exist in her memory again. How could she live? Hélène Yuer's eyes were filled with tears. She staggered towards the gate of heaven's will. Her inner world had long collapsed. There was no joy or sorrow in her heart. When she turned back, she was no longer herself. At this moment, Xianxia suddenly looked at the void above in the direction of the Hellene clan. He didn't know why, but at this moment, his heart was in pain. It was as if he had lost his most beloved thing. Yuer, are you still there? Are you waiting for me? Fighting with me and you still dare to be distracted? Xianxia, you're courting death. Ha ha ha. Dongfang Lianshua's eyes were cold as killing intent surged. With the divine spear in his hand, he soared up and unleashed consecutive attacks, causing Xianxia to not dare to take it head-on. Just now, when he looked towards the east, he was indeed a little absent-minded. That was why Dongfang Lianshua was able to seize the opportunity to unleash a spear that tore apart mountains and rivers. Xianxia held onto his sword and counterattacked. He could only defend passively. Compared to before, Dongfang Lianshua's strength was much stronger. He wasn't any weaker than Xianxia. The terrifying aura stacked on top of each other as the spear struck out like a rainbow. Xianxia did not dare to be negligent. He calmed his mind and a bitter taste could be seen on the corner of his mouth. He felt that something was going to happen in the east, but he couldn't describe it. The bitterness in his heart was still lingering around him. Xianxia's fighting spirit became even more violent and impatient. Because he couldn't wait to go to the Hellene clan to see what was going on. Watch carefully, Limitless Sword, 18th Sword. Xianxia slashed out with his sword, causing the void to shatter. A crack appeared in the sky. Dongfang Lianshua brandished his spear, his figure was like a hook as he streaked across the horizon. Similarly, a myriad spear light soared through the sky. The intense battle between the two had caused the entire sky to be dyed scarlet red. Countless experts in the surroundings had surged into the sky to find out what was going on. But at this moment, no one dared to show themselves. If they appeared in the battle between divine emperors, they might be implicated. At this moment, the 5 elders of the Hellene clan squinted their eyes as they looked towards the northeast. 2 streaks of light were constantly intertwining with each other. Both of them were unwilling to give in to each other. Each of them recalled what Hellene Ronger had said before. Someone had killed Dongfang Liani and even alarmed Dongfang Lianshua. It seemed like this battle was unavoidable. The 2 who killed Dongfang Liani must have been heavily injured by Dongfang Lianshua. They didn't have any chance to participate in this battle. Moreover, if they were to be entangled by the Dongfang clan, their current situation would be extremely dangerous. The people of the Hellene clan could only lament their inadequacy. Remembering the ancestral teachings was just a joke in their eyes. Wang Fengqi stared at the scene without blinking. Although he had only comprehended the 8th sword, Xianxia's 18th sword was extremely useful to him. It could even be said that he had benefited a lot from it. The mysterious realm of the sword Dao was something that Wang Fengqi had never comprehended before. Although he had already activated the limitless sword, he still couldn't use it freely because Xianxia's strength was too strong. Even before he had learned the limitless sword, his sword technique was already on par with Feng Bai's. Therefore, Xianxia's sword technique had improved step by step. Needless to say, Xianxia's talent was enough to reach his current level from Saint Origin World step by step. If it wasn't for his strength and monstrous talent, he might have already become an ordinary person. Xianxia's sword was incomparably sharp and domineering. Every single movement of his was filled with the aura of being rescued from a desperate situation. Every single move of his was natural, dazzling the eyes of the onlookers. However, the artistic conception behind it was that of a single sweep of the sword that could destroy the entire world. This realm was still too far for the current Wang Fengqi, but it was inevitable for Xianxia. Otherwise, how could he suppress his opponent with his sword technique? Xianxia would always use the limitless sword to its fullest, seeking for perfection. If he could complete the redemption in a short period of time, he might even be able to reach the next level. Xianxia's sword technique was desireless. It had already surpassed the realm of swordsmanship, transcending the shackles and limits. Once the sword was unleashed, tens of thousands of swords would be broken. The heavens and earth would be under his control. The 18th sword was getting closer and closer to this step, but Xianxia was still unsatisfied. The limitless sword required the sword to be limitless. Only then could it reach the realm of supremely strong and overbearing. Wang Fengqi admired his master even more. The limitless sword and the 18th sword had already reached such a realm. When would he be able to reach his master's realm? To him, this step was simply too far away. However, the plan now was to kill Dongfang Lianxua as soon as possible. Otherwise, their situation would become more and more difficult. After all, they were in someone else's territory. Wang Fengqi knew that his master's current situation wasn't good. At this moment, Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qingqing attacked together. The strength of the three of them had already forced Dongfang Lianxua to be fearful. Xianxia's strength alone was enough to suppress him, let alone the strength of the three of them. Dongfang Lianxua was incomparably anxious, but it was still difficult for him to get out of this predicament. He was powerless against the attacks of the three of them. Xianxia was really hateful. Dongfang Lianxua was extremely angry. Every time something happened, he would encounter this bastard. Xianxia's every step was filled with killing intent. He didn't care whether this was the territory of the Dongfang family or not. As long as he could kill this guy, he would be able to leave quickly. His only goal was to enter the Helian family to investigate. As long as he could get the news of Helian Yuer, Xianxia would be able to be at ease. Get lost. Violent flower rain. Dongfang Lianxua's long spear swept across. The spear radiance spread out like a rainstorm of pear blossoms, scattering in all directions. The strong momentum forced Xianxia and the others to retreat. Dongfang Lianxua was also in a difficult situation. At this moment, he knew that it was already very difficult for him to fight against the three of them alone. He still had a chance if he fought alone. Moreover, Xianxia was still a little distracted at this moment. Even so, it was still difficult for Dongfang Lianxua to kill Xianxia. He already knew in his heart that it was absolutely impossible for him to kill them here. However, his family was here. What did he have to worry about? No matter how weak the Dongfang family was, they were still one of the well-known families in the Dongxing divine region. Killing Xianxia was not a problem. Although the hatred of killing his brother was absolutely irreconcilable, Dongfang Lianxua had to prioritize his own life. If he lost his life, he would suffer a double loss. Dongfang Lianxua wasn't a hothead. Knowing that he was no match for Yi Shiwen, he could only choose to retreat at this moment. Want to leave? It's not that easy. Yan Qingqing could tell that this guy wanted to leave with just one glance. The long sword in her hand flew up and she wasn't willing to show weakness. Who said that a woman was inferior to a man? Now, Yan Qingqing's strength had even crushed Wu Ningzhu. Yan Qingqing was beside Xianxia, and her morale was like a rainbow. The impact and suppression of Dongfang Lianxua made Dongfang Lianxua complain incessantly. He could only avoid the sharp edge and retreat. The mountains will never change, and the rivers will always flow. Let's wait and see. Xianxia, just you wait. Even if I have to go to heaven or hell, I will definitely let you die without a burial ground to avenge my brother. Dongfang Lianxua roared in anger, but he could only retreat with a trace of helplessness and anger at the corner of his mouth. With his strength alone, it was already impossible for him to completely annihilate Xianxia. In this battle, he deeply felt that his strength was insufficient. The two women beside Xianxia were also not easy to deal with. Although Dongfang Lianxua was not a match for Xianxia and the others, if he wanted to leave, it was not a problem at all. In addition, Xianxia and the others did not want to chase after him at all. Dongfang Lianxua also turned around and left without any hesitation. Xianxia's brows were tightly knitted. Dongfang Lianxua was already not a match for him in a one-on-one fight. Even if they met again, Xianxia had the confidence to kill him. However, Xianxia's heart was getting more and more panicked. Because he was worried that something would happen to Helian Yuer, he could not wait to go to the Helian clan to find out what happened. Don't chase after a cornered enemy. Let's go to the Helian clan first. Xianxia said in a deep voice. His face was gloomy as he gave Wang Fengqi 2 healing pellets. Come with us, Fengqi. Oh right, where's your sister Feng? Why isn't she with you? Xianxia's heart moved. He looked at Wang Fengqi, but his face was filled with difficulty. She's already gone. She was ravaged to death by those goddamn beasts in the fossil sect. I risked my life to escape in order to find Master. I want to stay by Master's side and learn well. One day, when I can return to the fossil sect, I will definitely grind all of their bones to dust and make the fossil sect disappear from this world forever. Wang Fengqi said while gritting her teeth. Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qingqing's countenance suddenly changed. They looked at each other. As women, no one knew better than them what kind of feeling it was. Their eyes were also filled with anger. This petrified sect truly deserves death. Yan Qingqing abhorred evil. Her charming face was covered with frost. She clenched her jade-like fingers and her aura suddenly became gloomy. Alas, poor child. Don't worry, we will definitely avenge you. Little Chenzi, let's go together. Wu Ningzhu also took a glance at Jiang Chen. She couldn't bear it in her heart. Whether it was Wang Fengqi or his sister Feng, they were both people with a bitter life. Petrified sect. It seems like there's no need for this sect to exist anymore. Jiang Chen's eyes were cold. Wang Fengqi was his first true disciple. His wife was ravaged to death by the people of the petrified sect. To Jiang Chen, this was a great humiliation. After I'm done with all these, one day, I will definitely go with you to the petrified sect and ask them what happened. It's time for them to wake up. Jiang Chen clenched his fists tightly. Looking at Wang Fengqi's trembling appearance, he felt sorrow in his heart. He empathized with him. His own disciple was not someone that anyone could bully. Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master's wives. Wang Fengqi heavily knelt in front of Jiang Chen. His eyes were full of affection. Now, the only person he could rely on was his master. Wu Ningzhu didn't mind, but Yan Qingqing still couldn't accept it. Her face was slightly red, but she didn't refute. We are master and disciple, there's no need to be polite. You just need to cultivate properly in the future. Jiang Chen said in a deep voice. Wang Fengqi couldn't hide the joy in his heart. This was the only happy moment in all these years. Because his master had acknowledged him, he had also received his master's attention. From now on, he only had one goal, and that was to annihilate the petrified sect, causing chaos in the petrified sect. There's no time to lose. Let's go to the Hellion clan first. Jiang Chen said in a low voice. He raised his head with a solemn expression. The four of them quickly headed towards the Hellion clan. Jiang Chen asked along the way and finally found the location of the Hellion clan. This place was only 10,000 miles away from the Hellion clan. It wasn't considered far. When Jiang Chen arrived at the Divine Wind Valley, the Hellion clan's mountain gate guards stood in front of Jiang Chen. Who are you? Report your name. What's your purpose in coming to my Hellion clan? The young man in the lead was clad in armor. His expression was cold and stern. He was already in the heavenly god realm. Although he felt the unstoppable aura of Jiang Chen and the others, he still spoke in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. I'm looking for Hellion Yuer. Jiang Chen said faintly. You're looking for Antu? Who are you? The young guard asked. You don't need to know who I am. Just go in and report. Jiang Chen's voice almost pressured the young guard to the point that he couldn't breathe. The young guard didn't dare to ask any more and quickly returned to the clan to report. The dozens of guards looked solemn and depressed. In front of such an expert, they didn't have the slightest chance to fight back. Jiang Chen wasn't in a hurry. After all, he came to the Hellion clan to pay a visit. Naturally, he couldn't reject Hellion Yuer's request. Therefore, Jiang Chen could only wait silently. He couldn't throw away the necessary etiquette. Jiang Chen closed his eyes and rested. His expression was cold as he waited for the reply. At the end of the month, someone finally came from the Wind God Valley. It was an early divine king from the Hellion clan. He looked at Jiang Chen and the others calmly and said indifferently, let's go. Antu has already entered the gate of heaven's will to cultivate. She won't come out in a short period of time. Therefore, please come again in the future. The divine king said with an arrogant expression as he glanced at Jiang Chen and the others. Jiang Chen's expression became gloomy. I've waited for you for so long and you actually sent me away with just a sentence? Who are you trying to fool? If Yuer knew that he came, she would definitely rush out immediately. Who would have thought that these guys would look down on him? Most importantly, he was filled with anger. He didn't even see Yuer. Where could Xianxia go? I must see Yuer today, Xianxia said coldly. A chilling aura filled the air, causing everyone to shiver. The Divine King Realm expert was almost forced to kneel down due to Xianxia's aura. I'm really sorry. Senior, our Aunt Yu has indeed entered the gate of heaven's will to cultivate. She won't come out in a short period of time. Please come again another day. Nonsense. You asked me to come and have a chat. But you said that she has already entered the gate of heaven's will to cultivate? I don't care where it is. I must see Yuer today. If you dare to ignore me, don't blame me for being merciless. I've already endured it. This is the Hellion clan. Don't you dare to be presumptuous. Although Senior is powerful and we are not his match, if the experts of the Hellion clan come out, Senior won't be able to escape even if he wants to. The Divine King Realm expert sneered. Don't overestimate yourself. You asked for it, Xianxia said coldly. He took a step forward and dozens of guards were blown away by Xianxia's aura. Even the Divine King Realm expert was not an exception. Xianxia's domineering aura soared towards the mountain gate of the Hellion clan. Stop him! The Divine King Realm expert of the Hellion clan roared. The Heavenly God Realm experts could not help but curse in their hearts. Mother of *Ker, he's a Divine Emperor expert. He's an expert who is as famous as the 5 great elders. You want us to stop him? If we can stop him, why are we guarding the gate here? As expected, no one could stop Xianxia. Xianxia's figure was like a mountain. He stood with his hands behind his back and rushed towards the Wind God Valley. His divine aura was unstoppable. Divine Kings and Hierarch Realm experts were all blown away by him and were heavily injured. However, he did not kill them because this was Hellion Yuer's clan. However, if someone wanted to stop him from seeing Yuer, he could only attack without mercy. Xianxia's aura was unstoppable. He was unstoppable in the Hellion clan. No one could compete with him. Under the Heaven Prayer Palace, Xianxia stood proudly. He condensed the void and flew towards the Heaven Prayer Palace. Who dares to act violently in my Hellion clan? Are you courting death? The 5th elder, Hellion Chongqing, flew up to the void and stood in front of Xianxia with a gloomy expression. At the same time, the 4th elder blocked Xianxia's path. What a reckless fellow. You actually dared to trespass into the Hellion family. I think you must be tired of living. The 4th elder said with a face full of disdain. At this moment, thousands of Hellion family members had already suffered heavy injuries. At this moment, they finally made their move. Otherwise, if they allowed Xianxia to continue running amok, he might very well destroy the entire Hellion family. Finally, there are 2 people who can speak. I want to find Yuer, but your people want to send me away. Is this how your Hellion family treats their guests? Humph, I really don't dare to compliment you. Xianxia crossed his arms and coldly stared at the 2 elders of the Hellion family. How dare you? No matter who you are, Yuer is not someone you can casually see. Who do you think you are? You came to my Hellion family and behaved atrociously. I don't care what your intentions are. Today, all of you will die here. The 4th elder furiously said. He had never seen someone so savage before. He had actually fought his way to the front of the Hellion family's mountain gate. Moreover, he seemed to be extremely disrespectful towards the Hellion family. As the elders of the Hellion family, they were naturally duty-bound. Now, he had even attacked the members of the Hellion family. Many of them had been severely injured by this executioner. This fellow is definitely not someone to be trifled with. Elders, you must definitely teach him a lesson and punish him severely. That's right, Elder. We've all suffered greatly. This fellow attacked us without distinguishing between right and wrong. We're really suffering unspeakably. If this kind of scum is allowed to get away scot-free in our Hellion family, where will our Hellion family's face be? I must kill him as soon as I can. Elders, you must uphold justice for us. Countless people of the Helian family hated Xianxia to the bone. However, they didn't know that Xianxia had already shown mercy. Before he even attacked, these people were already injured by his aura. If he casually waved his hand, they would have already turned into ashes. At this moment, Xianxia had undoubtedly become the target of public criticism. Many people of the Helian family wanted to suppress him. Fourth elder, fifth elder, let me see how strong this fellow is. He actually dared to trespass into my Helian family. He must be tired of living. At this moment, Helian Xianxia had already appeared in the sky with a long spear in his hand. As one of the strongest geniuses of the Helian family, he had his own pride. Since this fellow came to look for you, he must first pass through him. If he couldn't even pass through him, what qualifications did he have to look for you? Moreover, this fellow was really arrogant. Did he really think that the Helian family was his backyard? That's fine. Then go and teach him a lesson. Xianxia, remember, leave him alive. The fourth elder said in a deep voice. At this moment, Helian Xianxia turned around and pointed his long spear at Xianxia without the slightest bit of mercy. Since the fourth elder had already spoken, then he must definitely leave a mark on him in this battle. Xianxia couldn't help but sneer. This ignorant fourth elder actually said that he would leave him alive? What a reckless fellow. If Xianxia dared to go alone, it meant that he had nothing to fear. Now, a mere member of the younger generation of the Helian family, he didn't even put him in his eyes. Brat, die. Kneel down and kowtow to Grandpa a few times. Maybe I can be a little more lenient. Haha. Helian Xianxia, just like his name, was filled with the meaning of arrogance. Noisy. If you want to fight, let's fight. I'm already showing you great mercy by not killing you. Xianxia said disdainfully. His arrogant attitude made Helian Xianxia even more furious. This long spear in my hand has killed countless enemies. Even if it's not 1,000, it's at least 800. Let's see if you can escape from the palm of my hand. Helian Xianxia rushed up to the clouds, spear shadows flew everywhere, shaking the heavens and earth. In a single strike, his chi dominated the universe, light and shadow filled the air, attacking the entire wind god valley of the Helian clan, causing all the people of the Helian clan to retreat continuously. They were completely suppressed by this incomparable chi, no one could block it. Among the people present, only the fourth elder and the fifth elder could remain calm. Even Yan Qingqing and Wu Ningzhu took a few steps back. Jiangchen's countenance was calm. Just when everyone thought that Xianxia was going to be killed, Xianxia slowly raised his hand. Although it seemed simple and slow, it was filled with unparalleled power. Xianxia leisurely strolled in the courtyard, grabbing onto the long spear in Helian Xianxia's hand. With a flip of his hand, he directly twisted the long spear in Helian Xianxia's hand. In the blink of an eye, a palm imprint was blasted out, causing the mountains and rivers to shatter and the valleys to tremble. The true dragon palm was like a gigantic palm, descending from the heavens. It easily crushed Helian Xianxia, causing him to retreat. The terrifying aura it exuded was so strong that no one dared to look at it directly. Helian Xianxia didn't dare to face such a tyrannical attack head-on. In the end, he was forced to retreat by the palm imprint. His countenance was deathly pale, and his injuries were severe. Isn't he too strong? Someone couldn't help but murmur. Suddenly, everyone in the Helian family became silent. They no longer clamored and fell into a daze. The genius disciple of the Helian family couldn't even withstand a single blow from his opponent? Isn't this too shocking? The fourth elder and Elder Wu looked at each other in disbelief. However, the scene in front of them was incomparably real. Who would have thought that Xianxia would be so powerful? Puff, Helian Xianxia retreated. The long spear in his hand was already damaged. At this moment, he had completely lost his peerless elegance. He was like a drowning dog. Even the people of the Helian family couldn't be bothered to look at him. Both of their strengths were on par, but Helian Xianxia couldn't withstand a single blow from Xianxia. Isn't this too exaggerated? It didn't make sense. The fourth elder and Elder Wu's faces turned gloomy. Helian Fengchao was also at the side at this time, but he didn't make a move. Even if he made a move, the result would probably be the same as Helian Xianxia, beaten to a pulp. One move, just one move. Who was this guy? What's his background? With such strength, no wonder he dared to challenge the Hellion family. Kid, if I don't teach you a lesson today, I think you won't know your place. The glory of the Hellion family can't be violated. Go to hell. The fourth elder attacked in an instant, showing no mercy. The fifth elder looked on coldly from the side, silently watching. Both of them had already reached the mid-divine emperor realm. Although they were only in the minor connecting heavens realm, they were much stronger than Xianxia. If he was defeated, then even if the fifth elder took action, he would only become a laughingstock and make the Hellion family look even worse. It was enough for the fourth elder to make a move. Their goal was very simple. As long as this brat who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth bowed his head before the Hellion clan and admitted his mistake, it would be enough. They wanted him to kneel in the Hellion clan and never get up again. That way, it would be able to reflect the Hellion clan's strength and overbearing. As soon as the fourth elder made his move, the Hellion family immediately became excited. They knew that this guy was finally going to be defeated. The previous scene made them feel disappointed in Hellion Zhangyang. However, with the fourth elder making his move, it would be easy for him to win. Fourth elder, kill him. Fourth elder is mighty and domineering. In response to the fourth elder's powerful attack, Jiangchen's expression was as calm as ever. Facing the fourth elder's fist, Xianxia bluntly responded with a punch of his own. There was nothing fancy about it, just the power of his fleshly body. His bloodline expanded, giving him boundless strength. 9 dragons, 10 mammoths, intimidating mountains and rivers. The scene that everyone was looking forward to did not appear. They thought that Xianxia would be severely injured or even killed by the fourth elder. However, the one who took a step back was also the fourth elder. There was no suspense at all. When Jiangchen's punch was flickering with cold light, Elder Wu and Hellion Chongqing had already felt that something was wrong. However, when the two collided with each other, there was finally a complete explosion. It was like the impact of a comet. The fourth elder was completely pushed back by the might of the collision. There was a sweet taste in his throat as blood gushed up. However, the fourth elder still swallowed it down. This attack had caused him to suffer different degrees of injuries. However, he absolutely couldn't show it. Otherwise, this battle was related to the glory of the entire Hellion clan. No one could take it lightly. No one could stay out of it. Fourth brother. The fifth elder said in a low voice and patted the fourth elder's shoulder. At that moment, there was finally a trace of resonance between the two brothers. Jiangxia stood with his hands behind his back. In the entire Hellion family, above the Wind God Valley, there was absolute silence. No one said a word. Jiangxia had defeated the two heroes with one hand. Now, they had already suffered a great deal. For a moment, they were in a deadlock. Who else? If there is no one else, let Yuer come out and see me. Jiangxia said indifferently. At that moment, no one dared to disobey him. At that moment, Wang Fengqi finally felt how terrifying his master was. Previously, he was worried that his master might not be the opponent of the Hellion family's elder. After all, the Hellion family's elder was stronger than his master. However, after that punch, he knew that his worries were completely unnecessary. His master had already reached an extremely terrifying level. The might of that punch was enough to shake people's hearts. Even the Hellion family's elder could only avoid it. His divine might was unparalleled. Who would dare to be his enemy? Enough. A low voice sounded. The great elder arrived late. His expression was cold. Behind him, the other elders also appeared in front of Jiangchen. At this moment, the 5 great elders gathered here. Jiangchen's eyes slightly narrowed. The corner of his mouth hooked up into a faint smile. I am the great elder of the Hellion family. May I know what this little brother is here for? Why did you trespass into my Hellion family? The great elder said. Jiangchen shook his head and said with a smile, I came here to find Yuer. Where is Yuer? I only wanted to see her. I have no evil intentions. I have waited for a long time for your Hellion family to notify me. However, what I got was an insincere rejection and a tit-for-tat stare. Therefore, I could only resort to this method. However, I did not kill you. You are all Yuer's clansmen. I, Jiang Chen, did not come here to provoke you. I am satisfied as long as I see Yuer. Jiang Chen said sincerely. However, these words were filled with helplessness in the ears of the great elder. It's not that the Hellion family wants to hide Yuer. She has already entered the gate of heaven's will of the Hellion family. I think the person Yuer was waiting for was you, right? It's a pity that you are one step too late. Jiang Chen's pupil shrank. He stared at the great elder and said impatiently, "What do you mean by this? What do you mean I am late? Could it be that Yuer is already?" It's not what you think. Yuer is not dead. However, the gate of heaven's will has its advantages and disadvantages. Those who enter the gate of heaven's will lose all their memories when they walk out. Therefore, when Yuer walks out of the gate of heaven's will again, she is no longer the Yuer of the past. She has waited for you for a very long time, but you still brushed past her in the end. The great elder's words made Jiang Chen's face turn extremely pale. Impossible, this is impossible. You must have forced Yuer to enter the gate of heaven's will. Otherwise, why would she enter that damn place? What did you do to Yuer? Or is it that she is no longer here and you are lying to me? At this moment, Jiang Chen's heart was trembling. Wu Ningzhu held Jiang Chen's hand tightly. As the person closest to Jiang Chen, she could naturally sense the change in Jiang Chen's mentality. Yuer was no longer Yuer. To Jiang Chen, this was simply a bolt from the blue. Yuer held an extremely important place in Jiang Chen's heart. Even he didn't know that he cared about Yuer so much. The relationship between the two of them was like family and friendship. When Jiang Chen heard that Yuer had entered the gate of heaven's will, he nearly exploded with rage. The gate of heaven's will, what kind of existence is it? The gate of heaven's will is the training ground of my Hellion family. Since ancient times, only a few people have the right to enter. Therefore, to Yuer, this is a supreme honor and a great fortune. You don't know what this means to my Hellion family, and what it means to Yuer. Yuer may forget some things, but she will obtain even more. The great elder said in a deep voice, opposing Jiang Chen. Are you sure that you didn't force her to enter the gate of heaven's will? I don't believe that she would willingly forget herself and become someone else, a puppet for your family's rise. How could Jiang Chen not know the Hellion family's intentions? Obviously, Yuer had already become a tool for their rise. Only one person in 10 million years had the right to enter, which meant that the gate of heaven's will was definitely not a good place. Her father had also entered the gate of heaven's will, but there was no news of him. Therefore, this is her destiny, her wish and choice. No one can stop it. It's just that she waited for you for so long, but you didn't appear. In the end, she didn't even get to see you for the last time. Perhaps you should blame yourself for this. The great elder's words hit the nail on the head. Although Jiang Chen knew that this wasn't their fault, he and Yuer hadn't been able to reunite at the last moment. All of this had become the most tragic farewell between the two of them. Was everything really going to end like this? Would Yuer really forget everything that had happened after she came out from the gate of heaven's will? Jiang Chen didn't want to believe it, and he didn't want to guess. No one knew. However, Jiang Chen's heart was still filled with self-blame, because he was a step too slow, and was unable to see Yuer one last time. However, he was unwilling to accept the ending. What exactly was the gate of heaven's will like? Why did it turn people into such a state? Jiang Chen didn't know, but the guilt in his heart kept tearing at his heart. He was filled with pain and despair. Yuer, I'm sorry. Yuer, big brother wasn't able to see you one last time, Jiang Chen murmured. He didn't know if Yuer would turn into the person she liked, or maybe she would turn into someone else. In short, she would no longer have any connection with the previous her. This bullshit gate of heaven's will made Jiang Chen burn with anger. However, this was the training ground of the Hellion family, it must be a forbidden place. After entering, one would forget themselves and turn into another person. This was simply a nightmare, a path of self-destruction. However, for her father, for her family, Yuer still resolutely went forward. When did she ever live for herself? She had a bitter life since she was young, and had experienced many difficulties and obstacles. After growing up, she still had to live the way others wanted to see her. Jiangchen felt heartbroken for Yuer. Wu Ningzhu felt the same. The sorrowful aura emitted from Jiangchen infected her, Yan Qingqing, and Wang Fengqi. After a long time, Jiangchen sighed. His expression was incomparably lonely as he looked at the great elder again. Then when will she come out? Jiangchen couldn't help but ask. I don't know. The great elder said bluntly. After entering the gate of heaven's will, it might be 1 day, or 10,000 years. No one knew what kind of existence the gate of heaven's will was, and no one knew what would happen after entering the gate of heaven's will. I don't know, what a good I don't know. Jiangchen smiled bitterly. At this moment, he was speechless. Then today, I will step into the gate of heaven's will. I want to see who dares to stop me. Jiangchen swept away the haze from before. He shouted angrily and soared into the sky with unstoppable momentum. Stop him. The gate of heaven's will is our Hellion family's forbidden place. We must not let outsiders enter. Otherwise, how can our Hellion family face the world? The great elder said with a deep voice. Everyone rushed forward, and the 5 great elders stood in front of Jiangchen, blocking his path. No one can stop me. Jiangchen shouted in a deep voice. He held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand. Sword shadows shot out in all directions. The people of the Hellion family never thought that Jiangchen would be so terrifying. His overbearing aura filled the air. Jiangchen was like a mad bull. No one could stop him. The 5 mid-divine emperor realm experts did not dare to face him head-on. It showed how terrifying Jiangchen was. Jiangchen's sword shadows fluttered and streaked across the sky. He only had one goal, to enter the gate of heaven's will and find the forbidden place of the Hellion family. He must enter this *T gate of heaven's will and find out what's going on. This was simply a training ground to trick people. Turning oneself into another person and living as another person was definitely not Yuer's original intention. Jiangchen was unstoppable. No one was able to withstand a single strike from him. Even with the combined attacks of the 5 great elders, it was still difficult for them to fight against him. At this moment, Jiangchen was more than 10 times stronger than before, because he had gone completely berserk. His rage was so great that it soared up to the heavens and swept away everything in its path. Quick! We must not let him continue to get away with it. Quickly suppress him. The great elder roared furiously, shaking the entire Wind God Valley. The heavenly prayer palace seemed to be on the verge of collapse at this moment. If Jiangchen really entered the gate of heaven's will, it would be a great humiliation to the Hellion family. Moreover, he was an outsider. If he stole the treasure of the Hellion family, how would he, the great elder, explain to the entire Hellion family? Don't be presumptuous. How can you behave atrociously in the land of the Hellion family? An incomparably deep voice spread across the sky. Everyone's face revealed an unconcealable joy. The patriarch was the leader of the Hellion family. Now that he had appeared, the Hellion family was finally saved. This incomparably violent fellow must be punished. The voice was filled with anger and overbearingness. Above the sky, a shadow descended from the sky and lingered above the head of Jiangchen. Jiangchen's voice was gloomy as he shouted coldly. The sky changed color, the wind and lightning flickered, the clouds and mist lingered, and above the entire Wind God Valley, there was a surging wind and surging clouds. Patriarch! The patriarch is back. He's finally out of seclusion. Ha ha ha. Our Hellion clan finally doesn't have to be submissive anymore. It seems that the patriarch has broken through this time. It seems that our Hellion clan is destined to not be underestimated. A brat who came out of nowhere wants to step on our heads. Dream on. You're finally out, patriarch. The great elder also had a gratified expression on his face. The heavy burden on his shoulders could finally be removed at this moment. Otherwise, he really didn't know how to end this matter. This arrogant kid insisted on seeing Hellion Yuer. No matter how they tried to stop him, they couldn't stop him. This gave them a huge headache. A figure descended from the sky like a huge mountain. An incomparably gloomy aura blocked in front of Jiangchen. Jiangchen narrowed his eyes and threw out a heavy punch. With a single punch, the mountains and rivers changed color. The figure in front of him also casually threw out a palm, which collided with Jiang Chen's attack. At that moment, the two attacks cancelled each other out. A trace of astonishment flashed in the eyes of the white-cloaked man, and he finally calmed down. The middle-aged man was a little skinny and gave off a rare scholarly aura. His expression was cold and the space between his brows flashed with coldness. However, when he looked at Jiang Chen, he couldn't help but furrow his brows tightly. It was hard for him to relax his brows, because he felt that this young man was unusual, very unusual. Jiang Chen also looked at the white-cloaked man. This person should be their patriarch. He was very strong, but his body seemed to be shrouded in a layer of fog, making him unable to see through his strength. Patriarch, the fifth elder looked at the white-cloaked man and wanted to say something, but the white-cloaked man waved his hand and said, "I already know everything. I said that no one can stop me from entering the gate of heaven's will. Yuer was tricked by you guys into entering the gate of heaven's will. I can't let her be trapped alone." Jiang Chen said Lung Lung. "The head of the Helian family, Helian Feng Su, greets you. If you don't mind, please listen to me." Helian Feng Su said calmly. "Feel free to speak your mind." Although Jiang Chen was infuriated, he hadn't lost his mind yet. Now that the patriarch of the Helian family had appeared, he wanted to know what he meant. If he had a reason, Jiang Chen might as well listen to it. Jiang Chen didn't mind listening to it. "Little friend's strength is valiant. In fact, even the elders of my Helian clan are inferior to you. However, if little friend is willing to listen to what I have to say, perhaps you won't say any more." Helian Feng Su said in a heartfelt tone. The Gate of Heaven's Will is a training ground that has been passed down since ancient times. It is a treasured land that only the Helian family can enter. However, since the ancient times, tens of thousands of years, only a few people have been able to enter. Furthermore, the requirements for entering the Gate of Heaven's Will are extremely strict. Those who are able to enter are all extremely talented experts. However, those who enter the Gate of Heaven's Will have their memories erased by the rules of the Gate of Heaven's Will. In the end, the memories of the ancient experts of the Helian family will be inherited. Not just anyone can enter the Gate of Heaven's Will. Furthermore, only the members of the Helian family can enter the Gate of Heaven's Will. No one else can. It is an existence left behind by an Emperor Realm expert. It also contains the strongest talent of the Helian family, the secret book of Heaven's Will. It can open the cycle of life and death. With the Eye of Heaven's Will, it can predict the life and death of all living things in the world. It is the strongest secret book of the Helian family. It is also the foundation of the Helian family. In other words, the secret book of Heavens will can see the past and the future. It is the most important item of the Helian family. However, it only belongs to the Helian family. Aside from those chosen by the Gate of Heaven's Will, even we can't enter it. From this, it can be seen how simple it is. Becoming a peerless expert, becoming an existence revered by tens of thousands of people, becoming someone whose name will be recorded in the annals of history. This is Yuer's glory and also her destiny. Everyone has their own cycle of reincarnation. As a member of the Helian family, Yuer is duty-bound. Furthermore, this is an indelible part of her life. Regardless of whether you admit it or not, this is the will of the heavens. I have used the great divination art to predict Yuer's 9 cycles of reincarnation without any deviation. She will be the person that will bring the rise of the Helian family. Helian Feng Su's expression was grave. His face was filled with glory and confidence. To Jiang Chen, his words might not be enough to change his original intention. However, Yuer was the only hope of the Helian family. I know that you might not listen to what I have to say, but I can confidently tell you that the Helian family's choice might not be the best, but it is definitely the most correct. The great divination art can predict the future and predict the heavens and earth. It's not something that you can guess. Helian Feng Su's words triggered Jiang Chen's inner thoughts once again. The great divination art? I know it too. Jiang Chen said in a deep voice. Helian Feng Su's expression changed drastically as he looked at Jiang Chen in disbelief. Even the 5 elders didn't hide the shock in their hearts as they stared at him with wide eyes. That's impossible. The great divination art is a secret technique of the Helian family. Even Yuer has never learned it before. Even when her grandfather was in danger, he never revealed the great divination art to you. Even the 5 elders have a copy of it. The great divination art is incomplete. Apart from the current Hellion family head, no one else has the great divination art. The great elder's expression was terrifyingly gloomy. He narrowed his eyes and stared at Xianxia. No one was an exception. Perhaps you should give me an explanation, Hellion Fengsu said. Although I'm not a member of the Hellion family, I do know the great divination art. I didn't learn it in the immortal world, but in the 9 prefectures immortal world. My master in the immortal world taught me the great divination art, Xianxia said honestly. There was nothing to hide. His great divination art wasn't a secret in front of the Hellion family. You're actually someone who ascended from the immortal world. Since you know I won't pursue the matter of the great divination art. However, I hope that you will mislead others and leak the secrets of the Hellion family. Hellion Fengsu's decision made the members of the Hellion family look at each other in dismay. They didn't know what to do, but since the family head had already said so, there was nothing they could do. Xianxia came from the immortal world of the 9 prefectures. His strength and perseverance were not to be underestimated. Today, he barged into the Hellion family for you. This was enough to prove his determination. No matter what, little friend, you can't enter the gate of heaven's will. You can't enter either, because the restrictions of the gate of heaven's will are not something you and I can change. As for you, she will have a beautiful future ahead of her. Those who have seen the ocean cannot be considered water, and those who have not seen Mount Wu are not clouds. Some things should be left in the past. To you, it might be a little cruel, but to you, it is another kind of rebirth. Don't you want her to have a good life? Hellion Fengsu's words did move Xianxia, but he couldn't give himself a way out. Yuer's choice to enter the gate of heaven's will, was it really her own choice? Xianxia didn't believe it, but now that he had entered the gate of heaven's will, Xianxia knew that whatever he did would be useless. I'm a little doubtful. Is it true that only the people of the Hellion family can enter the gate of heaven's will? I want to give it a try. I don't know if the Hellion family will give me the chance. Xianxia looked at Hellion Fengsu with a burning gaze. Husband, Wu Ningzhu pulled Xianxia's hand. Putting aside the fact that the gate of heaven's will was filled with dangers, she was afraid that Xianxia would forget about her and everyone else after entering the gate, and become a completely different person. If that was the case, then the gate of heaven's will would be like a machine that could make people forget their past. I know what I'm doing. Xianxia held Wu Ningzhu tightly. Yan Qingqing's mood was complicated. She didn't know what kind of choice she had made in the past. She had forgotten Xianxia and a lot of things. It wasn't a good experience. If you have a choice, you shouldn't enter, Yan Qingqing said in a low voice. Xianxia smiled bitterly. He also wanted the second choice, but for Yuer, he had no other choice. No. Hellion Fengsu directly rejected Xianxia and shook his head. Regardless of whether Xianxia was able to enter the gate of heaven's will or not, he would not set a precedent for Xianxia. Furthermore, as the ancestral teachings stated, other than members of the Hellion clan, no one was allowed to approach the gate of heaven's will. He could not go against the ancestral teachings. I can't let the teachings of my ancestors be useless. I can't let Yuer's life be taken lightly. Xianxia and Hellion Fengsu stared at each other. At this moment, Xianxia knew that their discussion was about to collapse. After saying so much, he understood Hellion Fengsu's difficulties, but he still decided to enter the gate of heaven's will to see what was going on. What if I don't? Could it be that you really want to barge into my Hellion family's ancestral land? Hellion Fengsu said indifferently. As you wish. Xianxia slowly took out the heavenly dragon sword. The corner of his mouth was cold, causing Wu Ningzhu to become nervous. At this moment, the arrow had to be fired. Xianxia had no way out. You can try, Hellion Fengsu said in a deep voice. He was prepared to fight at any time. However, at this moment, in front of the gate of heaven's will, the heaven's will mountain range began to collapse. Waves of smoke and dust rose, and the sound of a tsunami could be heard. It was as if the entire earth was shaking. The mountain range began to collapse, and the gate of heaven's will also began to collapse. The entire Hellion clan was in an uproar. How could this be? How could the gate of heavens will collapse? Yes, is our Hellion clan going to suffer a great disaster? This has never happened in thousands of years. This person is definitely a jinx. If it wasn't for him, our Hellion clan wouldn't be in such a state. The collapse of the gate of heavens is heaven's punishment for our Hellion clan. Maybe it's the wrath of our ancestors. We can't let this guy enter the heavens mountain range. Absolutely not. Every member of the Hellion clan roared madly, keeping Xianxia at a distance. They always thought that Xianxia was the person who brought misfortune to them. As they believed in heaven's will and divine armaments, they were confident in this world. In their hearts, everything was decided by heaven. Is the gate of heavens will really collapse? Hellion Fengsu did not have time to think. He turned into a ray of light and dashed towards the gate of heaven's will. Xianxia did not show any weakness. Other than Hellion Fengsu, no one could stop him. 2 rays of light dashed towards the gate of heaven's will. The scene before them was a complete mess. The gate of heaven's will had completely collapsed. Rubble piled up in the middle of the mountain range. The mountain path had already disappeared, but the tremors were still ongoing. The gate of heavens was a huge stone gate that was protected by rubble, and the surroundings were filled with rubble. The originally majestic heavens mountain range and the gate of heavens had now become ruins. However, one could still vaguely see the shape and outline of the gate of heavens will. Why would there be such a huge commotion in the heavens mountain? Hellion Fengsu's eyes were sharp. He had a solemn look on his face. He closed his eyes and calmed his mind. He began to use the great divination art to peer into the mysteries of the sky. However, in an instant, Hellion Fengsu spat out a mouthful of blood. His expression changed and his eyes were filled with shock. How could this be? I can't see any signs of you. How could this be? Hellion Fengsu had a bad premonition. At this time, if something were to happen to you, the Hellion family would not only have to face Jiangchen, but also the Dongfeng family and the Shimin family. Most importantly, they would lose the hope of the Hellion family to rise again. This was a sword that could kill without spilling blood. You, what do you think happened to you, Jiangchen shouted in a deep voice, interrogating Hellion Fengsu. Hellion Fengsu shook his head and sighed. Even with my great divination art, I can't predict any news about you. Now that the gate of heavens has collapsed, I'm worried that something will happen to you. If anything happens to you, I will definitely make your Hellion family restless. Jiangchen's eyes were like torches as he stared at Hellion Fengsu. Hellion Fengsu sighed in his heart. He knew that Jiangchen had the ability to say these words. This guy was definitely not easy to deal with. Helpless, Jiangchen walked into the gate of heaven's will. He still hadn't given up hope. He still wanted to go in and find out what was going on. At this moment, Hellion Fengsu saw 2 lines of words carved on the stone pillar of the gate of heaven's will. Those 2 lines of words were Yuer's handwriting. After a year, it should be a beautiful time and beautiful scenery. Even if there are thousands of different kinds of amorous feelings, who can I talk to? After so many years, the beautiful scenery had become useless. All these years, without Jiangchen, the days were incomparably dull. Thousands of amorous feelings, no one to talk to, who could understand the sorrow and joy in her heart. This sentence made Jiangchen feel incomparably conflicted and pained. He came a step too late, the sorrow in his heart was indescribable. If he was here, he would definitely not let Yuer enter the gate of heaven's will. Between the lines, Jiangchen could feel the sorrow and unwillingness in Yuer's heart. She did not get to see him one last time, so she had to do something to forget him. The gate of heavens was like the gate of reincarnation, one could forget everything after walking out of it, becoming a completely different person. It was not a rebirth, but a walking corpse. No matter what, he had to enter the gate of heaven's will, to find out the truth. For Yuer, to seek justice. Countless people of the Hellion clan looked at the collapsing gate of heaven's will, filled with despair and dejection, making their hearts bleed, and everyone felt insecure. Jiangchen took a step forward, heading straight for the gate of heaven's will. Hellion Fengsu stood in front of him without hesitation. If you want to enter the gate of heaven's will, you have to pass through me first. Hellion Fengsu said in a deep voice, his whole body was like a sword, pointing straight at Jiangchen. Then let's see if you have the ability. Xianxia sneered and struck out a palm, clashing with Helian Feng Su. That strike made Helian Feng Su not dare to underestimate Xianxia at all. He had witnessed Xianxia's strength. Although he was only an early divine emperor, his means made countless mid-divine emperors flinch. Great Void Technique. Xianxia executed the Great Void Technique, directly passing through Helian Feng Su. When Helian Feng Su turned around, Xianxia had already entered the Gate of Heaven's Will. At that moment, everyone of the Helian clan was stunned. Can he really enter the Gate of Heaven's Will? Helian Feng Su murmured. Previously, he didn't want his clan's prestige to be tarnished. However, at this moment, Xianxia acted as if he didn't exist and barged into the Helian clan's ancestral land, the Gate of Heaven's Will. Could all of this really be the will of the heavens? The Great Elder sucked in a breath of cold air. No one dared to utter another word. Xianxia had indeed entered the Gate of Heaven's Will. Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qingqing were also in a daze. Xianxia, would he come back? When he returned, would he still be the Xianxia of the past? Heaven's will was hard to defy. He said he knows what he's doing. I don't think he's lying to me. Wu Ningzhu said in a low voice. I'd rather believe that there are ghosts in the world than believe a man's stupid mouth. Most of his words are lies, Yan Qingqing sneered. However, at the next moment, Wu Ningzhu's eyes flickered with worry. Yan Qingqing then realized that she seemed to have said the wrong thing. The Gate of Heaven's Will was already close at hand. However, apart from Xianxia, no one could enter it. To the entire Helian clan, this was like an unknown disaster, because they believed in destiny, the heavens, and the will of the heavens. Everything was destined by the heavens, karma, and reincarnation. The collapse of the Gate of Heaven's Will was directly blamed on Xianxia. They believed that it was his curse. If it wasn't for him, the Gate of Heaven's Will wouldn't have collapsed, and the Helian clan wouldn't be in such a predicament. Even Helian Yuer's life and death were unknown. Whether the Gate of Heaven's Will had completely collapsed was still unknown. I don't know if there will be any influence in the Gate of Heaven's Will. I hope nothing will happen to Yuer. Helian Feng Su said in a low voice. Clan head, that fella entering the Gate of Heaven's Will won't affect our Helian clan, right? The Great Elder asked in a low voice. Helian Feng Su shook his head. I don't know either. However, what's done cannot be undone. The Gate of Heaven's Will has become like this. We can only take it one step at a time. It's also a kind of fortune for him to be able to enter the Gate of Heaven's Will. We won't be able to stop him. If it's an ordinary person, they might not be able to enter the Gate of Heaven's Will no matter how powerful they are. However, he's so unscrupulous. He has nothing to fear. As for what he can obtain in the Gate of Heaven's Will, it's all up to the heavens. Yuer might really have an indescribable fate with him. I can't see Yuer's future. Similarly, I can't see his future either. This fella is far more terrifying than we imagined. In this world, only the person in love can't be seen through by the great divination art. The first elder's face turned pale as he exclaimed, a person who can't be controlled by fate. It was said that in the Gate of Heaven's Will, several Emperor Realm experts of the Helian clan had passed away. It was during that period of endless strife and war that the Helian clan almost propped up the sky and contributed immeasurable strength to the ancient war. The great divination art and secret manual of Heaven's Will were things that went against the heavens. Although everything was decided by the heavens, the secret manual of Heaven's Will could judge all living beings and reveal the secrets of heaven to everyone. At that moment, they were truly invincible. What would it be like if you could already guess the outcome of the battle before the other party even made a move? Strategizing and deciding the outcome from 1,000 miles away, it was nothing more than this. The Gate of Heaven's Will contain the wisdom of countless sages. It was an ancient place left behind by several Emperor Realm experts. It was the true treasure of the Helian clan. Xianxia didn't know why he could enter the Gate of Heaven's Will so easily. Could it be that he was the one chosen by the heavens? Xianxia didn't know. At the very least, it was enough for him to enter the Gate of Heaven's Will and search for Yuer. Xianxia possessed the great divination art, which was probably his greatest guarantee in entering the Gate of Heaven's Will. However, Xianxia felt an incomparably oppressive aura the moment he entered the Gate of Heaven's Will. It was the aura of an Emperor Realm expert. What a terrifying pressure on the soul. Xianxia's heart trembled. Even the soul force of an Emperor Realm expert was greatly suppressed. One could see how terrifying the Gate of Heavens was. When Xianxia entered, he saw countless colorful meteorites and stalagmites. It was like a brightly lit cave, dazzling with a myriad of colors. The deeper Xianxia went into the cave, the more he felt the pressure in his heart. The pressure had already surpassed the existence of an Emperor Realm soul. Therefore, even Xianxia had no choice but to be cautious. The reason why Xianxia wasn't afraid of having his memories erased after entering the Gate of Heavens was because his spirit force had already reached the Emperor Realm. It was practically impossible to erase an Emperor Realm soul, which was why he was so fearless. Xianxia's spiritual power kept spreading out, but he found that his spiritual power couldn't spread out at all. It could only cover a radius of less than 100 meters. The karst cave in the Gate of Heavens was too strange. This place really makes one's heart turn cold. Xianxia narrowed his eyes as he walked forward, not daring to be the slightest bit careless. Although he hadn't encountered any danger for the time being, it didn't mean that this place was safe. The tremors from before also came from underground. Xianxia entered the Gate of Heavens but he didn't discover any cracks. It seemed that the Gate of Heavens wasn't affected at all. Gradually, Xianxia walked for a full 3 days before he entered an underground river. The river seemed to be a few hundred meters wide, and the ice-cold river water flowed endlessly. Clouds and mist curled around it, giving off the feeling of a fishing boat singing in the evening. But on the river, Xianxia saw a boat. The boat was extremely simple, and was only 4 to 5 meters long. It swayed in the ice-cold river water, moving forward along with the waves. However, its speed was extremely slow. On the bow of the boat sat an incomparably beautiful girl. Xianxia recognized the girl's silhouette with a single glance. Wasn't that Yu, whom he hadn't seen for many years? It's really Yu. Xianxia's pupils shrank as he shouted in a deep voice. Yu. Xianxia's voice was extremely loud, so loud that even he furrowed his brows. However, Yu, who was 100 meters away, couldn't hear him at all. There wasn't even the slightest movement. Xianxia shouted for a long time, but Yu still couldn't hear him. In desperation, Xianxia came up with a plan. He tried to summon Yu with his spiritual energy. However, he realized that his spiritual energy could not go beyond 100 meters. He could not even hear Yu, who was 100 meters away. She even turned a deaf ear to him. Xianxia was completely speechless. The mist seemed to be no different from ordinary mist, but it had isolated him from the surface of the underground river. This made Xianxia very angry. They could only silently look at each other from 100 meters away. The current Yu was as beautiful as a fairy. She was a beauty that could topple a kingdom. However, Xianxia could still recognize her at first glance. Wait for me, Yu, I'll go find you now. Xianxia took a step forward, wanting to walk on the waves. However, he found out that it was impossible because the surrounding void seemed to have been sealed. He couldn't walk on the air at all. Fortunately, Xianxia saw Yu, who was on a boat. He understood that if she could fly on the air, then she wouldn't need to take a boat to go to the immortal world. Xianxia looked around. Finally, he found a broken boat that was extremely similar to Yu's boat downstream. It was tied to a rough and ancient stone on the embankment. After untying the rope, Xianxia tried to move the boat forward. However, he realized that he couldn't move the boat no matter how hard he tried. He could only rely on the flow of the underground river to slowly move the boat forward. Xianxia was extremely anxious, but there was nothing he could do. His invincible Emperor Realm soul was greatly restricted at this moment. This damned place is too strange. Xianxia looked at Yu from afar. However, the two of them were separated by 100 meters. At that moment, he hoped that Yu could turn around and take a look. Perhaps she could see his existence. However, he didn't know when they would reach the shore with their snail-like speed. Yu was still more than half the distance to the shore. The furthest distance in the world. I'm standing in front of you, but you don't know that I'm here. Xianxia was incomparably anxious. Looking at the slow boat moving forward, Xianxia was on the verge of collapsing. At this moment, the mist was getting thicker and thicker. The surrounding mist was also getting bigger and bigger. They were separated by 100 meters. In the end, Xianxia couldn't see any traces of Yuer's boat gradually turned hazy in front of him. Xianxia's heart was getting more and more anxious. 1,000 miles of mist. Dusk. Chu Tianhua. Since ancient times, sentimental people have been sad about parting. How could they neglect the autumn festival? Xianxia was getting more and more worried. He lost track of Yuer. He was getting more and more anxious. However, he couldn't do anything. Suddenly, Xianxia felt that his boat was hit hard. Then, he looked at the murky and cold water. However, he couldn't find anything. However, in a moment, when Xianxia lowered his head again, skeletons climbed onto the boat. Xianxia's eyes turned cold. He kicked the skeletons into pieces. However, more and more skeletons rushed up from the underground river. Xianxia held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand. With a slash, several skeletons were smashed into pieces. Damn it. A centipede dies but doesn't fall down. You've already turned into skeletons, but you still want to cause trouble. Xianxia snorted coldly. His means were extremely powerful. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of skeletons were smashed under Xianxia's sword. However, as more and more skeletons came out of the water, thousands of skeletons rushed up from within 30 meters of Xianxia. Xianxia felt his scalp tingling. These skeletons all had the strength of a hierarch realm. If it wasn't for the myriad chi body's continuous recovery, he would have been dragged to death by these guys. However, it was not a good idea to be dragged down by them. Xianxia came up with a plan. Once the 5 elements divine fire came out, the heavenly fire swept across the riverbank. The divine fire could not be extinguished by the underground river. As soon as the divine fire came out, thousands of skeletons were all ignited. In the end, they were burned to ashes and dissipated in the underground river. Xianxia turned the 5 elements divine fire into 5 lamps and stood on the left and right side of the boat. Those skeletons only stopped and did not manage to climb onto the boat in the end. However, Xianxia didn't know if Yuer was also attacked like this at this moment. Although the skeletons had been blocked outside, the small boat was still on the verge of collapsing from the impact. Streaks of green ghostly shadows rushed towards them. Buddha's radiance illumination. Xianxia struck out a seal, but those ghostly figures were not affected at all. They broke through the impact of the Buddha's radiance illumination. The seal dissipated, but they were still like a hot knife through butter, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws, wanting to attack Xianxia. You're courting death, a bunch of stubborn fellows. Although Xianxia's soul power could not spread out, his soul-stealing divine technique still had a miraculous effect. Soulless annihilation. Xianxia's body trembled, his soul was like a sword, scattering in all directions. All the thousands of attacking souls were directly annihilated by Xianxia, dissipating into nothingness. Puff, Xianxia also spat out a mouthful of blood. Because of the attack just now, the burden on him was too great. Thousands of hierarch realm experts' souls were attacking him, making him feel quite uncomfortable. Xianxia wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His expression was solemn as he looked around. Except for the sound of flowing water in the underground river, it was so quiet that it was a little scary. In front of him was a dark space that was filled with mist, completely unable to see any light or shadow. The surrounding skeletons were still colliding with each other. Xianxia's small boat was swaying, moving forward with difficulty. However, the small boat that looked simple and crude was unusually sturdy. Facing the countless attacks from the skeletons, the boat did not capsize. It was a rare sight. After half a day, the skeletons gradually retreated. The smoke and mist also gradually dissipated, and the surroundings became clear again. In front, Yuer's small boat had already reached the shore, but Yuer had disappeared without a trace, her whereabouts unknown. Xianxia's expression became solemn again. Yuer's figure had completely disappeared from his sight. Xianxia was still very worried. He did not know how terrifying the gate of heavens was, but he did not wish for Yuer to become another person, a person that she did not like. When Xianxia was finally about to reach the riverbank, ghostly wails and wolf-like howls could be heard from every corner, stimulating Xianxia's soul. It was as if every scream and sharp cry was tearing his nerves apart. Xianxia firmly guarded his mind. At this moment, his Emperor Realm soul was filled with a domineering side. Practically all spiritual energies couldn't cause any harm to it. Xianxia maintained an extremely calm posture. No matter what, he wouldn't budge. The martial Emperor Realm soul suppressed all the wails and howls. Finally, after another half a day, Xianxia's boat finally reached the shore. On the other side of the river, there was a stone bridge. Below the stone bridge was a bottomless abyss, and the stone bridge was made up of stone blocks. The stone blocks were connected to the abyss, causing people to worry. If they weren't careful, they would fall into the bottomless abyss. At this moment, Xianxia once again saw Yu'er in front of him. Within the mist on the stone bridge, Yu'er couldn't move an inch. She wanted to take a step forward, but she hesitated and eventually retracted her foot. This repeated many times, causing Xianxia to furrow his brows. This was because Yu'er's eyes were closed, and she couldn't see her surroundings. It was as if someone had bound her eyes. Xianxia was afraid that Yu'er would fall too far and shatter into pieces. The space here was filled with restrictions, making it impossible for them to fly. "Watch out!" Xianxia exclaimed. He followed the stone bridge, taking one step at a time. But when he stepped on the first stone block, the scenery in front of him completely changed. It turned into a surging ocean, a flourishing ancient forest, a sun, moon, mountains, and rivers, and a tsunami. This is a step to the mountains and rivers, a combination of illusion and reality. Xianxia sucked in a breath of cold air. He didn't know what he was going to face next. The scenery in front of him had completely changed. The mountains and rivers roared, and the waves surged endlessly. "Yu'er!" Xianxia called out softly. But at this moment, Yu'er heard it. "Big brother, is that you? Is it really you? Although I can't see you, I can hear your voice in the illusion. Did the heavens hear the call in my heart? Big brother, I really missed you." Yu'er murmured, but she sighed in her heart. Everything in front of her had turned into an illusion. She didn't even know which step she was taking. She was one step away from perfection. She would rather hold her big brother's hand and not be separated even in death. She was one step away from falling into the abyss, unable to survive. So she definitely couldn't believe the illusion in front of her. Xianxia smiled bitterly. He also heard Yu'er's voice. It's just that she thought that she was in an illusion, and even she had become a part of it. "Yu'er, it's really me. I didn't dare to stop you before you entered the gate of heaven's will. I'm here to find you," Xianxia said in an incomparably serious tone. "It's too real. Big brother, Yu'er misses you. Do you know that? But I can't believe all of this. Everything in front of me is just an illusion. One step to nothing, and it's impossible for me to recover. But I'm satisfied to be able to see you in the illusion. Big brother, promise me that you'll always be with me. Even in the illusion, Yu'er doesn't want to leave you." Yu'er's low voice made Xianxia's heart ache. But Yu'er didn't believe that she was real. She still thought that she was an illusion. This made Xianxia not know whether to laugh or cry. "What do I have to say to make you believe me? I've already noticed you when you were crossing the river. But you couldn't hear me no matter how I called out to you. The illusion in front of you is one step real, and the other is an illusion. You must be careful." Xianxia was helpless, but he still didn't want to give up. He cautiously warned. "I know that you're the shadow in my heart. Illusions are born from the heart. I understand that. My soul realm has already reached the half-step Emperor realm. Ordinary illusions can't trap me. Big brother, I know that you're somewhere, praying for me. I'll definitely overcome all the dangers and get out of here. I won't forget you, I definitely won't." In the depths of her emotions, Yu'er's tears dripped down. At this moment, no one saw her crying, no one knew what kind of state she was in, and no one knew how much she longed to see her big brother. However, all of that was fake, it was all just a figment of her imagination. "I'll always be here by your side." Xianxia's eyes were slightly red. At this moment, he didn't speak anymore. To Yu'er, his existence was no longer important. He would always be in her heart. He would never be forgotten. She used all her strength just to remember him in her heart. "I know, big brother." You'll always support me from behind. But Yuer really misses you. Really, really. Yuer's heart ached. Because she didn't know if she would ever see her big brother again. But even if she used all her strength, she wouldn't forget him. Yuer knew that it was impossible for her to see her big brother again. Being able to hear his voice in the illusory realm was a rather encouraging thing. At the very least, it could give her boundless strength, allowing her to be comforted in this lonely gate of heaven's will. Xianxia didn't say anything else. He only silently looked at Yuer, silently protecting her. At this moment, he didn't say anything else. Since she still felt that he was just an illusion in her heart, it was useless for Xianxia to say anything else. He was already satisfied as long as he could silently look at her, accompany her, and walk through this difficult gate of heaven's will. Yuer's every word and action affected Xianxia's heart. However, they were so close, yet worlds apart. Yuer wasn't willing to believe that her big brother was by her side. Xianxia knew that Yuer missed him too much. Furthermore, she didn't believe that he was here. After all, only the people of the Hellion clan could enter the gate of heaven's will. Furthermore, not everyone could enter it. Xianxia's existence was definitely in the illusory realm. Furthermore, she was already in the illusory realm. Therefore, no matter what Xianxia said, he couldn't change the illusion in Yuer's heart. At this moment, Xianxia's face drastically changed. That's because an incomparably huge illusion of a skeleton had appeared above their heads. The entire skull was 100 feet wide, covering the sun and the sky. Blazing flames danced in its deep blue pupils. Its mouth was constantly closing as it approached Xianxia and Yuer. At the same time, beneath their feet, beneath the stone pillar, there were terrifying octopuses that were wriggling their long tentacles, as if they were constantly climbing up the stone pillar. As the giant skull approached, Xianxia felt an even stronger spiritual pressure. This fellow was indeed not simple. Xianxia couldn't tell if this scene was an illusion or reality. However, he understood one thing. If he fell in the illusion, then he wouldn't be able to return to reality. This was the terrifying aspect of an illusion. Furthermore, this was the ancestral land of the Hellion clan, the place where several Emperor realm experts died. How could it be ordinary? Xianxia didn't dare to be negligent. He firmly guarded his mind, stabilized his Dao platform, and leisurely Dao accumulation. With his Emperor realm soul, he resisted the spiritual pressure of the giant skull. Xianxia stabilized the situation, at least the skull didn't continue to approach. However, Yuer was different. Her soul realm couldn't be as strong as his. He could clearly see that Yuer was brandishing her claws and fangs, as if she was desperately struggling. From this, it could be that the scene in front of her was definitely more terrifying than what he had imagined. Yuer! Xianxia exclaimed. He took a step forward, but beneath his feet was a bottomless abyss. However, Xianxia couldn't care less. He ran with all his might towards Yuer, but he couldn't reach her no matter how hard he tried. There seemed to be an endless distance beneath his feet. Even the earth-shrinking technique was useless. Xianxia watched as Yuer was constantly being attacked. Her soul power was wailing in pain, causing Xianxia to be incomparably furious. Soul destruction and soul snatching. Xianxia had no choice but to use all of his strength. He rushed towards the incomparably huge skull. At that moment, Xianxia finally forced the phantom bear to retreat. An extremely terrifying soul power collided. Xianxia finally heaved a sigh of relief. Yuer also seemed to have calmed down a lot, no longer as crazy as before. Xianxia could confirm that this phantom bear was an ancestor of the Hellion clan. As for why it became like this and almost devoured Yuer, Xianxia couldn't understand. Wasn't the Gate of Heavens the Hellion clan's ancestral land? Wasn't it said that the Gate of Heavens was the Hellion clan's ancestral land? However, ever since he entered the Gate of Heavens all Xianxia saw was endless danger. If he was the slightest bit careless, he would be consigned to eternal damnation. Foolish fellow, you actually want to resist. With my spiritual sense, it's enough to kill you. A torrential soul aura permeated the entire underground space. Xianxia was constantly being compressed and squeezed. It was extremely difficult for him. At this moment, Yuer finally sensed that something was wrong. There's someone else here other than me? No, that's not right. Big brother, is it really you? Yu suddenly turned her head around. Just now, when she suffered an extremely powerful soul attack, she saw that she was about to fall. However, when she finally obtained her spiritual sense, it was pushed away and she retreated. Yu sensed that something was wrong. When she turned her head around, she couldn't see anything. She could only sense the existence of Xianxia from the voice. I've said it many times, you just don't believe me. Xianxia bitterly smiled. His voice was like a great bell, afraid that Yu couldn't hear his voice. However, at this moment, Yu was already sobbing. So, all of this wasn't an illusion, Big Brother is here, he's really here. Moreover, he entered the gate of heaven's will, so he should be at the highest level? In order to not let me suffer alone. Yu's tears flowed continuously. Her heart was filled with incomparable bitterness, excitement, and mixed feelings. She didn't know if she should be happy or in pain. After all, this barren land was filled with danger. She could already feel that this wasn't some inheritance land, but a purgatory on earth. She had thousands of words to say to her big brother, but she didn't have the chance. Right now, the incomparably terrified giant skeleton's eyes were flickering with a crystal demonic light. It seemed to be filled with rage towards Xianxia and wanted to kill him. Big brother, you must be careful. Yu didn't have time to say anything. In this dangerous situation, the only thing she could do was to protect herself. She didn't want her big brother to be distracted. That was the best way to help her big brother. Don't worry, it won't be that easy for this spiritual sense to kill me. The corner of Xianxia's mouth curled into a cold smile. His eyes were like torches as he looked at the giant skeleton. His heart was incomparably solemn. At this moment, life and death were separated by a single thought. He couldn't slack off for even a moment. You're truly naive and foolish. Do you really think that you can escape from my grasp? You're just daydreaming. In this gate of heaven's will, I'm the ruler. Who can escape from my palm? After billions of years, you're just a drop in the ocean. If I want to kill you, it'll be as easy as taking something from my pocket. Xianxia didn't know who the master of the Gate of Heaven's Will was. However, this guy was the ancestor of the Hellion family. This identity was enough to put Hellion Yu in a dilemma. The phantom of the giant skeleton didn't attack Yu. Instead, it aimed directly at Xianxia. It only had one goal, and that was to kill Xianxia. Little girl, you brought this kind of person into the ancestral land of the Hellion family. As a member of the Hellion family, your sin is unforgivable. The phantom of the skeleton said in a deafening voice. Yu was in a dilemma. One was her ancestor, and the other was her yearning big brother. What should she do? I beg the ancestor to let big brother go. If there's anything you need, Yu will do it. For the sake of the Hellion family, I'm willing to sacrifice my life. Yu insisted. She was a member of the Hellion family, so she had no choice. She could only take a step back. However, it was impossible for her to give up big brother. You're thinking too simply. As a member of the Hellion family, you're actually siding with an outsider. What are your intentions? How could the Hellion family have such a disloyal and unfilial person like you? Where's the dignity of the Hellion family? Do you think that it's so easy for someone who entered the Gate of Heaven's Will to leave? I won't let him go. If you stop me, don't blame me for being ruthless. There's no betrayal in the Hellion family, only blood and sacrifice. The giant skeleton's deep voice once again caused Yu to fall into a dilemma. For a moment, she didn't know what to do. She looked around, but she couldn't find her big brother. At this moment, she hoped that everything in front of her was an illusion, that it was fake, that her big brother didn't appear here at all. Yu wasn't a heartless person. Although she wasn't born and raised in the Hellion family, the blood of the Hellion family flowed in her blood. The only thing she couldn't do was not to become enemies with her ancestor. However, what would happen to Big Brother? She had long been disheartened after entering the Gate of Heaven's Will. On the other hand, she wanted to chase after news of her father. She didn't want to dominate the world. She only wanted to know if her father was still alive. She only wanted to seek justice for her father. She couldn't bear to part with Big Brother, but what could she do? But at this time, the choice she had to make put her in an incomparably difficult and awkward situation. He is a demon. Are the ancestors of the Hellion family really so ignorant of right and wrong? I don't really believe it. If it's true, then you must have been a shameless person in the past. After being killed, you were imprisoned in this dark gate of heavens just to display your perverted thoughts, right? For the Hellion family to have an ancestor like you, it is indeed very sad. A centipede dies, but it doesn't fall down. You're high and mighty, but you're just living in a dream. How can there be such a good thing in the world if you want to never fall into the cycle of reincarnation? Unless you have a way to rise again. However, you're only at the Emperor realm. If you think you can crush me, it's still a little too whimsical. Xianxia was completely unafraid of this giant skeleton. This guy was thinking of ways to kill Xianxia. The fact that Xianxia had entered the Hellion family's ancestral land, the gate of heaven, had already aroused the strong dissatisfaction of this guy. Fortunately, Xianxia had already predicted all the situations, because he already had the determination to enter the cycle of reincarnation. This gate of heavens must be a very terrifying existence. Once he entered here, he was destined to receive extraordinary challenges. It was known as the only forbidden area of the Hellion family since ancient times. The people who entered it were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Xianxia naturally wouldn't be arrogant enough to think that this place was like his backyard, where he could come and go as he pleased. But in order to save you, everything was worth it. Stubborn, then I'll send you to hell. The giant skeleton roared angrily, his voice was like a great bell, shaking the heavens and earth. A huge phantom passed through the sky, the aura of the soul covered the sky. Xianxia had already been forced to retreat again and again. Big brother. Yu was in a desperate situation. She couldn't help Xianxia, nor could she change the situation in front of her. No one understood the struggle in the depths of her heart, how painful it was. She could only silently pray and hope that Xianxia could escape from this dangerous situation. But if the one who lost was the giant skeleton, then it would be her ancestor. So in this battle, no matter who won or lost, she would still be in a dilemma. Yu understood that everything that Xianxia did was for her. However, she had no choice. If Xianxia wasn't bad, she wouldn't be willing to accept it. But now that Xianxia was here, she was in a dilemma. Don't worry, I won't die so easily. This old fellow has been hiding underground for millions and millions of years, he's already an arrow at the end of its flight. I, Xianxia, don't want to die in your hands without knowing why. The corner of Xianxia's mouth turned cold and he squinted his eyes. At that moment, his soul power rippled out like a tide, pouring down and turning into a huge dragon. The dragon soared in the sky and collided with the giant skeleton. Xianxia's soul power condensed into a huge dragon that entangled with the giant skeleton. The terrifying soul power struck down wave after wave. Xianxia's face became extremely ugly. It was obvious that he was in a disadvantageous position. This fellow was quite terrifying. Even though he was only left with soul power, he shouldn't be underestimated. I have the soul power of a peak emperor god. You're just a beginner emperor god. How are you going to fight against me? The soul voice became even more terrifying as it swept across the sky. In the universe, Xianxia's soul was forced into a difficult situation. Without thinking, Xianxia understood the difference between a peak emperor god and a beginner emperor god. He had investigated quite a bit. If he were to fight with this fellow to the end, his situation would be extremely dangerous. I don't believe it. Soul extermination. Soul extermination. Slash. Xianxia continuously exerted his terrifying soul pressure and turned into reaping sickles. However, they were all swallowed by the phantom skeleton. Xianxia staggered and retreated. His face grew ugly. 2 rays of blue light turned into 2 rays of light and tore the void apart. They pierced through Xianxia's body. At that moment, Xianxia fell down and spurted out blood. Mother ***, you old thing. Great you soul-forming light, suppress. Great you soul-forming light. I didn't expect you to have such a treasure. However, this great you soul-forming light is not complete and your strength is too weak to activate the power of the great you soul-forming light. Unless you become an Emperor realm expert, you won't be able to use it to suppress me. Go to hell. The phantom of the skeleton roared continuously. His angry voice revealed the anger and excitement in his heart. Although the great Yu soul-forming light could not suppress him, it had injured him. If Xianxia was strong enough, the great Yu soul-forming light could easily subdue him. It was a pity that Xianxia's strength was too weak compared to the skeleton's shadow. Xianxia knew how difficult this battle was. If he lost, he would be destroyed and his soul would be restricted. Even the great Yu soul-forming light could not turn the situation around. Xianxia was at his wit's end. The only thing he could do now was to use his Tao essence to cast the Howling Heaven seal. Success or failure depended on this. Xianxia had no other choice. If he wanted to live, this was the only way. The soul thought was invisible. If he wanted to hide, there was nowhere for him to hide. It was impossible for the limitless sword and the formation to trap him. In the end, Xianxia could only place all his hopes on the Howling Heaven seal. He hoped that the seal that was formed with the energy of Tao accumulation could shake the soul consciousness. Howling Heaven seal. Xianxia formed a seal with his hands and squinted his eyes. When the seal was cast, the mountains and rivers roared. The entire gate of heavens will seem to be shaking. Big brother, are you okay? Yu'er said anxiously. She was worried. However, the moment the heavenly seal appeared, the skeleton in charge instantly turned pale with fright and roared madly, "How is this possible? You have Tao essence. This is impossible, impossible. This is Howling Heaven seal? Who are you?" The giant skeleton was incomparably shocked, as if it couldn't be more shocked by Xianxia's seal. The heaven howling seal smashed out like a rotten twig. The clouds in front of the stone block parted, revealing the clear blue sky. As soon as the seal moved, the giant skeleton was crushed into countless soul fragments. The power of the heaven howling seal instantly crushed the giant skeleton. Xianxia was pleasantly surprised and his lips curled into a smile. He didn't expect that his last attack would destroy the phantom of the skeleton. In an instant, Xianxia quickly activated the Great Yu soul-forming light and kept the soul fragment of the phantom of the skeleton into the Great Yu soul-forming light. No, no. A tragic cry reverberated in Xianxia and Yu'er's ears. However, Xianxia was indifferent. It was the law of the jungle. If he lost, the ending would be even more tragic than this. Edited by Lifer, Fingerfox. Xianxia didn't feel any discomfort. He kept the broken soul fragment into his pouch and prepared to refine it. That way, he could get rid of the hatred in his heart. Xianxia let out a long sigh. Finally, he ended the guy's life. There was no need to explain how powerful a peak divine sovereign spiritual sense was. Xianxia could only rely on the heavenly torturing seal to help him escape this time. Xianxia also let out a sigh of relief. He finally subdued that guy. The surrounding illusion disappeared and what appeared under his feet was a broad road. The abyss and the stone bridge were all part of the illusion. Yu'er suddenly turned her head and saw her big brother. Her eyes were filled with tears and she covered her mouth to stop herself from crying. At that moment, they were separated by life and death. So many years of wind and rain, so many years of longing, so many years of bitterness. They finally met again. Yu'er had thousands of words in her heart. She didn't know how to tell Xianxia about her endless grievances and hardships. Xianxia looked at Yu'er and Yu'er looked at him. Both of them looked at each other and smiled. The little girl who was kind and understanding had finally grown up. Her appearance was even more stunning than when Xianxia saw Ling Yun in the past. However, her tears flowed into Xianxia's heart. "Don't cry. Your tears are my pearls. You're the princess in my heart. Even if you lose one, my heart will ache. Don't lose my pearls. Let them shine in your heart." Xianxia smiled. After so many trials and tribulations, he finally saw this lovable and heart-wrenching little girl. She was finally no longer lonely. However, Yu'er couldn't stop her tears. She fell into Xianxia's embrace and cried non-stop. After a long while, Yu'er finally wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes. Her lips were filled with bitterness. However, she had to say that this time, even if she died, she wouldn't have any regrets. Because her big brother was already here, she no longer had any hesitation. Although she knew that everything had become very difficult, as long as her big brother was here, the sky would never turn dark. However, this gate of heavens was extremely difficult for her big brother. He couldn't even take a single step forward. If it wasn't for her big brother using all his strength to protect himself, she didn't know if her big brother would really leave her and fall in the gate of heaven's will. After all, their current strength had yet to reach the Emperor realm. On the other hand, the ancestor of the gate of heavens had already reached the Emperor realm or even higher. Their situation had been extremely difficult until now. Big brother, why did you come? Aren't you afraid of death? Aren't you afraid of forgetting everything? Yu bit her rosy lips. Her eyes were sparkling, causing Xianxia's heart to ache. I'm afraid. I'm very afraid. But at the same time, I'm also afraid of losing you. Xianxia smiled. The gentleness at the corner of his lips was indescribable. Yu smiled. Her heart was sweeter than eating honey. If this gate of heavens is really the ancestral land of your Hellion clan, then it shouldn't be something that just anyone can come in. However, if that skeleton phantom was a despicable monster, then it's dead. There's nothing to say. Some people die, but he lives forever. Some people live, but he's already dead. The gate of heavens should be the gathering place of the geniuses of your Hellion clan. Who would have thought that it would be occupied by such a monster? If this gate of heavens is really that weak, then it's fine if you don't want it. Xianxia shook his head and said with a gloomy expression. Big brother, this is the ancestral land of my Hellion clan. Be careful of your words. That's right. Not just any demon or monster is fit to be a member of my Hellion clan. We should have killed such evil creatures long ago. I didn't expect that my descendant would almost die in the hands of this guy. It's fate, it's fate. Looks like this little friend's strength is not to be underestimated. This evil creature dying in your hands can be considered to be a worthy death. A deep voice sounded in Yu and Xianxia's ears. A figure in a snow-white robe appeared. Her long hair was loose and her temperament was unparalleled. Her beautiful face looked similar to Yu. The lady stood with her hands behind her back. Her shadow floated in the air and her eyes were like torches as she looked at Yu. Are you, the ancestor? Yu asked in a low voice. Xianxia squinted his eyes and looked at the lady in a snow-white robe calmly. If you're really the ancestor of the Hellion clan, it's a good thing. Xianxia smiled. Haha, not everyone is like that evil creature. Do you think that my Hellion clan is filled with sinister and cunning people? The lady was not angry at all. She said with a faint smile and shook her head. Xianxia could not bear any hostility towards her because she looked extremely similar to Yu. Looking at her from afar, it was as if they were the same person. I'm the leader of the Hellion clan, Hellion Piamiao. The Hellion clan has lost a lot of talents. The gate of heavens can't change the situation. For us who have been dead for thousands of years, there's nothing we can do. The woman seemed to be very helpless as she sighed and said. Yu greets the ancestor. Yu cupped her hands and bowed. Her face was filled with respect. The person you got rid of earlier was none other than the 7th generation ancestor of the Hellion clan. However, he had committed many evils. Although he was also an ancestor of the Hellion clan, he was as incompatible as fire and water with me. Taking advantage of my slumber, he wanted to kill me. It's useless to kill this kind of evildoer. Even if you didn't do anything, I definitely wouldn't let him have the slightest chance of survival. The one who entered the gate of heavens in the previous generation should be your father, right? Hellion Piamiao said. Yuer's eyes reddened as she asked nervously, Ancestor, you mean, your father has already been killed by him? Speaking of which, it is also because of my incompetence. Otherwise, how could my Hellion family end up in such a state? Back then, your father was a heavenly genius. However, he wanted to seize your father's body and soul. In the end, your father risked his life and didn't let him succeed. However, he himself also disappeared like smoke in thin air. My heart is willing, but my strength is insufficient. The ancestral land of the Hellion family is supposed to be a place that benefits the younger generation, but it has become a place that hides filth. It makes one's heart feel cold and heartache. I, Helian Piamiao, am duty-bound. Helian Piamiao shook his head and said, full of self-blame. Yuer's body went limp. Her face was filled with despair, and she almost fell to the ground. Jiangchen hurriedly helped Yuer up. He sighed in his heart, but there was nothing he could do. He didn't even know what to say. Father, I'm sorry, father, Yuer murmured. However, there was nothing she could do. Her father had passed away, and her heart was as calm as still water. As a member of the Helian family, you should understand your responsibility. The Heavenly Fortune Secret Manual is carved on the Heavenly Fortune Stone. Only by mastering the Heavenly Fortune Secret Manual can you become one of the strongest geniuses of the Helian family. Only then can the Helian family continue to exist. However, not everyone could learn the secret manual of heavenly secrets. Therefore, many people would only learn half of it and would not be able to finish it. That was why they would forget about the past, and that was why they would only remember the future, unwilling to live in the past. The true Heavenly Secrets Codex is a divine ability that can predict the future of the heavenly secrets. The Great Heavenly Secrets Art is only a small part of the Heavenly Secrets Codex. Only the Heavenly Secrets Codex is the most terrifying divine technique of the ancient times. Helian Piamiao's eyes flickered as he looked at Yuer. It seemed like the burden of the Helian family's rise was on her shoulders. It's fine if you learn it, but won't you forget the past if you only know a little? Jiangchen frowned and asked in a deep voice. This is the Helian family's matter. Little friend, you shouldn't ask so much. However, since you've helped us, I have no choice but to answer your question. What you said is true, but this is something that every member of the Helian family has to experience, especially since she's the genius of the Helian family. She carries the hope and mission of the entire Helian family. The gate of heavens will has chosen her, and that's her destiny. If she can have her own unwavering belief and master the Heavenly Fortune Secret Manual, she won't forget about the past. Helian Piamiao hesitated for a moment and said, however, the final choice is still in your hands. Yuer, make your own choice. I won't force you. Although the mission of the Helian family is important, I respect your decision more. Helian Piamiao's words made Jiangchen very angry. This fellow was setting a trap for Yuer. Given Yuer's character, she would definitely not give up the great cause of the Helian family for her own selfish desires. If she hadn't entered the gate of heaven's will, perhaps there would still be a chance. However, after knowing everything, it was impossible for her to choose to escape. Yuer wasn't a cowardly person. Moreover, Jiangchen could see the determination in her eyes. At this moment, no matter what Jiangchen said, it would be futile. He had already seen through Yuer's choice. As a member of the Helian family, Jiangchen didn't have the right to change Yuer's mind. Helian Piamiao's original intention was naturally for Yuer to bear the glory of the Helian family. He definitely didn't want her to retreat at the last minute. Yuer would ultimately bring along her stubborn side and not disappoint everyone. She would choose to bear the difficult mission of the Helian family. I'm sorry, big brother. I want to leave with you. However, I can't abandon my family. This is my mission and my destiny. Believe me, I will definitely not forget myself. Even if I forget myself, I will not forget you. Yuer smiled. Her smile was so bright and heart-wrenching. Jiangchen couldn't say a single word. He didn't even know how to dissuade her. However, dissuading her was destined to be useless. Yuer's choice would definitely not change, just like how she had chosen to enter the gate of heavens will without any hesitation. From that moment onwards, she had already disregarded her own life and death. Jiangchen looked at Yuer, and Yuer also looked at him. Yuer faintly smiled, but Jiangchen found it hard to hide his bitterness. He had always been a person who would help those close to him and not reason. However, at this moment, he was speechless. Yuer had made her own choice, and that was something he could not interfere with. She was confident that she would be able to protect her own heart forever, and protect her past. That was a period of time that she would never be willing to forget. Jiangchen knew that no matter how many words he said, it was impossible to change Yuer's mind. As the ancestor of the Helian family, Helian Piamiao also hoped that Yuer could complete the inheritance and completely master the Tianji secret book so that she could lead her family to prosperity and reach the peak. After all, not too long ago, The Hellion family was extremely prominent in the entire central region Divine Land. However, they were gradually declining and had already withdrawn from the stage of history. Even in the Dongxing Divine Land, they were on the verge of collapse. Although I have yet to leave the gate of Heaven's will, I understand that the Hellion family is lacking in talent. If they want to rise again, it is not something that can be done overnight. You heir, this is your responsibility. It is also our destiny. We have a very similar appearance, and it is precisely because we both have an extremely heavy mission. I know you are a child who can distinguish right from wrong, and I hope you can find your true self. Hellion Piamiao said earnestly. Yu Er nodded slightly as her beautiful eyes flickered. She silently looked at her big brother. This was the last time she would look at him. I definitely won't disappoint you. I definitely won't forget you, big brother. Trust me. After speaking, Yu Er slowly turned around. However, at that moment, Xianxia finally moved. He looked at Hellion Piamiao and said in a deep voice, I also want to comprehend the heavenly secret tome. No, you are not a member of my Hellion family. You cannot comprehend the heavenly fate stone and the heavenly fate secret manual. Hellion Piamiao said in a deep voice. His gaze was as sharp as a blade, and he did not back down. I only want to be like you were. I want to experience the so-called pain of reincarnation and see exactly how difficult it is in my memories. I also know the great divination art. I, Xianxia, hereby swear that even if I, Xianxia, learn the Tianji secret tome, I will never use it for the rest of my life. Xianxia looked at Hellion Piamiao with a burning gaze. He was neither servile nor overbearing, and he was not afraid at all. When their eyes met, his gaze was extremely cold. He argued for what was right. Big brother, why are you doing this? Yuer's eyes were filled with tears as she shook her head. He didn't have to do that, but for her, he had even disregarded his own life. He had to empathize with her. That was the moment that made Yuer's heart ache the most. You also know the great divination art? How did you learn it secretly? Hellion Piamiao said coldly with a gloomy look in her eyes. The great divination art was a secret of the Hellion family. How did an outsider know about it? I learned the great divination art in the 9 prefectures immortal world. It has nothing to do with the Hellion family. Even if it does, it should have been left in the 9 prefectures immortal world by the members of the Hellion family. It should have nothing to do with the Hellion family in the divine world. I have never fought against the Hellion family, so why can't I learn it? Xianxia said coldly. There was nothing to be afraid of. He didn't learn it secretly. What was there to be ashamed of? Alright, since you are so devoted and protective of Yuer, perhaps this is heaven's will since you also know the great divination art. Remember your oath. Otherwise, you will be struck by lightning. Hellion Piamiao hesitated for a moment before nodding her head in the end. I want to be with you. I was here, I am here, and I will still be here in the future. Xianxia rubbed Yuer's little head and smiled. His smile was like a warm spring breeze, causing Yuer to have mixed feelings. However, she was overjoyed. This was undoubtedly a challenge for her big brother. They might even forget about each other. Let us remember this moment. Yuer smiled innocently. She was as dazzling as the moon and stars in the sky. Xianxia and Yuer stood in front of the heavenly divination stone. The secret book of heavenly divination was a tempting item for Xianxia. However, Xianxia didn't really care about it. He cared about Yuer's safety. He knew that his ability was limited. He didn't care about the secret book of heavenly divination. He just wanted to protect the people he wanted to protect. When the two of them stood in front of the heavenly divination stone, thoughts flashed through Xianxia's mind. It was as though he was in a chaotic sea of stars. His surroundings were endless stars, stars, and stars. Xianxia didn't know where to go or how to take the next step. Where am I? Xianxia murmured. He knew that he was comprehending the secret book of heavenly divination in the heavenly divination stone. However, his soul consciousness had already entered a vast and boundless starry sky. This made Xianxia feel an indescribable sense of danger. This place was too strange. Xianxia suddenly turned his head, wanting to catch Yuer who was beside him. However, he found out that she was already so close, yet so far away. she had already disappeared. Where are you? Xianxia ran with all his might. He searched for her, but he couldn't find anything. Xianxia stopped and looked around. His eyes became more and more solemn. The surrounding mountains were connected. Other than the fiery red and azure stones, there was nothing else. Strangely shaped mountains rose from the ground and flashed past his body. Xianxia continued to run. However, he couldn't find where he should go. I don't even know where you is. Could this space where the mountains and the starry sky fuse together be my soul consciousness? Xianxia couldn't help but mutter in his heart. However, he couldn't do it no matter how hard he tried. It was as though he was trapped in a space where he couldn't see the light of day. It was like a cage. He couldn't break through the surrounding walls. The starry sky above was connected to millions of miles of nebulas. It seemed to be changing. Rays of light flashed above Xianxia's head. Meteors streaked across the sky. Xianxia stood in the sky. However, he was struck by the meteors. It felt as though they were passing through his body. Xianxia's expression became extremely solemn. He reached out his hand and touched his face. The changes of the falling stars seemed to be like the flow of time. Traces of time flowed across his body. At that moment, Xianxia felt rather helpless. He allowed the passage of time to leave traces on his face, but he couldn't do anything about it. Why is it like this? Is my time about to run out? Xianxia's expression was solemn. His face had turned from a 20-year-old to a 30-year-old, then a 40-year-old, then a 50-year-old. The appearance of the wrinkles intensified the shock in Xianxia's heart. Although he knew that this might be an illusion, Xianxia couldn't change it at all. Only by comprehending the Heavenly Fate Stone and the Heavenly Fate Secret Manual would he be able to make further changes. However, all of this was simply too difficult. Xianxia looked at the sky full of stars. The falling stars caused the stars to change. Countless mountains in the surroundings were smashed by the falling stars. The colorful void was filled with violent impacts and dazzling explosions. Xianxia couldn't change anything here. He couldn't escape from this place either. The worst outcome would be that he would spend the rest of his life in this place, being corroded by the passage of time. Everything would become eternal in this illusory realm, and he would never be able to return to reality. Heavenly Fate Stone, I have to find the Heavenly Fate Stone. Xianxia said in a deep voice. He couldn't comprehend any Heavenly Fate Stone in this illusion. It was like a never-ending space. It was like a world where time flowed rapidly. Xianxia's heart was getting more and more difficult. For some unknown reason, the pressure on Xianxia increased. He didn't know how he could change anything. It was equivalent to waiting for death. He didn't know where Yuer was. The Heavenly Fate Stone had become the only thing that could stop him. At this rate, it won't take long for me to grow old completely. Xianxia murmured. He was getting more and more anxious. Gods should be immortal legends. They should be undying and indestructible. So why would he grow old? Xianxia struggled to ask himself many questions in his heart. However, he didn't get an answer in the end. Xianxia ran with all his might, trying his best to find the rules of this world of meteorites. However, his efforts were futile. He could only let the time blade leave indelible marks on his face. Xianxia's Emperor Realm soul didn't change at this moment. It was as if it had sunk into silence. His Emperor Realm soul couldn't spread out. He could only dodge the attacks coming from all directions. Although the stars wouldn't destroy him, Xianxia discovered that he would age faster if he was hit by the stars. It was a terrifying thing. Xianxia's body wasn't affected by any external force, but too much of the power of time had been absorbed by the falling stars. Xianxia finally knew why he had become so old. Admittedly, the flow of time was a problem, but the scariest thing was those falling stars that were everywhere. Each falling star was like an irreversible mark of time. Where is the Heavenly Fate Stone? Where am I? This illusion is a real world. It seems real and illusory. If the illusion is destroyed, I won't be able to escape. Xianxia took a deep breath. His eyes lit up like torches. He held his breath and started to activate his Emperor Realm soul. His hands formed a seal and a heavenly seal was shot out. However, it couldn't affect anything within thousands of miles. It even dissipated into nothingness. Don't waste your energy. You don't have a choice anymore. You only have yourself to blame for all of this. A cold voice appeared in Xianxia's ears. A man and a woman gradually appeared in the void. The woman was Helian Piamiao. Who are you? Helian Piamiao, it's really you. Xianxia's eyes were cold as he looked at the man and woman. The sinister smile on his face was even more terrifying. Who am I? Don't you know? The remnant soul power that you destroyed was just a clone of mine. The heavenly seal is indeed terrifying. However, once you enter the illusion of the heavenly fate stone, you will never be able to get out. Ha ha ha. The man's face gradually turned cold. His angular face was filled with killing intent. His silhouette was clearly more illusory than Helian Piamiao's. It seemed that the destruction of one of his clones had a significant impact on the spiritual sense of his main body. You destroyed my husband's clone. I lured you into the heavenly fate stone of the Helian family. We're even now. Helian Piamiao crossed her arms and said calmly. So, all of this was just a scheme of the two of you. It seems that I have really underestimated you. I've always felt that there was something wrong with you. However, I was still tricked by you in the end. Xianxia couldn't help shaking his head. The two figures in the void were the ancestors of the Helian family. This was all a scheme of theirs. It seems like it's a little too late. There's no medicine for regret in this world. An outsider like you shouldn't meddle in the affairs of the Helian family. I don't care where you learned the great divination art from. You must die. The great divination art of the Helian family is never taught to outsiders. Helian Piamiao said in a deep voice. She had planned everything from the beginning. She made Xianxia and you walk into their trap step by step. She wanted to catch them all in one fell swoop. You're quite talented. Moreover, I happen to need a body like yours. After your soul dies, your body will be used by me. The day I, Helian Xuanji, am born will be the day my Helian family returns to the peak. My name, Helian Xuanji, will be immortalized in the endless divine world. Helian Xuanji said with a wild laugh. He was full of confidence. His eyes were like torches as he looked at Xianxia silently. Xianxia was speechless. The two ancestors of the Helian family were like two crazy devils. When your soul has aged to a certain extent, your soul consciousness will dry up and your soul consciousness will disappear. Even if you're an Emperor Realm soul, your soul is destined to be destroyed. Do you think that an Emperor Realm expert can sit back and relax? Without reaching the Heavenly King Realm, an Emperor Realm expert will die one day. Time is the best proof. Your soul doesn't have much time left. Ha ha ha. Helian Xuanji was like a ghost as he stared at Xianxia. A 9th grade Emperor Realm Heavenly King Realm expert can create a deity with a single thought. An Emperor Realm expert can also die. Helian Xuanji's eyes turned cold. You even know about the realm above the Emperor Realm. But what's the use of knowing? Not to mention the Heavenly King Realm, you can't even reach the Venerable Emperor Realm. Only the supreme experts of the Heavenly King Realm can escape the reincarnation of the era. Venerable Emperors are no exception. You're someone from the previous era? Xianxia Lungling said. You're very smart. I was only one step away from becoming a Heavenly King Realm expert. However, in the end, I stopped at the 9th grade Emperor Realm. I had no choice but to seal myself in the Heavenly Fate Stone in order to protect my soul. However, in these hundreds of millions of years, no one was able to withstand my soul force. The younger generations of the Helian clan were all cowards. They made me stay in this Heavenly Fate Stone for hundreds of millions of years, but I still couldn't find a suitable vessel. I originally thought that her father would be able to withstand my soul force, but in the end, I was still very disappointed. Until you appeared, I knew that I had found a suitable vessel for my soul force, and it was you. Great divination art, divination stone, Emperor Realm soul, everything is perfect. Ha ha ha, although my soul realm has declined to grade 1 Emperor Realm, it is enough for you. Once I take over your body, my soul power will recover to its peak in no time. I must break through to the Heavenly King Realm in this life and escape from that damned era reincarnation. Helian Xuanji said with gritted teeth. In his previous life, he was willing to seal himself here in order to avoid the reincarnation of the epics. Otherwise, he would be annihilated under the reincarnation of the epics. That was an indescribable pain for him. Pain, depression, stubbornness, sorrow, and anger. Xianxia had experienced almost everything in the past hundreds of millions of years, which was why he had become so abnormal and ferocious. He used to be a 9th-grade Emperor realm expert, but now, in Xianxia's eyes, he was a hysterical madman who would do anything. This madman had chosen Xianxia and wanted him to be his substitute. He wanted to use Xianxia's body to come back to life. This was a very bad thing for Xianxia. 9th-grade Emperor realm. Xianxia couldn't imagine that only Heavenly King realm experts could escape the reincarnation of an era. Even a 9th-grade Sovereign realm expert like him had to commit suicide to seal his soul in the Heavenly Fate Stone. This showed how terrifying the reincarnation of an era was. This fella's soul force was indeed unimaginably strong, but he didn't kill him. That was because he wanted a complete body, not a dead person. As long as his soul force was erased in the Heavenly Fate Stone, he would be able to perfectly inherit his body. All of this was flawless to them, but to him, it was a battle of life and death. Xianxia was not willing to give up. Moreover, once he fell, Yuer's ending would be the same as his. Xianxia would never let her go. In other words, Yuer was Xianxia's vessel. They wanted to borrow Yuer's body to reincarnate. It seems like the Hellion clan's Gate of Heavens has always been a conspiracy. No wonder those who walk out of here will lose all their memories. Xianxia came to a sudden realization and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Some of the true geniuses couldn't bear the spiritual energy of Xianxia and Xianxia. That's why they were released in the end. However, the memories of their souls were wiped away. That's why they forgot about their past. All of this was just a huge conspiracy. For hundreds of millions of years, the Gate of Heavens was just a place for the shameless ancestors of the Hellion clan to select their candidates. It was just that they had not found a suitable body. All of this seemed so ignorant and ridiculous. Generations of the Hellion clan had treated this place as their ancestral land, the place where the true geniuses were selected. However, now, Xianxia just laughed it off. You're smart and strong. However, it's a pity that you shouldn't have entered the Gate of Heaven's will. Perhaps, this is the charm of Heaven's will. No matter how powerful the heavenly secret technique of the Hellion clan is, we can't predict the fate of the person who intersects with us. You and I have an endless compatibility. That's why I can't see through your existence. This is Heaven's will. You can't change it. Xianxia was full of confidence. Xianxia's body was gradually losing its luster. His powerful aura was also weakening. His face, which was gradually filled with wrinkles, was also the appearance of his soul. *T Heaven's will. I, Xianxia, never believe in fate. My fate is up to me, not the heavens. No one can change my fate. Xianxia roared furiously like a primordial beast from a desolate world. At that moment, even Xianxia subconsciously took a step back. His eyes squinted and his smile became even more mellow. You can't escape from the palm of my hand. It's hard to defy Heaven's will. You don't understand. Ha ha ha. In the Gate of Heaven's will, I am him. Xianxia gritted his teeth. He had been waiting for far too long. He would never let this opportunity slip away from his hands. Xianxia's Emperor Realm soul had entered the Heavenly Fate Stone and he would never be able to leave this place. Everything was so logical and logical. It made him see the hope of his rise. Slowly enjoy your last moments. I'm leaving. The flow of time in the Heavenly Secret Stone is too fast. It won't be long before you disappear from this world with a bang. Goodbye, youth. Goodbye, forever lost. I, Xianxia, am destined to become a peerless Heavenly King expert. Ha ha ha. Along with Xianxia's roar, the two phantoms in front of Xianxia gradually disappeared. Xianxia understood that he had to leave the Heavenly Secret Stone as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would be completely erased by the flow of time. According to Xianxia, as long as one hadn't reached the Heavenly King realm, they wouldn't be able to avoid the era reincarnation. Since the era reincarnation couldn't be avoided, when the flow of time reached an era, Xianxia's life would come to an end. Nearly half of his soul force had disappeared. An era had silently become the past. However, Xianxia guessed that Yuer's situation should be the same as his. Therefore, as long as their soul consciousness did not disappear completely, Helian Xuanji and Helian Pyamia would not kill them, because they wanted to use Jiangchen and Yuer as a vessel for them to rush out of the gate of heaven's will. As long as his soul consciousness did not disappear, the flame of hope would always be there. There was not much time left for Jiangchen. Jiangchen felt that he had only stayed in the endless world of meteorite fall for a few days, but he was getting older with each passing day. Humans were not plants, but even gods would fall one day. The reincarnation of the era was a node, and only experts who had surpassed the heavenly king realm could escape the reincarnation of the era. At this moment, Jiangchen's heart became extremely heavy. Jiangchen's heart was still unwilling to give up, because he could not die, he could not fall. He had not found Xiaoyu, he had not shown her the best side of the world. He wanted to reach the peak and look up to all living beings. He wanted his loved ones to become the supreme beings of this world, and not be bullied by anyone. Jiangchen's heart was not distracted, he tried his best to calm himself down and perform the great divination art. At this moment, Jiangchen's soul power could not merge with the divination stone at all, and his emperor-level soul was also useless. I must not fall, Jiangchen sat on the ground and murmured to himself. At this moment, he entered a mysterious realm. It was a realm that transcended life and death, and transcended the reincarnation of the realm. Jiangchen's soul spread out wildly, like rivers running into the sea. He saw a golden path in front of him, and on the path, there were wisps of dense mist gradually gathering. It was the path that connected the sky, and there was nothing around it. Jiangchen could only see that he seemed to be the golden path, and the wisps of dense mist lingered around him. That's my heavenly Taoist connotation. Jiangchen's heart skipped a beat. His Taoist connotation continued to grow. His soul consciousness also became more and more powerful. His soul consciousness and Taoist connotation intertwined. Once the Taoist connotation rose, the soul consciousness moved. At the same time, the grand divination art sprang to life. Within the divination stone, Jiangchen transformed into a mountain, a rock, a speck of dust, a grain of sand. The heavenly Tao accumulation was extremely powerful. Jiangchen could see that the golden path was endless and he couldn't see the end of it. It was just like his own hope, although it seemed a little uncertain, there was a different kind of chance of survival. Jiangchen's soul force had improved tremendously. He could feel that his soul force was growing crazily like heaven's Tao accumulation. Early stage Celestial Emperor Realm, mid-stage Celestial Emperor Realm, late-stage Celestial Emperor Realm, the Great Divination Art and the Divination Secret Tome are both derived from the Divination Stone. In that case, the Divination Stone should be the ultimate source, right? Was the space within the Heaven Fate Stone a reincarnation cycle? Or it doesn't exist at all? Jiangchen frowned. The growth of Ling Tian's Tao accumulation and soul power had given Jiangchen a glimmer of hope. As his soul power continued to grow stronger, he could feel that his aging speed had slowed down. It was no longer as fast as it was in the beginning. Can the divination stone really change the fate of the heavens? Or is it just a legend? The will of the heavens is decided by the heavens. Can the fate of the heavens really be revealed? Jiangchen murmured. The great divination art kept evolving and changing in his mind. From the initial moves to the current trajectory of the starry sky, Jiangchen had gained some understanding of the divination stone. The great divination art was just the tip of the iceberg. The divination stone was the foundation of the evolution of the fate of the heavens. In the world of meteorite fall, dazzling starlight was still shining brightly. Meteors fell from the sky. The mountains were still changing, and time was still flowing. The speed was so fast that it was suffocating. Jiangchen had turned into an old man in his 70s. Above the Milky Way, there were countless falling stars. Jiangchen was just a drop in the ocean. He had turned into a grain of sand and gradually flowed in the formless space. He rose and fell with the wind. Jiang Liushir's immovable stone. The divination stone is the fate of the heavens. Jiangchen's pupils shrank. His eyes were blazing. He stretched out his hand and a colorful stone was held tightly in his hand. Is this the divination stone? Jiang Chen's eyes were blazing. He felt that he had already controlled a part of the divination stone, but it wasn't complete enough. That was why he couldn't change anything. However, when he stretched out his hand, the divination stone was already in Jiang Chen's hand. Fate comes and goes. This is the will of the heavens. This is the divination stone. It's a stone, but it's also a thought. A warm laughter resounded in Jiang Chen's ears. Jiang Chen felt like he was bathing in the spring breeze. The fate of the heavens is innocent. You can call me Hellion. I am the ancestor of the Hellion family. A white-haired old man appeared in front of Jiang Chen. He stared at the colorful divination stone in Jiang Chen's hand. You have the aura of the Nan Hua the Enlightened. It seems that you are very lucky. Nan Hua the Enlightened. You mean? Senior Zhuang Zhouzi. The ancestor of the Hellion family. You are the divination stone? Jiang Chen's face was solemn as he looked at the white-haired old man. Yes, and no. I am just a remnant thought. You can break through the illusion of the divination stone. It means that no one can change your state of mind. It's not easy to have such a supreme state of mind without reaching the heavenly king realm. Heaven and earth are sad. Heaven moves. Everything is fixed. The divination stone can't trap you because you are not in the 3 realms or the 5 elements. You, who are you? Hellion squinted his eyes and looked at Jiang Chen. He was full of doubts and helplessness. As the only person in the world who could see through the fate of the heavens, it was his first time seeing someone that he could not see. Who am I? I am me. I am Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen stared at the white-haired old man and said. I can't see through your past life. Hellion said in a deep voice. This was something that he had never seen before. You can see through the fate of the heavens. That's why I can be released. However, I can't get out of the divination stone. Hellion's words made Jiang Chen even more confused. It seemed to be incompatible with his own thoughts. Is this old man really the ancient ancestor of the Hellion family? What do you mean? Are you saying that I have seen through the fate of the heavens? Then who are Hellion Piamiao and Hellion Xuanji to you? Jiang Chen continued. They are my descendants because I have turned into the divination stone. I am the fate of the heavens and the fate of the heavens is me. Hellion said calmly. You're indulging your juniors. I'm afraid you're just like them, aren't you? Humph. They don't know of my existence. I've already transcended beyond this world. I'm no longer a human. I'm just a divine will, a heavenly secret. As for you, although I can't see through you, you're able to comprehend the changes of the heavenly secret stone. The heavenly secret stone can no longer trap you. Hellion said. Jiang Chen pondered for a moment. He didn't know if he should believe Hellion's words. However, he was already at death's door. He didn't have any other choice. If he said that he had comprehended the changes of the heavenly secret stone, did that mean he could leave the heavenly secret stone? Do you think you can escape from the sins of your juniors just by saying that you're transcending beyond this world? They've been using the lives of their juniors for their own selfish desires. Some of them are dead, while others are still alive, but they're like walking corpses. Is this all the will of the heavens? Jiang Chen's words were like pearls. His words were like tit for tat with Hellion. Time is fate, and the years are endless. The heavenly secret is not the will of the heavens. Everyone can control the heavenly secret. What's the difference between them and me? I'm just a divine will. I no longer exist in this world. I'm just a heavenly secret. After finishing his words, the white-haired old man disappeared in front of Jiang Chen. At this moment, his face was extremely gloomy. Hellion had disappeared, but the heavenly secret stone was still in front of him. Jiang Chen couldn't calm his heart for a long time. The heavenly secret stone was still in his hand. However, at this moment, he seemed to have comprehended something that he had never experienced before. It flashed across his mind. The heavenly secret is like me. I am the heavenly secret. Everyone can change the heavenly secret. Heavenly secret stone, come. Jiang Chen crushed the 7-colored sacred stone in his hand. A milky white pearl appeared in his hand. With a flip of his palm, Xianxia retrieved the heavenly secret stone. At the same time, the world of meteorite fall in front of him vanished into thin air. There was no such thing as a heavenly fate in this world. Xianxia's expression was prideful and his eyes were sharp. His soul realm actually broke through the horizon and reached the peak of the celestial arch realm. The divine light was as sharp as a sword, and Xianxia's aura was incomparably strong. The heaven-conquering Tao connotation had begun to take shape. Xianxia's eyes were like torches as he scanned the surroundings. Two figures suddenly appeared in front of him. They were Helian Piamiao and Helian Xuanji. No, that's impossible. How could this be? Helian Xuanji staggered and took a step back. His eyes were filled with disbelief and his face was pale. His figure was also becoming more and more illusory. Helian Piamiao and Helian Piamiao looked at each other. Neither of them expected Xianxia to walk out from the divine fate stone. If one's soul realm did not exceed the 9th Great Emperor realm, it would be impossible for him to break through. Even if he managed to break through, he might not be able to walk out of the heavenly fate stone's illusion. However, Xianxia did it. Nothing is impossible. This is the divine fate stone that you were talking about, right? It's just SOSO. Xianxia said faintly and exchanged a glance with Helian Xuanji. Helian Xuanji's expression was as gloomy as water and his eyes were gleaming. He had never thought that Xianxia would be able to walk out from the heavenly fate stone. The heavenly fate stone was the treasure of the Helian family and also the pillar of the family. The reason why the heavenly fate secret tome could become the supreme secret tome of the Helian family was because of the existence of the heavenly fate stone. Previously, Helian Xuanji swore that it was impossible for Xianxia to break through the illusion of the heavenly fate stone, because Xianxia's soul had reached the 9th Great Emperor realm. However, all of this had become reality, and Helian Xuanji had no choice but to believe it. Xianxia was standing right in front of him. This guy was way beyond his imagination. Was everything that he had done going to waste? Helian Xuanji was not willing to accept it. He did not want his hundreds of millions of years of waiting to become like this. He thought that everything was within his grasp and everything was within his grasp. However, Xianxia had broken through the divine fate stone. Everything was like a dream. However, the person who was living in the dream was not Xianxia, but him. Don't worry. With the two of us joining hands, this guy is definitely not a match for us. Husband, believe me. Helian Piamiao said in a low voice. Her beautiful eyes flickered as she stared at Xianxia with her triangular eyes. Although their soul energies had regressed a lot, they still had the 1st Great Emperor realm soul realm. Although one of them was not a match for Xianxia's divine fate stone, the two of them were not people that Xianxia could easily deal with. Tianyin was one of them, but Xianxia couldn't deal with both of them easily. Xianxia took a glance at Yuer, who was not far away from him. She was still immersed in the illusion. The secret book of heavenly mystery seemed to have led her into an intoxicating world. Xianxia did not disturb Yuer. His impassioned gaze fell on Helian Xuanji and Helian Piamiao again. These two guys deserved to die. Although they were Yuer's ancestors, their ancestors had already lost their morals. Their ancestors were no longer worthy of their respect. These two people, or rather, these two guys were demons. If it wasn't for them, perhaps the Helian family wouldn't have so few geniuses. This was because many geniuses had been reincarnated under their attacks. Most of the geniuses of the Helian family had died in the hands of their ancestors. If Xianxia told this news to the Helian family's patriarch and several elders, how would they feel? Would they still regard their ancestors as their role models? As for Xianxia, he would not show any mercy. He would definitely kill both of them in this battle and make them disappear from this world forever. These abnormal demons were not worthy of being worshipped by future generations. The people of the Helian family had deified them, but they had defiled themselves. Needless to say, this was absolutely an indescribable sorrow. Now that things have come to this, the two of you still want to escape from me? Xianxia smiled and shook his head. Mine? Even Xianxia did not expect that the heaven seal would inflict heavy damage to his soul power. At this moment, his heaven-reaching Tao accumulation became more condensed. Cast? The heaven seal no longer needed to exhaust all of his internal energy and Tao accumulation to release an earth-shattering attack. We used to be ninth grade Emperor Venerables. You are just an ant that hasn't even reached the Emperor realm. Do you think you can stand on my head and act like a tyrant? He, what a joke. Do you think we will give you a chance to escape from the gate of heaven's will? I didn't kill you previously because I wanted your body. But now, it seems that I can only use force. I hope you won't disappoint me. Xianxia said proudly. He was still full of confidence and did not give Xianxia any chance. Now that things have come to this, we can only see who will have the last laugh. Xianxia shrugged and dismissed it with a smile. Why? Why must you kill my father? Why? In the illusion, Yu saw a scene that she did not want to believe. The heavenly fate stone was in Xianxia's hand, so the illusion had disappeared. What she saw was another painful scene. On top of the mountain, Xianxia and Piamiao were standing in the void, looking down at her father with disdain. Her father's eyes were like torches. He was neither servile nor overbearing, he was arguing with the two ancestors. However, Yuer's father was ultimately no match for Xianxia and Xianxia. No matter how much he struggled, the final outcome was irreversible. Sorrow, despair, heart-wrenching. Yuer's heart seemed to have suffered a great blow, her tears could not stop flowing. In the end, her father lost the battle. She firmly remembered those words, the words that made her heart ache. Her father's eyes were filled with tears, he fought with the two ancestors with his last bit of strength. In the desperate situation, between life and death, he was still full of lofty aspirations. There is no need to revive the ancestors, I will surpass them. But in the end, her father was still killed by the two ancestors. In the end, her father could not withstand the pressure of Xianxia's soul and completely disappeared. That scene was unforgettable for Yuer. She did not even know when she would be able to forget that scene. Perhaps, it would be like a nightmare that would accompany her for the rest of her life. Everything in front of Yuer's eyes was real. Those scenes, those extremely tragic scenes, even the final executioners, were all these two pretentious ancestors. At that moment, Yuer finally understood how naive she was. Only then did she understand why the Hellion clan's geniuses who walked out of the gate of heavens would have their memories erased. It was because Xianxia would never allow anyone to walk out of here with their memories. Yuer was sobbing silently, her tears blurring her cheeks. Xianxia glanced at Yuer. He did not know what Yuer had experienced, but it must have been heart-wrenching for her to cry like a child. Xianxia looked at Xianxia and Piamiao. These two fellows deserved to die. Even if they were chopped into pieces, it would not be enough to appease the anger in his heart. It seems that the two of you really deserve to die. You committed all kinds of evil, and only for your own benefit, you didn't hesitate to harm the entire Hellion clan. You didn't hesitate to use countless younger generations as the price to pay for your madness. You are simply deranged. Yuer may not be able to act against you, after all, you are her ancestor. However, I, Xianxia, can avenge her, and obtain justice for the innocent people of the Hellion clan who died or had their memories erased by you. Xianxia slowly clenched his fists. He didn't care about the life and death of others, but seeing Yuer cry so sadly, his heart also felt incomparable pain. Don't be delusional. You can't possibly be my opponent. My soul realm is not something you can compare to. Xianxia harumphed coldly. Instantly, his eyes flickered, and a silver dragon shot out from his eyes, turning into two swords of dragon's shadows, intending to kill Xianxia. Get out of my way. Soul extermination. Xianxia shouted angrily. Although there was a gap between the peak Emperor realm soul energy and Xianxia's, it was not that big of a difference. Moreover, Xianxia was injured by Xianxia before, so the two of them were actually evenly matched. Neither of them had the upper hand. A strong gale swept up like a torch. Xianxia blocked Xianxia's two swords of dragon shadows. However, Piamiao also moved. Her soul energy was one level stronger than Xianxia. Previously, Xianxia was only a clone. Therefore, with the two of them working together, they were completely confident that they could kill Xianxia here. Your soul energy has increased again? Xianxia was shocked, his face was filled with disbelief. If it was the previous Jiang Chen, he definitely wouldn't be able to dodge this attack so easily. Previously, the one who fought against him was only a clone. However, he had to be very careful against Jiang Chen's heavenly seal now. That heavenly seal was extremely terrifying. Even he didn't expect that it would appear in Jiang Chen's hands. Not much, but it's enough to kill you. Jiang Chen said faintly and smiled. Husband, let's work together and activate the spirit storm. This guy will definitely die. Helian Piaomiao's eyes turned cold, and she shouted with killing intent. All right. Helian Piaomiao didn't dare to be careless. Jiang Chen's current strength had already made them feel a little troubled. Although Jiang Chen's soul energy was weaker than theirs, Jiang Chen had the support of his physical body. If he fought against Jiang Chen with just his soul energy, it would seem that he was weak. Therefore, they had to kill Jiang Chen as soon as possible. You want to kill me? No way, haha. Jiang Chen shouted coldly and narrowed his eyes. Helian Piaomiao and Helian Xuanji's soul energy twisted and turned, forming an incomparably terrifying spirit storm. It was constantly closing in on Jiang Chen. That explosive spirit pressure could destroy everything. Even Jiang Chen felt a sense of crisis. His heavenly seal might not be able to withstand the spirit storm of these two guys. The heavenly seal might not work, but the outline heavenly seal should be enough to intimidate you two demons. Jiang Chen sneered, and his hands formed seals again. The outline heavenly seal was several times stronger than the heavenly seal. Moreover, with Jiang Chen's current heavenly Dao accumulation, it might be a little difficult for him to activate the outline heavenly seal. However, to be on the safe side, he had to try his best to kill in one strike. When the outline heavenly seal appeared, Helian Xuanji and Helian Piaomiao's expressions changed drastically. Their spirit storm rolled, but in front of Jiang Chen's outline heavenly seal, it seemed to pale in comparison. This is impossible. Impossible. I can't accept this. When the outline heavenly seal in Jiang Chen's hand turned into a dark yellow streamer and soared into the sky, Helian Xuanji and Helian Piaomiao knew that they no longer had any means to fight against Jiang Chen. First, it was the heavenly seal, then the outline heavenly seal. This guy, who looked like he was not even an Emperor realm expert, gave them a fatal blow. When the outline heavenly seal appeared, the mountains and rivers changed color, and the gate of heavens will seem to be on the verge of collapse again. Jiang Chen's strength made them feel numb. As a divine Emperor realm expert, he had the unparalleled divine ability of Dao accumulation. Moreover, his spirit realm had reached the peak of the Emperor realm. It was really unbelievable. However, it was all too late. They had already lost the strength to fight against Jiang Chen. When the light and shadow dispersed, the spirit storm was instantly smoothed out. Helian Xuanji and Helian Piaomiao's spirit strength were also completely wiped out. They were on the verge of death, and their shadows could disappear from the world at any time. Jiang Chen's face was pale, but the smile at the corner of his mouth was getting brighter. These two fellas had exhausted almost all of their spiritual strength to resist the silhouette heavenly seal. However, they were already on the brink of death and could die at any time. You want to fight me? I will kill you. Jiang Chen sat down on the ground and gasped for air. His facial expression became extremely relaxed and carefree. The two monstrous geniuses of the Helian family were finally killed by him. Jiang Chen held his breath and retracted his spiritual energy. He looked calm and composed. His soul energy had reached the peak Emperor realm. It was impossible for an ordinary Emperor realm expert to surpass him in terms of soul realm. Jiang Chen's strength had also reached the great perfection early divine Emperor realm. The difference between the divine Emperor realm and the hierarch realm was different from the divine king realm. Every realm was extremely difficult to break through. Jiang Chen knew that there was still a long way to go before he could reach the mid-divine Emperor realm. However, compared to before, he could feel that he was a few times stronger. In a flash, Jiang Chen calmed his mind and stood up again. Yuer had already cried her eyes out. Jiang Chen felt extremely sad in his heart. Yuer was still stuck between reality and illusion, unable to extricate herself. Heavenly Fortune Stone, wake up! Jiang Chen bellowed. The Heavenly Fortune Stone in his hand flew up. The curtain above the void instantly shattered into pieces and dissipated in the void. In the end, the scene in front of you changed drastically. Her body trembled and she suddenly opened her eyes. She was in a daze as she looked at Xianxia with endless bitterness and relief. Fortunately, the first person she saw was her big brother. They have already been killed by me. After all, they are your ancestors. However, the foundation of the Hellion family that spanned hundreds of millions of years was completely destroyed by the hands of these two monsters. From now on, they will no longer cause trouble for the Hellion family. Xianxia smiled. His warm smile gave Yuer great encouragement and support. Thank you, big brother. Yuer deeply understood that the two ancestors of the Hellion family had brought this upon themselves. Furthermore, they were the ones who had killed her father. This great enmity had finally been avenged. Furthermore, it was her big brother who had avenged her. She would always remember this kindness in her heart. You're still talking about this with me? Xianxia shook his head, took out the Heaven's Secret Stone and handed it to Yuer. This is the Heaven's Fate Stone of your Hellion family. Is this really the Heaven Fate Stone? Yuer's face was filled with disbelief. However, Yuer would never doubt the words that came out of Xianxia's mouth. No wonder you were able to change the Heavenly Fate Stone with a single sentence. My Heavenly Fate Secret Tome is still incomplete. However, my strength has increased by quite a bit. This Heavenly Fate Stone is not very useful to me. Who are you trying to fool? If you didn't rely on the Heaven Fate Stone, you wouldn't be able to complete the Heaven Fate Secret Tome. This Heaven Fate Stone originally belonged to the Hellion family. Since I obtained it, I will give it to you. You don't have to stand on ceremony with me. Silly girl. Xianxia patted Yuer's little head with a smile on his face. He understood that she only wanted him to keep the Heaven Fate Stone. Although the Heaven Fate Stone was very powerful and important, Yuer needed him more. A gentleman would not take away someone else's love. Moreover, this Heaven Fate Stone originally belonged to the Hellion family. Of course, if it was someone else who had nothing to do with Xianxia, he would definitely not let go of the Heaven Fate Stone. Yuer bit her red lips, her face and ears flushed red, and her heartbeat sped up. The current her was no longer that ignorant girl. Nestling under her big brother's chest, she felt warmth and happiness. She wanted to stay here forever, never leaving, never giving up. However, Yuer knew that this day would eventually pass. Their encounter in the Gate of Heavens was inevitable. Now that the two evil ancestors had been killed by Xianxia, the Heaven Fate Stone had been obtained, and the Heaven Fate Secret Tome had been greatly comprehended. Therefore, there was no reason for them to stay here any longer. Good times were always short. No one knew what they had experienced here. Yuer enjoyed this moment very much. Because her father's death had stimulated her nerves. Xianxia did not speak. He hugged her silently and patted her shoulder. It was warm and quiet. To Yuer, this Gate of Heavens was more like a coming-of-age ceremony. It allowed her to grow up. Her inner world was also strengthened. Everyone had their own goals. Yuer had already received news of her father's death. She had gotten her revenge. However, the only thing she could do now was to revive the Hellion family. She would lead the Hellion family back to the peak of the Dongxing Divine Region. She might even have a place in the Central Region Divine Land. Yuer was not a person who was greedy for power. However, she had to fulfill her father's last wish. That was her father's lifelong wish. He was not willing to die just like that. He left behind the heroic words, "There is no need to revive the ancestors. I will surpass them." As his daughter, she was duty-bound to fulfill her father's last wish. The Hellion family was troubled by both internal and external threats. The Dongxing Divine Region was in turmoil. Yuer would rise up at this moment. She was not only bearing the weight of her father's hope, but also the hope of her father and the entire Hellion family. Some people could live for themselves. However, some people were destined to live with more responsibilities. Yuer was the latter kind of person. The tears on her cold face had already been wiped away. Yuer's eyes were filled with complicated emotions. She was no longer as pure and innocent as before. She was finally growing up. After a long time, Yuer finally stood up. She knew that she could not continue being willful. She had to grow up eventually. It was impossible for her big brother to stay by her side to protect her. Take the divine fate stone. I have already comprehended the secret manual of heaven's will. I don't need the divine fate stone anymore. Remember, the divine fate stone is me, and I am the divine fate stone. It will definitely be of great help to you in comprehending the secret manual of heaven's will. Xianxia said. Not everyone could comprehend the essence of the divine fate stone like him. That Hellion should have already fused with the divine fate stone. Only in the hands of the Hellion family would the divine fate stone shine brightly. To Xianxia, he no longer needed the divine fate stone. I am the divine fate stone. The cultivation of the secret manual of heaven's will was nothing more than comprehending the divine fate stone. The improvement of the great art of heavens will allow Xianxia to understand his own strength better. The secret manual of heavens will could predict even more terrifying moves of his enemies. It was extremely powerful. However, how many people in the world could cultivate and achieve the Tao? Apart from Xianxia, there was only Yuer, who only knew a little. However, with the divine fate stone, it should not take long for her to comprehend the secret manual of heaven's will. We should leave too. Otherwise, the people outside will definitely worry about us. Xianxia smiled. The two turned around and headed for the exit. Suddenly, Yuer stopped in her tracks. She looked at Xianxia silently and said softly, "Big brother, if I die one day, will you feel sorry?" All right, what nonsense are you spouting? In this world, no one can threaten you unless they step over my dead body. Xianxia smiled gently, causing Yuer to be delighted. The trembling of the gate of heavens will finally came to an end. However, the foot of the Heavens Will mountain was already filled with people, all of them were members of the Hellion clan. Every single one of them had a grave expression on their faces, especially the patriarch, Hellion Fengsu, who was even more worried now. The gate of heavens Will had almost completely collapsed. The shock in his heart was indescribable. No one could understand Hellion Fengsu's current mood. Hellion Yuer's father was an outstanding figure in the clan, an outstanding genius. However, he disappeared in the gate of heaven's will. Yuer's return was full of twists and turns, and Xianxia's entry was also full of drama. Hellion Fengsu was still scratching his head. No one knew how big of a wave he could cause in the gate of heaven's will. Husband, nothing must happen to you. Wu Ningzhu murmured as her beautiful eyes flickered. Her heart was filled with anxiety. At this moment, she was the most worried person. She was worried that if Xianxia walked out of the gate of heaven's will, his soul would no longer be his. What would they do then? How would they face Xianxia? He had said that he had a plan, but that was the iron rule of the Hellion clan. Could he really break the rule and return with glory? That fellow should be fine. Good people don't live long, but scourges live for 1,000 years. I still feel that he's a scourge. Yan Qingqing said in a low voice. She didn't know why, but there was a trace of worry in her heart. People of the Hellion clan, come out. An angry roar that spread thousands of miles in the sky had completely aroused the worry of the Hellion clan. Hellion Fengsu turned his head around. It was the Dongfang clan, the third elder of the Dongfang clan, Dongfang Yunhe. Dongfang clan? What are they doing here? Could it be that they know that Yuer is in the gate of heaven's will, and are here to cause trouble? It's hard to say. The Dongfang clan has always been strong. Even Dongfang Lianxua lost to this person. Do you know who he is? I don't know him, but he should be stronger than Dongfang Lianxua. Maybe he's some big shot from the Dongfang clan. Our Hellion family is currently facing internal and external troubles. The Dongfang family has also come to blame us. It seems like we are getting more and more worried. Every single member of the Hellion family was filled with worry. Now that the gate of heavens will had collapsed and outsiders had entered, Yuer's life was uncertain, and the Dongfang family had come to kill them. They did not know how to deal with it. Even the 5 great elders of the Hellion clan looked at each other with a grim expression. So it's the third elder of the Dongfang clan. I wonder why Elder Dongfang has come to our clan. Hellion Fengsu squinted his eyes and said faintly. Up in the sky, 3 figures exuded a domineering aura. They held their heads high and looked down on the world. Haha, it's been a long time. Brother Fengsu, you should know why I'm here, right? I'm here for the marriage alliance of my nephew, Dongfeng Lianxua. Back then, you agreed to it. Don't tell me you've forgotten about it now? Dongfeng Yunhe said in a strange tone. His eyes were like torches as he glanced at the people of the Hellion clan. He ignored everything and looked at Hellion Feng Su without any fear. Even the third elder of the Dongfeng clan could sit on the same level as Hellion Feng Su. This was enough to prove that the strength of the Dongfeng clan was not ordinary. At least, it was not something that the current Hellion clan could compare with. It's not convenient to talk about the marriage now. Hellion Yu has just entered the ancestral land of my Hellion family, the gate of heaven's will. Her life and death are still unknown. Everything will have to wait for Yu to come out of the gate of heaven's will. This shouldn't be too much, right? Brother Dongfeng. Hellion Feng Su spoke in a tone that was neither servile nor overbearing. Although the Hellion clan was weaker than the Dongfeng clan, they were not inferior to the Dongfeng clan. Although they were in the wrong, they couldn't possibly enter the gate of heaven's will and drag the culprit out, right? You put it nicely, but I'm afraid that Brother Feng Su will have a different story when the time comes, right? I know that the gate of heaven's will is the ancestral land of your Hellion clan. How could I dare to act rashly? One had to know that the ancestor of the Hellion clan was a peerless character that swept through the entire central continent. Unfortunately, the flower of his beauty had faded, and the Hellion clan's talent had withered. Now, they had fallen into such a miserable state. Don't you think so? Brother Feng Su? I can put this matter aside for now. However, there's another matter that I won't tolerate. Your Hellion clan dared to cover up the murderer of my nephew, Dongfeng Liani. This makes me very distressed. Brother Feng Su, don't tell me you don't know about this matter? Dongfeng Yunhe's words made Hellion Feng Su tremble. Even the 5 great elders of the Hellion clan had a cold expression on their faces. Everyone looked at Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qingqing. In the entire Hellion clan, only the 2 of them were outsiders. Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qingqing shuddered. Facing the Dongfeng clan, not only were they weak, but the Hellion clan might also stand on the Dongfeng clan's side. In order to protect themselves, they might betray them. Hellion Feng Su glanced at Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qingqing, then said to Dongfeng Yunhe, Brother Yunhe, I don't know who you're talking about, but I advise you not to act rashly in front of these 2 people. Hellion Feng Su said in a low voice. He originally wanted to push Yan Qingqing and Wu Ningzhu out, but when he used his great divination art to investigate, he realized that the fate of these 2 people was very strange. It could even be said that they were extremely lucky and extraordinary. Although they weren't strong enough, they shouldn't be ordinary people. Hellion Feng Su didn't want to offend them for the sake of the bigger picture, because he was more afraid of offending someone he couldn't afford to offend. Wives and children shouldn't be implicated. The person you're talking about should be in the gate of heaven's will. The person who killed your nephew should be Jiang Chen, am I right? However, he has already entered the gate of heaven's will, so I really can't give you an explanation, Brother Yunhe. Now, we can only wait for Jiang Chen to come out of the gate of heaven's will to know if he is dead or not. Perhaps, he has already fallen in the gate of heaven's will and will never come out again. Nonsense. Do you think I will believe you? If the 2 of them are here, Jiang Chen will definitely be here. How dare you say that Jiang Chen has entered the gate of heaven's will? Let me ask you, isn't the gate of heaven's will of the Hellion clan only accessible to the genius disciples of the clan? How did it become a tourist attraction that everyone can visit now? Ridiculous, extremely ridiculous, ha ha ha. You might be able to fool a 3-year-old with your words. Do you really think that the people of the Dongfeng family are all idiots? Dongfeng Yunhe did not say anything, but Dongfeng Lianing could no longer hold back his anger. His brother had been killed and Jiang Chen had fled to the Hellion family. However, the Hellion family was still trying to shirk responsibility. He could not stand it anymore. Is this how the Hellion family treats its guests? Do you think that you can dismiss us with just a few words? You have already admitted that the person is in the Hellion family. There is nothing more to say. I must have those 2 women. I also want Jiang Chen's life. I also want the lady of the Hellion family. Dongfeng Yunhe said domineeringly. He crossed his arms in front of his chest, his face fearless. This was the prestige of a great sect. The Dongfang family was one of the top 3 superpowers in the Dongxing divine continent. The Helian family could not compete with them. The people of the Dongfang family were overbearing. Helian Fengsu's expression became more and more solemn. It seemed that it was impossible to appease them now. After all, the person they had killed was Dongfang Yunhe's nephew and Dongfang Lianxua's brother. Brother Yunhe, I have already said that Jiang Chen is indeed in the Dongfang family. However, we will have to wait until he and Yuer come out of the gate of heaven's will. Helian Fengsu said in a low voice. He felt that there was no turning back. The people of the Dongfang family were too domineering. You were the one who said that outsiders cannot enter the gate of heaven's will? You were the one who said that Jiang Chen entered the gate of heaven's will? Don't you think that's contradictory? I can't wait until then. I don't believe it either. Don't you think that it is too childish to play such games with me? Head of the Helian family. Dongfang Yunhe finally made his stance clear. Helian Fengsu could only sigh. That was the truth. However, in the eyes of the people of the Dongfang family, it was indeed a load of nonsense. Since it has come to this, there is no need to say anything more. If you stop me, don't blame the Dongfang family for being merciless. Dongfang Yunhe took a step forward with a gloomy expression. His loved one had died, and his enemy was right in front of him. How could Dongfang Yunhe take even half a step back? Helian Fengsu smiled bitterly and shook his head. At this moment, if he insisted on protecting Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qingqing, the Helian family and the Dongfang family would be like fire and water, standing on opposite sides. At this moment, Helian Fengsu obviously wouldn't start a war with the Dongfang family. Sorry, both of you. Helian Fengsu shook his head and sighed. Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qingqing looked at each other. Neither of them took a step back. You don't have the ability to kill my husband. Wu Ningzhu coldly stared at Dongfang Yunhe without the slightest trace of fear. These 2 little girls are so beautiful. However, this Jiang Chen isn't lucky enough to enjoy them. Leave them to me to be my slaves. Ha ha ha. Dongfang Yunhe laughed wildly. He waved his hand, causing the sea to tremble. He wanted to grab Wu Ningzhu. Wu Ningzhu retreated with a dignified expression. She didn't dare to fight against him because this Dongfang Yunhe was too strong. He was even stronger than Dongfang Lianxua. Being able to become the 3rd elder of the Dongfang family, his strength was self-evident. Where are you going? Dongfang Yunhe chased after them. Yan Qingqing and Wu Ningzhu joined hands, but Dongfang Yunhe was still walking leisurely. He was full of confidence. His fist and palm interweaved with each other, filled with an unparalleled domineering aura. Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qingqing didn't dare to face him head-on. Dongfang Yunhe took advantage of the situation. His palm whistled and covered the sky. It directly pushed Wu Ningzhu back. Wu Ningzhu's complexion turned pale as blood gushed out from her mouth. Fighting with me? You 2 are still too inexperienced. Dongfang Yunhe sneered. His eyes were ice cold. He moved his palms, trying to restrain Wu Ningzhu. However, he was blocked by Yan Qingqing's sword. Blossoming flower sword. Yan Qingqing's strength was very strong. Compared to Wu Ningzhu, she was slightly stronger. After all, she had received Princess Duan's inheritance. Now, she was just in the transition period. Once she completely fused with the inheritance, her strength would be even more terrifying. However, for Dongfang Yunhe, it was only able to slow him down. It was still impossible for him to stop him. Dongfang Yunhe punched out, shattering Yan Qingqing's sword rain. He soared into the sky with irresistible force. What a terrifying guy. Helian Fengshu's expression slightly changed. If he were to fight Dongfang Yunhe with all his strength, he might not be stronger than him. In just 3 moves, Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qingqing were defeated in the end. It was quite an ugly scene. Now, both of you are mine. Haha. Dongfang Yunhe laughed out loud, but he was forced back by the rain of swords. If you dare to touch my woman, I will kill you without mercy. Jiang Chen stood proudly in his white robe like a sword. He had already walked out of the gate of heaven's will. As soon as Jiang Chen walked out, Wu Ningzhu's beautiful eyes narrowed. She stared at the person in front of her. Her heart, which had been hanging in suspense for a long time, finally calmed down. Yan Qingqing also heaved a sigh of relief. As long as he was here, nothing would be a problem. This? How is this possible? He actually walked out of the gate of heaven's will? This is too unbelievable, isn't it? He isn't a member of the Hellion family. How did he do it? Could it be that he was sent by the ancestors? Don't talk nonsense. Everything is heaven's will. Since this guy could walk out of the gate of heaven's will, it means that he is fated with our Hellion family. We can't underestimate him now. An elder of the Hellion family said in a serious manner. His tone was full of certainty. It was as if he was a completely different person from his previous rebuke and disgust towards Jiang Chen. Now that Jiang Chen was able to walk out of the gate of heaven's will, he had already obtained the approval of the Hellion family. There was no doubt about it. He came out. What about Yu? She can't still be inside, right? That's right, Aunt Yu. Aunt Yu also came out? Did you all realize that this guy actually still has his memories from the past? This is truly too amazing. Aunt Yu, look, it's Aunt Yu. Almost the entire Hellion family cheered at this moment. Aunt Yu, whom they had been waiting for, had finally walked out of the gate of heaven's will. Moreover, she was right behind Jiang Chen. Did this mean that both of them had passed the test of the gate of heaven's will? Although they didn't dare to confirm it, at least Yu could walk out of the gate of heaven's will. This was great news for the entire Hellion family. Hellion Feng Su and the Great Elder looked at each other, unable to conceal their joy. The Hellion family had placed high hopes on Hellion Yu. Now, she was the savior of the Hellion family. Damn it. Did this Jiang Chen really walk out from the gate of heaven's will? Didn't they say that apart from the Hellion family, no one else could do it? But he. Why did he walk out of the gate of heaven's will? Dongfang Lianxua narrowed his eyes as he looked at Jiang Chen. This guy's strength had obviously increased by leaps and bounds. This was too infuriating. Patriarch. Yu nodded slightly as she looked at Hellion Feng Su and said in a low voice. Hellion Feng Su was so excited that he couldn't speak. His body trembled as Yu also had the memories of the past. Jiang Chen and Yu were both like this. They were the first people in history to do so. To the Hellion family, the benefits of having their own memories were indescribable. Yu was the hope of the Hellion family. How could she marry into the Dongfang family? I didn't expect you to come out alive. It's really surprising. But today, you won't be able to escape even if you grow wings. Dongfang Lianxua said coldly. I killed your brother. Are you afraid that he will be lonely on the road to hell, so you also came to die? Jiang Chen smiled. You are Jiang Chen. You killed my nephew. Today, you will pay with your blood. Dongfang Yunhe and Jiang Chen stared at each other. Both of them had sharp gazes and neither was willing to take a step back. This battle was finally going to start. Everyone from the Dongfang family must die. You will regret hurting my woman for the rest of your lives. Jiang Chen shook his head and sighed. In his eyes, there was nothing but endless death. Jiang Chen and Dongfang Yunhe were at each other's throats. The members of the Hellion family were also feeling insecure. They didn't know which side to stand on, especially Hellion Feng Su and the 5 elders of the Hellion family. They couldn't afford to offend the Dongfang family, but now that Jiang Chen had walked out of the gate of heaven's will, he had become the mascot of the Hellion family. No one could be compared to him. In the past, those who walked out of the gate of heaven's will were all figures who stirred up a storm. However, the Hellion clan had already suffered a crushing defeat. They had long since lost the opportunity and strength to contend with the first-rate major sections. Right now, the only thing he could rely on was Yu. Jiang Chen is the benefactor of the Hellion clan. As long as Jiang Chen lives, I, Hellion Yu, will live. If Jiang Chen dies, I, Hellion Yu, will also die. Yu's words caused Hellion Feng Su to hold his breath. At this moment, he knew that the current situation was getting more and more dangerous. However, if they stood on the opposite side of the Dongfang family and declared war, it would be like a bolt from the blue. Even though Yu had walked out of the gate of heaven's will, the current strength of the Hellion clan was still inferior to the Dongfang family. Growth also required a process. Although Yu had expressed her stance, the 5 elders looked at each other. They weren't willing to go against the Dongfeng family. For the sake of the family, they had to make the right choice. We need to think about this matter further. You can't be stubborn. Yes, we can't start a war with the Dongfeng family. We can't. The current situation is critical. The people of the Dongfeng family were killed by Xianxia. Although we know that Xianxia has a close relationship with the Gate of Heaven's will, Yu furrowed her brows and said resolutely, "No buts. My words are the highest order," Yu said in a deep voice. Her face was finally filled with a gloomy expression. The heavenly fate stone in her hand instantly attracted Helian Fengsu's attention. He couldn't help but hold his breath. Is that the heavenly fate stone? The heavenly fate stone had always been the symbol of the Helian clan. The heavenly fate stone represented the will of the ancestors and the highest authority of the Helian clan. Therefore, at this moment, the faces of the 5 elders changed, including the people of the Helian clan. That was because the heavenly fate stone had a higher status than the patriarch. Controlling the heavenly fate stone was equivalent to controlling the entire Helian clan. The moment the heavenly fate stone appeared, the 5 elders smiled bitterly. However, facing Yu's order, they didn't show any hesitation. Helian Fengsu knew that they couldn't avoid this battle. They would definitely become enemies with the Dongfeng family. It seemed like the battle between them had just begun. If the Helian clan wanted to rise, they would have to rely on Yu and Xianxia. Everyone's face was filled with seriousness. They didn't dare to go against the will of the heavenly fate stone, the symbol of the Helian clan. I can tell you clearly that the heavenly fate stone in my hand was given to me by Xianxia. He has already comprehended the secrets of the heavenly fate stone, but I haven't. A stone that caused 1,000 ripples. Yu's words caused the entire Helian clan to tremble. Xianxia has actually comprehended the secrets of the heavenly fate stone? Doesn't that mean that all the secrets of the Helian clan are in the hands of Xianxia? Otherwise, how could they walk out of the Gate of Heaven's will with their memories? Xianxia obtained the heavenly fate stone, but Xianxia didn't want it. Instead, he gave it to Yu. Everyone couldn't help but feel ashamed of their own inferiority. No matter what, they had no reason to challenge Xianxia now. Their ancestral items were given to them by Xianxia. Although it was somewhat ironic, one had to admit that the Helian family had already treated Xianxia as one of them. Especially Yu's words. If Xianxia was here, she would be here. If Xianxia died, she would die. Wu Ningzhu silently looked at Helian Yu. She knew that Xianxia didn't choose the wrong person. However, as Xianxia's first wife, she didn't really approve of Helian Yu. Xianxia almost died for her. However, as long as Xianxia felt that it was worth it, she wouldn't say anything. At this moment, Helian Yu also looked at Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qingqing who were beside Xianxia. They were so dazzling and beautiful. These two must be Xianxia's most beloved women. Because when Xianxia looked at them, his eyes were filled with endless tenderness. Helian Yu was more or less envious. Xianxia had never seen that kind of tenderness in her eyes. "Brother Jiang, my Helian clan will definitely protect you in today's battle." Helian Fengsu knew that he had no other choice but to fight alongside Xianxia. Even if he didn't mind defending the Dongfeng clan, he had no other choice. "Alright. Helian Fengsu, you old fart, it seems like you really want to declare war on my Dongfeng clan?" Dongfeng Yunhe said angrily. "I'm really sorry for making a fuss in my Helian clan and disregarding the existence of my Helian clan. Brother Yunhe, I'm responsible for this battle. My Helian clan will not allow anyone to bully us." Helian Fengsu was standing on the opposite side of Dongfeng Yunhe. In this battle, he was determined to capture Xianxia and kill him as soon as possible to comfort his nephew's soul in heaven. "Since that's the case, let me see where you get the courage to fight against my Dongfeng clan." Dongfeng Yunhe's expression was cold and indifferent. He stretched out his hand, and a white jade skeleton sword appeared in his hand. The wind from the sword was like a torch, and the shadow of the sword was awe-inspiring. A cold light flashed and shook the 9 heavens. "Xianxia, come and die. Dongfeng clan, you're all a bunch of shameless dogs. I, Xianxia, will start a massacre today." The corner of Xianxia's mouth curled up slightly. He drew out his sword and the heavenly dragon sword roared in the sky. The shadow of a dragon covered the sky and spread out. Xianxia and Dongfang Yunhe exchanged blows in an instant. Rays of cold light filled the sky and it was deafening. The two silhouettes were domineering and their sword auras were vigorous. The limitless sword slashed through the sky. Xianxia's aura made Dongfang Yunhe feel as if he was facing a great enemy. How could an early divine emperor be so powerful? Dongfang Lianshua's expression was gloomy. He was no longer a match for Xianxia now. His opponent's sword was too fast and too strong. Compared to before, it was even stronger. However, at this moment, the person Dongfang Lianshua was staring at was Helian Yu'er, the person he had been yearning for day and night. Yu'er, you and I are of the same origin. Do you really want to be my enemy? Dongfang Lianshua smiled and squinted his eyes. If you want to marry me, you'll have to defeat me first. Yu'er's expression was calm as she looked into Dongfang Lianshua's eyes. Dongfang Lianshua's eyes grew brighter and brighter. I might not be a match for Jiangchen, but am I not a match for you? Jiangchen was too abnormal. Therefore, he could only settle for the next best thing and fight against Helian Yu'er. Alright. Today, I, Dongfang Lianshua, will teach this little wife of mine a good lesson. Haha. Dongfang Lianshua attacked in a domineering manner, heading straight for Yu'er. As the two of them clashed, Dongfang Lianshua could clearly feel the majestic and domineering side of Helian Yu'er's body. Who said that women were inferior to men? This woman's ability simply caused him to be flabbergasted and gasp in amazement. As expected of someone that came from the door of heaven's will. Dongfang Lianshua knew that this battle wouldn't be simple to him as well. Patriarch Helian, I will fight you in this battle. I am the seventh elder of the Dongfang family, Dongfang Lu. Please enlighten me, said a white-robed old man behind Dongfang Yunhe with a faint smile. However, his gaze was as sharp as a sword, filled with killing intent. This battle, Feng Su is fighting for the sect. I cannot retreat. Brother Dongfang, I apologize for offending you. Helian Feng Su's eyes turned cold. Two meteor-like rays of light collided with each other. Starlight shone wantonly and the flames of war raged. At this moment, the most terrifying thing was the battle between Jiangchen and Dongfang Yunhe. Under the dragon transformation, Jiangchen was almost on par with Dongfang Yunhe. In fact, he might even be stronger than him. His powerful attacks seemed to change the direction of the wind in the sky. When he slashed out with his sword, his strength was boundless. The limitless sword was like a raging fire, causing Dongfang Yunhe to be exhausted. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This guy is simply a madman. The limitless sword, using the limitless sword to surpass the limitless sword. The sword moves gracefully, cutting through demons and demons. Master, master, when will I be able to reach your realm? Wang Fengqi watched this scene silently. His master was an early divine emperor, but he was able to suppress a mid-divine emperor, making it hard for Dongfang Yunhe to use his full strength. Dongfang Yunhe was forced to retreat after each of his attacks. The limitless sword swept across the battlefield. His sword intent was free and unrestrained, slashing through the wind and clouds. Not only Wang Fengqi, everyone at the scene looked at Jiangchen silently. Who would have thought that this guy, who seemed to be on par with the geniuses of the Helian family, would be so powerful? Helian Zhangyang and Helian Fengchao looked at each other and smiled. The two of them were probably not a match for Jiangchen. This guy was like a sharp sword. Although you knew that he was too sharp, you couldn't avoid his sword. Sun-devouring sword art, sun rises from the east. Dongfang Yunhe slashed out with his sword, clashing with Jiangchen. The sword came out from the east, slashing the setting sun and the river. Jiangchen moved without any wind and turned into a sword, slashing towards the west and clashing with Dongfang Yunhe. Tens of thousands of sword shadows dispersed. Dongfang Yunhe was forced to retreat with an ugly expression. Jiangchen was like the wind and the sword, piercing through the sky, standing above the 9 heavens, looking down at the world with disdain. Is this all you've got? Jiangchen said faintly. Dongfang Yunhe roared in anger. He was thoroughly angered by Jiangchen. As the third elder of the Dongfang family, his strength had already reached the mid-divine emperor realm. How could he be looked down upon by Jiangchen? This early divine emperor fellow was actually so fearless. This made him furious. Brat, you're courting death. Although Dongfang Yunhe was forced back by Jiang Chen, he still swore. Dongfang Yunhe's sword technique changed again and again. Terrifying waves of qi rolled out. It was more than 10 times stronger than before. The sun rises from the east, only I am undefeatable. Dongfang Yunhe was like a rock soaring in the sky, cutting through all the obstacles in his way. He crossed the void and clashed with Jiang Chen again and again. However, his golden sword light was still unable to break through Jiang Chen's boundless sword. From the beginning to the end, he seemed to be in a passive position, being suppressed by Jiang Chen's boundless sword. The Dongfang family's sword technique was fierce and overbearing. However, it was soft against Jiang Chen's boundless sword. Dongfang Yunhe didn't know what to do. Jiang Chen's sword technique seemed to be able to see through his moves. Your sword is my sword. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. At this moment, the heavenly dragon sword roared out. The 18th sword was like a dragon flying in the sky. In an instant, it was as if there were 108,000 terrifying swords raining down on Dongfang Yunhe. Dongfang Yunhe's scalp went numb and his face turned pale. He kept retreating, but Jiang Chen's limitless sword had already reached him. Sword rain pierced through his body. The limitless sword made Dongfang Yunhe feel despair. His soul felt like it was being pierced through by the endless sword rain. The sun rises from the east, F*CKU. Get lost. Before Dongfang Yunhe's sword momentum could be unleashed, it had already been chopped down. The feeling of being strangled in the cradle made Dongfang Yunhe feel extremely sullen. However, even though the majority of the 108,000 swords had been blocked, Dongfang Yunhe had still been seriously injured. Jiang Chen swung his sword towards the west, riding the wind and breaking the waves, destroying the 9 heavens, causing all living things to fall from the heavens and earth, causing dust to fly everywhere. Dongfang Yunhe's chest was pierced by Jiang Chen's sword, causing him to fall to the mortal world. The third elder of the Dongfang clan was defeated? This Jiang Chen is too powerful. I'm dazzled just by looking at him. Jiang Chen's might is unparalleled. My Hellion clan is finally going to rise, ha ha ha. In this battle, Jiang Chen had gained the absolute advantage. Above the sky, everyone sighed. The winner was the king, and the loser was the bandit. No one knew how strong Dongfang Yunhe was. They only knew that Jiang Chen was peerless and terrifying. At this moment, Dongfang Lu and Dongfang Lianxua were advancing cautiously. Under the double attacks of Hellion Fengshu and Yu'er, their situation was getting more and more difficult. Dongfang Lianxua was infuriated. With his strength, it should be easy to deal with Hellion Yu'er. However, the heavenly fate stone in her hand was too terrifying. Not only could it see through his moves, but it could also fight before him. Dongfang Lianxua and Dongfang Lu were complaining incessantly. They thought that the third elder had already won. Who knew that among the 3 of them, Dongfang Yunhe would be in the most miserable state? Jiang Chen turned into a ray of light and charged down. Facing Dongfang Yunhe, who was kneeling on one knee, Jiang Chen's eyes were filled with killing intent. Today, I, Dongfang Yunhe, admit defeat. Kid, I'll remember this debt. Dongfang Yunhe wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and shouted. There's no need. I, Jiang Chen, don't like to keep accounts. I've always been a person who gets things done today. Jiang Chen smiled. Dongfang Yunhe's breathing stagnated. His face turned pale. What are you trying to do? Shouldn't I be asking you that? Elder Dongfang? What are you trying to do? Have you forgotten? You want to kill me. Don't you think that murderers will always be killed? So now, I only have one small goal, and that is to kill you. Once I kill you, I won't have to remember this debt anymore. Don't you think so? Jiang Chen crossed his arms and said with a serious expression. You should know the strength of my Dongfang family. I don't believe that you dare to kill me. If you kill me, no matter where you go, my Dongfang clan will not let you off. You must not make a mistake. Otherwise, the one who will regret it in the end will be you. Dongfang Yunhe said fiercely. He could see the murderous intent in Jiang Chen's eyes, but at this moment, he felt a little scared. Once Jiang Chen unleashed his murderous intent, he might really be killed by Jiang Chen, because his strength was far from Jiang Chen's. No matter what, you should know that before you decide to kill me, you should be prepared to be killed. Otherwise, how could there be such a good thing in this world? Jiang Chen said indifferently. You can't kill me. I am the third elder of the Dongfang clan. No one can touch the Dongfang clan. When the time comes, not only you, but the entire Helian clan will also be dragged down by you. Don't make a mistake, Dongfang Yunhe repeated. His heart was filled with fear. I said that no one can hurt my woman. Even the heavens are no exception. Jiang Chen shouted. The murderous intent in his eyes made Dongfang Yunhe's heart skip a beat. It was as if the god of death had passed judgment on him. You are digging your own grave. Even if you kill me, you won't be able to leave the Dongxing divine continent alive. Believe me, the Dongfang clan will hunt you down to the ends of the earth. Dongfang Yunhe said viciously. However, he was no longer as confident as before. You might have some misunderstandings about me. If you die, everything will be over. What does my death have to do with you? Therefore, I only want to kill you now. Jiang Chen snorted coldly. The heavenly dragon sword moved horizontally. Boundless sword chi approached Dongfang Yunhe again. Dongfang Yunhe's face turned pale. He retreated quickly. However, he had nowhere to retreat. 5 elements divine dragon seal. Jiang Chen struck out a seal. Dongfang Yunhe was killed by himself. His body was incinerated. However, his soul still wanted to escape. The great Yu soul-forming light covered him and devoured his soul. Dongfang Yunhe was killed by Jiang Chen just like that. All the people of the Helian clan were dumbfounded. They didn't expect Jiang Chen to be so terrifying. Dongfang Yunhe was the third elder of the Dongfang clan. However, he was killed by Jiang Chen without mercy. Everyone gasped. Third elder. Dongfang Lianxua's eyes were wide open. Dongfang Li's body trembled. The two of them were forced into a dangerous situation. They thought that they could get help from the third elder. However, who would have thought that Jiang Chen would kill Dongfang Yunhe? This scene made them dumbfounded. And you? Jiang Chen smiled. His smile made Dongfang Lianxua's blood run cold. Even the third elder had died in Jiang Chen's hands. He knew that he was no match for Jiang Chen. I'll go first. Dongfang Lianxua wanted to escape when he saw that the situation was not good. However, Jiang Chen wouldn't give him the chance. Dongfang Lu and Dongfang Lianxua ran wildly. The result was shocking. Jiang Chen didn't move at all. However, before the two of them could run more than 1,000 miles away, they fell from the sky. Jiang Chen's spiritual sense instantly made them lose their fighting strength. They were already like arrows at the end of their flight. Jiang Chen used the soul-stealing divine art to make them lose their fighting strength instantly. They didn't even have the chance to escape. Damn it. Dongfang Lianxua's face became more and more unsightly. Jiang Chen walked over step by step. However, it was as if he was stepping on his chest, causing Dongfang Lianxua's heart to tremble. You still want to destroy the Helian family? Do you have the ability to do so? Jiang Chen sneered. He shook his head as he looked at Dongfang Lianxua, who was lying on the ground like a dead dog. Jiang Chen, you can't kill me. If you kill me, not only the Dongfang family, but even the Slaughter Pagoda won't let you off. You should know that you're digging your own grave. You must not walk on a path of no return. Dongfang Lianxua kept retreating. However, he didn't have any chance to escape. Jiang Chen's smile was mellow, but in the eyes of Dongfang Lianxua, it was the smile of the Grim Reaper. Jiang Chen had already killed the third elder. Would he still care about the two of them? Jiang Chen killed Dongfang Lianxua and Dongfang Lu without hesitation in front of the horrified eyes of the Helian clan. Even Helian Feng Su let out a sigh. He knew that he could no longer escape. He had already become enemies with the Dongfang clan and was bound to Jiang Chen. At this moment, he had no other choice. Who asked Jiang Chen to obtain the Heavenly Fate Stone? Moreover, he had comprehended the Heavenly Fate secret manual of the Helian clan. Therefore, Helian Feng Su could only follow Jiang Chen. Although the members of the Dongfang family were dead, Heli and Feng Su knew that their war in the Dongxing divine continent had just begun. Moreover, the Helian family's rise to power was only at the beginning. However, the most difficult part of their rise to power would be dealing with the Dongfeng family. "Thank you, big brother." Yu smiled like a spring breeze. Jiangchen shook his head and looked at Heli and Feng Su. "The Helian clan and I are fated. I, Jiangchen, am not a heartless person. I have already made a vow. Although I have obtained the Heavenly Fate secret manual of the Helian clan and comprehended the secret of the Heavenly Fate stone, I, Jiangchen, will not pass it on to anyone else. Rest assured, the Helian clan." Heli and Feng Su nodded. How could he dare to disobey? He was not a match for Jiangchen. That arrogant Dongfang Yunhe was already dead. He did not want to follow in his footsteps. Heli and Feng Su could not help but break out in cold sweat. Fortunately, he did not push Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qingqing out. Otherwise, Jiangchen would definitely not let him go. To be able to walk out of the Gate of Heaven's Will, Jiangchen definitely had a unique advantage. Heli and Feng Su definitely knew about this. However, he did not want to say anything. Since the Heavenly Fate stone was already in Yuer's hands, nothing else mattered. "Clan leader, there is one more thing that I need to explain to you," Yuer said in a low voice, her eyes revealing a hint of sorrow. "Feel free to speak your mind," Heli and Feng Su said. "From now on, our Helian family no longer has the Gate of Heaven's Will." Yuer's words caused the entire Helian family to become nervous. Where did these words come from? Why did he have to do this? Could it be that Yuer wanted to cut off the training grounds for the future geniuses of the Helian family? Everyone felt extremely uncomfortable in their hearts. All sorts of feelings welled up in their hearts. However, Yuer's words definitely had a deeper meaning. Even though Heli and Feng Su furrowed his brows, he still spoke bluntly. "Tell me, why?" Heli and Feng Su voiced out the doubt on everyone's mind. Everyone present also raised their heads in anticipation, looking at Yuer, hoping that they would be able to obtain a perfect explanation. "I can only tell you and the 5 elders about this matter," Yuer said in a low voice. Heli and Feng Su's heart stirred. He knew that right now, the implications of this matter might be too great. That was why Yuer wasn't willing to make it public and only told him and the 5 elders. "Alright, go ahead. I've sealed off my connection with the outside world. Right now, only the few of us can hear it," Heli and Feng Su said. The 5 elders looked at each other. Everyone was looking forward to Yuer giving them a reasonable explanation. Why did the Gate of Heaven's Will no longer exist? In the Gate of Heaven's Will, there were 2 ancestors. However, these 2 ancestors didn't do it to train the descendants of our Helian family. It was for their own selfish desires. Because they wanted the strongest of their descendants to bear their supreme spirit. Their spirit had already surpassed the Emperor realm. Therefore, they needed an extremely talented disciple to bear their spirit. Therefore, from ancient times until now, almost no one who entered the Gate of Heaven's Will succeeded. There were even people who died in the Gate of Heaven's Will, just like my father. Yuer remained silent for a moment before continuing. My father was the genius that they valued the most. Therefore, they wanted to leave my father in the Gate of Heaven's Will, erase his spirit energy, take over his body, and return to the Helian family. However, my father struggled on his deathbed. In the end, both the fish and the net broke. In the end, the 2 ancestors didn't succeed. For hundreds of millions of years, because they destroyed the geniuses of the Helian family, our Helian family's talents withered. That's why the Helian family declined to this day. What you've said is complete nonsense. The Gate of Heaven's Will has always been the Helian family's ancestral land. How could such an alarmist thing happen? The great elder's face darkened as he said angrily. I know that you must think that I'm talking nonsense. However, think about it from another perspective. Even those who walked out of the Gate of Heaven's Will, do they have their own memories? Because those experts couldn't bear their spirit, their memories of the past were erased. That's why people said that those who entered the Gate of Heaven's Will would definitely forget their past. Yuer said in a low voice. For a moment, the great elder was speechless. He didn't know what to say. Because the future generations were indeed like that. Heli and Feng Su fell into silence. He knew that what Helian Yuer said made sense. However, they couldn't believe Helian Yuer's one-sided words. However, all of this really made his body tremble. His scalp went numb. How could there be such a cruel ancestor in this world? This was simply a trap for their future generations. It was too terrifying. It was almost shocking. This was also why Yuer didn't tell everyone in the Helian family about it. She didn't want to cause panic. Therefore, she only told the patriarch and the few elders about the whole thing. Everyone's face was filled with shock. For a moment, they couldn't digest everything that Yuer had said. Everything you said, why should we believe you? The gate of heavens has been like this for thousands of years. However, after you and Xianxia came out, it became like this. Although you're a member of my Helian family, and I won't doubt you, do you think that's normal? The great elder's words caused everyone to sink into silence once again. They couldn't believe Yuer's words, but they couldn't disbelieve her either. That was why they were so passive. However, the gate of heavens had always been the most sacred place in their hearts. How did it suddenly turn into a place where evil was kept? For a moment, everyone couldn't accept it. Yuer smiled bitterly. She knew that this was also within common sense. However, the truth was like this. She didn't even know how to persuade these seniors. However, at this moment, a white figure appeared in front of them. Everyone in the Helian family felt the blood in their bodies boiling. The white-haired old man was the Helian ancestor that was worshipped in the Helian family's ancestral shrine. His clothes were as white as snow, his figure was stooped, and his face was kind and gentle. All the people of the Helian family knelt down at this moment. Ancestor, it's our ancestor. Our ancestor has appeared. The people of the Helian clan all wore shocked expressions on their faces. They never expected the ancestor of the Helian clan to be inside the heavenly fortune stone, even though it was only an afterimage, even though the silhouette was already very old. However, he was the ancestor of the Helian family. Ancestor, it's really you. Helian Fengsu said excitedly. The current family head of the Helian family, Helian Fengsu, and the disciples of the Helian family greet the ancestor. Helian Fengsu couldn't hide the shock in his heart. However, this was indeed the family head of the Helian family. No one could refute this. Not to mention them, even Yuer was extremely shocked. She had never expected the ancestor of the Helian family to be in the heavenly fortune stone. Only Xianxia looked at this scene silently. Only he knew that the ancestor of the Helian family was in the heavenly fortune stone. The family head of the Helian family glanced at Xianxia and smiled. Regarding this matter, Yuer's words are not false. If it wasn't for this friend, perhaps our Helian family would have already declined. In these hundreds of millions of years, they have done too many things that have disappointed me. But fortunately, the Helian family is not destroyed, so we have the hope to rise again. I can't live in this world for long, so these words are just to wake you all up. The words of the ancestor are not an imperial edict, but you all have to recognize yourselves and the Helian clan. Only by doing so, will you be able to prosper forever. The hope of the Helian clan rests on your shoulders. Don't let me down, don't let Yuer down. On her shoulders are the hopes and expectations of all of you. I hope that one day, the Helian clan can become even more prosperous in your hands. Helian said with a smile, full of kindness. Many people of the Helian family could not help but cry tears of joy. They were full of guilt when facing their ancestor, especially the 5 great elders, who had almost framed Yuer. Moreover, the person they had to apologize to was Xianxia. They knew from their ancestor that if it wasn't for Xianxia, Yuer would not have been able to walk out of the gate of heavens alone. As for the dangers that surrounded it, it was something that they had no idea about. However, Xianxia had become the savior of the Helian family. Just based on Yuer's side of the story, there might still be countless people who had doubts. However, it wasn't just Yuer's words, even their ancestor had such a high evaluation of Xianxia. One could imagine how great of a contribution Xianxia had made in the gate of heavens in this battle. Furthermore, the heavenly fate stone was obtained by Xianxia. I'm leaving, you guys take care of yourselves. If the Helian family wants to prosper, remember, the will of the heavens is in the hearts of people. The will of the heavens is not something that my Helian family will pursue for eternity. After saying that, Helian Feng disappeared into the void. The afterimage left too much shock for the people of the Helian family. Until now, they had never thought that there would be such an outcome. Helian Feng Su's expression was solemn as he said sincerely, "Brother Jiang, from now on, my Helian family will share honor and disgrace with you. I hope that you will forgive us for our previous offense." Helian Feng Su bowed deeply to Jiang Chen. This bow was very meaningful. It made everyone in the Helian family see how important Jiang Chen was. His righteousness reached the clouds, and the future of the Helian family was the future of the Helian family. Patriarch Helian is too courteous. It was nothing. Jiang Chen smiled and said. At this moment, he was already satisfied to be able to come out and see Yu. Therefore, he did not plan to stay in the Helian family any longer. Moreover, he had killed 3 people from the Dongfeng family. If he continued to stay in the Helian family, it would undoubtedly bring shame to the Helian family. It was nothing. I'm not as capable as brother Jiang Chen. Ha ha ha. Helian Feng Su laughed and said. In the end, he chose to stand on Jiang Chen's side. It seemed that it was the right decision. Fortunately, the 2 women of Jiang Chen reminded him. Greetings, sisters. I'm Helian Yu. Yu walked towards Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qingqing. She smiled slightly. She was confident and calm. Men might not be able to see it, but women's hearts were as clear as a mirror. Even Yan Qingqing could see that Yu had deep feelings for Jiang Chen. Hello, I'm Wu Ningzhu. Yan Qingqing. Although the 2 of them were smiling, Yu could clearly feel that the 2 of them did not seem to like her. Yu could not help but feel a little disappointed. However, she understood that these 2 women were the most important women in her big brother's heart. Everyone had the right to choose, and they also had the right to like someone. Yu knew that she could not deny that her big brother's impression in her heart could not be replaced by anyone, no matter in the past, present, or future. Now that the Helian family is fine and Yu is safe, my heart is at ease. However, I think that there is no need for me to continue staying here. Jiang Chen said. Big brother, you're leaving. Although Yu knew that Jiang Chen would not stay here, she still could not hide her disappointment. After all, she had only met her big brother for a short period of time, and they were going to be separated again. It was really hard to suppress the bitterness in her heart. You can leave with me. Jiang Chen said. Yu was silent for a moment. She shook her head and said in a low voice, Yu cannot leave yet. Right now, the Helian family is still in an abyss of suffering. How can I leave alone? Right now, the Helian family needs me. They need someone who can guide them. Moreover, I have my father's unfulfilled wish in my heart. I will not give up easily. One day, the Helian family will become the most prestigious family in the entire Dongxing Divine region. Yu's voice was incomparably clear, but her eyes were incomparably passionate. She was no longer the ignorant girl from before. The current her had her family in her heart and was filled with revenge. Because she was no longer fighting alone. All the members of the Helian family and her father's soul were by her side. Fighting for the rise of the Helian family. After many years, I don't know when we'll meet again. However, the strength of the Dongfeng clan is not ordinary. Now that I've caused trouble and killed someone, it's not good for me to just leave like that. That's why I've laid down a formation here. It will definitely be able to help you defend against your enemies. A few days later, the formation was completed. The entire Helian family was filled with joy, especially Helian Feng Su. Although he didn't say it clearly, as Jiang Chen had said, you've killed people and offended them. Leaving the Helian family to suffer was indeed not very righteous. However, since these words were said by Jiang Chen himself, the meaning was different. Jiang Chen's formation had indeed shocked everyone. Even if the entire Dongfeng family were to enter, they would definitely not be able to break this terrifying formation. This made Helian Feng Su and the others extremely excited. When Jiang Chen left, Yu was also quite reluctant. However, what could she do? Big brother has so many people by his side. Perhaps he doesn't even need me. Yu sat on the peak of the mountain and silently watched the back of Jiang Chen and the others as they left. At this moment, she finally understood the meaning of this sentence. because she never knew that missing someone could be so painful. After Jiangchen left, Helian Rong-er was also released by the Great Elder. Helian Rong-er's face was also filled with melancholy as she looked at Aunt Yu's sad face. He's gone too. Aunt Yu, my heart seems to have left with him too. Helian Rong-er murmured as she sat beside Aunt Yu. Yu-er smiled bitterly as she patted Helian Rong-er's head and said softly. If you want to cry, just cry it out. Helian Rong-er instantly threw herself into Aunt Yu's embrace as she sobbed non-stop. Aunt Yu, you've never told me that liking someone can actually be so sad. I don't want him to leave. I want to leave with him. Tell me, have I really fallen in love with him? But do we really have a future? As long as you believe, everything is possible. Yu-er murmured. No matter how she persuaded others, she herself had long been deeply immersed in it and was unable to extricate herself. However, at that instant, a dangerous signal appeared on Yu-er's jade slip. At the moment when she escaped from the jade slip, her face abruptly changed. Perhaps I really should leave for a period of time. Yu-er said in a low voice. She slowly stood up and tightly gripped the jade slip in her hand. Jiangchen had turned the entire Helian family into an impregnable fortress, so there was no need to worry about the Dongfeng family's invasion for the time being. Even if they came knocking on their door, as long as the family's protective formation was maintained, there would be no problem. Aunt Yu, are you leaving the Helian family? Can I go with you? I want to find him. Even if I have to die, even if I have to go to the ends of the earth, I'm not afraid of hardship. Take me with you, okay? Helian Rong-er said softly and looked at Yu-er with a wronged expression. Yu-er sighed softly and was filled with helplessness. Although Yu-er's strength had reached the late hierarch realm, she was still inexperienced in the world after all. Even she didn't dare to say that she could run amok in the divine world. Once she met someone with bad intentions, she would be easily deceived. Furthermore, Yu-er was very clear about Helian Rong-er's personality. Even if she didn't bring her along, she would definitely think of a way to leave. It would be better to bring her along so that they could take care of each other. All right. But you have to promise me that you will always be by my side. When I ask you to leave, you must not disobey me, Yu-er said in a low voice. It was Helian Rong-er's first time hearing such a low and cold voice. However, she knew that Aunt Yu would definitely not leave her alone. All right, I understand, Aunt Yu. Helian Rong-er's cat-like eyes were shining with a different kind of brilliance. She could finally leave the Helian family to pursue her Prince Charming. For love, for her dream, for her pursuit, she would not regret it in her entire life. At this moment, Jiangchen and the other three went straight to the Central Region Divine Land. This time, Jiangchen's target was the Fossil Sect. His disciple's woman was abused by the people of the Fossil Sect and eventually died. He must seek justice for this. Moreover, it was impossible for him to continue staying in the Dongxing Divine Land. The Dongfeng family would definitely not let it go. After all, he had killed 3 people of the Dongfeng family, and they were all people with prominent identities. 2 elders and 1 genius of the family. With such deep hatred, the Dongfeng family would definitely not let Jiangchen go if they wanted to save their face. It was also impossible for Jiangchen to go to the northern cold Divine Land. Now, he could only return to the Central Region Divine Land because he firmly believed that Xiaoyu was definitely in the Central Region Divine Land. Are you reluctant to leave on your own? Yan Qingqing smiled and looked at Jiangchen. There was a different kind of charm in her eyes. Jiangchen was startled. He shrugged his shoulders and said, "It's nothing. With a beauty by my side, why would I be reluctant? Moreover, I have always treated Yu-er as my younger sister. After so many years, she is the only sister that I have ever cared about. What brother and sister? In the end, I think they're going to end up together." Yan Qingqing sneered as if she completely disagreed with Jiangchen's point of view. She even went straight to the point, leaving Jiangchen speechless. You treat her as your younger sister, but she might not necessarily treat you as her younger sister. Little Chenzi, I think you should understand, right? A woman's intuition is very accurate. You can't fool us about this. Wu Ningzhu curled her lips as if she was a little jealous. I know that you care about my sister Ning. However, I really don't have the mood to think about those things now. I only have one thought now, and that is to find Xiaoyu as soon as possible. As long as I can find Xiaoyu, I can finally be at ease. You guys should have the same thought as me, right? Jiangchen sighed and said. Wu Ningzhu held Jiangchen's hand, but at that moment, she couldn't say a word. Only when their hearts were connected could they find each other. From today onwards, she didn't want to be separated from Jiangchen anymore. I hope you don't just love everyone you see. Otherwise, how can I face Sister Xiaoyu? Yan Qingqing was still as cold as before. Even Jiangchen didn't know how to awaken her memory. Her soul seemed to have suffered a great shock, which was why she was like a completely different person now. Master, do I still have a master's wife? Wang Fengqi looked at his master in astonishment and asked. His master was handsome, elegant, and had profound cultivation. It was reasonable for so many women to like him. Yes, that's your master's wife. Jiangchen nodded and said. Third master's wife, I think master is very good. Don't blame master anymore. Wang Fengqi said in a low voice. Who's your third master's wife? If you talk nonsense again, I'll slap you to death. Yan Qingqing's charming face was slightly red. Although her expression was gloomy, she didn't really make a move. Wang Fengqi was so scared that he immediately shut his mouth. However, Jiangchen could see that Yan Qingqing had already started to accept him. Although she didn't love him, she already understood the relationship between them. Kunshan County, Fossil Sect, as one of the top 10 sects in Kunshan County, the current Fossil Sect could be considered a prestigious and powerful sect below the Sword Drawing Sect. Although Tantai Jingzong did not win in the battle for the position of Sword Master, the Fossil Sect was already a big sect in the eyes of the Sword Drawing Sect. As a subsidiary sect of the Sword Drawing Sect, this time, Jiangchen went with anger and responsibility. He was bound to set off a bloody storm in the Fossil Sect. Fossil Sect. I, Wang Fengqi, have returned. Wang Fengqi's face was gloomy as he muttered in a low voice. His eyes were filled with coldness and bloodlust. He had no feelings for this ruthless and cold-blooded sect. Now that he had returned to the Fossil Sect with his master, he was filled with resentment. If he had not entered this place, then Sister Feng would not have died. However, how could he give up such an opportunity that was the center of attention? However, he did not expect that after entering the Fossil Sect, such a heartbreaking thing would happen. This was the biggest mistake he had made in his life. Wang Fengqi's face had been very ugly ever since he entered the Kunshan County. Jiangchen also saw this and sighed slightly. This poor disciple of his did not expect to experience so many ups and downs in life. This was simply a jealous and cruel test for his temperament. Jiangchen was not a cold-blooded and emotionless person. On the contrary, what he valued the most was friendship. Moreover, he had always helped those close to him and not reason. This time, he was already prepared to fight with all his strength in this trip to the Fossil Sect. Therefore, he did not care about becoming enemies with the Fossil Sect. If this subsidiary sect of the Sword Drawing Sect was sensible, they should not go against him, the 9th Sword Master of the Sword Drawing Sect. If that was the case, it would be tantamount to seeking their own destruction. When Jiangchen saw Wang Fengqi, he could not help but think of how he rose step by step from the divine realm to where he was today. He was much luckier than Wang Fengqi. At least that kind of tragic thing did not happen to him. However, little did they know that this was life. Life would not always go according to one's wishes. There were many things that one simply could not predict. This was also Jiangchen's current understanding. Since Wang Fengqi was his disciple, then this time, he would absolutely not be lenient. He must seek justice for Wang Fengqi in the Fossil Sect. Are there any survivors from that time? Jiangchen said lightly. Yes, there were 2 fish that escaped the net. I wasn't their match, but senior sister Tantai spoke up for me. Unfortunately, she wasn't at the Fossil Sect at that time. Sun Xiaolong even wanted to kick me when I was down, but I escaped in the end. In the Fossil Sect, besides senior sister Tantai, there isn't a single good person. Wang Fengqi's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets as he gritted his teeth. The pain in his heart once again appeared in his heart. He was very clear about his current situation. Even though his master was here, he absolutely couldn't relax. Otherwise, his master would risk his life to seek justice for him. His heart would be filled with torment. I understand. Xianxia nodded. Those two people would undoubtedly die. Moreover, if the petrified sect really wanted to oppose him, then he could only give it his all. At that time, it would depend on who could block his methods. This petrified sect is said to be one of the top 10 sects in Kunshan County. You must not lower your guard, little Qinzi. Wu Ningzhu asked with concern. Although the fossil sect was a subsidiary sect of the sword-drawing sect, it was not to be underestimated. Jiangchen said in a low voice, let's go. In front of us is the fossil sect. The group of 4 directly landed in front of the fossil sect's mountain gate. Clouds and mist lingered in front of the mountain, winding for tens of thousands of li. The great master was like a rainbow, the surroundings continuous and rugged, full of natural strongholds. There were 2 heavenly gods guarding the mountain. As soon as they saw Wang Fengqi, they immediately retreated. Their faces were extremely stern as they growled, do you want to kill me? Thief Wang Fengqi, you actually dare to come back? Do you really think that my fossil sect is a place where you can come and go as you please? It's him. He killed more than a dozen of our sect's geniuses. This time, we definitely can't let him escape. Quickly inform the elders that Wang Fengqi has actually returned. Thief, if you kneel and beg for mercy now, perhaps the elders of our fossil sect will leave your corpse intact. However, you've killed so many of our sect's geniuses. If you still dare to walk into our trap today, you'll definitely not be able to escape. The group of disciples guarding the mountain all walked out. When they saw Wang Fengqi and the others, they quickly retreated and hurried into the sect to report to the elders. I, Wang Fengqi, am here. Call Ping Yuan and Zhang Zhanqi out to die. Wang Fengqi roared. His eyes were like torches, and they were as red as light. He was like an enraged lion, as if he could strike at any time. In their eyes, Wang Fengqi was quite terrifying. This guy was a homicidal maniac, but he still managed to escape in the end. It was a pity that he was not executed on the spot by the sect. It became the most delightful topic in the entire fossil sect in the past 100 years. It was a topic of conversation after meals. They originally thought that this guy would definitely escape far away, but they never thought that he would actually dare to come back. Wasn't he courting death? This time, the entire fossil sect would definitely use all the power of the clan to keep him here. The fossil sect wanted to kill such a person that angered even the gods. A bunch of fools. Jiangchen shook his head and said coldly. Before the messenger could enter the mountain, Jiangchen's voice had already spread 1,000 miles away. The sword-drawing sect's sword master, Jiangchen, has come to pay a visit. Where are the people of the fossil sect? Jiangchen shouted coldly. His voice echoed and lingered in the mountain range for 1,000 miles, lingering in everyone's ears. Who is it? Such a powerful aura. Could it be that someone wants to barge into our sect? It's hard to say. Let's go out and take a look. Who knows, it might be a big shot. The sword-drawing sect? Swordmaster? Is it really an envoy from the sword-drawing sect? If that's the case, we should really go out and have a good look. In an instant, all the elders of the fossil sect came out from the crowd. Each of them had a grave expression because they knew that since the elders of the sword-drawing sect had come, they had to treat them with respect and come out to welcome them. At this moment, even the sect master of the fossil sect came out from the sect and met up with the elders. In an instant, the entire fossil sect took this matter very seriously. After all, the sword master of the sword-drawing sect was not an ordinary envoy. His status was high and rather illustrious. If they were to neglect him, how would they explain to the sword-drawing sect in the future? Since the sword-drawing sect's envoy has come today, we must treat him with respect. Elders, follow me to welcome him. I wonder why the sword-drawing sect's swordmaster is here. Wu Zhentian said solemnly. Let's go and welcome them first and see what's going on. We have great respect for the sword-drawing sect. I believe that the arrival of the sword-drawing sect's emissary is just a formality. Who knows, there might be some good news. Haha. Third elder is right. Let's go and take a look first. The sect master of the petrified sect, Lin Kuan, together with Wu Zhentian and the other 5 elders, rushed to the mountain gate to welcome them. This is bad. This is bad. Sect leader. The disciple guarding the gate had a nervous expression as he hurriedly flew into the air from outside the gate. What's wrong? What happened? Why are you so flustered? What a scandal! An elder scolded in a deep voice. The mountain guarding disciple's expression changed. Before he could explain further, he hurriedly said, outside the mountain gate, that traitor, Wang Fengqi, has returned. Beside him, there are a few experts who are comparable to the sect master. Sect master Lin Kuan and the others' faces changed, and their expressions became gloomy. Thief, he actually dared to come back. My petrified sect nurtured him in vain, but I didn't expect such a disobedient disciple to dare to leave the sect and kill so many people. Watch how I deal with him this time. That's right. Such a traitor must be reduced to ashes and struck by lightning to vent the hatred in his heart and atone for the sins of my petrified sect. The two elders had a sinister look on their faces as they gnashed their teeth and said. However, another elder subconsciously said, that's right. Don't tell me that the sword-drawing sect sword master came with that scoundrel Wang Fengqi? In an instant, Lin Kuan's expression became serious. If that was really the case, then perhaps the matter today would become very difficult to deal with. Hopefully, the sword-drawing sect sword master was not the same kind of trash as Wang Fengqi. Let's hope that this sword master isn't in cahoots with Wang Fengqi. That way, we'll be able to clean up our sect. It's a little embarrassing for our sect to be in front of the sword-drawing sect sword master. Lin Kuan thought for a moment and said. However, time waited for no man. They just wanted to see if the sword master of the sword-drawing sect was on the same side as Wang Fengqi. Not long after, Lin Kuan and the rest appeared in front of the fossil sect. Immediately, Wu Zhentian's expression changed slightly as he exclaimed in shock, Jiang brother. It's you. That's right, that's me. Xianxia nodded slightly and said lightly. Lin Kuan looked at Wu Zhentian and Wu Zhentian continued, Brother Jiangchen is the one who saved us from the fire and water. Me, Sun Xiaolong and I were all saved by him. It can be said that without Brother Jiangchen, we would have already died outside. Wu Zhentian's words caused Lin Kuan and the others to be filled with admiration. They could not help but cast looks of admiration towards Jiangchen. Could Brother Jiangchen be the sword master of the sword-drawing sect? Lin Kuan looked at Jiangchen in surprise. Jiangchen nodded and said indifferently, that's right. I'm the sword master of the sword-drawing sect. After saying that, Jiangchen showed the sword token in his hand. Suddenly, Lin Kuan and the others admired and respected Jiangchen even more. Whether it was because of Jiangchen's kindness to their sect or his identity, the fossil sect treated him as a distinguished guest. Wang Fengqi, you rebel. You actually rushed back. I think you're tired of living. Today, you will die here. Damn you, what qualifications do you have to stand together with Sword Master Jiang? Come over and die. When the elders looked at Wang Fengqi, their expressions changed tremendously. Anger could be clearly seen on their faces. However, Lin Kuan's eyes narrowed slightly. He felt a little uncomfortable because he felt that the relationship between Jiangchen and Wang Fengqi was not ordinary. Apart from Sun Xiaolong, even Wu Zhentian did not know that Wang Fengqi was Jiangchen's disciple. In order to avoid arousing suspicion, Wang Fengqi did not mention anything about his master while he was cultivating in the fossil sect. Sword Master Jiang, please enter my petrified sect and rest for a while. This traitor is a traitor. It won't be too late to hold a banquet for Sword Master Jiang after we kill him. I hope Sword Master Jiang can be magnanimous. The elders of the fossil sect said respectfully. Jiangchen said coldly, I have another identity. Perhaps you don't know that I'm Wang Fengqi's master. A stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. In an instant, everyone's faces turned pale and they looked at each other in dismay. Everyone's expression was extremely strange, especially Wu Zhentian, who looked at Jiangchen in shock. His heart was filled with complicated emotions. Jiangchen had once saved him from a crisis. Before that, he had almost killed Wang Fengqi with a single palm strike. Although he managed to escape, Wang Fengqi was still a traitor that the petrified sect wanted to hunt down. Lin Kuan sighed because he knew that the current situation seemed to be in a deadlock. Since their identities had already been revealed, he did not even need to ask Jiangchen's intention to come. How? How is this possible? How can this rebel be Sword Master Zhang's disciple? Someone muttered in a low voice, but did not dare to speak loudly. I came here today to seek justice for my disciple. I believe that all of you, as well as the sect leader of your sect, should understand the reason behind this matter. Xianxia said indifferently. His expression was cold, but it was full of majesty. At this time, the expressions of the people of the fossil sect became very ugly. I only want Ping Yuan and Zhang Zhanqi to come out and die. I will not go against the fossil sect. Wang Fengqi said in a deep voice. In order not to pose a threat to his master, he did not really want to go against the fossil sect. As long as he killed Zhang Zhanqi and Ping Yuan and avenged Sister Feng, it would be enough. As for the fossil sect, when he had the ability in the future, he would definitely come back. At that time, he would definitely make them disappear, but today, Wang Fengqi did not want to make things difficult for his master. The fact that his master could stand up for him and stand in front of the fossil sect was already a great encouragement and gratitude. Wang Fengqi did not dare to ask for too much. Bastard, you traitor, you still dare to speak so arrogantly? How can my fossil sect forgive you for killing so many people? Although Wang Fengqi is Sword Master Zhang's disciple, it is undeniable that he killed more than a dozen genius disciples of my fossil sect. Moreover, there were also more than 100 ordinary disciples. Are these 100 lives not enough for him to be punished? This traitor betrayed my fossil sect, and now he still dares to come and clamor. What face does my fossil sect have? So, you're saying that I, Xianxia, came to your fossil sect to cause trouble? Xianxia sneered. Sword Master Jiang, the elders definitely don't mean that. Both sides are indeed at fault regarding Wang Fengqi's matter. Now, it seems that we still need to consider this at length. Wu Zhentian tried to smooth things over. He was more inclined towards Xianxia. After all, Xianxia was his savior, but on the other side was his sect. Although this matter was somewhat shameful for the fossil sect, it was his own sect after all, so it was really difficult to talk about it. Moreover, Wang Fengqi had killed so many people. In Wu Zhentian's opinion, since Xianxia was the one who stood up for him, it seemed that this matter should be settled. After all, it was better to squash enmity than keep it alive. Sword Master Jiang, although you're the sword master of the sword drawing sect and we can't do anything to you, your disciple killed so many people from my fossil sect. He was a disciple of my petrification sect in the past. Another elder said in a deep voice with a proud expression. Wang Fengqi's face was ashen. This guy was completely distorting the truth, avoiding the important and dwelling on the trivial. He pushed all the blame onto Wang Fengqi and made him the culprit who killed and robbed people. Ha ha ha, what a joke. The people that my disciple killed deserved to be killed. Why were they killed? Why did they die? Could it be that my disciple has suddenly gone crazy? Don't you know anything? You know, but you're too ashamed to say it. You're afraid that this matter will be made public, so you avoided the important and dwelled on the trivial for the sake of your reputation. You only said that Wang Fengqi killed hundreds of your people, but did you tell the whole story? What did those beastly people do to my disciple's birth wife? How cruel, how inhumane, how heartless. Do you know the pain and sorrow of the people involved? Xianxia pointed at all of them, his face was filled with anger. It was quite difficult for him to say these words, because it was undoubtedly tearing open Wang Fengqi's scars. However, if he didn't say it, these guys were all inhumane. How would they know how stupid they were? They weren't stupid, but they wouldn't put such an improper matter on the table to prevent more people from finding out and becoming the laughingstock of the fossil sect. Face was more important than anything to the rock sect. That was why they had forcefully suppressed this matter. In the end, they wanted to kill Wang Fengqi, but in the end, he had escaped without a trace. Wang Fengqi's face was pale. His tears blurred his cheeks and his face was covered in sand. To him, this was like a bayonet that was firmly inserted into his chest. It could never be pulled out. Every word of Chen made everyone present turn red because they knew that this matter was related to, because they knew that this matter, they, Jiang, Chen, knew it. They, Jiang, Chen, are Wang, Feng, and Wang was, Chen, is, sect, and. They couldn't, so they had to kill Wang Fengqi. Only then would they be able to strangle this scandal in the cradle and make it disappear like a poplar in the yellow sand, never to be discovered. But the appearance of Xianxia, the sword master of the sword-drawing sect, forced them into a corner. Xianxia's words made them question their conscience, but they didn't feel guilty because the glory of the sect was above everything else. Then how should we deal with him for killing hundreds of people of the fossil sect? Because of one person's death, he killed hundreds of people. Is this not enough? He still wants to kill again. Does he really think that my fossil sect is easy to bully? The elder beside Wu Zhentian said in a deep voice as he faced Xianxia. Truly preposterous and laughable to the extreme. Could it be that your petrified sect still wants to protect such a sinful and unforgivable person? If you want to incriminate someone, you can always find a pretext. Don't you know why Wang Fengqi killed so many of your people? Isn't it because you forced him to be where he is today? As sect elders and sect masters, are you going to indulge your disciple and do such a preposterous thing? After the matter, you didn't even ask about it and even wanted to kill the victim. Doesn't your conscience hurt? For the sake of the sect's face, for the sake of your own selfish desires, you invert black and white, unable to distinguish right from wrong, tortured a woman to death, and even harbored a heinous criminal. Is this the way of your fossil sect? If this is really the case, then I, Xianxia, don't dare to praise you. Xianxia's roar was deafening like thunder. Aside from sect master Lin Kuan, the expressions of all the elders of the fossil sect changed greatly. This was because Xianxia's words were spoken in an imposing manner. Everyone felt a huge pressure and an unbearable pain. Even if you were eloquent, the truth was still on Xianxia's side. No matter how many excuses you had, what could you do? It was not that Xianxia was unforgiving, but he had to seek justice for his disciple. Xianxia's words made everyone speechless, but deep in their hearts, they felt that they were not wrong, because what they wanted to do was to protect their sect. As long as their sect's face was preserved, it didn't matter if a few people died. Xianxia's words made everyone speechless. Sect master, are you not going to say anything? You should have the right to make the final decision on this matter. Xianxia looked at Lin Kuan, and Lin Kuan also smiled bitterly. Right now, Xianxia was being overbearing, and they were in the wrong. Although Wang Fengqi killed more than 100 people in anger, this matter was, after all, caused by the misconduct of some disciples in their sect. Now that Xianxia had come to denounce them, he not only brought his strength, but also the reputation of the sword master of the sword-drawing sect. Even though he was the sect master, he did not know how to deal with it at that moment. I also feel deeply guilty about this matter. Because of this matter, it has already happened a long time ago. Although those people were in the wrong first, Wang Fengqi also erased many innocent people. Because of this matter, the glory of my stone sect has been affected. Because of this matter, I have already thrown them into the frost prison. 3 days later, it will be the time for them to return. Sword Master Jiang can temporarily rest in my stone sect for a few days. When they come out of the frost prison, I will definitely punish them severely. At that time, with Sword Master Jiang's supervision, I will definitely not practice favoritism. Then, we will make a final decision on who is in the right and who is in the wrong. How about it? Lin Kuan said in a low voice. This was already the best expedient plan that he could come up with. After all, Xianxia was the sword master of the sword-drawing sect. If he directly confronted Xianxia, then he would definitely not have a good ending. Sect master, Wu Zhentian still wanted to say something, but he was interrupted by Lin Kuan, who waved his hand and signaled him not to say any more. Xianxia's expression was gloomy as he silently looked at Lin Kuan. He wanted to see what tricks this guy could play. Thank you, Sword Master Jiang, for your understanding. I will definitely give you a very satisfactory answer on this matter. At that time I will definitely not let you down. Lin Kuan's eyes lit up, and the corners of his mouth revealed a hint of relief. Xianxia did not continue to give him pressure, which meant that this matter was not a life-and-death struggle yet. For their fossil sect, this matter could be said to be a very distressing matter. After all, the victim was the fossil sect. Whether it was Wang Fengqi or those vicious and evil people, they were all disciples of the fossil sect. Their dirty linen should not be spread in public. No matter how much effort the fossil sect put in, they hoped that this matter would be suppressed. The fewer people who knew, the better, because this was related to the face of their fossil sect in the entire Kunshan commandery. Wang Fengqi knew that his master would definitely not let him down, so he did not say much and only waited for his master to make a decision. I did not make things difficult for your esteemed sect master because I hope that your esteemed sect master can handle this matter impartially. I, Jiang Chen, do not use my power to oppress others. If this matter makes things difficult for sect master Lin, then I will naturally clean up the sect for sect master Lin. Jiang Chen said with a gloomy expression. These words made the hearts of the people of the fossil sect, who originally had a glimmer of hope, thump. This was because Jiang Chen was giving them an ultimatum. He did not say it bluntly, but gave them 3 days of buffer time. This was also to preserve the fossil sect's face. Lin Kuan nodded silently and could not help but sigh in his heart. Jiang Chen was still very domineering. At this time it was really quite difficult for him, the sect master. However, it was said that Tantai Jingzong and Jiang Chen had some relationship, but unfortunately, Tantai Jingzong was not in the fossil sect now, so even Elder Wu Zhentian could not say anything in front of Jiang Chen. Since the matter had come to this stage, they could only postpone it and deal with it later. As the sect lord, Lin Kuan could not do anything about it. After all, Jiang Chen's identity was the sword lord of sword-drawing sect. This was not something that ordinary people could ignore. Jiang Chen would definitely be treated as a distinguished guest in the fossil sect. Then, thank you, Sword Master Jiang. Within 3 days, I will definitely give you a satisfactory answer. Please go in and rest first. After 3 days, even if Sword Master Jiang does not say anything, I will definitely offer a humble apology. Since Lin Kuan had said this much, Jiang Chen could not say more. He nodded slightly and followed Lin Kuan into the fossil sect. Wang Fengqi felt extremely relieved. When he entered the rock sect, his heart was filled with a sense of crisis. When he entered the sect, he would be in the Wang Fengqi, Chen, and sect of the rock drawing, he, Wang, Jiang, Chen, and Wang, and Chen, Wang, for mountain, Chen, and would be the same. Wang, he, Chen, he, Wang, he, and Wang, people, of, and he, Wang, Chen, Wang, of Wang of, and of Wang of. Time, of the, of, and all of the Wang, Chen, and Wang, one of him, and. Not a single one would be left alive. Wang Fengqi's heart was completely filled with hatred. Every flower, every mountain, every breath of air, seemed to be filled with anger and resentment. He seemed to be able to see Sister Feng's stubborn eyes, crying and asking him why he had not avenged her. Wang Fengqi's heart was full of regret, but everything could not return to the past. Not long ago, the days of joy and laughter were gone. He, too, had changed from an ignorant and stubborn youth to a cold-blooded and heartless man. Life was like a ruthless carving knife, changing everyone's appearance. Wang Fengqi was no exception. Without experiencing growth, without experiencing trials and tribulations, how could one become stronger? On this day, Wang Fengqi sat alone in the place where he had stayed before. He sat there for the whole night. Jiang Chen and Wu Ningzhu looked at his dazed appearance, and they could not bear to see him like this, but perhaps this was fate. There was no way to change it, so he had to conquer it. The goddess of luck would not surround a person for too long, but it would not be too late either. For Wang Fengqi, it is his honor to have such a good master like you. Wu Ningzhu said in a low voice. Her heart was filled with emotions. She did not want Jiang Chen to be too distressed over Wang Fengqi's matter. But what came with it was perhaps his misfortune as well. If he had not entered the fossil sect back then, perhaps his ending would not have been so miserable. I did not kill Boren, but Boren died because of me. I am also responsible for Fengyan's death. Jiang Chen could not help but feel a little disappointed. The only thing he could do was to help Wang Fengqi seek justice and help him rebuild his confidence. I hope you will not let me look down on you, Lin Kuan. Jiang Chen said in a low voice. He looked at the fossil sect's main hall. If Lin Kuan dared to play any tricks, then he could not blame him for being ruthless. After all, there were too many people involved in this matter. The fossil sect was such a big sect with deep roots. It was not that easy to shake it. As long as they could kill all the perpetrators, it would be a great relief for them. There were also hundreds of innocent people who died in Wang Fengqi's hands. Not everyone should pay for the mistakes made by others. When would there be an end to revenge? As long as those cruel and merciless people were all killed, it would be enough for Wang Fengqi. He did not want his disciple to fall into hatred and never wake up. If he were to blindly persist, then it was very likely that he would fall into an irrecoverable situation. At that time, his nature would be devoured by his own hatred and he would become a person who was neither human nor ghost. I hope he can understand your good intentions. Yan Qingqing also shook her head. However, they were also clear that if this kind of hatred was placed on them, they might not be able to do it better than Wang Fengqi. All of this could only be said to be the will of the heavens. At this moment, in the fossil sect's main hall, Lin Kuan's expression was gloomy. Behind him stood 6 elders. They were all the mainstays of the fossil sect. This time, when Xianxia brought Wang Fengqi back to the fossil sect, no one thought that the situation would turn out like this. Moreover, Xianxia was overbearing and did not intend to negotiate with them at all. This made everyone in the fossil sect very uncomfortable, especially those old antiques who regarded the sect's reputation as more important than their lives. What should we do? Now that this guy has come to the fossil sect and wants to ask for the person, we can't really give the person to them, right? That's right. If we really hand him over to them, wouldn't our fossil sect become a lowly and cowardly generation? If this reputation were to spread, wouldn't it cause our fossil sect to lose all face? Then what do you think we should do? The sword-drawing sect's sword master is not an ordinary envoy. If we really offend this evil sword master, it is equivalent to completely offending the sword-drawing sect. As a subsidiary sect of the sword-drawing sect, how can we become enemies with the sword-drawing sect? In the end, the arm is no match for the thigh. That being said, face is important, but can we really become enemies with the sword-drawing sect? It is obviously unrealistic. We are in a dilemma now. Asking us to hand over the person is really too shameful. How can we do such a thing? All the elders' faces were filled with anger. If they handed the person over to Jiangchen, it would be tantamount to lowering their head to Jiangchen. Moreover, once they admitted that they were wrong, it would be equivalent to bringing their fossil sect to eternal damnation. It would cause more and more people to be filled with disdain for the fossil sect. This was something they could not accept at all. In the face of the dispute between the elders, Lin Kuan fell into silence. He did not say anything from beginning to end, but it made the elders even more flustered. The sect master wouldn't really hand over Ping Yuan and Zhang Zhanqi, right? For them, that was a dead end. What the sect master said before was only a delaying tactic, but now it seemed that it made them very hesitant. In my opinion, the fossil sect's face is important, but we should still hand over Ping Yuan and Zhang Zhanqi. Firstly, we can resist Jiangchen's pressure. Secondly, we can make an example out of them so that the other sect disciples won't dare to act recklessly again. No matter what, this matter is the fault of our fossil sect disciples. We should admit our mistakes and pay the price. However, they are still getting away scot-free. This will only cause more and more people to imitate them. In any case, if they do something wrong, they don't need to bear responsibility. This isn't a good thing for our fossil sect. Gradually, over time, wouldn't our fossil sect become a place of evil? Wu Zhentian spoke with a solemn expression. It wasn't that he was speaking up for Jiangchen, but that their fossil sect had indeed acted improperly in this matter. At this moment, if they still acted willfully, then it was very likely that it would lead to an irreversible situation. Once we fall out with Jiangchen, we might have to face more than just one sword master of the sword-drawing sect. If we challenge the sword-drawing sect, we won't be a match for 10 petrified sects. This might be the best scenario. Wu Zhentian had a guilty conscience. The reputation of the sect was above everything else, but the current situation didn't allow them to continue being stubborn. Jiangchen was like a long sword hanging above the heads of the fossil sect, forcing them to make the right choice. Lin Kuan frowned slightly, but he didn't say much. He remained silent. Zhang Zhanqi was his nephew. If he really handed Zhang Zhanqi over, then how would he explain it to his sister? After all, blood was thicker than water. As the sect master, Lin Kuan had to be impartial, But now that Wang Fengqi had become the public enemy of the fossil sect, there was no need for him to punish Xianxia and Ping Yuan. It's easy to say. If we really handed him over, then where would we put our face? Wouldn't everyone know how preposterous the things that our fossil sect did in the past were? An elder said, unconvinced. Wu Zhentian frowned and said in a deep voice, "You still have some self-awareness. You still have some self-awareness. You still know how absurd we were in the past. This matter is simply a great shame for our fossil sect, so we must face it head-on." Wu Zhentian's words left the elders speechless. They simply could not make a choice in the current situation. It was difficult to advance or retreat, and it was very likely that a war with the sword-drawing sect would break out because of this. If that happened, the rock sect would really be in danger. It's impossible to hand him over. Otherwise, the face of our petrification sect will really be gone. Lin Kuan finally spoke. At this time, he actually already had a decision in his heart, but he just didn't know how to explain it or face it. As the master of a sect, every word and action he said, every action he took, would definitely affect the dignity and future of the entire fossil sect. Sect master, Wu Zhentian looked at Lin Kuan in surprise. He didn't expect him to be so persistent. "I do have a plan, but I don't know if it will work, but it seems to be a bit too risky." The second elder's eyes lit up, and the corner of his mouth revealed a trace of femininity. "Let's hear it," Lin Kuan said. Everyone's eyes looked at him. "As far as I know, this Jiangchen seems to have offended a lot of people. Previously, I heard Sun Xiaolong mention that Jiangchen killed the genius disciples of the Wonder sect and the Water Charm Sword sect, and even killed many ruthless people of the Zhongxing sect. The Zhongxing sect wanted to take revenge, but in the end, they still suffered in the hands of Jiangchen. Although Jiangchen is strong, he's still just one person," the second elder said with a smile. "We can join forces with these sects to attack Jiangchen and kill him here. At that time, even if he has great abilities, he won't be able to escape from our hands. So what if he's the sword master of the sword-drawing sect? 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. If we join forces with the Wonder sect, the Water Charm Sword sect, and the Zhongxing sect, Jiangchen will definitely die. Kill him, kill Wang Fengqi, and no one will know about this matter. At that time, he won't be able to threaten our fossil sect. This guy is completely arrogant. Since when did he put the people of the fossil sect in his eyes? He's really annoying." After the second elder finished speaking, the entire conference hall became extremely quiet. Even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. In particular, Wu Zhentian's expression suddenly changed. He didn't expect the second elder to come up with such a bad idea at this time. Wasn't this making them make more mistakes? This won't do, absolutely not. Jiangchen was his benefactor, so Wu Zhentian would never allow them to harm Jiangchen. If this wasn't to kill Jiangchen, then what? Was the fossil sect really like what Jiangchen said? Had it become a place that hid evil? No? What's wrong with that? Ha ha ha, Elder Wu, do you really consider Jiangchen as your biological father? You don't want to do anything that will harm him. I think that the second elder's plan is very good. Although it's a little risky, it can solve the problem once and for all. Moreover, no matter how strong Jiangchen is, can he compete with our 4 great sects? No matter how strong he is, he's just a single person, a commander without an army. If our 4 great sects join hands, how can he survive? Another elder sneered. Wu Zhentian looked at Lin Kuan, his heart filled with anger. He hoped that Lin Kuan could stand up and uphold justice. Otherwise, their meeting hall would really become foul. That's right. The geniuses of the great sects were all killed by Jiangchen. They must hate Jiangchen to the core. If we contact them at this time, they will definitely be more proactive than us. Ha ha ha, when Jiangchen dies, nobody will know. We can also suppress this matter. That bastard Wang Fengqi will completely disappear from this world. It's perfect. I think that this is a very feasible method. How can you say that it's risky? We have calculated everything. Even if Jiangchen has 3 heads and 6 arms, it's impossible for him to compete with our 4 great sections. Wu Zhentian sighed in his heart as he looked at the sinister-looking elders around him. These people had abandoned everything for the glory of the sect and for their own selfish desires. Humanity was worthless in front of them. Everyone had become insane and incurable. Such an approach would only harm others and themselves. In the end, even the fossil sect would be consigned to eternal damnation. What was the difference between this and digging one's own grave? Perhaps Xianxia would die, but their humanity would be extinguished in that moment as well. The soul of the fossil sect would be completely lost at that moment. Wu Zhentian even felt that his heart was about to die. This is feasible. Lin Kuan's words left Wu Zhentian completely speechless. His face even turned pale. These people made him feel incomparably unfamiliar. Were they still members of his sect? When did the fossil sect become so chilling? Not to mention that such a thing was treacherous, it was simply despicable and shameless. The so-called fossil sect boasted of being a righteous sect, but now, it had become so disappointing that it had even reached the point of insanity. "You're all crazy, all of you," Wu Zhentian said solemnly. "Elder Wu, it's better for you to step back for now. We have our own conclusions. Elders, send Elder Wu to recuperate for a period of time. Our plan is not allowed to have any changes," Lin Kuan said in a heavy voice, his face as cold as ice. Wu Zhentian shuddered, his face dejected. He knew that these people from the fossil sect were planning to imprison him. You guys are really muddle-headed." Wu Zhentian looked up at the sky and sighed, but he couldn't bear it anymore. He was already suppressed by several elders and had no chance of escaping. They really planned to fight to the death with Xianxia and kill Xianxia. This would undoubtedly push the fossil sect to the extreme. Once the sword-drawing sect knows about this, they will definitely not have a good ending. It's better if Elder Wu doesn't participate in this matter to avoid arousing suspicion. After all, Xianxia had saved your life before. I won't say much. As an elder of the fossil sect, you can only think for the fossil sect. It's your duty. Step back. Lin Kuan berated. Wu Zhentian spurted out a mouthful of blood. He was disheartened and was eventually taken away by the two elders. Lin Kuan pondered for a long time. He was the only one who could travel back and forth between the major sects in 3 days. At this moment, there was no time to lose. He had to go there personally. Only then could he put Xianxia to death, leaving him no room for negotiation. After Lin Kuan made up his mind, he did not hesitate and went straight to Zhongxing sect. Zhongxing sect had been severely damaged twice by Xianxia, so they would definitely become his most capable assistant. This time, Lin Kuan was still a little worried about killing Xianxia in the fossil sect. However, as the elders had said, they had to go all out. If they kept lowering their heads, then Xianxia would definitely step on their heads. At that time, their situation would be even more difficult. If Xianxia insisted on doing things his own way and forced the fossil sect to do something subservient, then it would be true despair. Although Lin Kuan's decision was a little selfish, it was also for the sake of the overall situation. The fossil sect absolutely could not bow in the hands of Xianxia. A traitor like Wang Fengqi also had to die. Only then could the reputation of the fossil sect be preserved. No one knew the torment in Lin Kuan's heart at this time. With his own strength, it would be very difficult to deal with Xianxia, a notorious guy. Therefore, this method of joining forces with the other sects was the best method. As long as they could kill Xianxia, everything would be worth it. In order to protect the dignity of the fossil sect, for the sake of his nephew, Lin Kuan was gambling on the rise and fall of the entire fossil sect. For Lin Kuan, as the master of a sect, he had to shoulder great responsibilities. What he could do was only so. For the sake of his nephew, he would not compromise with Xianxia. Only by taking the initiative could he amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. Lin Kuan did not stop. His feet were like the wind and arrows, leaping between the Kunshan County. For him, all of this was a race against time. However, all of this did not disappoint Lin Kuan. On the trip to Zhongxing sect, the master of the Zhongxing sect personally received him and was furious with Xianxia. Lin Kuan was overjoyed. The two great sects hit it off immediately. Zhongxing sect also hated Xianxia to the core and couldn't wait to kill him. 3 days passed quietly. It was neither too long nor too short. Lin Kuan had already gambled everything he had. He was willing to be tortured and dared to pull down the emperor. So what if he was the master of the sword-drawing sect? As long as they killed Xianxia quietly, everything would go back to normal. No one would know that Xianxia had died in the fossil sect. 3 days later, when the sun rose from the horizon, Xianxia's eyes looked at the surrounding mountains. He was faintly unhappy. For the past 3 days, Lin Kuan had not made the slightest move. Could this be the calm before the storm? Was this guy brewing something? He hoped that he would not disappoint him. Otherwise, Xianxia would definitely turn the entire fossil sect upside down. Early in the morning, Wang Fengqi knelt in front of Xianxia's door. When Xianxia got up, Wang Fengqi kowtowed 3 times to Xianxia. Master, Fengqi is unable to repay your kindness and kindness. I will work like an ox or a horse for the rest of my life, and I will respect Master. Wang Fengqi's heart was filled with gratitude. Xianxia had done everything for him, even at the expense of becoming an enemy of the fossil sect. Get up. Above the clouds, hundreds of birds were looking up to the phoenix, the mountain breeze was gentle, thousands of miles of mountains and rivers were crisscrossing, and hundreds of thousands of miles of the Yangtze River flowed ceaselessly. For Wang Fengqi, he had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Only today, he could take his revenge, and he could feel some comfort in his heart. In the main hall of the fossil sect, Xianxia brought Wang Fengqi, Wu Ningzhu, Yan Qingqing, and the others up to the sky. When they appeared, there were only 5 elders in the main hall, but Xianxia did not see Wu Zhentian. Where did this old man go? Xianxia frowned. Not only was Wu Zhentian not here, even sect master Lin Kuan was not here. Xianxia could not help but feel doubtful. His guess was right after all. Is this fossil sect really playing tricks with me? If that's the case, I'm afraid I can only turn my back on them. This fossil sect is really courageous. Do they really dare to go against the sword-drawing sect? Elders, where is sect master Lin Kuan? 3 days have passed. Sect master Lin Kuan wouldn't have forgotten the previous agreement, right? Xianxia said faintly. His cold voice spread across the entire main hall, causing the 5 elders to look solemn and even a little nervous. 5 elders, 3 divine emperor realm and 2 half-step divine emperors. For the current Xianxia, it was just a matter of raising his hand to kill them. Therefore, Xianxia did not put them in his eyes. He only cared about where Lin Kuan was. What's wrong? Elders, are you all mute? Humph, Xianxia Lungling said. He could also see that the 5 elders were a little nervous and did not know what to do. They seemed to be afraid of Xianxia's oppression. I'm really sorry, Sword Master Jiang. Our sect master has something to attend to and has left the sect. However, he told us that Sword Master Jiang does not need to be suspicious and will return in a few days. Please forgive him. The great elder stood up and said with a solemn face. His heart was full of hesitation, afraid that Xianxia would find out something. Really? I feel that your sect master Lin seems to be hiding from me. Xianxia sneered, showing no mercy. 3 days had passed, and this Lin Kuan actually went missing. How could he continue to believe him? At this moment, Xianxia felt that something was wrong. This guy knew that the 3 days agreement was coming, but he still left the sect. Wasn't this clearly not giving him a chance to meet him? There were only 2 possibilities. First, it was a delaying tactic. Second, he did not have the intention to talk to Xianxia at all. At this moment, Xianxia took a step forward and forced the 5 elders to retreat. Their faces were pale and their bodies were trembling. Xianxia's prestige was too terrifying. It instantly increased the pressure on them and made them powerless to resist. The 5 elders' countenance changed. They smiled bitterly. Before Xianxia took any action, they could already feel the great pressure. They could not fight at all. The 3 divine emperor realm elders were still fine. As for the 2 half-step divine emperor realm elders, their faces were pale and they seemed to be in a difficult situation. Sword Lord Jiang, please calm down. Our sect master Lin has no other intentions. I just hope that Sword Lord Jiang will not think too much. Just wait for a while and he will return in a few days. If the sect master of the petrified sect has not returned before the sun sets, then this elder is willing to bear the responsibility. Kill or plunder, it's up to you. The great elder took a step forward and looked at Xianxia. At this time, he must stand out. Otherwise, Xianxia might really have the intention to tear down the petrified sect. Return in a few days? What a good return in a few days. I want to see what kind of tricks your petrified sect can play. Xianxia sneered again and again. His powerful aura instantly filled the entire hall. The 5 elders were all suppressed by Xianxia. Everyone's countenance did not look good. They were very clear that Xianxia was just giving them a show of strength to punish Sect Master Lin for failing to keep the appointment. However, none of them dared to say a word because they were afraid that Xianxia would become very irritable and vent his anger on them. That would not be worth it. The sect master had said that he would return in 3 days. Therefore, they only needed to wait silently. They were still confident in their sect master. Otherwise, they would not be willing to suffer Xianxia's criticism. As the elders of the petrified sect, they were doing their duty. Unfortunately, in Xianxia's view, they were a group of stubborn people. He had already felt that something was wrong. The sect master of the petrified sect did not just fail to keep the appointment. Xianxia had a feeling that a storm was brewing. Where is Elder Wu Zhentian? I want to see him. I have something important to discuss with him. Xianxia said. This? Elder Wu has already entered seclusion. If there is anything, Sword Master Jiang can wait for Elder Wu to come out of seclusion. Elder Wu will definitely come out in a month or 2, 3 to 5 years. The great elder said in a tone that was neither servile nor overbearing. You don't even want to let me see Elder Wu? It seems that you guys are really scheming. If I don't see Elder Wu today, I, Xianxia, will not leave. Xianxia's eyes were like torches as he stared at the great elder and the others. Everyone's countenance was unsightly, but they couldn't say anything. Suddenly, the situation became very complicated. Xianxia had already seen that these people were just delaying him. Elder Wu is indeed in seclusion. How could we dare to deceive Sword Master Jiang? Another elder hurriedly tried to smooth things over, but Xianxia didn't intend to listen to their nonsense anymore. It seems that you guys are forcing me to turn against you. Even without the title of Sword Master of Sword Drawing Sect, I, Xianxia, can still flatten your rock sect effortlessly. If you guys insist on fighting to the death with me, then don't blame me for being ruthless. I gave you guys a chance, but you guys didn't cherish it. I, Xianxia, don't want to kill the innocent, but you guys forced me to do it. Xianxia shook his head, helplessness written all over his face. The coldness in his eyes was filled with divine light. Sword Master Jiang, don't make a mistake. Our rock sect definitely doesn't have any ulterior motives. I hope you can understand that our sect master is indeed busy outside, and Elder Wu is indeed in seclusion. We really have no choice. I hope that Sword Master Jiang can calm down and calm down. The great elder tried his best to appease Xianxia, but Xianxia didn't intend to give them a chance. Since you guys want to challenge my bottom line, then I can only let you guys have a good time. No one can deceive me, Xianxia. The next outcome is death. Since the 5 of you are so stubborn and Lin Kuan used you guys as scapegoats, then I can only deal with you guys first. Xianxia's eyes swept across the 5 elders. The 5 of them quickly retreated. They could already feel Xianxia's murderous intent beginning to spread in the hall. This guy was not joking. They had long heard of Xianxia's ferocious name, especially from Wu Zhentian. Xianxia was already terrifying when he was still in the hierarch realm. He killed a divine emperor realm demonic beast. His current strength was many times stronger than before. Wang Fengqi silently looked at his master, Xianxia. The corner of his mouth was full of excitement. He had been looking forward to this moment for a long time, but he did not dare to tell his master as he was afraid of implicating his master. However, the petrification sect broke the agreement first. Xianxia no longer had the patience to continue waiting. His master did not hesitate to become enemies with the entire petrification sect for him and started a war with them. The agitation in Wang Fengqi's heart could not be expressed in words. Master, in this life, I, Wang Fengqi, will never be able to repay your kindness. Wang Fengqi did not say it to Xianxia. He just silently thought in his heart. Not everyone would say such mushy words, but it did not mean that he was not grateful in his heart. Jiang Chen's arrogance soared to the sky, causing the five elders to change their expressions and retreat. For a moment, the atmosphere in the hall was tense. Sword Lord Jiang, don't make a mistake. Our petrification sect has no enmity with you. How can you be so arrogant and want to destroy our petrification sect? The great elder shouted angrily. His face was full of resentment. You all know the reason better than anyone else. I, Jiang Chen, will never sit still and wait for death. No matter what tricks your petrification sect has, I, Jiang Chen, will take them on. But now, it seems impossible for you to escape from my hands. Jiang Chen smiled. You are killing the innocent? What crime have we committed? Sword Lord Jiang, why are you so ruthless? Our petrification sect has always been respectful to you. Do you think that in return, you will slaughter us mercilessly? Where is the sword-drawing sect? Where was the kindness they had shown him was? I can't die in peace. The elders' faces were filled with rage as they stared at Jiang Chen. However, Jiang Chen had no intention of letting them off. Then I want to ask, what crime did Feng Yan commit? She was tortured inhumanely, but in the end, she died in the hands of your fossil sect. But the instigator is still at large, committing all kinds of crimes. Is this the morality of your fossil sect? If that's the case, then there's no need for your fossil sect to continue existing. Jiang Chen shook his head and sighed. He seemed to be very disappointed with the fossil sect. For a moment, the elders were rendered speechless by Jiang Chen's words. I didn't intend to kill you, but you forced me to do so. Now you want to play me, Jiang Chen, in circles. How can there be such a good thing in this world? For today's matter, I, Jiang Chen, am the heavens. I will enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. Jiang Chen stretched out his hand and punched out. The wind whistled and thunder rumbled. The entire hall seemed to be on the verge of collapse. It was frightening. The five elders all looked at each other. For a moment, they didn't know what to do. You arrogant person, Jiang Chen. Today, even if my fossil sect is crushed, we will not rest until you die. The Grand Elder roared furiously. The five elders joined hands and forcefully fought against Jiang Chen. However, they only managed to barely block Jiang Chen's strike with their combined strength. In the end, they could only stagger back. Their blood and qi were boiling from the shock. They were people of high status and hadn't fought in a long time. That punch made all of them sigh inside. The power of Jiang Chen's punch was so great that it made them even more worried. At that moment, hundreds of God King and Hierarch experts rushed over from outside the hall. They were all the forces of the fossil sect, and the one leading them was Sun Xiaolong. Brother Jiang, do you really want to kill my fossil sect? How did my fossil sect offend you? Why do you have to be so ruthless? We fought side by side before. Sun Xiaolong's face was filled with sorrow, as if he was in pain. There's no point in saying more. You should understand why I must fight. There are many things that you only see on the surface, but you can't see what's inside. Ask yourselves honestly, who isn't responsible for my disciple's death? However, you're not willing to admit your responsibility. The reason why Wang Fengqi was bullied by you was because he wasn't strong enough. However, you're not qualified to bully me, Jiang Chen. There's no need to mention the past. If you do well, I, Jiang Chen, will not say anything. However, if you don't do well, I want to kill you. What does that have to do with you? If you block me, I, Jiang Chen, can only kill without mercy. Jiang Chen looked at Sun Xiaolong. This fellow, according to Wang Fengqi, wasn't a good person. Therefore, Jiang Chen didn't need to give him any face. In this battle, no one could stop Jiang Chen from slaughtering the fossil sect. He wanted to completely destroy this sect that had long lost its morals. He wanted to sound the alarm for the entire Kunshan commandery. He wanted to wash away the grievances of his disciple. All of this could only be resolved through battle. Since the fossil sect didn't abide by the agreement, why should he, Jiang Chen, care about their feelings? Who among them had feelings for Jiang Chen? Even Wu Zhentian was at most a chance acquaintance. Jiang Chen also didn't owe him anything. Brother Jiang, can't you wait a little longer? My fossil sect has absolutely no intention of harming Brother Jiang. This is just a misunderstanding. As for Wang Fengqi's matter, I feel deeply guilty. However, things have already come to this, and the dead have already passed away. We should treat the living well. Isn't that right? Sun Xiaolong bitterly smiled. Really? Looks like I have wronged your fossil sect. Is that what you mean? Hehe, I, Jiang Chen, like to act willfully. Today, I will definitely slaughter the entire fossil sect. Since you guys are heartless, don't blame me for being unjust. Jiang Chen coldly snorted. Sun Xiaolong was also helpless. The dozens of Hierarch Realm experts and hundreds of Divine King Realm disciples behind him were also eager to try. They wanted to compete with Jiang Chen and contribute their strength to the sect battle. Revenge breeds revenge. When will it end? Sigh. Sun Xiaolong sighed and glanced at Wang Fengqi. He knew that today's battle was inevitable. The 5 elders, Sun Xiaolong and the others were preparing for battle. They could only fight with their backs against the wall. No matter what the final result was, they had to protect their sect. Jiang Chen wanted to avenge his disciple, but they broke their promise again and again. Jiang Chen wasn't in the wrong, and they didn't do anything wrong to protect their sect either. The ones who were in the wrong were those with ulterior motives and evil people. If your sect leader Lin Kuan doesn't come out, none of you are a match for me. Don't tell me that he will just watch as his sect is destroyed in my hands? Jiang Chen said indifferently. He casually struck with his palm. Dozens of Divine King Realm experts were pushed back by him. Their faces were pale and they were heavily injured. Such power was too terrifying. Everyone in the fossil sect was shocked. However, Jiang Chen's means were not something they could compare with. What are you waiting for? For the dignity of our fossil sect, we must kill him. Everyone in the fossil sect is duty-bound to defend our last territory. Master, let me do it. Wang Fengqi did not show any weakness. He followed closely behind Jiang Chen and quickly attacked. The master and disciple duo were unstoppable among the experts of the petrifying sect. Jiang Chen's moves were ruthless. Even Sun Xiaolong was no longer a match for him. Sun Xiaolong was sent flying. His face was pale, and his state of mind was quite complicated. In the past, their strength was almost the same, but now, he had become trash. In the hands of Jiang Chen, he could only passively take a beating. The 5 great elders did not hesitate and rushed into the battle. Because if they did not take action, Jiang Chen would kill all of them. To the petrified sect, these people were the foundation of the petrified sect. Therefore, the elders were duty-bound to take care of them. Jiang Chen's movements were as fast as lightning. Hundreds of experts besieged him, but in his eyes, they were all trash. There was no one who could fight fiercely against Jiang Chen. The 3 Divine Emperor Realm Elders closed in step by step, but it was still difficult for them to pose any threat to Jiang Chen. On the contrary, their situation was getting more and more difficult. Jiang Chen was barehanded, and his hand seals were linked together. The 5 elements Divine Dragon Seal was monstrous. Everyone was shocked by Jiang Chen's power. Dozens of people had already died in the hands of Jiang Chen. He did not want to start a massacre, but the people of the petrifying sect had deceived him. Jiang Chen could only use his own hands to tell them who was the real king. In less than 10 breaths of time, more and more people of the petrifying sect had fallen. Jiang Chen's lips curled into a cold smile. I am kind-hearted, but I have no choice but to slaughter all living beings. Jiang Chen, what a thief. You dare to start a massacre in my petrifying sect. You really have guts. Following a loud shout in the void, everyone looked up to the sky. Lin Kuan stepped on the air, and the mist under his feet dispersed. He landed in front of the main hall and looked at Jiang Chen with murderous intent. You are finally back. Sect Master Lin, what about your promise? Jiang Chen said coldly. Is my promise still important? You've already started a massacre in my petrification sect, what else can I say? Looks like I really didn't misjudge you. You are a demon. If I were to submit to you, then how could my petrified sect rise again? Jiang Chen, you will definitely die today. Lin Kuan held his sword and pointed it at Jiang Chen. At that moment, a monstrous aura rose into the sky. His strength had also reached the mid-divine emperor realm. Although it was only the minor connecting heaven realm, it was not to be underestimated. At least, he seemed to be stronger than Xianxia. At the end of the day, the 3-day deadline was just a delaying tactic, right? What you're doing should just be preparing for a rainy day. Xianxia said with a smile, shook his head, and looked at Lin Kuan. This guy had obviously revealed his ferocity and was ready to fight with him. You're right. You want my fossil sect to give you an explanation? Who do you think you are? The sword master of the sword drawing sect? Haha, you really think of yourself as a big shot. In today's battle, you won't be able to escape. Xianxia, I will let you know that the dignity of my fossil sect is inviolable. Lin Kuan shouted angrily. Behind him, 6 figures of the early Divine Emperor realm landed beside him. They were all the absolute elites of the fossil sect. They were full of resentment and anger towards Xianxia, because Xianxia had already killed many of their people. This battle was a battle of honor for the fossil sect. You want to kill me, Xianxia, with this little strength? It seems that you're too full of yourself. When I killed the people of the Resurgence sect, I was only SOSO. Xianxia shook his head and chuckled. If you think that I'm only prepared for this, you're too confident. Everyone, it's time to come out and have a chat with Sword Lord Jiang. Lin Kuan said in a deep voice. Suddenly, Xianxia frowned and looked at the surrounding void. 3 mid-divine emperor experts appeared in the north, south, east, and south. All of them were at the minor connecting heaven realm. Behind each of them stood 5 early divine emperor experts. They seemed to be full of anger and killing intent towards Xianxia. Bastard Xianxia, you've fallen into our hands today. You can only blame yourself for being too arrogant. In this Kuan Shan commandery, you're not qualified to call yourself the boss. You must be curious about who I am, right? We've never met before, but you're already at the top of the kill list of my Resurgence sect. The yellow-robed man said in a deep voice, glaring at Xianxia. He was dying to kill Xianxia. Sect leader Huang, this fellow will definitely die. Don't worry, we 4 mid-divine emperor realm experts are guarding here. How can we let him escape? Ha ha ha. The blue-robed man said with a proud smile. He glanced at Xianxia and snorted disdainfully. The white-robed man next to him looked cold. Although he did not say a word, his hatred for Xianxia was no less than anyone else. Sect Lord Huang Longyu of Resurgence sect is here. Sect Lord Bailey Fenghua of Extraordinary Will sect. Sect Lord Jia Yidao of Charmsword sect. The 3 of them looked at Xianxia together. That monstrous oppressive aura swept across the sky. Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qingqing looked grim. Wang Fengqi's expression changed greatly. His heart was filled with sorrow. Are we really going to die here this time? If we're defeated, won't I become a sinner? Not only did I fail to avenge Sister Feng, I even caused the death of my master. Even if I die, Wang Fengqi will not be able to rest in peace. Xianxia finally understood what was going on. Lin Kuan, who had disappeared for 3 days, had gone to look for reinforcements. Moreover, all of them were from sects that had a deep grudge against Xianxia. Out of the 10 major sects of Kunshan County, 4 major sects had gathered here. They only had one goal, and that was to kill Xianxia to avenge their dead disciples and get rid of this invincible scourge. Lin Kuan pointed his sword at Xianxia in a domineering manner. 4 mid-divine emperor experts guarded Xianxia while more than 20 early divine emperor experts sealed off the area. At this moment, Xianxia was like a turtle in a jar, unable to escape. You guys have really put in a lot of effort. Looks like you guys have made up your mind to kill me, Xianxia. No wonder your petrified sect is so fearless. You said that you'll give me an explanation, but you're actually secretly scheming against me. This battle is really ironic. Ha ha ha. Xianxia glanced at everyone. This battle was bound to be a battle of life and death for him. Not to mention the 4 major sects of Kunshan County, there were also 4 mid-divine emperor experts and 4 sect leaders. Even if it was Xianxia, he wouldn't dare to say that he would be able to escape alive. You can only blame yourself for being too arrogant. You've killed countless people, and many of them have died under your sword. You don't know what it means to be low-key. Huang Longyu gritted his teeth. His Resurgence sect had suffered the most losses. Many geniuses had died in the hands of Xianxia. In this battle, he wanted to avenge the disciples of Resurgence sect and restore the reputation of Kunshan County. The leaders of the four sects gathered together for one purpose, and that was to kill Xianxia. Perhaps, even Xianxia himself didn't expect that these fellows would be so serious. They had ganged up on him and surrounded him here. Xianxia knew that Lin Kuan had been forced into a corner by him. Lin Kuan was not willing to surrender and hand over the two guys, so he chose to take the risk. Even if he knew that Xianxia was the sword master of sword-drawing sect, he still wanted to fight to the death with Xianxia. In these 3 days, he did not stop for a single moment. He wanted to gather the leaders of the other 3 sects to attack Xianxia together. This was not an easy task for Lin Kuan. Fortunately, Xianxia and the other 3 people had deep hatred for each other, so they chose to support Lin Kuan without hesitation. They were very clear that the current Xianxia was no longer the half-step divine emperor guy who could be trampled on easily. The reputation of the sword master of sword-drawing sect was quite prominent. Although he did not have much face outside, in Kunshan Commandery, he was definitely in existence above tens of thousands of people. If it was another sword master, how would the top 10 sects dare to be disrespectful? Wouldn't that be directly declaring war with sword-drawing sect? However, the hatred between them and Xianxia was too deep, even to the extent that it could not be reconciled. Therefore, they would rather take the risk, like crossing a single log bridge, and risk life and death to fight with Xianxia to the end. It was to take revenge and settle things once and for all. Otherwise, Xianxia might not let them go. After all, they already knew the whereabouts of the sword master. The hatred between him and Xianxia was completely in a situation where only one of them would die. This time, when Lin Kuan came to find him, the happiest person was Huang Longyu. Wang Fengqi saw this scene, and his heart ached. He was extremely regretful and guilty. Because of his own matters, he stubbornly went ahead and dragged his master into an irrecoverable situation. Now, facing the top experts of the 4 sects, they could not escape even if they had wings. Xianxia could see the struggle and regret in Wang Fengqi's heart, but now was not the time to blame himself. If they were not careful, they might be completely annihilated here. This was not a joke. Xianxia patted Wang Fengqi's shoulder, signaling him not to be sad. There was nothing to be afraid of. Are you afraid? Xianxia looked at Wu Ningzhu and smiled. This was not the first time they fought side by side, but it was extremely rare for them to be in a life or death situation. At this moment, Xianxia still felt a little guilty towards Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qingqing. After all, it was not what a good man should do to make them fall with him. If you die, you'll have to step over me and Sister Ning's bodies. Yan Qingqing said indifferently. Her words had benefited Xianxia a lot. His heart was filled with warmth. If you kneel and beg for mercy now, I might leave you with a complete corpse. However, if you 2 beautiful wives of yours, you might not have the chance to leave this place. He he he. Koga One Blade chuckled. The corner of his mouth was filled with coldness and evil. He looked at Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qingqing who were behind Xianxia with covetous eyes. Xianxia's gaze was as sharp as a blade. He looked at Koga One Blade and Ling Leng and said, "Then I will start with you." Xianxia shouted angrily. His steps were firm as he stepped into the sky. The Azure Dragon's 5 steps was extremely domineering. You've come at the right time. Many of my charm sword sex prodigies have died in your hands. I would like to see how strong you are to kill so many of my prodigies. Koga One Blade's eyes were filled with killing intent. He hated Xianxia to the core. Xianxia was the most powerful prodigy in his clan. He might be in existence on par with him in the future. However, he was killed by Xianxia in the cradle. This kind of hatred could never be erased. They can only blame themselves for not being strong enough. I'm afraid you will follow in their footsteps today. Xianxia said with a sneer. He did not put Koga One Blade in his eyes at all. Although his strength had reached the mid-divine emperor realm, Xianxia could easily suppress a mid-divine emperor realm minor heavenly connecting realm expert with his bare hands. Bastard, give me your life. Koga One Blade's ferocious blade slashed towards the void. The 5 feet long blade was extremely sharp. In a blink of an eye, it slashed towards Xianxia. Xianxia did not retreat. Instead, he moved forward with his heavenly dragon sword. two rays of light spread out, repelling everyone below the Divine Emperor realm. The entire sky became bright and dazzling. Xianxia was extremely powerful under the dragon transformation. The limitless sword was like the sun at dawn. Sword shadows shot out along with Xianxia's aura. Koga One Blade's expression became solemn. He did not dare to be careless. As the head of the Water Charm Sword sect, the Koga One Blade School was duty-bound to kill Xianxia to comfort the souls of their former disciples in heaven. Shadowless water flow break. The 5-feet-long blade in Koga One Blade's hand was like a phantom. A dragon flew in the sky, roaring and roaring. The dragon and Xianxia had clashed countless times. The sound of the blade and the sword, the combination of chi and realm, Xianxia gradually gained the upper hand. Koga One Blade's strength was not weak, but Xianxia was stronger. The heavenly dragon sword was like a swan, swinging and closing, swallowing the atmosphere of heaven and earth, destroying the invisible blade light. It made Koga One Blade's movements very difficult. Every move seemed to be extremely difficult for him. The sword technique of the limitless sword was completely unpredictable. His blade technique and Xianxia's sword technique were completely incompatible. Every time his blade technique was in front of Xianxia, it seemed to be full of loopholes. The limitless sword was not only powerful because of the heavenly dragon sword, but also because of the realm of Xianxia's sword technique. It had already reached the realm of no sword and no self, transcending the mundane world. At least, Koga One Blade had no way to defend himself, he could only defend himself. However, under the heavy pressure of Xianxia, he became breathless. Sect Masters, what are you waiting for? What are you waiting for? Do you want to see my soul return to the heavens before you are willing to take action? Blood dyed the blazing sun. The sword-drawing sect Sword Master is indeed worthy of your reputation. Xianxia, no matter how strong you are, you will stay here today and become a dead soul under our hands. Huang Longyu's palm changed and overlapped with each other. Thunderous palm strikes fell from the sky, complementing the Kaga Itoryu's long blade. It was not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2 when two mid-divine emperors joined hands. Xianxia instantly became solemn. It was impossible for him to be as calm as before when he was fighting against two mid-divine emperors. Eat my palm. Huang Longyu's strength was stronger than the one-blade school of Jia. The two of them joined hands and exerted an overwhelming pressure, forcing Xianxia to retreat again and again. It's time to show you the means of my petrification sect. Lin Kuan sneered and struck out a punch. The mountains and rivers trembled, destroying the heavens and earth. Bailey Fenghua followed closely behind. The four mid-divine emperors did not hesitate to fight against the four of them. At this moment, Xianxia's situation became the most difficult. Facing so many experts, he knew that he would definitely bleed and die in this battle. However, he would never fall because he had Sister Ning and Qingqing behind him. He would not frown no matter what. He would not let his women suffer. Xianxia would never let those bastards have their way. Brat, let's see where you can escape to now. Haha, my wonder sect will give you a big gift today. Bailey Fenghua laughed wildly and said. Her hands kept forming hand seals. Rays of brilliance turned into shadows. The 5 elements and 8 trigrams descended from the sky. Her hand seals formed rays of light that intertwined with each other, like a sword, like a formation, yet not a formation. 8 trigrams, wonder sect. 9 revolving heavens crack. The 8 positions of the 5 elements and 8 trigrams instantly changed, sealing Xianxia within. As the light and shadow spread out, Xianxia seemed to be trapped in a maze. Great fist of destruction. Lin Kuan threw a punch and the heavens rumbled. The 4 of them attacked together, causing Xianxia to retreat again and again. The situation became quite difficult. Be careful, my husband. Wu Ningzhu shouted. At this moment, the people of the fossil sect also rushed towards Wu Ningzhu, Yan Qingqing and even Wang Fengqi. Hundreds of experts and 5 elders instantly surrounded Wu Ningzhu and the others. Compared to Xianxia, their situation was equally worrying. Xianxia raised his blade and the divine golden bell and the god-sealing seal withstood the attacks from the 4 of them. However, the divine golden bell started to crack as it could not withstand the attacks for too long. Xianxia found it hard to breathe under the pressure of the 4 great sections. The masters of the four great sects were not easy to deal with. Their strength and techniques of mid-divine emperors were clearly displayed. Xianxia retreated step by step in a rather sorry state. Even with the dragon transformation, he was still somewhat lacking. Ancient soaring dragon technique. Xianxia's eyes were as sharp as a saber. At this moment, his strength was forcibly raised to the mid-divine emperor realm. Facing the four great experts, Xianxia once again showed his fangs. The heavenly dragon sword in his hand shone brightly again. Xianxia's heavenly dragon sword let out a thunderous roar. As soon as the sword's soul was released, a boundless might rose up and instantly stood on par with the four great sect masters. 16th sword. 17th sword. 18th sword. Xianxia was ready to strike. The limitless sword changed again and again, shocking the heavens. The terrifying sword shadows were cunning, like a rain of petals. The four sect heads didn't dare to be careless. They retreated in order to advance. Xianxia took advantage of the situation and pursued them, finishing them off in one go. However, the limitless sword and the ancient soaring dragon technique consumed a lot of Xianxia's strength. He must kill them as soon as possible, otherwise, he might fall into a dangerous situation. The sword shadow swept across the sky. Lin Kuan and the others did not dare to be negligent, they quickly went up to meet the attack. For mid-divine emperor realm experts against an early divine emperor realm expert, but they did not have the slightest advantage at all. This made them extremely angry. With a wave of their hands, more than 20 early divine emperor realm experts surrounded Xianxia like a fishing net. Xianxia frowned. These early divine emperor realm experts were not easy to deal with. Under their joint attack, it became quite difficult for him. Even the ancient soaring dragon technique was not enough to support him against so many experts. Among the four great sects, more than 20 divine emperor realm experts joined hands to kill Xianxia. They did not plan to give Xianxia any chance. At this moment, Xianxia was completely held back by the human wave tactic and the situation became extremely disadvantageous. The human wave tactic was made up of divine emperor realm experts, which made Xianxia unable to do anything. He could only defend passively, and the path of resistance became quite difficult. Wang Fengqi and Wu Ningzhu looked worried, but there was nothing they could do. Because they were also held back by the experts of the fossil sect, they could not help Xianxia at all. Not to mention that Xianxia was fighting against four alone, there were still more than 20 early divine emperor realm experts constantly creating danger for him. His decline was becoming more and more obvious. Although Xianxia's sword aura was fierce and the limitless sword had also helped him to push back his opponents countless times, the following crisis became extremely fierce. The ancient soaring dragon technique was devouring the divine origin qi in Xianxia's body crazily. This battle had consumed a lot of Xianxia's strength. Xianxia, boy, you won't be able to escape today. Set up the formation. Huang Longyu sneered. They gradually stabilized their bodies and gained the upper hand. Although the sword in Xianxia's hand was extremely powerful, it was still a drop in the bucket compared to them. More and more experts had already displayed their terrifying battle strength. More than 20 divine emperor realm experts besieged Xianxia. They were already prepared. They were determined to send Xianxia to hell in this battle. Xianxia held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand. 108 divine weapons were unleashed. Xianxia's figure was like lightning as he set up the formation. The Ashura sword formation was completely set up in an instant. Xianxia retreated in order to advance. The 108 peak origin divine tools were completely activated. At this moment, the heavens and earth trembled, the wind and clouds surged. With the rock sect as the foundation, the Ashura sword formation instantly erupted. Sword shadows followed the sword soul of the heavenly dragon sword and started a frenzied baptism. The entire rock sect had become a purgatory on earth. Countless people were drawn into it and died. Tens of thousands of disciples were instantly turned into skeletons as thousands of swords pierced through their bodies. Lin Kuan and the others' countenance suddenly changed. The elders of the stone sect also had an ugly expression on their faces. A total of 30,000 people, 30,000 lives were slaughtered at this moment. Most of them were the inner sect disciples of the stone sect. They were powerful and talented. However, in the Ashura sword formation, even those mid-divine emperor realm experts did not dare to be careless, let alone those disciples who were below the divine king realm. At that moment, the sun on the horizon seemed to become scarlet. Blood dyed the entire stone sect red. At that moment, Lin Kuan's complexion changed greatly. His eyes were bloodshot as he roared and punched out, shattering the countless sword shadows in the void. Xianxia, you madman, I'm going to tear you into pieces. You killed tens of thousands of my people. I cannot live under the same sky with you. Lin Kuan's anger was also reasonable. These disciples were the foundation of the petrified sect. If they were all dead, then he, the sect master, would probably be alone. Xianxia's expression was cold. The terror of the Ashura sword formation was completely displayed. Killing intent was everywhere. Although Xianxia did not kill the 20 divine emperor realm experts, they were all injured and could not take care of themselves. You only have yourself to blame. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being stubborn. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being too conceited. I, Xianxia, have said that I don't want to have a life and death struggle, but you forced me to do so. I originally only wanted to punish those 2 evildoers, but you went behind my back and delayed for 3 days, then gathered countless experts to besiege me. Is this what you call morality? Is this what you call the foundation of your sect? Ha ha ha, it's too ridiculous. You're treacherous and cunning. You can't tell right from wrong. How can I believe you? I've already given you a chance, but you don't know how to cherish it. Moreover, the current petrified sect is already in a foul atmosphere. Under your leadership, the petrified sect will be destroyed sooner or later. So, today, I, Xianxia, will simply turn your petrified sect into ashes in my hands. Even if I die, don't think that you'll have an easy time. Xianxia's eyes were about to pop out of his eye sockets. Fire snake spurted out from his eyes. Who could understand his anger? His disciple was wronged, he was framed, and he had to deal with so many experts. Who could understand the bitterness and anger in his heart at this moment? In this battle, Xianxia was already prepared to fight to the death with the petrified sect. However, he didn't expect Lin Kuan to be so cunning and attract so many people. Even if he knew that he would die, Xianxia would not retreat because he wanted to destroy the entire petrified sect. All of this was caused by Lin Kuan. Because of his militaristic nature, because of his arbitrary actions, in this battle, Xianxia wanted the entire petrified sect to flow with rivers of blood. Is the fossil sect really finished? No, that guy will definitely be punished. He will definitely die. Humph, our petrified sect definitely doesn't have anyone who is greedy for life and afraid of death. Ah, save me, sect leader. Many people only saw Xianxia's slaughtering, but they didn't see why he did it. As a member of the petrified sect, I actually feel a trace of shame. Among the countless people, a pale-faced young man stood at the bottom of the mountain. His eyes were filled with confusion. This was no longer the sect that was full of vigor and ambition. Here, it was filled with scheming and evil. More and more people became greedy and bloodthirsty. They didn't recognize their own family, and they didn't have the slightest bit of friendship. Only by slaughtering could they stand in a higher position. Lin Kuan's face was pale. In this battle, his petrified sect suffered heavy losses. Nearly half of his disciples were killed by Xianxia's Ashura sword formation. It was almost a tragedy, but he was powerless to do anything. He could only roar and resist the Ashura sword formation. Otherwise, it was very likely that under the Ashura sword formation, thousands of swords would pierce through his heart and kill him. Xianxia's eyes were like torches, sweeping across the surroundings. However, his Ashura sword formation was slowly losing control. The divine origin chi in his body was only left with 10 to 20%. This guy can't hold on any longer. Let's attack together. We must kill him. Huang Longyu took the lead and charged forward. Their strength had been consumed by Xianxia, but their core strength was still there. Moreover, Xianxia had already consumed too much of his strength. Although he had killed 6 early divine emperor experts, the Ashura sword formation was broken. The 4 great sect masters were still quite strong. Fiery tiger rising dragon. Xianxia, you executioner, go to hell. The 100,000 souls of the petrified sect will never let you go. Lin Kuan roared. The four great sect masters' aura was like a rainbow, and they had a domineering aura. Bailey Fenghua and Koga Itoriu were not to be outdone. They rapidly approached Jiangchen. Jiangchen slowly raised his head with a bloodthirsty smile on his face. Want to kill me? You guys don't have the ability. I, Jiangchen, am not that easy to kill. 4 thunderbolts were condensed in Jiangchen's hand. The thunderbolts roared and soared into the sky. Jiangchen's eyes were filled with thunderbolts and lightning snakes. Dawn sky golden lightning, 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning, severing drought heavenly lightning, 1,000 flame destruction lightning. The 4 thunderbolts turned into 4 lightning dragons and were flickering above Jiangchen's head. The origin of the 4 thunderbolts gradually gathered in his hands. The terrifying power of the thunderbolts turned into a heavenly lightning barrier, blocking everyone in the surroundings. Especially Lin Kuan, Huang Longyu, and the others, their faces were filled with astonishment. These thunderbolts were like fierce beasts, covering the vast sky. The 30,000 li wasteland was filled with flickering thunder and fire, spreading over 1,000 li. Have a taste of my death lightning lotus. You guys will definitely like it. The smile on Jiangchen's face became brighter. The lightning origin in his hands gathered together. Colorful lights shone brightly, like a light shadow spreading across the sky. Jiangchen's eyes flickered with disdain. At that moment, his domineering aura made even the heavens feel inferior. All of you, die. Jiangchen stretched out his hand and slapped down. The death lightning lotus turned into a ray of light and soared into the sky. The 4 sect leaders were the first to collide with the death lightning lotus. A thunderous sound pierced through the 100,000 mountains. Darkness descended at this moment. The sun also lost its color at this moment. Great destruction fist, heaven-shattering destruction. Lin Kuan's fist shadow spread across the sky, stabilizing the universe. 1 blade sacrifice. Jia Jia's blade shot up into the sky fearlessly. The brilliance of the blade was here. Huang Longyu swept through the heavens and earth, his aura shaking the 9 heavens. He also used his strongest move, wanting to seal this terrifying sky. Mad Dragon Shadow. 8 Extreme Illusion. Finally, Bailey Fenghua held the 8 trigrams Qiankuan pouch in her hand. Her hand covered the 9 heavens and her afterimages were like hooks. In that instant, the heavens and earth seemed to have become sorrowful. The death lightning lotus crisscrossed the horizon like a black ray of light, piercing through the blue sky. Spatial cracks spread out in all directions, causing the entire firmament to fall into silence. Lightning and shadows filled the sky. The attack formed by over 20 Divine Emperor realm experts was destroyed by Jiangchen's palm. Instantly, the heavens and earth fell into silence. Thunderclouds surged, the heavens and earth fell silent. Streaks of lightning flashed above the void. The entire fossil sect became deathly silent, because most of the disciples had already died under Jiangchen's Ashura sword formation, while more of them were facing the demon-like Jiangchen, trembling and speechless. With a single strike, the heavens and earth split apart. The 4 sect masters were all pushed back and suffered heavy injuries. Their faces became extremely ugly. After all, Jiangchen's strength was too shocking. Who would have thought that he could be so crazy and domineering? The death lightning lotus was like a sickle harvesting from hell. No one could escape from this battle. All the early Divine Emperor experts of the 4 sects were completely annihilated. Lin Kuan, Huang Longyu, Bailey Fenghua, Jiaga Itoriu, these were the only 4 left. Their faces were filled with fear. They had suffered unprecedented injuries. It was not easy for them to stay alive. This guy killed all of us, could he be a devil? This is too terrifying. Just now. I almost died. Cough, cough. Could it be that the power of our 4 sects is not enough to destroy this guy? Lin Kuan and Huang Longyu looked at each other and murmured. The 4 of them were shocked, but the fear in their eyes were not something that could be understood by outsiders. Jiangchen's eyes were filled with killing intent. Tens of thousands of disciples and dozens of Divine Emperor experts were all turned into ashes in his hands. At this moment, he was a peerless killing god with high fighting spirit. No one could stop his existence, no one could compete with him. However, at this moment, Xianxia had also consumed a lot of his energy. The divine origin qi in his body was not even a tenth left. Although he had defeated the 4 sect masters, Xianxia was already an arrow at the end of its flight. At this moment, the most courageous people were Yan Qingqing and Wu Ningzhu. The two of them joined hands and defeated the 5 great elders. Wang Fengqi was also victorious. Facing those ordinary disciples of the fossil sect, his limitless sword could be said to have created another miracle. Even Sun Xiaolong became more and more miserable in his hands. Only now did Wang Fengqi know how terrifying the limitless sword was. Sword shadows were moving in the void, layers upon layers of sword intent were getting stronger and stronger, causing Sun Xiaolong to be defeated one after another. Even Sun Xiaolong had a bitter smile on his face. He was not Jiangchen's opponent in the past. After so many years, he couldn't even defeat Jiangchen's disciple. This made him even more furious. However, the facts speak louder than words. He was no longer Wang Fengqi's opponent. Wang Fengqi's every move was ruthless, layers upon layers of sword shadows, forcing Sun Xiaolong to complain incessantly. After seeing Jiangchen perform the limitless sword twice, Wang Fengqi had a lot of understanding towards this sword intent, causing his strength to improve by leaps and bounds. This Sun Xiaolong was the one who shielded those 2 fellas. That's why he couldn't kill all of them. In the end, he was defeated and had to flee. This Sun Xiaolong had also played a great role. Sun Xiaolong, today, I will make you pay with your blood. If it wasn't for you, how could those 2 bastards be shielded? Wang Fengqi was like a madman, tangling with Sun Xiaolong. Sun Xiaolong's situation was worrying and his face was pale. As one of the strongest geniuses of the fossil sect, he had fallen into such a situation. It was really regrettable. Although his talent was not bad, compared to Tantai Jingzong, he was still lacking. Now that Wang Fengqi was like a hot knife cutting through butter and wanted to kill him, Sun Xiaolong had nowhere to retreat and had no strength to resist. Wang Fengqi's killing intent was like a rainbow. Under the attack of the 2 masters' wives, Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qingqing, his momentum was extremely terrifying. Almost everywhere he passed, not even a blade of grass was left. He had killed many disciples of the fossil sect. Sun Xiaolong was the first to bear the brunt. He was already suppressed to the point where he couldn't raise his head. You madman, the one who killed your wife is not me. Sun Xiaolong was extremely angry and roared. Ha ha ha, you're right. However, you shielded them and even framed me. What did you say in front of the sect master? You're a fellow who takes the side of the evildoer. Your death is not to be regretted. Today, I will definitely kill you. Wang Fengqi's roar was deafening, forcing Sun Xiaolong to retreat. In the end, he was still no match for Wang Fengqi. Myriad swords shot out at the same time. The limitless sword swept across, causing Sun Xiaolong to be unable to reverse the situation. Under the impact of the limitless sword, his body was pierced through. His flesh was badly mutilated, and his soul was scattered. Wang Fengqi's eyes were filled with grief and anger. He bared his teeth, looking incomparably malevolent. His killing intent was getting stronger. I've avenged you, little sister Feng. I've avenged you. Master risked his life for us. I definitely won't let you down. Revenge. I will kill everyone in the fossil sect. Wang Fengqi stepped on Sun Xiaolong's corpse. His roar shook the heavens, turning him into a devil from hell. Every disciple of the fossil sect was frantically fleeing from his grasp. Jiangchen slowly stood up, looking at the crazed Wang Fengqi. This battle had caused the sky to darken and the earth to darken. The setting sun was like blood, the heavens and earth mourned. The people of the fossil sect were almost wiped out, and the battle between Jiangchen and the 4 sect masters was also evenly matched. At this moment, all of them had fallen into dejection. Jiangchen's death lightning lotus made them feel incomparable despair. Who would have thought that Jiangchen actually had such a terrifying side to him, causing them to lose so miserably? Disciples, elites, all of them were wiped out. Now, who among you can still fight with me? Jiangchen roared, looking at Lin Kuan, Huang Longyu, and the others. The heavenly dragon sword was sharp, pointing at everyone. Everyone's breathing stagnated, their faces were pale, and they were speechless. because they had already suffered a life and death injury, and were unable to fight anymore. Although Xianxia was the same, in terms of momentum, he was absolutely not weaker than anyone else. It was a competition of heart and arrogance. Xianxia's eyes were as cold as frost, and his aura was magnificent. He stood on the top of the mountain in high spirits. Huang Longyu was dumbfounded, Koga One Blade School was dumbfounded, Bailey Fenghua was dumbfounded, and even Lin Kuan was regretting to death. However, there was no medicine for regret in this world. He could have had the opportunity to kill Xianxia, the sword master of the sword-drawing sect, but he stubbornly went ahead and protected the two sinners behind him. He did not hesitate to join forces with the three major sects, just to put Xianxia to death. However, the result made everyone's jaws drop. Xianxia, as a peerless divine emperor, gave all of them a resounding slap in the face. No one could compete with him, and no one could make Xianxia bow his head. That death lightning lotus was the most terrifying attack they had ever seen in their lives. If there were not more than 20 early Divine Emperor realm elite disciples protecting them, it would be impossible for them to survive. As soon as Xianxia used the Ashura sword formation, he killed tens of thousands of fossil sect's disciples, causing the entire fossil sect to become unrecognizable, completely losing the face of a major sect. The elite disciples were all killed, and the other three sect masters were also miserable. The number of experts that died in the hands of Xianxia was innumerable. Divine Emperor Realm experts were the foundation of their major sections. Now that the Divine Emperor Realm experts were all dead, their sects would lose the capital to fight back. In this battle, Xianxia used his sword to cut down the four kingdoms. The entire Kuanshan prefecture was destined to be set off in a bloody storm. However, right at this moment, a huge black flag appeared in the sky, covering the entire sky. It was as if it had covered the entire horizon. Xianxia squinted his eyes and his lips curled into a bloodthirsty smile. This black flag covered the sky and was filled with a terrifying haze. Those who came were not friendly, an incomparably huge dark cloud spread out from the horizon, carrying a huge black flag. It happened to completely erase the blazing sun that had sunk into the western mountains. The entire land seemed to have sunk into darkness, giving off a formless sense of pressure. Xianxia felt a familiar feeling. These people seemed to be coming for him. However, he didn't dare confirm it either. As for who it was still unknown. In this Kunshan county, these guys dared to be so brazen. They should at least be at the same level as the sword-drawing sect. Xianxia murmured. At this moment, Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qingqing looked at each other. They had forced the 5 great elders of the fossil sect to retreat, but at this time, they must quickly return to Xianxia's side. After all, Xianxia was like an arrow at the end of its flight. It was difficult for him to fight. If this black flag was coming for him, their situation would become more dangerous today. Who is this? Why is it so powerful? Huang Longyu's eyes flickered unceasingly, a hint of shock could be seen on the corner of his mouth. Lin Kuan and the others were the same. The black flag that blotted out the sky was too terrifying, it made them feel that they were far inferior to it. Their hearts were filled with complicated feelings, because they didn't know who was coming, whether it was a friend or a foe. However, Lin Kuan's eyes were shining. He seemed to have discovered some clues. This seems to be the flag of the Ghost Pill sect. Although he belonged to the affiliated sect of the sword-drawing sect, he also knew that this black flag seemed to be the symbol of the Ghost Pill sect. Moreover, this monstrous momentum made people's scalp numb. Their Kunshan county did not seem to have such a powerful and strange sect anymore. Ghost Pill sect, how could it be them? Why would they appear in the territory of our Kunshan county? Huang Longyu said with a dignified expression, declining to comment. If none of us have offended the Ghost Pill sect, then these people are most likely here for Xianxia. Lin Kuan said with a smile. Looks like this guy is really a troublemaker. He can even offend people from the Ghost Pill sect? Ha ha ha, if that's really the case, isn't this fellow digging his own grave? He's dead for sure. Bailey Fenghua laughed and said. I've worn out my iron shoes and found nowhere to hide. Xianxia, I've finally found you. Hee hee. In the sky, a black flag fluttered in the wind. A skinny old man holding a walking stick said with a chuckle. He was all skin and bones, like a jagged mountain rock. His deep-set eyes were filled with endless coldness and darkness. Countless wrinkles formed an incomparably complicated face on his face, making him look like a frightening evil spirit. The old man's eyes flickered as he glanced around. Finally, his gaze landed on Jiang Chen, as if he was looking at an incomparably huge treasure. Lin Kuan and the others looked at each other. Their hearts were filled with wild joy, because this old man really came for Jiang Chen. In that case, there was nothing for them to worry about. Although they had suffered serious injuries in this battle and their sect had encountered an unprecedented calamity, as long as Jiang Chen was dead, they would no longer have to worry about anything. Although their vitality was greatly injured, their revenge had been taken, and their future was promising. Looking for me? I don't think we've met before, Jiang Chen said in an indifferent tone. However, this old man obviously didn't come with good intentions. Jiang Chen could feel an invisible pressure coming from him, as if he wanted to devour Jiang Chen. It was a disgusting feeling. Didn't you kill my junior brother Fen Gudong? The skinny old man said coldly. Fen Gudong? You're from the Ghost Pill sect. Jiang Chen understood. This guy really had an ulterior motive. Looking at his expression, it seemed that he was not only here to take revenge for Fen Gudong. The way he looked at Jiang Chen made Jiang Chen feel that this guy should know that he had the myriad chi cauldron. Once the inheritance of the craftsman god was made known to the public, he would definitely be hunted down from all directions. The craftsman god was second only to the Emperor Realm experts, and was known as the #1 expert under the Emperor Realm. Moreover, the most terrifying thing was that the divine weapons made by the craftsman god were unparalleled throughout the ages, and could even be compared to the Emperor Realm experts. In the current divine world, the inheritance of the craftsman god was enough to stir up the entire central region. It's really the people from the Ghost Pill sect. Yeah, this Jiang Chen is really a troublemaker. With the big shot of the Ghost Pill sect here, Jiang Chen will not be able to escape even if he has wings. This is called the heavens opening their eyes. This guy has done many evil deeds, and the heavens will punish him. The experts of the Ghost Pill sect are here to kill him. Let's see how long he can be arrogant now. Humph, the 4 sect leaders were all happy, and the corners of their lips were slightly raised. Although Jiang Chen was like a hot knife cutting through butter, and completely suppressed them, once the experts of the Ghost Pill sect came, Jiang Chen would not be able to fight anymore. He would definitely die a tragic death in this battle. Fen Gudong's death made you come all the way here to kill me. Could it be that the relationship between you and your brothers is so touching? He. Why are you here? It's really unbelievable. You know better than anyone about the death of the Ghost Pill sect's elder, Fen Gudong. Could it be that you're not afraid of becoming the next Fen Gudong? Jiang Chen smiled and shook his head. You and I have a tacit understanding. Humans die for wealth, and birds die for food. Gudong is still too greedy. How can he achieve great things by himself? Moreover, he fell into your hands. This is really not right. Today, you're already an arrow at the end of its flight. What right do you have to be arrogant with me? Come with me, and you might be able to keep your life. If you resist, only death awaits you. Cough cough. The old man coughed, and his eyes narrowed, flickering with a strange light. This guy is going to be mine soon. You have a good idea, but it's not that easy to kill me, Jiang Chen. Fen Gudong's death is a lesson for you. So, today, you'll die. Jiang Chen said arrogantly, and his eyes were cold. He clashed with the old man, and neither of them gave way. I will account for Fen Gudong's death on behalf of the Ghost Pill sect. But you will only be mine. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes. This old fart was obviously here to snatch the inheritance of the craftsman god. This time, he might not be able to escape even if he had wings. However, it was not his character to sit and wait for death. Jiang Chen knew that he was no match for Qi Lian. Therefore, he could only evade. If he were to fight with this old bastard now, he would definitely die. Come back! Jiang Chen bellowed. Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qingqing turned around. Wang Fengqi also quickly moved towards his master. Jiang Chen clenched his fist. Golden light burst out and the Zulong Tower sucked the 4 of them into it. Qi Lian's attack landed on the space beside Jiang Chen and Jiang Chen's figure disappeared. Everyone trembled because they did not know where Xianxia went. Good lad. Qi Lian's eyes widened. At this moment, he was the only one who could maintain his calm. He knew that it was impossible for Xianxia to escape from here. This world was already filled with his soul. Even if Xianxia wanted to teleport away, he would not be able to escape from Qi Lian's eyes. Qi Lian was definitely still here. However, he did not know what kind of technique Xianxia had used to conceal himself. Fuck. Where did Xianxia go? Don't tell me he ran away? Yeah. Escaping from the experts of the Ghost Pill sect. Isn't this Xianxia a little too terrifying? Not necessarily. That guy must have used some unusual method to disappear without a trace. However, he should still be in our world. Huang Longyu and the others said with a solemn expression. At this moment, Qi Lian's eyes were like torches as he scanned 1,000 miles away. The surrounding world was completely sealed by his soul power. There was no way to escape. Any slight movement would attract his attention. At this moment, Wang Fengqi was completely dumbfounded. He did not expect his master to have such a divine ability. Looking at the people around him, he could not help feeling a little weak. Master, will they not be able to see us this way? Naturally, Wang Fengqi did not know how powerful the Zulong Tower was. He was just worried that they were deceiving themselves. Don't worry, the Zulong Tower is very sturdy. It's impossible to destroy it without the means of an Emperor Realm expert. Moreover, we're just a speck of dust in the vast thousand world. It'll take some time for him to discover us. This period of time is enough for us to recuperate. Cultivating in peace, there was no need to worry. Once I recover my strength, I'll fight this old man again. Xianxia squinted his eyes and looked at the crowd outside the Zulong Tower. He was not worried at all. However, he knew that Qi Lian would not leave so easily. Qi Lian came here to track him. Now that he had disappeared, he would definitely wait for him. In the past, Xianxia did not need the Zulong Tower at all. That was why he did not enter it to cultivate. With his absolute strength, Xianxia could dominate the world. Why would he need to hide in the Zulong Tower? This time, Xianxia had no other choice but to enter the Zulong Tower to buy time for himself to recuperate. However, Xianxia knew that Qi Lian would find him in 3 days at most. Without the strength of an Emperor Realm expert, it was impossible to teleport instantaneously. Qi Lian knew that as long as he waited here, he would be able to find Xianxia. I don't believe that you can escape to the 9th heaven. Qi Lian was full of confidence. His face was gloomy as he began to search for traces of Xianxia. Senior, could it be that this fellow is still here? Lin Kuan and the others looked at Qi Lian with a solemn expression. At this moment, they did not know what to do. The most miserable person was none other than Lin Kuan of Petrification sect. Currently, the Petrification sect had almost completely declined. The core strength of the sect had been wiped out and all the disciples and geniuses had turned into ashes. However, all of this was caused by his stubbornness. There was only one thought in Lin Kuan's mind, and that was to kill Xianxia. Only by killing Xianxia would he be able to avenge his sect. This guy is seriously injured. He can't run away. He must have used some method to hide himself. He must be hiding in this world. Otherwise, I would have been able to detect the slightest movement in this world. Qi Lian said in a deep voice. Senior, this bastard is lawless and has killed countless people. He has committed many crimes. You must avenge us. This Xianxia must die. You have to kill him. Otherwise, he will bring disaster to his entire life. Huang Longyu said fiercely. His eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. Apart from the Petrification sect, he was the one who had suffered the most. Now that the experts of the Ghost Pill sect had come to kill Xianxia, they were all extremely excited. If they failed, they might be killed by Xianxia's sword. Therefore, no one was looking forward to it more than them. Don't get in my way. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Even if the Lord of the Sword-Drawing sect was here, he might not dare to do anything to me. Don't try to scheme against me. Get as far away from me as you can. Qi Lian said with a gloomy face. His wrinkled face was constantly trembling. He had finally found the location of Xianxia. If he were to run away at this time, wouldn't everything that he had done be for naught? Qi Lian clenched the pole in his hand and gritted his teeth. His cold aura made Lin Kuan, Huang Longyu, and the others' faces change. They did not dare to say anything and could only slowly retreat. They did not know if Qi Lian would be angry in the next second. Once they offended Qi Lian, they would not be far from death. Qi Lian's unscrupulous and domineering behavior showed the strength of the Ghost Pill sect. Lin Kuan looked at the corpses of the petrification sect that was now in a state of desolation. All of this was caused by Xianxia. He struggled in his heart and was extremely angry. But what could he do? Xianxia's life was uncertain. Even in this broken home, there was no place for them to stay. It was really sad. I, Lin Kuan, was an ambitious and ruthless person. I never thought that I would end up like this. It's really sad. Hee hee. I hope this guy won't notice us. Wang Fengqi murmured in a low voice. Right now, his master was heavily injured, and it was all because of him. His feelings of self-blame were indescribable, but he couldn't tell his master about it. As a man, what he had to do was silently endure. He would engrave everything his master had done for him into his heart. In this life, even if he had to work like an ox or a horse, it would be difficult for him to repay his master's kindness. Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qingqing were very anxious. At this moment, what they were worried about had happened. Xianxia fought with all his might, but there were too many of them. Xianxia had killed dozens of Divine Emperor realm experts and defeated the 4 great sect masters. It was already very terrifying, but he was still plotted against by someone. The guy from the Guidan sect seemed to be determined to take them down. The two of you, protect me. I need at least 3 days to recover to my peak state. My injuries in this battle are not light. Xianxia said in a low voice. Don't worry. Even if I die, I won't let you die in front of me. Yan Qingqing said. Her words were very warm, giving Xianxia a feeling of happiness. He did not say anything else and quickly entered the state of cultivation. 3 days passed quietly. Xianxia had yet to wake up from his cultivation, but Qi Lian had already found the location of the Zulong Tower. Ha ha ha, I finally found you. Little bastard, let's see where you can run to this time. Hiding in a spatial divine tool. You're really good at scheming. Ha ha. Qi Lian gritted his teeth and squinted his eyes. His soul power had searched every corner of the mountain and finally sensed the location of the Zulong Tower. After all, there were 3 Divine Emperor realm auras and a late Hierarch realm aura in the Zulong Tower. It was quite difficult to not be discovered. Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qingqing looked at each other. When they looked at Xianxia, he had only recovered 70 to 80% of his strength. Take my attack. Let's see how long you can last. Qi Lian roared and slammed his dragon head staff down. The ancestral dragon pagoda was shaken and Xianxia suddenly opened his eyes. Qi Lian roared and slammed his dragon head staff down. You haven't recovered your strength. I'm afraid this battle, Wu Ningzhu was extremely worried. She wanted to help Xianxia, but there was nothing she could do. Her strength was limited. She could only let Xianxia endure it alone. Don't worry. It won't be easy for this stubborn old man to kill me. He's stronger than Lin Kuan and the others, but he might not be that strong. Xianxia knew that he could not just sit still and wait. Otherwise, he would not be able to cultivate peacefully in the Zulong Tower. Old man, Grandpa is here. Xianxia appeared in the sky with the Zulong Tower in his hand. With a wave of his hand, the Zulong Tower shone brightly. Thunder rumbled and the heavens and earth trembled. The Zulong Tower collided with Qi Lian's dragon head walking stick. Both of them retreated. Xianxia's eyes were as sharp as a sword. You're finally willing to come out. You coward. I thought you would hide until your death. Qi Lian stood upright with his walking stick. The flesh on his old face was trembling as he stared at Xianxia fiercely. You're so determined to die. If I don't do anything, wouldn't I be letting you down? Xianxia raised his sword. Murderous intent surged. Sword shadows flipped and rotated. His aura swallowed the sky. The limitless sword had no self and no other. The 18th sword had reached its limit. At this moment, Xianxia quietly evolved the 19th sword. The 19th sword was the transformation and upgrade of the 18th sword. Although it was not completely perfected, it was still more than 18 times better than the 18th sword. In these 3 days, he had been constantly recovering his strength. At the same time, he had also gained a deeper understanding of the limitless sword. His sword technique was not only improving, but it was also a kind of dependence and sublimation of the sword. It was like the fusion of water and water. Don't be so arrogant. It's a worthy death for you to die by my hands today. Haha. Qi Lian held his walking stick and swept the void. His footsteps seemed messy, but each of his steps was profound. It was even better than Xianxia's Azure Dragon's 5 steps. Both of them continued to exchange blows. However, Xianxia felt that Qi Lian's strength was not simple. His strength was not inferior to Shangguan Hongyan's. The dragon head walking stick in Qi Lian's hand was also very terrifying. It was definitely a primal origin treasure. It kept colliding with the heavenly dragon sword, but it did not seem to be at a disadvantage. The two of them were fighting in the sky. It was a dazzling scene. Let's go and help our husband, Wu Ningzhu said anxiously. She really couldn't bear the thought of sitting here and waiting for her death. All right. Yan Qingqing did not reject Wu Ningzhu's suggestion. Both of them quickly chased after Xianxia. However, as soon as they attacked, Lin Kuan and the other 3 sect lords stopped them. They had recovered most of their strength. Although they could not be compared to Xianxia, they were still confident in dealing with Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qingqing. Little girl, if you want to save your husband, why don't you let us play with him first? Hee hee. Maybe you won't want your husband anymore. Kaga One Blade Sect smiled sinisterly as he approached Yan Qingqing and Wu Ningzhu. His face was full of lust, which made people feel extremely uncomfortable. Don't you dare insult my master's wife. Although Wang Fengqi knew that he was no match for them, he would not just stand by and watch. Moreover, he was the one who started this matter. Get lost. Lin Kuan shouted angrily. He threw out a long punch, which made Wang Fengqi fly backwards. He looked extremely embarrassed. If it wasn't for you, how could my petrified sect fall into this world? Brat, I will tear you into pieces today and make you fall into the cycle of reincarnation forever. Lin Kuan hated Wang Fengqi to the core. Now that Xianxia was entangled by Qi Lian, he had the chance to kill Wang Fengqi. It was a heaven-sent opportunity. Be careful, Wu Ningzhu exclaimed. The two of them could not help Xianxia in time. They were forced to fight against the 4 sect lords. Although they were only at the minor connecting heaven's realm, it was too easy for them to suppress Wu Ningzhu. Yan Qingqing might be stronger, but it was difficult for her to fight against so many people. Their situation was worrisome. Compared to Xianxia, they were even more worried. Brat, you are not my opponent. Die. I will take revenge for my junior brother Fengudong. I will send you to the 18th layer of hell. There are some things that a lowly guy like you can't have. Jiangchen's pupils shrunk. Qi Lian didn't hide anything at all. He wanted to kill Jiangchen as soon as he attacked. Although Jiangchen didn't know what those 2 pills were, Qi Lian must have eaten them to increase his strength. Qi Lian must have wanted to take him down in one go, just like his junior brother Fengudong did. It would be a tragedy if Jiangchen failed miserably. Die, you old fart. Jiangchen didn't want to be outdone. The 19 swords swept across the sky, slashing the void. The limitless swords swept across the entire mountain with an earth-shattering might. Tens of thousands of swords shot out at the same time, flowers and leaves could be used as swords. The rhythm of all living beings in the world moved and transformed into swords. In an instant, the wind howled and the cranes screamed. Qi Lian wielded his dragon-headed walking stick, striking out with boundless strength. Although he looked skinny, he was like a god of war, unstoppable. The two of them continued to exchange blows. Wind howled and the void shattered. Tens of thousands of swords clashed, but Qi Lian was unstoppable. His aura was like that of a tiger, giving off a feeling of invincibility. These 2 pellets are my most outstanding masterpieces. They're called the Sky-Stealing Pellet and Sun-Changing Pellet. If you consume them together, you'll be able to steal the sky and change the sun, reversing yin and yang. Your divine origin energy within a radius of 5,000 miles will be completely devoured by me, and you'll completely become my possession. Qi Lian laughed crazily. Xianxia frowned because he could feel the invisible suction force coming from Qi Lian. Qi Lian's 2 heaven-stealing sun-exchanging pills were really terrifying. However, Xianxia would not sit still and wait for his death. He held the divine burying flag in his hand and waved it in the sky, disrupting the heavenly dipper. Wherever the black burying flag passed, a whirlwind was created. Qi Lian did not dare to act recklessly. However, Qi Lian was absorbing more and more divine origin qi. His body was like an inflated ball, becoming stronger and stronger. It was too difficult to break this rubber ball. It was simply unrealistic, because Xianxia could feel that his strength was completely suppressed. Although this guy couldn't absorb all the energy for his own use, he could still suppress him for a short period of time. This kind of suppression made Xianxia feel uncomfortable. Even the black burying flag couldn't help him get rid of this pressure. Gusts of crazy hurricanes wreaked havoc on the surrounding mountains. The sky and earth changed color. The battle between Qi Lian and Xianxia was inextricably linked. However, as Xianxia retreated, the hurricanes were no longer a threat to Qi Lian. This guy was like an indestructible diamond. All around him were waves of smoke. The hurricanes of the black burying flag couldn't devour his domineering aura. The sky-stealing sun-exchanging pill had made his strength even stronger. Xianxia hadn't fully recovered to his peak yet. His situation was getting worse and worse. Xianxia's face was pale. He roared and retreated. The hurricanes were useless. His palm formed a heavenly seal. He stood tall in the sky. Xianxia was proud of the heavens and looked down upon the world. With a single seal, the mountains and rivers were shattered. Heavenly seal. The huge palm seal struck out like a gust of wind. It contained the power of Xianxia's Tao. At that moment, even Qi Lian's expression changed. He felt that this seal could destroy him. Good fella. Qi Lian shouted. However, he wasn't one to admit defeat so easily. Even in the face of Xianxia's earth-shattering attack, he still planned to fight head-on with Xianxia. After all, his sky-stealing pellet deserved its reputation. Around him, streams of divine origin qi condensed into astral winds. Qi Lian punched out to determine who was stronger than Xianxia's seal. Victory and defeat depended on this one move. Qi Lian's fist power against Xianxia's. The heavenly seal collided. The heaven seal crushed the astral wind around Qi Lian's body with a destructive force. The power condensed from divine origin qi also vanished in an instant. This seal caused Qi Lian's pupils to shrink. He had no choice but to take it head-on. However, all the meridians in his body had been shattered and he had suffered serious injuries. Although the stealing sky-changing sky was powerful, it was still a divine origin qi technique. Although the sky-stealing pellet was powerful, it seemed so fragile under the heavenly seal. Is this the so-called throwing an egg against a stone? Qi Lian shook his head. His heart was filled with bitterness. He flew backwards and landed on the mountain peak. Broken rocks pierced through the air, creating a rainbow. It was a breathtaking scene. Xianxia's heart trembled. Does he know about me? The Tian Mudra had become more and more powerful, especially the Taoist qi in his body, which had increased a lot. Even though he had used the Tian Mudra, he had not reached the point of being completely exhausted. Although it seemed to be a bit difficult, he did not fall. On the contrary, Qi Lian couldn't take it anymore. He knelt on one knee and spurted out blood. He thought that he could easily take down Xianxia, but in the end, he almost died in Xianxia's hands. He wanted to escape, but found that Xianxia had already locked onto him. Master, at this moment, Wang Fengqi cried out in alarm. His face was pale. Lin Kuan's palm had struck his chest, breaking his veins and leaving him on the verge of death. Xianxia's pupil shrunk. He immediately rushed forward. At this moment, Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qingqing had been forced into a desperate situation. Xianxia's eyes were filled with murderous intent. His white robe was soaked with blood. It was hard to tell if it was red or white. Seeing Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qingqing being beaten back, and Wang Fengqi on the verge of death, Xianxia's anger burst out at this moment. Sword 19 soared into the sky, dancing about the cosmos. His sword flew through the air, causing the world to descend into chaos. Sword projections covered the area, making it impossible for the four sects to hide. All of you, go to hell. Jiangchen was enraged. Wu Ningzhu's face and body were left with several marks. She was bleeding profusely. Yan Qingqing wasn't any better. At this moment, he could only kill all four of them to relieve the hatred in his heart. No, don't, the four of them were pale. Their eyes were flickering with the fear of death. However, Jiangchen wouldn't give them the chance to escape. His family members were almost buried in their hands. These despicable bastards. Only by killing them would he be able to relieve the hatred in his heart. Jiangchen's aura soared to the sky. The 19th sword's domineering aura was shocking. It was getting closer to perfection. At that moment, 19 sword shadows descended from the heavens. The four sect masters were trembling, knowing that they were going to die. No matter how they tried to escape, they wouldn't be able to escape. This was a life and death calamity for them. One sword strike, the four seas were leveled. The sword fell from the sky and the sun rose. Jiangchen held the heavenly dragon sword with the corner of his mouth slightly raised. Blood dripped down from the blade and a cold aura permeated the surrounding thousands of miles of the void, causing people's hearts to palpitate. Qi Lian silently looked at Jiangchen with a lingering fear in his heart. He could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. His whole body was trembling silently. He had used almost everything in this battle. The heaven-stealing pill and the sun-changing pill were his life-saving pills. However, he still could not defeat Jiangchen at the crucial moment. Qi Lian sighed incomparably. The four masters of the petrifying sect, Lin Kuan, Huang Longyu, Bailey Fenghua, and Jia He Ichiryu, were all killed by Jiangchen with a single strike. For mid-divine emperor realm masters, the Kunshan prefecture was destined to be in an uproar. This was also the reason why Qi Lian was shocked. Jiangchen was too strong, too terrifying, and no one could compete with him. The remaining people of the petrification sect covered their faces and wept. They were in despair because Jiangchen had almost destroyed the foundation of their sect. The petrification sect only existed in name now. As for the other three sects, their core forces and sect lords were all forgotten. They were destined to be unable to recover from this setback. The entire Kuanshan County would probably become turbulent in the next 100 or even 1,000 years. Master is too strong. Wang Fengqi said from the bottom of his heart. There was a blazing light in the depths of his eyes. No one could understand what he was feeling at this moment. His master was like an insurmountable mountain. To Wang Fengqi, being in front of him was an endless gratification and honor. However, it was also an indescribable pressure. If he didn't live up to expectations, he would lose face for his master. To Wang Fengqi, this was a very painful matter. Wang Fengqi's great enmity was avenged. Although he was on the verge of death, he still managed to keep his life. But at that moment, he discovered that he had lost his hatred. He was no longer able to support the internal conflict of the God realm in his heart. Where should he go? Jiangchen's eyes were full of persistence. His face was strangely cold. In Jiangchen's eyes, Wang Fengqi saw his master's tenacity, indifference, and gentleness. The complexity of his inner world was indescribable. However, he felt that his master was far more tired than him. But he did not say it, nor did he tell anyone about it. Even his two confidants might not fully understand the vastness of his heart. At this moment, Jiangchen's figure was like a sword. He had killed the four great sect masters and defeated the elders of the Ghost Pill sect. It could be said that it was difficult to pacify the four seas. His master was struggling to move forward. Wang Fengqi seemed to have found his target. Sister Feng had already passed away. Master did not hesitate to fight to the death for them. Of course, if he were to leave now, would his master be too sad and unreasonable? Even if it was for his master, he had to live well. He had to live more brilliantly than anyone else. He had to make his master proud. At this moment, the world darkened. The entire fossil sect was silent. The dust had settled, and even the air seemed to have solidified. This guy is too terrifying. It's better to leave first. Qi Lian turned around, wanting to quickly escape. However, he found that Jiang Chen's sword was already hovering above his head. You want to leave? Haha, aren't you a little too anxious? Running away after acting cool? How can there be such an exciting thing in this world? Jiang Chen's sword was placed horizontally in front of Qi Lian. At this moment, Qi Lian's expression became extremely ugly. He subconsciously took a few steps back. He knew that it wouldn't be easy for him to get out of this alive. Then what do you want? Don't force me. Let's fight to the death. I might not be afraid of you. Qi Lian said fiercely. His eyes narrowed as he looked at Jiang Chen. His heart was incomparably complicated. Life and death were only a thin line apart. Do you believe your own words? You want to fight to the death with me? Ha ha ha, what a joke. Who told you about this? Not many people know about this. Jiang Chen looked at Qi Lian with interest. If Feng Gudong knew about this, he would definitely keep it a secret. Even those who had risked their lives with him did not know about it. Therefore, the person who leaked this information was very important to Jiang Chen. He wanted to know who was behind this. Shangguan Hongyan, this answer shouldn't surprise you. Shangguan Hongyan, I don't think you're surprised by my answer. He wants your life, but I only want the thing in your hand. Today, I, Qi Lian, admit my defeat. It's really sad to be defeated by you. However, you have to let me go today. Otherwise, I will spread the news about you possessing the inheritance of the craftsman god. At that time, the entire central region divine land will be in chaos. Do you think that there will be a place for you, Jiang Chen, to hide under the heavens? Ha ha ha. You must let me go. This is your only choice. If I leave, I will definitely not tell the public about this. Because you still have a great treasure. There is no reason for me to share such a big piece of meat with others, right? Qi Lian said with a smile. The corners of his mouth curled into a gentle smile. This was his trump card, his final trump card. Qi Lian knew that Jiang Chen would definitely not take this risk. Because once his identity was exposed, he would become the target of everyone. The inheritance of the craftsman god. This news was too shocking to the central region divine land that had been peaceful for thousands of years. So, you're threatening me? Jiang Chen shook his head and sighed. You can say that. However, you can also use me as a means to protect yourself. After all, if I die, then everything will be over. I will definitely not push myself into an abyss of eternal damnation. The one who truly wants your life is Shangguan Hongyan. He is the one who wants to kill you. As for why, I don't know. However, as long as you let me go, I will definitely not cause trouble for you again. Qi Lian said in a deep voice. His eyes narrowed into a line as he looked at Jiang Chen. He was quite nervous because he didn't know what would happen next. You're such a smart person. You won't do anything stupid, right? Qi Lian's words made Jiang Chen's eyes turn even colder. This Shangguan Hongyan was really hateful. Jiang Chen didn't expect that Shangguan Hongyan would tell someone else such an important piece of information. However, Jiang Chen wasn't a person who would be threatened. The moment Qi Lian threatened him, he had already decided to kill Qi Lian. This arrogant fella deserved to die without a burial place. Your plan is not bad. However, it's a pity that you've miscalculated one thing. No one can threaten me, Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's eyes turned cold. He soared into the sky and slashed down with his sword. Qi Lian retreated step by step and resisted with all his might. However, it was getting harder and harder. However, Jiang Chen didn't give him the slightest chance. Even though he was also heavily injured, he was determined to kill Qi Lian. If worst comes to worst, he could just run all over the world. He didn't mind making the whole world his enemy, but he wouldn't be threatened by Qi Lian. However, Jiang Chen's heart was extremely solemn, because he needed to finish this battle as soon as possible. After killing Qi Lian, he needed to leave this place as soon as possible. Oh no, he's finally here. Jiang Chen's expression changed. He had expected this to happen. That was why he wanted to kill Qi Lian and leave this place as soon as possible. However, he didn't expect him to come so soon. He was none other than Jiang Chen's senior brother, Shangguan Hongyan. How could he give up on the craftsman god's inheritance? Therefore, Qi Lian must be his bait. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. This was the trick he was best at. Fresh blood flew past Jiang Chen's ears. Qi Lian knelt on the ground, his eyes were filled with disbelief. Jiang Chen knew that he was too late to leave. Shangguan Hongyan had already arrived. You're really useless. The ghost pill sect has a useless elder like you. It's really shameful. However, it's good that you're dead. Everything ends here. As for those people who spread rumors about you, I've already killed them all. Shangguan Hongyan walked over slowly and patted Qi Lian's shoulder. At this moment, Qi Lian's face was pale. His soul had been extinguished and his body had been destroyed. He couldn't be more dead. However, he didn't expect that he would die in Shangguan Hongyan's hands. Say, shouldn't you give me a break? Junior brother? I helped you kill all those people who wanted to spread the news about you. No matter how you look at it, this can be considered a great merit, right? Shangguan Hongyan crossed his arms in front of his chest and stood proudly. He looked Jiang Chen in the eye. At this moment, he was ready to kill Jiang Chen and seize the inheritance. This move was quite smooth. However, Qi Lian was a chess piece that Shangguan Hongyan couldn't live without. It seems like I've underestimated you, senior brother. Jiang Chen Lungling said. He had used the Qilian to consume his combat strength before attacking. Obviously, he had come prepared. At this time, he was waiting on the periphery. Only when both of them were injured would he be able to take advantage of the situation. Otherwise, once he was discovered, Jiang Chen would not continue to entangle with him. However, it was too late to say these things now. You can't say that. Little junior brother, if it wasn't for you running about for the sake of Master's inheritance, I wouldn't be so anxious, right? Since you've obtained Master's inheritance, you should have come looking for me a long time ago. Why are you waiting for me to come looking for you? Isn't this causing a lot of trouble? Qi Lian deserved to die. He threatened you, junior brother, so how could I let him go? Ha ha ha, come back with me obediently and pass the inheritance to me. This is what a junior brother like you should do. Shangguan Hongyan said with a smile. There was a mellow smile on his face. It was hard for others to notice that he was already overflowing with killing intent. Wu Ningzhu, Yan Qingqing and the others were not fools. They could naturally see that at this moment, this so-called senior brother of Jiang Chen must have come with bad intentions. Their situation became difficult again. Senior brother, it seems like you've been scheming for the sake of Master's inheritance. I'm afraid you've been waiting for this day for thousands of years. Jiang Chen sighed and shook his head. I've been worried for a day without seeing you. I'm afraid that something might have happened to junior brother. Hee, but it seems like you're fine now. Come with me. You don't have a choice now, do you? This part of the sky has already been completely sealed by me. Therefore, it doesn't seem to be that easy for you to enter that so-called tortoise shell of yours. Even if you manage to enter it, you won't be able to escape from my palm. Shangguan Hongyan said with a faint smile. He looked confident and calm. Jiang Chen's expression became extremely ugly, because he had already guessed what Shangguan Hongyan wanted to do. He had been waiting for this day, and he must have come up with a perfect plan to deal with Shangguan Hongyan. Is that so? I'd like to see what kind of tricks you have up your sleeve. You're not worthy of Master's craftsman god's inheritance. It's impossible for you to obtain it. Although Qi Lian has died in today's battle, it won't be easy for you to snatch the inheritance from me. Jiang Chen was full of confidence. Just like Shangguan Hongyan, the two of them stared at each other coldly. Neither of them was willing to take a step back. Jiang Chen's strength had been greatly damaged. His strength had become relatively weak. If he were to fight with Shangguan Hongyan again, he might really die. Take Wang Fengqi with you. You guys go first. I'll handle this. Jiang Chen said in a low voice. No, I won't go. Wu Ningzhu said firmly. Follow me into the Zulong Tower first. Jiang Chen turned around and the four of them entered the Zulong Tower. It's not the time to explain. I'll hold him back later. You guys go first, I'll catch up with you. Don't worry, I have a way to escape. Jiang Chen looked at Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qingqing and said in a low voice. You're heavily injured now. How can we let you stay here alone? If there are any difficulties, we can face them together. Wu Ningzhu held Jiang Chen's hand, not letting go for a long time. I, Yan Qingqing, am not a coward. Don't make yourself sound so noble. We can't leave you alone. Yan Qingqing said coldly. However, the tenderness in her heart was clearly expressed in her words. Master, even if I have to die, I want to die in front of you. My, Wang Fengqi's, life is worthless. But master, you must not be harmed. Wang Fengqi said in a low voice. You're not strong enough, but your ambition is not small. You're not even a match for Shangguan Hongyan now. If you want to contend against him, you won't even know how you died. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes at Wang Fengqi and said. At this moment, Jiang Chen was extremely anxious. He raised his head and looked. He hoped that Shangguan Hongyan would not be able to break the Zulong Tower. Although Jiang Chen was very confident in the Zulong Tower, Shangguan Hongyan came prepared. He must not be underestimated. Insignificant skill. Do you think a small spatial divine tool can stump your senior brother? Haha. You're dreaming. Shangguan Hongyan said with a laugh. Shangguan Hongyan was not worried at all when Jiang Chen entered the Zulong Tower. Jiang Chen's heart slowly sank. Looks like this fella has a way to deal with the Zulong Tower. Don't forget, in this world, other than that old thing, there is no one who can match up to my weapon forging techniques. To others, perhaps spatial god tools are helpless, but to me, they are not impregnable. Shangguan Hongyan's eyes were cold. He waved his hand and 9 figures appeared in the sky. All of them were early divine emperors. Who are these people? Jiang Chen's heart skipped a beat. The appearance of these 9 people made him feel even more uneasy. Junior, these 9 people are real formation masters. I have specially invited these experts from the Battle God clan to deal with you. The Battle God clan's formation is the only method that can break a spatial divine tool. I have studied it for thousands of years to achieve this result. You can be considered as the first person to benefit from it. Ha ha ha. Shangguan Hongyan's eyes were sharp and his smile was even more resplendent. Jiang Chen's heart skipped a beat. This Shangguan Hongyan's method is despicable. He wants to use a formation to break my Zulong Tower, but it's a little unrealistic. Brother Shangguan, leave this matter to us. This Jiang Chen and our Battle God clan have an irreconcilable enmity. Many of our clansmen and elders were killed by this bastard. Today, the 9 great elders of our Battle God clan are here to kill Jiang Chen to relieve our hatred. That's enough for us. The leader of the Battle God clan's elders, Do Yunkuan, shouted. The Battle God clan had chased after Jiang Chen countless times, but in the end, they all failed. But this time, Shangguan Hongyan had deliberately gathered a lot of information about Jiang Chen, all in order to find his weakness. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Shangguan Hongyan had been waiting for this day for too long. Last time, she had let Jiang Chen escape, but this time, it wouldn't be so easy. Brother, don't worry. As long as you set up the formation and blast Jiang Chen out, I will definitely reward you. Shangguan Hongyan looked at Do Yunkuan and said with a smile. Do Yunkuan's eyes lit up as he hurriedly nodded his head. Shangguan Hongyan was a grandmaster weaponsmith. Such a person was someone they couldn't wait to throw their lives away for. To be able to obtain a divine weapon that belonged to them was something they yearned for even in their dreams. Coincidentally, Shangguan Hongyan was able to satisfy their desires. Both of them could get what they needed, and they could also use this opportunity to kill the greatest enemy of their Battle God clan. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Thank you, Brother Shangguan. Hee hee. Do Yunkuan chuckled, his eyes blazing. He turned around and his expression turned serious. Set up the formation. I'd like to see what this Jiang Chen is capable of. Does he have 3 heads and 6 arms? Let's see how he's going to escape from me, Do Yunkuan. 9 spiral sound formation. Each of Do Yunkuan's group of 9 had a long conch horn, and every single one of them was a terrifying treasure. The 9 of them laid down the formation, and in an instant, the sky above the petrified sect was filled with Sanskrit chants. Everything within 10,000 miles of the petrified sect seemed to be in an uproar. What a sorrowful bugle horn. Our petrified sect is truly finished. The sect master is dead, and the elders have fallen. Now, we can only go our separate ways. The fossil sect will definitely no longer exist. All we can do is leave behind a trace of incense. In the future, if a fellow disciple of the same sect achieves the great Tao, we may be able to revive the fossil sect. The rock sect will no longer exist. The only thing we can do is to leave behind a trace of incense. If there is a senior brother of the petrification sect that can achieve the grand Tao, we may be able to revive the rock sect. Tens of thousands of petrification sect disciples were packing up their belongings and preparing to leave. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. If they continued to stay here, it was very likely that they would be completely annihilated. The core strength of the petrification sect had already been wiped out, and now, only the weaker disciples were left. However, before everyone could finish their words, a terrifying sound wave descended from the sky. At that moment, everyone's faces were pale and their eyes were lifeless. The moment the conch horn was blown, the sky and earth changed color. All the disciples, demonic beasts, birds, and fishes of the petrified sect couldn't escape death. The disciples that were already packing their bags and preparing to leave this place were all dumbfounded. Under the terrifying sound wave attack, they were shaken to the point that their organs were torn apart. Their faces turned pale, and they died with blood flowing out of their orifices. Save me. I don't want to die. Is the rock sect really going to be destroyed like this? You bunch of executioners, what did we do wrong? We are only the lowest level disciples. You will definitely be struck by lightning. Miserable shrieks lingered in their ears. However, for Shangguan Hongyan and the others, their deaths had no value. They were just ants. What did the lives of ants have to do with them? Jiang Chen's face was pale. Facing the 9 spiraling spiral sound formation laid out by the 9 experts of the Battle God clan, Jiang Chen could not defend against the sound wave attack. Even the Zulong Tower could not stop the terrifying sound wave attack. Although the Zulong Tower had weakened the sound wave attack, the 9 spiraling spiral sound formation was still too powerful. Moreover, with the 9 experts of the Battle God clan controlling the formation, he had completely fallen into a deadlock. Shangguan Hongyan seemed to have calculated everything. He must have been brooding over the fact that he had escaped from his hands previously. That's why he was trying everything to kill him. At this moment, Wang Fengqi was already bleeding profusely. Blood was flowing out of his eyes and ears. Jiang Chen knew that not only Wang Fengqi, Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qingqing might not be able to hold on any longer. Currently, they were in great pain and their faces were extremely ugly. Jiang Chen's face was deathly pale. This Shangguan Hongyan, it looked like she had already prepared everything for this ambush. Jiang Chen, let's see how long you can last. Shangguan Hongyan turned a deaf ear to Do Kuan's words and silently watched the scene. He was planning to capture Jiang Chen the moment he was forced out of the spatial divine tool. 9 spiraling spiral sound formation, no one can stay out of it. Ha ha ha. Do Yunkuan shouted. He looked at the other 8 and continued. Activate the Do formation technique. Put in more effort. In an instant, the entire petrified sect was filled with cries of disaster. The remaining tens of thousands of disciples were also killed. Not a single one was spared. Puff, Wu Ningzhu could not hold on any longer. She spurted out a mouthful of blood. Traces of blood flowed out from her beautiful azure eyes. Sister Ning, it's all right. It's all right. Wu Ningzhu shook her head. However, she was afraid that Jiang Chen would be worried. Blood flowed out from her eyes. In order to block this terrifying sound wave attack, she had already used all her strength. As for Wang Fengqi, it was even more difficult. In addition to his previous serious injuries, he could not hold on any longer. Jiang Chen's eyes were about to pop out. He shouted in a deep voice. Shangguan Hongyan, today, I will not rest until one of us is dead. As Jiang Chen turned around, he finally could not withstand the pressure of the 9 spiraling spiral sound formation. The 2 of them jumped out of the Zulong Tower. However, it was him and Wang Fengqi, while Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qingqing were left in the Zulong Tower. Wang Fengqi, take the Zulong Tower and leave quickly. Run as far as you can. Remember, I will give you a secret order. When you reach a safe place, you can release your two mistresses. Master, but, Wang Fengqi's face was extremely bitter. No buts. This is an order. Xianxia shouted angrily. Wang Fengqi's body trembled. He knew that he could not disobey his master's order. However, at this moment, he understood that his master did not have the confidence to win this battle. Otherwise, he would not let him leave with the two mistresses in the Zulong Tower. Wang Fengqi stared blankly at his master. At this moment, he didn't have any other choice. His master gave him such an important task because he wanted to avoid his two wives. That was why he left them behind in the Zulong Tower. This was a life-and-death crisis. His master didn't have the confidence to change his fate. His master wasn't a god. He had already killed those bastards. Now, an even more terrifying enemy had appeared, forcing them into a hopeless situation. If he didn't agree to his master's request, he wouldn't be a good disciple. He would be hated by his master for life. Wang Fengqi had no other choice. If he was strong enough, he would definitely risk his life to stand by his master's side. However, his strength was too weak. He wouldn't be of any help at all. Staying here would only add to his master's troubles. Right now, the only thing he could do was to fulfill his master's wish. However, to the two wives, it was a tragic matter. His master was fighting with his back to the wall. Hence, he could only let them leave first. Okay. Wang Fengqi nodded heavily. This was the only thing he could do for his master. Xianxia glanced at Wang Fengqi with a gratified expression. He couldn't let Sister Wanning and Qingqing fall into a predicament with him. Even if he lost, he had to send them out. Right now, his strength was already under great pressure. If he had to fight against Shangguan Hongyan and the 9 experts of the Battle God clan, he would definitely die. His chances of survival were slim. Jiangchen, you bastard! Wu Ningzhu hammered the Zulong Tower ruthlessly. However, the Zulong Tower didn't have any reaction. They wanted to escape, but it was useless. Without Jiangchen's command, they wouldn't be able to leave the Zulong Tower. Why did you leave the two of us here? What are you trying to do? What exactly do you want? You bastard! Wu Ningzhu shouted in a low voice. She tore the corners of her mouth, her heart, and her eyes, but it was useless. Jiangchen looked back and smiled. He didn't say a word, but he gave them a final smile. Yan Qingqing looked at Jiangchen silently. She had forgotten too many things. However, she felt a tinge of sadness at this moment. Tears even flowed down from the corner of her eyes. She did not know what was going on. Why? Why? Yan Qingqing murmured. No one knew what she was trying to say. However, at this moment, Jiangchen had trapped them in the Zulong Tower. There was no chance for them to escape. They were powerless and could only watch this scene silently. Let's go. Only when you leave can I have no worries. Jiangchen slowly turned his head. At this moment, Wu Ningzhu almost fell to the ground and was supported by Yan Qingqing. Both of their eyes were filled with extreme pain and suffering. But to Jiangchen, this was the only way to save them. Only by doing this could he protect them. Go! Jiangchen shouted angrily and patted Wang Fengqi's shoulder. Wang Fengqi's complexion turned pale. His eyes were filled with tears. It was said that a man shouldn't cry easily. However, he couldn't stop his tears from flowing down. All of this was because of him. Otherwise, how could his master become like this? Wang Fengqi blamed himself. However, he couldn't help his master. He could only send the two ladies away. Wang Fengqi held the Zulong Tower in his hand and left resolutely. Because he knew that this was his master's best choice. No. Don't. Wu Ningzhu's entire body was trembling. The despair on her face made people's hearts ache. However, Jiangchen couldn't see it anymore. As long as they were safe and sound, Jiangchen would be able to fight with Shangguan Hongyan to the end. Not bad. He's a loyal guy. However, I don't intend to let them go. That spatial divine tool is not bad. Even I can't refine such a good thing. Shang Guanhongyan said with a smile. She was also coveting Jiang Chen's Zulong Tower. In your dreams. You'll have to step over my body. Jiang Chen sneered. The two of them looked at each other. Jiang Chen only had 30 to 40% of his strength left. Jiang Chen didn't even have 30% confidence in this battle against Shang Guanhongyan. However, in order to save Wu Ningzhu and the others, he wouldn't let them take even half a step over him. Everyone, go and capture that kid. Leave this Jiang Chen to me. Shang Guanhongyan said in a low voice. No problem. Dou Yunkuan was the first to attack. He rushed towards Wang Fengqi. Jiang Chen held his saber horizontally and charged forward with his sword. He stood in front of Dou Yunkuan and the others. Rays of cold light flashed. Dou Yunkuan attacked fiercely. The 9 silhouettes followed him like shadows. However, Jiang Chen didn't fear them at all. Jiang Chen's expression was extremely unsightly. Because his strength was getting more and more difficult. In this battle, the 9 silhouettes filled the void. Jiang Chen staggered backwards. However, he would rather die than lower his head. Only by defending this last line of defense could he safely send Wang Fengqi out of here. Courting death. Shang Guanhongyan also attacked randomly, slashing towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen retreated in order to advance. His countenance drastically changed. Facing the 9 experts from the Battle God clan and Shang Guanhongyan, he had no choice but to evade. But even so, he was still forced to retreat, looking extremely miserable. Jiang Chen's gaze was sharp, he vowed to protect Wang Fengqi's back with his life. Jiang Chen was forced to retreat, feeling extremely miserable. A casual attack from Shang Guanhongyan was already defeated by the 9 experts from the Battle God clan. However, Jiang Chen didn't stop. Even if he had to risk his life, he wanted to fight these people to the end. For Sister Ning, for Qingqing, for his disciple Wang Fengqi, and most importantly, for the dignity of his man. Jiang Chen stood there proudly. Although he was beaten to a miserable state, he still gave Wang Fengqi enough time to escape. Damn fellow, I gave you face but you don't want it. Shang Guanhongyan said in a deep voice. Although he really wanted to obtain the ancestral dragon pagoda that Jiang Chen had left behind, it was still inferior to the inheritance of the craftsman god. If something unexpected happened at this time, he would lose more than he gained. That would be the biggest failure of his plan if the duck that was already in his mouth flew away. Your opponent is me. You guys are not qualified to touch my, Jiang Chen's woman. Jiang Chen held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand as he advanced step by step. However, he wasn't careless at all when he was blocking the 10 experts. Since you insist on seeking death, I will grant you your wish. After all, nothing can be compared to my junior brother. He. Shang Guanhongyan was naturally full of confidence in this battle, and had a well-planned strategy. Ancient Soaring Dragon Technique. Jiang Chen kept on squeezing out the divine origin energy in his body, and his mightiness changed again as he clashed with Shang Guanhongyan. Shang Guanhongyan's battle had turned into a giant chain, clashing with Jiang Chen's sword shadows. The 19th sword soared into the sky, and the soul of the heavenly dragon sword turned into a mad dragon, roaring and rushing towards Shang Guanhongyan. Shang Guanhongyan strolled leisurely, his expression calm as he closed in on Jiang Chen again and again. Great Reincarnation Palm. The giant palm soared into the sky, and its shadow was like a tiger. It was like a boundless Buddhist seal, and instantly overlapped with Jiang Chen's countless sword shadows. The might of the 19th sword was strong, but Jiang Chen's strength was not enough to withstand it. Jiang Chen was sent flying backwards, blood flowing out from the corner of his mouth, and his eyes were cold. 5 stars Dou Formation Technique. Go to hell. Dou Yunkuan sneered. Sound waves rippled out from his formation, and the void between the heavens and earth seemed to distort. Jiang Chen's figure was also struck by hundreds and thousands of sound waves. His flesh was torn apart, and his face was pale. Soul Extermination. Jiang Chen unleashed his spiritual strength to resist the sound wave attack. At the moment when the sound wave attack landed, Jiang Chen endured the tremendous impact and counterattacked. A spiritual storm swept out. Dou Yunkuan and the others' expression changed drastically. Blood spurted out from their bodies as they were sent flying backwards and fell onto the ground. Shangguan Hongyan was already prepared, and she quickly retreated. Her spiritual strength erupted, but it was still unable to injure Jiang Chen. She furrowed her brows, and took advantage of the situation to pursue. After Jiang Chen's spiritual attack landed, Shangguan Hongyan changed her palm technique again, and it was like a five-finger mountain, making it hard for Jiang Chen to escape. Get lost. Jiang Chen staggered backwards. Did he use the heavenly seal again? The heavenly seal. However, this time, his Tao essence had been fully unleashed. Compared to before, it was much weaker. It was not enough to kill Shangguan Hongyan. Shangguan Hongyan shouted and clashed with Jiang Chen. Both of them were pushed back. Shangguan Hongyan's face was flushed red. However, Jiang Chen looked like he was about to run out of energy. Now, what are you going to use to fight me? Shangguan Hongyan sneered, and pointed her finger. This time, she would not let Jiang Chen escape. Brother Shangguan, this guy is definitely going to die. Congratulations. Do Yunkuan coughed twice and said in a low voice. Their injuries weren't light, but their lives weren't in danger. Jiang Chen's desperate counterattack had caused them to suffer some losses, but against Shangguan Hongyan's strength, Jiang Chen was completely helpless. He was already in great pain, and was struggling on the verge of death. Junior brother, you're still my junior brother. Seems like you're still going to lose to me. Shangguan Hongyan smiled faintly, and looked at Jiang Chen. At this moment, he could see the myriad chi cauldron, and that damnable master of his. All of this belonged to him in the end. The so-called inheritance of the craftsman god no longer exists. From today onwards, I am the craftsman god. No wonder Master didn't pass the inheritance to you back then. If he did, the entire divine world would be in chaos. Jiang Chen shook his head and sighed. The craftsman god had long seen through his rebellious nature. This fellow was blinded by greed, and was too arrogant and despotic. Hence, no matter what, he would never be able to obtain the inheritance of the craftsman god. So what? Now, the craftsman god's inheritance will still end up in my hands, right? With just you? You don't have that ability yet. In your hands, the inheritance will only be buried. But in my hands, it's destined to shine brightly. Ha ha ha. That old bastard, he must be blind. I am his most outstanding disciple, his only successor, but he would rather die than hand over the craftsman god's inheritance to me. Even until his death, he was so resolute. What do I, Shangguan Hongyan, have that he was not satisfied with? In this world, can you find a second me? How sad, how lamentable. If he had honestly passed the inheritance to me, maybe he wouldn't have died. Shangguan Hongyan's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. His gaze was so sharp that he wanted nothing more than to tear Qin Wentian's flesh apart. From the beginning to the end, even after millions of years, that old bastard still made him feel resentful. Even if I die, you can forget about obtaining the craftsman god's inheritance. To you, if the craftsman god's inheritance falls into your hands, then the divine world will definitely suffer a great calamity. Jiang Chen said in a low voice. Ha ha ha, well said. I, Shangguan Hongyan, am like this. What can you do to me? When the time comes, I'll definitely start a massacre. Won't you be helpless against me? Do you think you're the savior of this world? You have no idea what I, Shangguan Hongyan, want to do. How can a sparrow or swallow know the ambitions of a swan? Shangguan Hongyan said arrogantly. Now, do you still want to defy the heavens? Those who submit to me will prosper, those who oppose me will perish. Die for me. Shangguan Hongyan flipped his palm again, his aura swallowing mountains and rivers, his momentum like a rainbow. Ha! Jiang Chen roared in anger. A five elements divine dragon seal collided with Shangguan Hongyan's attack. The result was obvious. Jiang Chen was forced back in a sorry state, blood spurting out from his mouth. He was also in a precarious situation. You're just putting up a desperate struggle. Quietly enjoy your death. Shangguan Hongyan's eyes flickered. He rushed forward again, determined to kill Jiang Chen. However, a meteor-like figure filled the sky. It was white as snow, wreaking havoc like a storm. He forced Shangguan Hongyan to retreat. With a wave of his silver spear, the sun set in the sky. Who are you? How dare you stop me, Shangguan Hongyan? I've never heard of anyone with such guts. Shangguan Hongyan squinted his eyes and said indifferently. He looked at the young man in white with a silver spear in his hand. It's you. Jiangchen smiled bitterly. He didn't expect it to be Leng Ruyan, the one who lost to him before. Leng Ruyan turned his head and looked at Jiangchen, slightly nodding his head. I owe you a life. Today, I'll definitely protect you. Leng Ruyan said. Ha ha ha, who do you think you are? You want to protect him? You're overestimating yourself. Let's see what you're capable of. Shangguan Hongyan said arrogantly. Leng Ruyan was strong, but it wasn't easy to make him change his mind. Not to mention, Jiangchen was a hot commodity in his eyes. Whether it works or not, we'll know after we try. Leng Ruyan slowly raised the long spear in his hand. His eyes were as cold as ice. Leng Ruyan didn't like to owe anyone anything. She was once defeated by Jiangchen, but Jiangchen spared her life. This was their destiny. Therefore, even though she knew that she was more likely to lose than to win today, Leng Ruyan wouldn't back down. As a man, this was her honor and her dignity. Fine, I'll fulfill your wish. All of you have to die. You go first. Leave this to me. Leng Ruyan said in a deep voice. She resolutely fought against Shangguan Hongyan. Her attacks were swift and fierce, and her momentum was monstrous. Jiangchen did not leave. He allowed Leng Ruyan to fight against Shangguan Hongyan. If Leng Ruyan lost and died, he would not be at ease. Jiangchen was like him. They appreciated each other's talents, but he did not like to owe others. In this battle, Leng Ruyan, who was once his enemy, sacrificed herself to protect him. Jiangchen was deeply touched. After all, Shangguan Hongyan was extremely powerful. Although Leng Ruyan was not weak, when fighting against Shangguan Hongyan, she seemed to be unable to cope. As the two of them fought intensely, Leng Ruyan relied on her powerful silver spear to stabilize the situation. However, she was forced to retreat step by step, looking extremely miserable. Jiangchen frowned. At this time, he could not leave. If he did, he would be in an unjust situation. Leng Ruyan, as long as you hold on for another hour, I will recover some of my strength. There is still a chance. Jiangchen narrowed his eyes and murmured in his heart. You are not strong enough to fight against me. I will kill anyone who stands in my way today. Shangguan Hongyan shouted coldly. Her palms were like fire. 3,000 lightning haste. Leng Ruyan swung her spear horizontally. Every step she took was filled with killing intent. However, facing Shangguan Hongyan's pressure, it became more and more difficult for her. How dare you behave atrociously in my Kunshan county? How dare you? Just as Jiangchen was shocked, a black-cloaked figure appeared in the sky. He stood on a flying sword with his hands behind his back. His eyes were as cold as ice. Good lad, you are finally back. Jiangchen's lips curled up slightly. The Kunshan County Petrified sect had been fighting for a long time. If the sword-drawing sect did not make any moves at this time, then he really suspected that the people of the sword-drawing sect were all dead. Brother Jiang, I'm not too late, am I? The man's expression was cold. However, when he looked at Jiangchen, his lips curled up into a wide smile. The person in front of him was none other than the ninth sword master of the sword-drawing sect, Shui Liang. He was Jiangchen's sworn brother, and it was Jiangchen who helped him win the position of sword master. Therefore, for Shui Liang, Jiangchen's kindness could not be expressed in words. Moreover, the friendship between him and Jiangchen was self-evident. I'm not dead, so it's not too late. Jiangchen said faintly. However, at this moment, his worries were completely gone. Seeing Jiangchen's serious look, Shui Liang gave a wry smile. Does this guy think I'm late? Brother Jiang, don't worry. With me around, no one will be able to hurt you. The sword-drawing sect is your strong shield. It won't be long before the sword-drawing sect's main force rushes over. Shui Liang held the immortal exterminating sword and said in a deep voice. It's just SOSO. I've managed to avoid a calamity. Jiangchen thought about it and sighed. It was really a dangerous situation. He thought that he would definitely die. However, heaven helps a good man. Leng Ruyan and Shuai Liang had arrived together. At this moment, he finally felt relieved. Let's go and help Leng Ruyan first. She is also my friend, Jiangchen said. At this moment, it was not the time to reminisce. Leng Ruyan was still fighting and she saved Jiangchen from danger. Shuai Liang nodded and rushed up to the void, pointing his sword at Shangguan Hongyan. The battle had just begun. Jiangchen was relieved, and Leng Ruyan's expression was slightly relaxed. After all, the person who came was Jiangchen's helper. She did not have to risk her life. On the other hand, Shangguan Hongyan's expression was very ugly. The person who stood on the flying sword was not to be underestimated. Shuai Liang's strength was comparable to Leng Ruyan's. The immortal execution sword was cold and full of killing intent. Another one who is not afraid of death. Shangguan Hongyan gritted her teeth and said. We still don't know who's not afraid of death. You're really arrogant to fight so fearlessly in the territory of my sword-drawing sect. Shuai Liang smiled faintly. The stone sect was annihilated and the 4 sect masters were killed. The news of the sword-drawing sect had long been known. However, even Shuai Liang did not expect that it was actually done by Jiangchen. The sword-drawing sect naturally stood on Jiangchen's side. After all, Jiangchen was a member of the sword-drawing sect. Although he was the honorary sword master, the sword-drawing sect knew about Jiangchen's strength. How could they give up a top master like him? Even so, so what? Don't try to frame me with the sword-drawing sect. It is not too late for you two to defeat me. Humph. Shangguan Hongyan harumphed coldly. Although she was shocked, she didn't panic. The strength of these 2 men might not be able to match Jiangchen's strength. Furthermore, Jiangchen was in great danger, that's why he was so fearless. If it was really these 3 men, she would definitely avoid them. Don't be arrogant. How can you be an enemy of the sword-drawing sect? I am just the vanguard. It will not take long before the people of the sword-drawing sect arrive. By then, you will not be able to escape even if you have wings. However, it is impossible for you to leave now. You should ask the sword in my hand first. Shuai Liang did not talk nonsense with Shangguan Hongyan. He exchanged a glance with Leng Ruyan and both of them faced Shuai Liang. Their battle intent was fully unleashed. Shangguan Hongyan was fighting against 2 people at the same time. His expression was extremely solemn. These 2 people were not ordinary Divine Emperor experts. During the battle, he actually became fearful. However, Shangguan Hongyan did not use his full strength. He had his own plans. He was afraid that the 9 experts of the Battle God clan would be watching the battle and spoil his plan. Time passed by. Jiangchen looked at the battle between Shuai Liang and Shangguan Hongyan. They were evenly matched and neither of them had the upper hand. Although it was the first time that Leng Ruyan and Shuai Liang worked together, their strength was obvious. Shangguan Hongyan was fighting against 2 people at the same time. What he was most worried about was that the people of the sword-drawing sect would chase after him. If that happened, he would be trapped here easily. Although the 9 experts of the Battle God clan also joined in the battle, they seemed to be very useless. They also had their own plans. They did not fight with their lives on the line because they did not want to die a graveless death. Although the Battle God clan wanted to kill Jiangchen, the current situation was extremely disadvantageous to them. You two, I have to go first. I will leave this guy to you. See you later. Jiangchen's body trembled. He suddenly looked towards the west, because he could feel an extremely terrifying force coming from the east, and it was heading towards the direction where Wang Fengqi had gone. Jiangchen was afraid that something bad would happen, so he quickly left the place. Jiangchen was worried. But with Shuai Liang and Leng Ruyan stopping Shangguan Hongyan, he had nothing to worry about. Jiangchen's Emperor Realm soul engulfed the area. Almost the entire sky was under his control. With the help of the Zulong Tower, it wouldn't take long for him to find them. Although he didn't know where the mysterious force was heading to, it was heading in the same direction as Wang Fengqi. That's why he was worried. Jiangchen didn't know why, but he was getting more and more anxious. Although he didn't have 10% of his strength left, he didn't dare to be careless. Sister Ning, you must wait for me. Jiangchen murmured and soared into the sky. He was racing against time. By the time Wang Fengqi turned around, he was already several tens of thousands of miles away. However, he still didn't stop because he didn't know what would happen if he stopped. What he was most worried about was his master's situation. Whether he was dead or alive, Wang Fengqi still didn't know. "Master, please don't let anything happen to you. Otherwise, how would I have the face to meet the two mistresses?" Wang Fengqi murmured. He was struggling in his heart, but he was really helpless in that kind of situation. If he was alone, he would definitely choose to follow his master to the end of his life, but his master gave him an incomparably important task, which was to bring the ancestral dragon pagoda to save his master's wives. At this time, he knew that it was difficult to disobey his master's order, but he still felt sad in his heart. All of this happened because of him, and now it had led to such a situation. Wang Fengqi could only try his best to bring the two mistresses away from here. This was the only thing he could do. If his master died, he would definitely not live alone. This was not blind loyalty, but a man's dignity. A man would rather die than be humiliated. How could he feel at ease when his master was in danger? But just at this moment, the skies were filled with dark clouds. The entire world seemed to have darkened as the thunderbolts and hurricanes in the surroundings intertwined with one another. Wang Fengqi's face changed. He was at a loss as to what to do with this strange phenomenon. This was definitely not something that he could imagine. He could already feel himself being surrounded. This feeling of not being able to move even an inch was filled with despair. "Who?" Wang Fengqi roared in anger. His voice spread through the void, but the surrounding heaven and earth seemed to be isolated. The echoes of his voice rang out incessantly. The thunder became even more violent, and the hurricane became even colder. Could it be that master had lost? Had that Shangguan Hongyan caught up to him again? Wang Fengqi thought to himself, but he couldn't move an inch. He was forced to kneel on one knee by that terrifying pressure. His face was pale, and he couldn't take another step forward. "Release the people in the tower." A low voice with an unquestionable deterrence said faintly. Wang Fengqi's expression changed. Within the thunderclouds, a sinister face formed from black clouds appeared. It was even more frightening than the skeletons. It was at least 100 zhang tall, blocking out the sun and sky, completely blocking Wang Fengqi's view. Above his head, there wasn't the slightest bit of light. Within the black clouds, that terrifying face opened its bloody mouth, as if it could swallow the heavens and earth. "Who are you?" Wang Fengqi shouted in a deep voice, firmly protecting the Zulong Tower. This person wasn't Shangguan Hongyan. Could it be that there was someone behind them eyeing them covetously? "Kid, you don't have the right to know who I am. Don't force me to say it again. Otherwise, you'll regret coming to this world." That giant face was filled with endless pressure, causing Wang Fengqi to smile bitterly. His blood and spirit were oppressed to the point that it was difficult to bear. Even his muscles and bones seemed to be locked, and the pressure made it difficult for him to breathe. That giant face was like a judge from hell. Even if Wang Fengqi wanted to reject it, he didn't know how to say it. However, his two mistresses were still in the Zulong Tower. He would never let them be frightened. Even if he died, he would not use his ultimate skill. "Don't even think about it. Even if you kill me and get the Zulong Tower, you won't be able to open it," Wang Fengqi said firmly. "Hehe, it seems like you're a tough nut to crack. Let's see which of us is more terrifying." The gigantic face's voice was calm, as though there wasn't the slightest bit of anger in it. In an instant, Wang Fengqi felt as though his body and mind were no longer under his control. The moment he raised his head, he saw Sister Feng, a graceful figure leisurely walking towards him. "Sister Feng, you're not dead. You're still alive. That's great. How could I leave you alone? Brother Qi, we promised that we would never be apart from each other for the rest of our lives. How could I let you suffer alone in this world? Let's go, we'll be together forever." Sister Feng approached him and said in a soft voice with a shy look. "All right, we'll never be apart for the rest of our lives," Wang Fengqi said with a serious expression. He was overjoyed. At this moment, he knew that the flame of his life had been reignited. "We must be honest with each other. Otherwise, how can we be considered protecting each other?" Sister Feng pouted and said unhappily. "You're hiding something from me. You must be hiding something from me. I'm not. The heavens and earth can prove my love for you. Ever since you left, I've been feeling haggard. I can't wait to be with you every second of every day and night. Do you know that? I've missed you so much. I've missed you so much. Wang Fingqi murmured with a tear in his eye. Since you love me so much, you should tell me everything. That way, we can be honest with each other, right? You haven't seen me for so long. Don't you want to tell me anything? Sister Feng said with a disappointed look. Wang Fingqi was extremely anxious. He told little sister Feng everything that had happened to him during this period of time, and they had a pleasant chat. What about the Zulong Tower? What's going on with the Zulong Tower? I'd like to take a look. Sister Feng said curiously. No, it belongs to Master. I can't touch it. Wang Fingqi shuddered. Don't you love me anymore? Aren't you willing to fulfill such a small request? Sister Feng said pitifully as she took a step back. At that moment, Wang Fingqi's heart felt like it was being stabbed by a knife. Don't go, Sister Feng. No. You can't leave. Sister Feng, I'll bring you in. I'll bring you in to take a look. Wang Fingqi held on to Sister Feng's hand. With a shift of his divine will, they appeared in the ancestral dragon pagoda. However, his sister Feng had undergone a drastic change at this instant. She turned into an incomparably terrifying ghostly figure. With a flash of the ghostly figure, Sister Feng disappeared without a trace. Even Wang Fingqi could feel extreme pain and sorrow. Wang Fingqi's mind suddenly changed. His body trembled. He suddenly opened his eyes and roared, "You're not Sister Feng. You're not Sister Feng. Sister Feng is already dead. Get lost." Wang Fingqi slashed out with his sword towards the ghostly figure, but at that moment, he seemed to have been frozen in place, unable to extricate himself and unable to move even an inch. Who doesn't have a weakness in life? He. The skinny ghost smiled coldly. Wang Fingqi's heart sank. He knew that he had been deceived by the illusion. Even if he died 10,000 times, he couldn't wash away his sins. The sky was calm and peaceful, and the peaks of the mountains were completely silent. Jiang Chen's expression changed slightly. His expression was extremely cold. He finally found Wang Fingqi at the peak of the mountain in the distance. Fingqi! Jiang Chen shouted. However, Wang Fingqi's figure was like a hook. He knelt there motionlessly. His aura was also relatively weak. His soul was distorted. It was obvious that he was in pain. It was even more difficult than cutting his flesh and picking out his bones. Master, I'm sorry. Wang Fingqi said with great difficulty. His eyes were cloudy. His heart was torn apart. He was already at the end of his rope. In addition, his heart was dead. Wang Fingqi's life was hanging by a thread. Why did this happen? Jiang Chen's body trembled. His face was pale. He was extremely dispirited. Who is it? Who is it? Jiang Chen's voice turned cold as he said in a deep voice. I don't know. But Master's wife said that it was someone from the Buddha Tower. Both Master's wives have been taken away. Wang Fingqi said while crying. All of this, in the end, had an unavoidable relationship with him. Wang Fingqi felt that his master's eyes seemed to have dimmed at that moment. There was nothing sadder than a dead heart. His master happened to have such a look. Buddha Tower, Buddha Tower. It's the Buddhist pagoda again. I, Jiang Chen, will fight you to the death. Jiang Chen let out a thunderous roar, and his face paled as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. It wasn't the blood of his injuries, but rather, the blood of his heart. I'm sorry, Master, I'm sorry. It's all Fingqi's fault. I couldn't protect the two mistresses. I can only apologize with my death. Wang Fingqi was completely disheartened. As soon as he finished speaking, he severed his own arteries and veins. At that moment, Jiang Chen helplessly shook his head, an incomparably conflicted expression on his face. Wang Fingqi, in his guilt and self-blame, chose to die as an apology. However, Jiang Chen knew that all of this wasn't his fault. If he wanted to blame someone, he could only blame himself for not having the ability to protect them. Jiang Chen's heart was incomparably painful. Tower is here. Jiang Chen roared. Thunder rumbled, and the sky changed color. Thousands of miles away, the Zulong Tower instantly flew towards Jiang Chen like a ray of light. A white-haired man rubbed his nose, smiled indifferently, and murmured, "This is good stuff. This is good stuff. It seems like it has a soul." The Zulong Tower flew back to Jiang Chen's side from thousands of miles away at an incomparably terrifying speed. However, at that moment, although he desperately hoped that Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qingqing were still in the Zulong Tower, the result was that the Zulong Tower was empty. At that moment, although the Zulong Tower had returned to his hands, all the hope in Jiang Chen's heart was instantly shattered. Jiang Chen coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood again. In his heart, there was struggle, self-blame, and most of all, self-blame. "I'm really useless. Sister Ning, Qingqing, I'm sorry. I should be the one apologizing." Jiang Chen raised his eyes and looked at the sky. His heart couldn't help but tremble. His gaze was as sharp as a knife. "Divine Pagoda, I will definitely grind your bones into ashes. No one can escape from my palm." Jiang Chen's roar lasted for a long time, reverberating in the void. No one could understand the bitterness he was feeling right now. "I can't blame you for all this. I've placed all my hopes on you. It's a weight that you can't bear." Jiang Chen shook his head and kept Wang Fengqi's soul and corpse. Wang Fengqi's heart was already dead, but his soul was still there. When he breaks through to the martial emperor realm, he should be able to restore his body, and by Yunfei, Jiang Chen silently stood on the top of the mountain. 3 years had passed. At this moment, Jiang Chen's strength had completely recovered. However, it wouldn't be easy for him to break through to the mid-divine emperor realm. For the past 3 years, Jiang Chen had not been thinking about Wu Ningzhu, Yan Qingqing, and Yan Xinyu. He knew that his strength was still too weak. Compared to the real experts, he was still too far away. At least, the strongest person he knew should be the Lord of Northern Liang. He had not even met the Lord of Northern Liang yet. He was just a messenger, but he already possessed the battle strength of a mid-divine emperor. What kind of legendary and terrifying person was he? Jiang Chen sat cross-legged. His body was covered with dust and his face was covered with hair. Spring passed and winter came. Wind, frost, rain, and snow fell on his body. However, his heart was not affected by it. Not long after, a golden-robed elder appeared by Jiang Chen's side. Just like Jiang Chen, he stared at the void in silence for a long time. "I'm sorry. I'm still in a deep sleep. I don't know about this." The elder sighed and said. The elder was none other than the ancestral dragon emperor, the pagoda soul of the Zulong Tower. Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qingqing were both taken away. As the pagoda soul of the ancestral dragon pagoda, he actually failed to detect the situation and was in a deep slumber. To him, he was filled with self-blame. He looked at Jiang Chen with a hint of sympathy. He had witnessed Jiang Chen's performance during this period of time. Jiang Chen had changed. He had become more mature and reserved. Jiang Chen shook his head and said, "I don't blame anyone." Jiang Chen didn't blame anyone. He only blamed himself for being too young and weak. "It's time to go, right?" Jiang Chen said. The Rising Dragon Banquet is coming soon. It's time to go there." The ancestral dragon emperor's eyes were sharp. He stared ahead and nodded heavily. "I just want to know how strong I'll be after I participate in the Rising Dragon Banquet and enter the ancient land of the Dragon Clan." Jiang Chen valued strength the most. In a world where the strong ruled, everything else was just empty talk. It should be enough for you to fight your way up to the Buddha's pagoda. As long as the Buddha doesn't take action, there shouldn't be anyone who could be your opponent. The ancestral dragon emperor thought for a while and said, "All right." Jiang Chen nodded. At this moment, the two of them headed towards the Eastern Dragon Clan. Translator, Ryexinji Editor, H2DH2 Mr. Mountains, Barren Wilderness, Blue Sea, Blue Sky, Heaven and Earth. To the north of the central continent, in the depths of the desolate divine land, there were many tall mountains and rivers that flowed endlessly. The ancient trees were hundreds of zhang tall, and the mountain rocks were strange and rugged. The wind howled, and the white clouds covered the sun. In the deepest part of the desolate divine land, there was a row of tall mountains that pierced through the clouds. Celestial chi lingered in the air, and the green mountains were full of spirituality. It was a sight to behold. The name of the mountain was the Cloud Platform, and it stretched endlessly. There were birds chirping in the air, and there were many demonic beasts roaring in the forest. In half a year, Xianxia finally arrived at the depths of the desolate divine land from the edge of the central continent. The forest was lush and dense, covering the entire mountain. It was like a dark green splashing landscape, grand and magnificent. Amateus Buddha, I'm afraid that Lady Benefactor's journey will bring about a bloody disaster. There are no traces of her in this forest. May I know where her father is? An old Taoist with a horsetail whisk in his hand said with a serious expression. He had a mustache and triangular eyes. There was an extremely serious aura between his brows. Smelly old Taoist, where did you come from? You still dare to ask me? You're the one who will bring about a bloody disaster, humph. A young girl with her hair tied up in a bun said with disdain. She wore a lotus-colored dress and pouted her lips. She glared at the old Taoist. Subconsciously, she felt that this old Taoist was not a good person. The moment he opened his mouth, he said that she would bring about a bloody disaster. It was truly hateful. The girl was tall and slender. Her long skirt swayed in the wind, and butterflies followed behind her. Her fair and bright face was as delicate as water. Even the old Taoist, who did not like beauties, could not help but exclaim in admiration. He lamented that the heavens were beautiful and fate made a fool out of people. Even the heavens were jealous of such a beautiful girl. Alas, it's fine if you don't believe me. But in the near future, you will definitely face a bloody calamity. I never lie, and I won't accept your guest fee. Just give the string of beads on your wrist to me. It can be considered as a good karma. I see that you are fated with Buddha. No, it's fated with Taoism. That's why you and Lady Benefactor were exposed to the world. It's a sin, it's really a sin. The old Taoist said with a serious face. He was meticulous and his eyes were sincere. Really? You said that I will face a bloody calamity. What is it about? And where was it? Is there a way to break it? The girl frowned. Although she hated this old Taoist, every word he said was like a gem. He did not seem like a liar. She had a strong first impression. Could it be that she had wronged him? Ba, the secrets of the heavens must not be revealed. Taoist priest, why did you say the name of Buddha? The girl looked at the old Taoist suspiciously. She still did not quite believe him and was skeptical. This is because you are ignorant. Lady Benefactor, don't you know that Buddhism and Taoism have been a family since ancient times? Ha ha ha. That string of beads is fated with me. Why don't you give it to me? I would rather reveal the secrets of the heavens and gain the good karma of Lady Benefactor. The old Taoist said very seriously. His eyes were slightly closed, and he looked like a person of virtue and high cultivation. That can't be done. This is a gift from my mother. I'm really sorry that I can't give it to others. The girl shook her head. Her eyelashes and big curved eyes were full of intelligence. Sigh, if that's the case, then it can only mean that we are not fated. The world is so big, and there are countless people who want to gain good karma with me. There are not many female benefactors, but there are many young female benefactors. The old Taoist lightly stroked his tiger whiskers. He smiled calmly and slightly nodded. Taoist priest cares about the world. I really admire you. It's a pity that this string of beads is really difficult to give to you. My mother said that this thing is a 10,000-year-old spiritual pearl. It's a good thing second only to the dragon pearl. I just don't want to make my mother sad. The girl said seriously. A gentleman does not take what others love. I am a bit stubborn. He he he. Why don't you let me have a look? I really like it. After I look at it, I will definitely give it to you with both hands and return it to you. The old Taoist said seriously. That. Okay. The girl pondered for a moment, nodded her head, and finally plucked the 10,000-year spiritual orb. Before she could pluck the spiritual orb, the old Taoist could not wait any longer. He grabbed the 10,000-year spiritual orb with both of his hands, and his eyes shone with a strange light, filled with excitement. This 10,000-year-old spiritual pearl is really not bad. Female benefactor, let me play with it for a few hundred years. I will definitely return it to you. Ha ha ha. The old Taoist took the 10,000-year-old spiritual pearl and turned to leave. His figure was extremely fast. The girl's pretty face turned cold. She shouted, "Smelly old Taoist, give me back my 10,000-year-old spiritual pearl." Haha, we have a deal. I will only play with it for a while. After 100 years, I will definitely return it. Don't worry, female benefactor. The smelly old Taoist waved his hand and laughed heartily. He was still very calm and made a solemn bow. Slap. At this moment, a very loud slap landed on the smelly old Taoist's face. The smelly old Taoist was directly slapped away. His face was red and his eyes were filled with shock and anger. Who is it? Show yourself. How dare you sneak attack your grandfather from behind? I will kill you. Haha, it has only been a few years. Elder Taoist Wu De, you are really forgetful. Now that you can't even swindle and trick, you have changed to robbing? Xianxia said with a smile. He stood with his arms crossed. He had already snatched the 10,000-year-old spiritual pearl that was stolen by Elder Taoist Wu De. Even Xianxia was very shocked. The divine origin qi contained in the 10,000-year-old spiritual pearl was even denser than the divine origin essence. It was indeed a rare treasure. It would definitely be twice the result with half the effort for cultivation. You are not dead yet? Elder Taoist Wu De pointed at Xianxia. He covered his face and looked at Xianxia. His body trembled. He had stolen the Five Thunders decree from Xianxia. Could it be that Xianxia is here to take revenge? We are really brought together by fate. Elder Taoist Wu De, why don't you take a look and see if I will have a bloody calamity? Xianxia stood with his arms crossed and said lung lung while looking at Elder Taoist Wu De. Cough cough. Brother Jiang, you really know how to joke. Ha ha ha, we are naturally brought together by fate. However, with me here, you can rest assured. Even if there is a bloody calamity, I will definitely help you avoid it. This is my specialty, so I naturally won't just stand by and watch. Elder Taoist Wu De's face was filled with righteousness. He looked at Xianxia and nodded his head. I don't care about a bloody calamity. However, I want to ask Elder Taoist Wu De if you have played enough with the Five Thunders decree? Xianxia's words caused Elder Taoist Wu De's body to tremble. He could only smile. However, he could see that Xianxia's eyes were filled with killing intent. It seemed like it was really hard for him to explain the Five Thunders decree to Xianxia. Brother Jiang, listen to me. You should be able to trust my words, right? I don't believe you. Xianxia shook his head and stretched out his hand. Old Taoist Wu De smiled bitterly. Brother Xianxia, you really should believe me. That Five Thunders edict flew away by itself, I could not catch it at all. If I had it, I would definitely give it to you. Now that my life is in your hands, do I still have any room to refute? If you don't hand over the Five Thunders edict, then I can only apologize. I will use your life to exchange for the Five Thunders edict. After you die, I will search your body. The Five Thunders edict will definitely be mine. Who knows, there might even be some treasures. Xianxia smiled. Yes, beat him up, pull out his tendons, peel off his skin, drink his blood. Who asked him to be so shameless to even dare to snatch my orb of spiritual force? Luckily, I am talented and the heavens help me. If it wasn't for me, I would have been taken advantage of by you. The girl said fiercely, glaring at him fiercely as if she wanted to eat him alive. The girl was a little mischievous, she did not seem to be joking at all. Grandaunt, although I was confused for a moment, when did I take advantage of you? Don't talk nonsense. Old Taoist Wu De said bitterly. Xianxia was startled. This little girl really dared to speak. A child's words carried no harm. Looking at her cute and playful appearance, one could not help but laugh. I'll return the orb of spiritual force to you. Xianxia returned the 10,000 years orb to her. The girl smiled at Xianxia, her lips were filled with playfulness and innocence. Her smile was mellow and youthful. Brother is still the best, you don't take advantage of me. Inger is grateful, thank you. Xianxia shook his head. His gaze once again landed on old Taoist Wuda. This guy had swindled, stole, and committed all sorts of crimes. He was an unscrupulous Taoist, and he refused to mend his ways. If it wasn't for Xianxia bumping into him today, he might have already escaped. Xianxia was also very nervous about his Five Thunders Edict. You have to believe me, brother Xianxia. The Five Thunder Edict really ran away on its own. I have no idea where it went. Old Taoist Wuda said with a bitter expression. He could not help but let out a sigh. He glanced at Xianxia and became extremely sorrowful. That day, I was also muddle-headed. After the incident, I was filled with remorse and wanted nothing more than to commit suicide as an apology. Then why don't you die? Xianxia said coldly. At the end of the day, I did not commit suicide to atone for my sins because the heavens have the virtue of cherishing all living beings. However, I've been waiting every day and looking forward to it every night, hoping that one day I can atone for my sins in front of Brother Jiang. I hope that you can forgive me for my unintentional actions back then. I'll do anything to thank you for your kindness. Wuda danced with joy and swore in all sincerity. He did not feel embarrassed at all and had a feeling of being in charge. He spoke passionately. If Xianxia was not the person involved, he might even believe it. Your words are better than a song. I want my Five Thunders Edict. If you don't have it, you can only atone for your sins with your death. Xianxia's stubborn gaze made Wuda feel extremely helpless. He had said so much, but Xianxia still wanted the Five Thunders Edict. Everything I said is true. The Five Thunders Edict flew away by itself. Wuda didn't expect that the Five Thunder Edict would be so strange. He really had 8 lifetimes of bad luck. He thought that he had snatched a treasure, but he didn't expect that not only would he fly away, he would also cause trouble for him. Xianxia furrowed his brows. Could it be that what this guy said was true? Now that he was on the chopping block, there was no longer a need for him to lie to Xianxia. Under Xianxia's coercion, it was clear that he had nothing else to say. Then you better take out a treasure that is on par with the Five Thunders Edict. Otherwise, I'll still take your life and all the good stuff will be mine. Since the heavens have the virtue of cherishing all living beings, I'll give you a way out. Don't you dare not cherish it. Isn't that right, Miss Inger? By the time Xianxia turned around, Inger had already disappeared without a trace. Even he did not notice her. That little girl actually disappeared into thin air? Old Taoist Wuda's face was filled with shock and disbelief. In the short time that the two of them were speaking, it was as if they had evaporated into thin air. Thank you, big brother. I still have something to do, so I'll take my leave first. See you later. Inger's sweet voice reverberated in Xianxia's ears. Xianxia smiled. In the end, he raised his head and looked at old Taoist Wuda. Since this guy did not want to hand over the Five Thunders Edict, Xianxia would definitely make him spit out some ivory. Brother Xianxia, you actually don't believe me. This poor Taoist is really too sad. You and I can be considered to have fought side by side, and we've known each other for a while. Yet, you actually want to force this poor Taoist to the path of death. Old Taoist Wuda lamented bitterly. He pounded his chest and stamped his feet. If you don't want to die, then hurry up. Killing one of you is not too much, and killing one of you is not too little. Xianxia's smile was cold. Old Taoist Wuda did not dare to be negligent. Previously, he had seen Xianxia's methods. Otherwise, he would not be so afraid of Xianxia. Sigh, I treated Lord Jiang with sincerity, but Lord Jiang did not treat me with sincerity. This really makes this poor Taoist sigh. Hey! Look, brother Jiang, there's someone over there. Old Taoist Wuda pointed to the distance. Needless to say, Xianxia also felt 2 extremely strong forces rushing over. Within a radius of 10,000 li, smoke rose from all directions. The wind howled and the cranes cried. Countless strength swept across the sky. The surrounding ancient trees were destroyed, and birds and beasts were frightened away. The imposing manner was terrifying. What a strong aura! Xianxia frowned. At this moment, the two figures instantly stepped on the air and arrived. Their terrifying imposing manner wreaked havoc, causing the fish in the moat to be affected. Xianxia and old Taoist Wu De had no choice but to quickly retreat. "How dare you come to my dragon clan and behave atrociously? The people from the slaughter tower are getting more and more arrogant." A middle-aged man in a yellow robe had a gloomy face. He was not angry, but he was imposing. He stared at the black-clothed man in front of him with a murderous look. "The dragon clan is not a forbidden area. Why can't I come?" The black-clothed man sneered. He was also quite disdainful towards the middle-aged man's question. "Then today, I can only force you back to the dragon clan and treat you well." "Humph." The yellow-robed man immediately stood up and walked towards the black-clothed man. "Slaughter tower." Jiangchen's face was gloomy as he gritted his teeth and stared at the black-clothed man. He clenched his fists tightly. At this moment, the anger in Jiangchen's heart was ignited once again. He did not even care about old Taoist Wu De who was beside him. There was only one thought in his heart, and that was to crush the black-clothed man's bones and scatter his soul. Jiangchen knew that his strength was far from enough. In order to resist the slaughter tower, his strength must at least reach the mid-Divine Emperor realm or late Divine Emperor realm. But now, his two wives were kidnapped and he could not do anything. He did not even know who kidnapped them. He only knew that they were in the slaughter tower. No one could understand the anger and self-blame in Jiangchen's heart. He hated the slaughter tower to the bone. Now that he saw the people from the slaughter tower, his first thought was that Jiangchen wanted to kill him. At least, he could weaken the power of the slaughter tower. Everyone from the slaughter tower should die. Jiangchen's heart was filled with determination. Only by killing this black-clothed man would he be able to calm the anger in his heart. He knew that this man might not know about him, but as a member of the slaughter tower, all of them deserved to die. This was a devil-like organization. Killing them was equivalent to enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens. Although Jiangchen might be a little extreme now, these people must be killed. The people from the Divine Tower actually came to the Dragon Clan. "Looks like this fella is here to participate in the Rising Dragon Banquet." But he was discovered by the people of the Dragon Clan. "This is bad luck," old Taoist Wu De murmured. The strength of the middle-aged man was stronger than the people from the Divine Tower. Although it was hard to tell who would win, Jiangchen seemed to be eager to fight. Old Taoist Wu De could see that Jiangchen hated the people from the Divine Tower to the bone. "I am here to participate in the Rising Dragon Banquet. What right do you have to punish me? What right do you have to kill me?" the black-clothed man said coldly. He looked at the yellow-robed man fearlessly. "My dragon clan can't do anything to you since you came to participate in the Rising Dragon Banquet. But you're a thief, acting recklessly in my dragon clan. Do you think this is your divine tower? You come and go as you please. Humph, I will capture you and bring you back to the dragon clan today." The yellow-robed man's gaze was as sharp as a sword. His body shot out like lightning. The two of them exchanged blows once again. A terrifying gale swept across the entire mountain range. Giant rocks were thrown into the air, creating a deafening sound. Old Taoist Wu De took the opportunity to escape. Although Jiangchen wanted to chase after him, the hatred he felt from the man from the slaughter tower was much higher. Jiangchen only had one thought now, and that was to kill this person. The black-cloaked man and the yellow-robed man fought for a long time. Both of them used all their skills. Although the black-clothed man was talented and strong, the yellow-robed man was a mid-divine emperor while the black-clothed man was only a peak early divine emperor. Although he had some amazing skills, this was the territory of the dragon clan. Even a strong dragon wouldn't be able to suppress a local serpent, but you actually fought with a local dragon. That's the one who doesn't know what's good for you. Jiangchen was waiting for an opportunity to make a move from the beginning to the end, and he wasn't anxious to make a move. The intense battle between the two of them was becoming more and more difficult, and they had exhausted more than half of their strength. It had to be said that the strength of the person in the pagoda caused Jiangchen to have a whole new level of respect for him. However, the yellow-robed middle-aged man wasn't to be outdone either, and the two of them were in a heated battle, and for a time, neither of them could do anything to the other. Stubborn resistance. Today, I will definitely kill you here. the yellow-robed man roared. With a shake of his body, a gigantic golden dragon appeared in the sky. The dragon soared through the 9 heavens, laughing proudly in the sky. The gigantic dragon that was 100 zhang tall spiraled up into the sky, blotting out the sun. Its aura was terrifying. However, the black-robed man was not flustered at all. He swallowed a pill and his strength improved by leaps and bounds. He even reached the mid-divine emperor realm, surpassing the yellow-robed man. What a powerful pill. Xianxia squinted his eyes. This kind of pill that forcefully increased one's strength was extremely harmful to the human body. Even a divine emperor expert couldn't avoid it. Although Xianxia didn't know what pill the black-robed man had swallowed, forcefully increasing one's strength was equivalent to sacrificing one's profound qi and talent. It was very likely that after this battle, the black-robed man's strength would not be able to recover even after 100 years. However, at this moment, the black-robed man's strength had increased by a lot, and he instantly suppressed the dragon. With a wave of his hand, a monstrous might appeared, and the golden dragon couldn't withstand it at all. Punch after punch, the sky changed color. The might of the pill caused the golden dragon to be in an extremely difficult situation. It had completely lost its advantage and had even started to decline. Facing the black-robed man's unparalleled pressure, even though the dragon was 100 zhang tall and it was flying in the sky, it still couldn't withstand the black-robed man's pressure. The dragon's shadow spiraled, shaking the heavens and earth. However, the black-robed man's deterrent force was terrifying. He soared into the sky and stepped on the dragon, striking several times consecutively. The golden dragon's roar shook the heavens, and it sounded a little hoarse and determined. How dare you fight with me? Do you think that my Buddha pagoda is a pushover? You want to bring me back to punish me? You don't have the ability to do so. The dragon clan is just SOSO. Ha ha ha. As the black-robed man turned around, he punched out. His aura was so strong that it could dominate the heavens and earth. The 100 zhang tall dragon's shadow was smashed down from the sky, and it was in grave danger. A series of punches landed on the dragon's body. The black-robed man's qi soared into the sky, and he wanted to suppress the golden dragon with the momentum of a bull. At this moment, the golden dragon seemed to be helpless. Facing the black-robed man who had swallowed the pill, he was no longer a match for him. Being beaten up in front of his own home was not a good feeling. Go to hell. The black-robed man shouted angrily. He gripped the long spear in his hand and soared into the sky, shooting the spear into the dragon's body. Instantly, the golden dragon's world spun, and it fell heavily onto the ground. 100 zhang deep pit was formed, and it was badly mutilated. You bastard. The dragon clan will not let you off. Our dragon clan will pay you back double for today's enmity. The golden dragon roared again and again, but it was still being stepped on by the black-robed man. At this moment, even the arrogance of the dragon clan seemed to be very pale and powerless. You are already a dragon on the verge of death, and you still want to fight with me? You must be dreaming. It is said that the dragon tendons of the dragon clan are good stuff. Today, I will pull out your tendons and peel off your skin. The black-robed man sneered, and his killing intent shot out. This is the moment. Xianxia's eyes were like hooks, and he held the myriad qi cauldron in his hand. He descended from the sky, and directly attacked the black-robed man. The giant cauldron shook the sky, and it was terrifying. The black-robed man suddenly raised his head, but he was no longer able to fight against Xianxia. The battle strength in his body came and went quickly, and there was not even a tenth of it left. At this moment, Xianxia's attack descended from the sky, and it almost took half of the black-robed man's life. A mouthful of blood spurted out, and the black-robed man rolled down in a panic. Want to leave? This is not something you can decide. Xianxia sneered, and he raised his sword. The heavenly dragon sword's shadow wreaked havoc, and the 19th blade cut through the rainbow, blocking the black-robed man's path. The sword's shadows in the sky made the black-robed man's face pale, and he had nowhere to hide. Even the golden dragon's eyes were filled with shock. What a terrifying guy. Who is this person? The golden dragon murmured. He originally thought that he would definitely die, but he did not expect to meet such an expert. The towering giant cauldron suppressed everything, and the thousands of swords returned to their origin. Who are you? Why did you attack me? I am from the Buddha Pagoda. If you dare to kill me, the Buddha Pagoda will not rest until you die. The black-robed man shouted angrily, and the fear in his heart instantly surged into his mind. I'm sorry, if you are not from the Buddha Pagoda, I will not attack you. I specialize in killing the people from the Buddha Pagoda, not for anything else, but to enforce justice on behalf of heaven. Xianxia sneered, and he did not even give the black-robed man a chance to speak. The limitless sword, and the thousands of swords returned to Xianxia's hand. As for the black-robed man, he slowly fell down, and his soul was taken away. The thousands of swords pierced through his heart, and he was badly mutilated. The people from the Buddha Pagoda should die. Xianxia's expression was cold and decisive. Without the slightest bit of hesitation, the person from the Slaughter Pagoda was killed by Xianxia. At this moment, the golden dragon once again turned into the yellow-robed middle-aged man. Seeing Xianxia kill the black-clothed man, he was both surprised and shocked. Where did this guy come from? He clearly knew that the black-clothed man was there, yet he still killed him. Wasn't this asking for trouble from the Slaughter Pagoda? Although it was shocking, it was also admirable. The yellow-robed middle-aged man admired Lin Fan for daring to challenge a stronger force. Are you all right? Xianxia turned around and saw the yellow-robed middle-aged man on the verge of death. He pulled out the spear from his body and asked in a low voice. I'm fine, but I need to rest for a period of time. Thank you for your help just now. Otherwise, this old life of mine would have ended here. The yellow-robed middle-aged man shook his head and smiled. You're too kind. I just saw injustice on the road. Moreover, I've always hated the people from the Slaughter Pagoda. Killing him was just doing justice for the heavens. Xianxia smiled indifferently. The yellow-robed middle-aged man could not help but give him a thumbs up. I'm Xianxia, a member of the Dragon Clan. May I know why you're here? I'm here to participate in the Rising Dragon Banquet. I'm Xianxia. Xianxia said. Xianxia came to a sudden realization. He looked at Xianxia with a solemn face. It seemed that there were more and more people participating in the Rising Dragon Banquet. However, this guy's strength was not bad. He should be able to achieve something. Thank you, Brother Xianxia. The Dragon Clan's Rising Dragon Banquet is not only for members of the Dragon Clan. As long as you have the bloodline of the King of Beasts or the bloodline of a divine beast, you can participate. With Brother Xianxia's strength, you'll definitely get a good ranking. Haha. Xianxia nodded. I hope so. Since Brother Long is seriously injured, I'll bring you back. That's great. Thank you. Xianxia and Xianxia entered the Dragon Clan without any obstruction. The Rising Dragon Banquet was a grand gathering of the Dragon Tribe. It was held once every 10 million years. People with the bloodline of the divine beasts and the Dragon Tribe would rush over from all directions to participate in the Rising Dragon Banquet. Once one was recognized as the king of the Rising Dragon Banquet, he would be able to receive the inheritance of the ancient true dragon. This was extremely important even for the genius disciples of the Dragon Tribe. Once one obtained the inheritance of the ancient true dragon, it would be like a fish leaping in the ocean and a bird soaring in the sky. Therefore, every Rising Dragon Banquet had hundreds or even thousands of participants. The weakest among them had to be at the late hierarch realm. That was the minimum requirement for the Rising Dragon Banquet. The Dragon Clan was much bigger than Xianxia had imagined. In the depths of the Grand Cloud Mountain, there was a natural barrier of mist and forest. Clouds and mist lingered around the place. The Dragon Clan's protective formation was something that Xianxia had never seen before. Even Xianxia couldn't compare to it. At least, it wasn't something that could be broken easily. As the strongest demon clan in the entire central region Divine Land, the supreme of all beasts, the strength of the Dragon Clan was evident. Along the way, everyone needed to go through a series of checks before they could enter the Dragon Tribe. However, Xianxia directly followed Xianxia and entered the Dragon Tribe without any checks. In order to save Xianxia, Xianxia had directly killed the man whose identity had already been confirmed. Xianxia did not doubt it at all. There weren't many people who dared to kill a man from the Buddha Tower. Even if it was him, he might not dare to kill the man on the spot. At least, he would capture the man and interrogate him. However, Xianxia's decisiveness in killing had truly shocked him. When Xianxia stepped into the dragon tribe, the ancestral dragon emperor who was in the Zulong Tower felt a strong soul fluctuation. Xianxia knew that this old man had not returned to the dragon tribe for a long time. It was understandable that he was afraid of returning home. However, the ancestral dragon emperor did not reveal his identity directly. He was afraid that the people of the dragon tribe would be afraid of him. He did not know if there were still people with evil intentions in the dragon tribe. Therefore, even after the ancestral dragon emperor had entered the dragon tribe, he was still excited. The trembling of the Zulong Tower was enough to prove everything. No matter how powerful he was, this was his home, his root, a threshold that he could never cross. To the ancestral dragon emperor, he had been looking forward to this day for a long time. The moment he entered the dragon tribe, he became restless. If he still had the demeanor he had in the past, he would have returned a long time ago. It was a pity that the fall of the ancestral dragon emperor was related to the traitors in the dragon tribe. Now, he did not know if the true leaders were still in the dragon tribe. The dragon tribe was divided. Even now, there were still many branches. However, there was only one true dragon tribe. In the dragon tribe, there were hundreds of flowers competing with each other. The mountain spring flowed and the scenery was beautiful. It made people feel carefree. The density of the spiritual aura was something that Xianxia had never seen before. He dared to conclude that there must be an incomparably huge dragon vein here. Long Jingza brought Xianxia to the meeting hall of the dragon tribe. At this moment, the 8 elders were sitting upright. There were also many young people standing on the left and right. Seeing that Long Jingza had returned with serious injuries, everyone's face turned solemn. Ninth Elder, how did this happen? How did he suffer such serious injuries? Ninth Elder's injuries are serious. Hurry up and get the elixir. Ninth Elder, are you all right? Many people gathered around with serious expressions. Long Jingza waved his hand, indicating that he was not in danger. Elders, the person from the slaughter pagoda has been killed. As soon as Long Jingza's voice fell, everyone held their breath. After all, the strength of the slaughter pagoda was obvious to all. It was one of the strongest forces in the central region Divine Land. It was as famous as the Martial Dan Hall. The 8-divisional pagoda shook the world. Who dared to compete with it? Even the dragon tribe, the supreme of all beasts, might not be able to go against it. The person from the slaughter pagoda was killed. Moreover, it was a divine emperor realm expert. This was definitely not a small matter. What? The person from the slaughter pagoda is dead? Ninth Elder, could it be that you killed the person from the slaughter pagoda? The person from the slaughter pagoda deserves to die. Humph, they wanted to steal information from our dragon tribe. Their deaths are not to be regretted. Some people were indignant and praised the Ninth Elder. However, there were also some people who were worried. They were afraid that the person from the slaughter pagoda would do something out of line. The meeting hall was filled with whispers. Everyone was worried. In this troubled time, the Rising Dragon Banquet was imminent. Killing an expert from the slaughter pagoda might not be good news for the dragon tribe. That's enough. Ninth brother, tell me, exactly what has happened to this matter. Xianxia did not expect that he would save an elder of the dragon clan after casually killing someone from the slaughter tower. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. It seemed like his trip to the dragon clan was quite smooth. As the saying goes, it's easy to get things done in the imperial court. With the Ninth Elder around, he would be able to save a lot of trouble in the dragon clan. Yes, Great Elder. The Ninth Elder nodded and continued. That black-clothed man was sneaky and wanted to steal the secrets of the dragon clan. However, after we discovered him, he ran away. I chased after him and fought with him for 300 rounds. In the end, I was severely injured by the person from the slaughter tower. Fortunately, Brother Xianxia killed the person from the slaughter tower and saved me. Wow, the crowd was in an uproar. Everyone had a solemn expression as they stared at Xianxia. No one had expected that the person who killed the man from the slaughter pagoda wasn't the Ninth Elder, but this unknown young man. Instantly, Xianxia became the focal point of the crowd. This guy killed the person from the slaughter tower? Who is he? How could he be so arrogant? Yeah, he even dared to kill the person from the slaughter tower. This guy must have an extraordinary background. It's hard to say. It seems like this guy is most likely here to participate in the Rising Dragon banquet. To be able to match the ninth elder in strength, this guy will definitely be a strong competitor in the Rising Dragon banquet. Bullsh *T. Do you really think he can kill the expert from the slaughter tower? Didn't you hear? Even the ninth elder almost failed miserably in an easy task, and that fellow was only picking up the scraps. If it wasn't for the ninth elder and the members of the Buddha's pagoda being heavily injured, it would be strange if he could kill them. Xianxia's expression was calm. He did not move at all. He was neither servile nor overbearing. The 9 great elders of the dragon clan were not weak. All of them were mid-divine emperors. The great elder and the 2 people beside him were so strong that he could not see through their cultivation bases. He estimated that they should be late divine emperors. Xianxia was also unable to catch up to them. It seems like the dragon tribe was indeed worthy of being called the great tribe of the Central Plains. Even though they were located deep within the mountains, they were still able to become one of the great tribes of the Central Plains. This strength was not something that any tribe could possess. Xianxia, are you here to attend the Rising Dragon banquet? The first elder's eyes shone like torches as he met Xianxia's gaze. Xianxia nodded his head, his expression was calm. In front of the first elder of the dragon tribe, there was no trace of fear on his face. Good, the younger generation will surpass us in time. Who are you? Why did you come to our dragon clan's Rising Dragon banquet? The first elder asked. To be able to attend the Rising Dragon banquet, one must naturally possess the bloodline of a divine beast. Central Plains Divine Land, Sword Drawing Sect, 9th Sword Master. Xianxia said faintly. He took out the sword token and revealed his identity. At this moment, he did not want to reveal his identity so early. Moreover, his bloodline was bestowed by the ancestral Dragon Emperor. It was the purest bloodline of the Dragon Clan. Sword Drawing Sect? There is indeed such a sect. Countless years ago, I once went to the Central Plains Divine Land. The Sword Drawing Sect is considered as a famous sect in the Central Plains. To be able to become one of the 9 great sword masters, it seems like your strength is extraordinary. If you can pass the test of the Rising Dragon banquet, perhaps you should throw away the sword token in your hand. The first elder joked with a faint smile on his face. As long as the person was not killed by the dragon clan, he had nothing to worry about. This fellow was from the sword drawing sect. Therefore, even if the people from the slaughter tower were to look for the first elder, they would definitely look for the sword drawing sect. What did it have to do with the dragon clan? At this moment, this matter was not a big deal to the great elder and the dragon clan. Putting aside the fact that the members of the divine slaughter tower were not killed by the dragon clan, even if they were, the divine slaughter tower might not dare to openly kill their way into the dragon clan. That was why the great elder was so fearless. The urgent matter at hand was to settle the Rising Dragon banquet first. Everything else could be postponed. After all, in the ancient land of the dragon clan, there was only a little bit of resources. The Rising Dragon banquet was of utmost importance. That's true. Other than the dragon clan, all other sects are trash. Ha ha ha. A wild roar appeared in the meeting room. The 2 dragon tribe guards were unable to stop him. A young man wearing silver armor and a silver crown on his head waved his sleeves and stood up with a prideful face. Greetings, elders of the dragon clan. I'm Ao Lai from the Eastern Dragon Clan. Ao Lai said with a faint smile. However, he did not show any respect at all. Xianxia turned around and saw the man with the silver crown. The man had an arrogant face and his strength was pretty good too. He was no different from Xianxia. Ao Lai. It's the people from the Eastern Dragon Clan. These fellas have always been arrogant and disrespectful. How dare you barge into the meeting hall of the Dragon Clan? A young man with a golden spear in his hand looked at Ao Lai with disdain and shouted. Although the spear radiance was out of his body, it was ready to fight. Joke? If I'm not wrong, only Divine Emperor realm experts are qualified to step into this meeting hall, right? Only the rest of the people can enter with the permission of the elders of the clan. As a member of the Dragon Clan, don't tell me that I don't even have the right to enter the meeting hall of the Dragon Clan? This is not a place for a little brat like you to criticize. Haha. Aolai sneered. You are not allowed to call me little brat. It will be effortless for me to kill you. Do you dare to fight to the death with me on the dragon subduing platform? Long Xiaokuan had the appearance of a young man, but his courage was astonishing. His strength was at the initial divine emperor realm. Do you think that I will be afraid of you? Aolai shook his head as disdain flashed across his eyes. Xiaokuan, step down. The first elder's unquestionable voice appeared in the hall. Long Xiaokuan's face darkened, but there was nothing he could do. With a cold snort, he could only withdraw. Xianxia narrowed his eyes. It seemed that the Dragon Clan was not completely united. At the very least, the Eastern Dragon Clan sounded like a branch of the Dragon Clan. Moreover, the members of the Eastern Dragon Clan did not seem to like the members of the Dragon Clan. The members of the Eastern Dragon Clan are also members of the Dragon Clan. You are only a small part of the Dragon Clan. You can naturally go to the meeting hall of the Dragon Clan. There is no need to pursue this matter, the first elder said indifferently. When he said a small part, he emphasized the words a small part, causing everyone present to wear a proud expression. Aolai snorted coldly, feeling a little unhappy in his heart. My Eastern Dragon Clan naturally belongs to the Dragon Clan. However, we only listen to the clan leader. Others may not have the right to criticize here. I, Aolai, am determined to win the Rising Dragon Banquet this time. Aolai said solemnly and confidently. Long Xiaokuan clenched his long spear and stomped on the floor of the hall. Aolai's face turned even colder. Ha ha ha, isn't it a little too early to say that? Aolai, have you asked me, Ao Impermanence? A man stepped on a cloud and floated in the air. His eyes were like golden crystals and he was dressed in luxurious robes. He had a refined temperament and held a folding fan in his hand. He had a burly body and looked down at the sky. It's him. It's Ao Impermanence of the Northern Dragon Tribe. This guy is not easy to deal with. It looks like the Rising Dragon Banquet this time will be a fierce battle. This guy is known as the strongest genius of the Northern Dragon Tribe. He must be aiming to win the Rising Dragon Banquet this time around. Yes, but isn't that the case every time? More and more divine beasts and even people with the Dragon Tribe's bloodline are rushing to the Dragon Tribe to participate in the Rising Dragon Banquet in an attempt to get a share of the spoils. Countless experts are coming one after another, but which time has it not been the Dragon Tribe who has reached the top? In terms of talent, those guys are no match for us. Only those with the true Dragon Tribe's bloodline can make it to the end. That's right. The Rising Dragon Banquet belongs to the Dragon Tribe. If an outsider were to win, wouldn't we be laughing our heads off? The arrival of Ao Impermanence of the Northern Dragon Tribe made the experts of the Dragon Tribe extremely solemn. However, they were still confident that the Dragon Tribe would win the championship. The Rising Dragon Banquet is around the corner. Looks like you are unwilling to part with this fat piece of meat. Aolai looked at Ao Impermanence and sneered. Greetings, Great Elder. Ao Impermanence glanced at the Great Elder and waved his folding fan confidently. The Rising Dragon Banquet is a grand gathering of the Dragon Tribe. As a member of the Dragon Tribe, how can I be absent? Doesn't the Eastern Dragon Tribe always consider themselves to be the Orthodox tribe? Why are you here to join in now? The gathering of the Dragon Clan is a place where all of the clans are paying their respects. How can you all act rashly? Back down. The first elder spoke in a faint voice. However, his voice spread over a 5,000-kilometer radius. Everyone involuntarily took a step back. Xianxia was no exception. He could clearly see a trace of displeasure on the first elder's face. These two fellows from the Eastern Dragon Tribe and Northern Dragon Tribe had actually usurped the host in the meeting room of the Dragon Tribe. It was no wonder the first elder was so furious. In an instant, everyone was incomparably respectful, not daring to act rashly. Today, Ninth Brother has made great contributions. He vowed to fight the enemy with his life and is the role model of our Dragon Clan. As for little brother Jiangchen, he has killed a strong enemy for our Dragon Clan. We should treat him with respect and show our gratitude. I will give you 10 spiritual power orbs, I hope you like them. The Great Elder's voice was deep and unquestionable. With a wave of his hand, 10 spiritual power orbs appeared in front of Xianxia. 10 spiritual power beads were already a very valuable gift. Although they were not as valuable as dragon beads, they were also unique cultivation items of the dragon tribe. As long as they could gather more spiritual chi to aid in cultivation, even the people of the dragon tribe could only get 1 spiritual power bead every 100 years. Moreover, the grade of the spiritual power bead was not as good as these 10 spiritual power beads. Xianxia was surprised by the 10 spiritual power orbs. They were exactly the same as the 10,000-year spiritual power orb that Inger had. "Thank you, First Elder." Xianxia nodded and accepted the 10,000-year spiritual power orb. The Rising Dragon Banquet is imminent. If anyone dares to cause any trouble, I will not tolerate it. After that, the Grand Elder slowly stood up. His strength as a late Divine Emperor was fully displayed. No one dared to go against him and no one dared to doubt his words. Use your pills to treat his injuries and gain his trust. I have something I want to ask him. The ancestral Dragon Emperor's voice appeared in Xianxia's mind. At this moment, everyone left the meeting hall. Xianxia also left with Xianxia. Your injury should not be fatal. This healing pill should be able to help you recover a little. Xianxia took out a healing pill. Suddenly, Xianxia's eyes lit up. He looked around excitedly. Brother Jiang, this is not right. This is a divine grade pill. Although Xianxia said so, he was very greedy for the divine grade pill in Xianxia's hand. Such a pill was something that even Divine Emperor experts would go after like a flock of ducks. It was a great fortune to be able to get one. The value of such a pill was self-evident. This pill was a healing pill that Xianxia refined when he had nothing to do. It was not a divine grade pill but a peak immortal grade pill. However, the grade of the pill refined by Xianxia was much higher than anyone else. It was almost the same as a low-grade divine grade pill. Otherwise, how could Xianxia be so shocked? Don't worry, it's just a healing medicinal pill. Your injuries are so serious, if you want to slowly heal yourself, you'll need at least 100 years to recover 50 to 60%. I'm an alchemist, so this medicinal pill isn't too valuable to me. Xianxia smiled. Xianxia's eyes lit up. He was full of admiration for Xianxia. An alchemist at the Divine Emperor realm who could refine divine-grade medicinal pills. Even in the Martial Dan Hall or the Buddhist pagoda, such an identity would not be rejected, right? Moreover, Xianxia was so low-key. He didn't even want to reveal his identity in the main hall. He didn't want to be associated with those arrogant people. This made people sigh. This was the gap between them, the so-called Ao impermanence, Ao Lai, and even Lan Xiaoquan, who he had watched grow up, might not be a match for Xianxia. Moreover, a divine-grade alchemist was terrifying. Even he had to treat him with respect. Not only did Xianxia save his life, but he also gave him a divine-grade pill. Even for an alchemist, a divine-grade pill was extremely difficult to refine. This great kindness made Xianxia feel extremely grateful towards Xianxia. The people of the Dragon Clan had always been grateful, especially to a big shot like him. However, Xianxia's kindness made him feel ashamed. I didn't expect Xianxia to be an alchemist. No wonder he could become one of the sword masters of the sword-drawing sect. His talent is indeed unparalleled. Then this pill. I will accept it for the time being. I really can't repay Brother Xianxia's kindness. Now that you have given me a pill, I am even more ashamed. Xianxia sighed, but he still took the pill from Xianxia's hand. He was extremely envious and even reluctant to swallow it immediately. Brother Long, you don't have to do this. Just eat it directly. I guarantee that you will be full of vigor within a month. The old injuries from before will definitely be swept away. Xianxia smiled. Is it really so magical? Alright, I will eat it. Xianxia took a deep breath and swallowed the pill. He had a look of enjoyment on his face. He could not help but exclaim, "Ah! It's so delicious." Xianxia was incomparably shocked by the power of the divine-grade medicinal pill. His body had recovered a lot in a short period of time. Such a heavy injury couldn't be seen at all. Xianxia had a look of enjoyment on his face. He was extremely grateful to Xianxia. Brother Jiang, this medicinal pill of yours is really a divine medicine. This time, thanks to you, I was able to survive. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Long Jing's face was solemn. He sighed in his heart. The experts of the shadow slaughtering pagoda were very strong, so much so that he almost failed miserably. There's no need to say these things. It's just a small effort. Elder Long is too serious. Jiangchen waved his hand and said. Brother Jiang, you don't have to be so polite with me. If you don't mind, you can call me Brother Long. Isn't it great that we call each other brothers? Ha ha ha. Long Jing's body had recovered a lot. The smile on his face had also increased. All right. However, I have a lot of doubts in my heart. Brother Long, could it be that the Dragon Clan is also divided into the Eastern Dragon Clan and the Northern Dragon Clan? Jiangchen asked curiously. Long Jingza glanced around and saw that there was no one around. He said in a low voice, if it was someone else, I would absolutely not say it. However, Brother Jiang is not an outsider, so I will speak frankly. Our Dragon Clan has long been divided. Sigh, although the Dragon Clan has occupied the absolute initiative these years, the forces of the Eastern Dragon Clan and the Northern Dragon Clan are getting stronger and stronger. Moreover, they have colluded with many outsiders and have been eyeing the Dragon Clan covetously. It is very likely that they will pose a great threat to the Dragon Clan. What you see now is only the surface. Long Jing's face was full of sighs. It was obvious that he was very dissatisfied with the current situation. It was very pessimistic. In that case, the Dragon Clan indeed has internal and external troubles. After all, the biggest foundation of the Dragon Clan is still here. Could it be that they can overturn the sky? Jiangchen said. Brother Jiang, you may not know this, but there used to be 3 Dragon Kings in our Dragon Clan. They were all extremely powerful and could be regarded as the real 3 chariots of the Dragon Clan. Each of them was extremely powerful. They were the 3 supreme elders of our Dragon Clan. However, they eventually split because of disagreements with the Dragon Clan. After the split, Elder Ao Dong led his clansmen to establish the Eastern Dragon Clan. Elder Ao Bei led his clansmen to establish the Northern Dragon Clan. Only Elder Ao Ying stayed in the Dragon Clan. He was also the last supreme elder. It is said that in the history of the Dragon Clan, these few people were quite powerful. They even witnessed the tragedy of the primordial era. The 3 of them were too powerful, so they finally split, making it hard for any party to do anything to the other party. However, once the Dragon Clan has a grand event, they would not miss it. Therefore, gradually, the situation of the tripartite confrontation appeared. However, the Grand Cloud Mountain is the root of the Dragon Clan. Therefore, even the Eastern Dragon Clan and the Northern Dragon Clan are afraid of this place. The strength of the 2 clans is almost the same as the current Dragon Clan. However, we don't know how many enemies they have colluded with. If that's the case, then the Dragon Clan will be in imminent danger. Especially not long ago, our Dragon Clan received news that the Eastern Dragon Clan and the Northern Dragon Clan are going to make a big move this time. They are likely to cause harm to the Dragon Clan. Their target is this Rising Dragon banquet. It's highly possible that they will make their move. As long as they can take the lead, I believe that they will seize the opportunity to attack. Long Jingza said worriedly. As an elder of the Dragon Clan, he also sighed in his heart. However, he was only a low-ranking elder. What he could do was minimal. Why do I have to tell you this? Hayes, it's really disappointing. I've let Brother Jiang see a joke. Hee hee. Long Jingza laughed and shook his head. It doesn't matter. Brother Long has told me this, it means that you treat me as your brother. I, Jiang Chen, am not someone who doesn't know what's good for him. I will definitely not spread what Brother Long has said to anyone else. If there's anything I can help you with during this Rising Dragon banquet, just say the word. I will definitely not reject you. Jiang Chen said. Jiang Chen said seriously. How could I dare to trouble Brother Jiang? You've saved my life and even gave me a divine-grade medicinal pill. My heart is naturally filled with gratitude. Even though I've made great contributions to the sect, I haven't seen a single divine-grade medicinal pill. Long Jingza said with a face full of self-mockery. You can't say it like that. Every family has its own difficulties. I'm afraid that outsiders don't know about the Dragon Clan's situation. However, others may not understand the difficulties of the Dragon Clan. Brother Long's words made me sigh. If I can help the Dragon Clan in this Rising Dragon banquet, I will definitely suppress the arrogance of the Eastern and Northern Dragon Clans. Xianxia said in a low voice. Long Jing's face was filled with joy as he nodded his head heavily. If younger brother Jiang is willing to do so, elder brother Long will thank you on behalf of the Dragon Clan. Otherwise, if their arrogance is inflated, the days of our Dragon Clan will be even more difficult. Regardless of whether they will take advantage of the Rising Dragon banquet to stir up trouble, it will still be a big blow. The Dragon tribe is really in troubled times. In that case, Brother Long, is that Grand Elder that you mentioned still alive? Could it be that he was just going to watch all of this happen and not do anything about it? After all, the Dragon Clan is the most powerful divine beast clan in the entire divine world. No one can surpass them. However, there are also many people who are eyeing the Dragon Clan covetously. I'm afraid that your opponents won't be willing to be left alone, right? Xianxia sighed. Brother Zhang's words have hit the nail on the head. However, even I don't know whether the Great Supreme Elder is still alive, not to mention those enemies who may be waiting for an opportunity to strike at any time. However, it is still unknown whether the Great Supreme Elder is dead or not. Because of this, there are very few people who dare to invade the Dragon Clan. However, the Dragon Clan has changed greatly. Not long ago, the Dragon Clan was the most dangerous and prominent clan in the entire Central Region Divine Land. At that time, the 8 divisional pagoda had yet to appear. Long Jingzi said in high spirits. When he mentioned the Dragon Clan in the past, his face was filled with pride. That era was the most glorious era of the Dragon Clan. It's a pity that I did not have the chance to witness the glory of the Dragon Clan in that era. Even the Supreme Elder was only a youngster of the Dragon Clan at that time. Every generation has its own geniuses, leading the way for thousands of years. The history of the Dragon Clan is really shocking. Xianxia nodded his head and said. It's a pity that the ancestral Dragon Emperor is no longer here. The elders of the Dragon Clan also passed away one after another. When they stepped into the Emperor realm, they turned into ashes. Now that the Dragon Clan is no longer glorious, I am powerless to reverse the situation. The rise and fall of the Dragon Clan depends on this. If the Eastern Dragon Clan and the Northern Dragon Clan were to attract enemies, it would be the biggest crisis for the Dragon Clan. Long Jingzi shook his head helplessly. He could only do what he was supposed to do. If the Rising Dragon banquet were to happen, Xianxia might be able to help the younger generation of the Dragon Clan. As for him, he could do nothing. To an elder who loved the Dragon Clan deeply, it was quite a pity. Brother Long said that this is only your guess, it might not be the truth. Brother Long has also said that this is only your guess, it might not be the truth. Hee, don't be too pessimistic. Then I won't disturb you any longer. Just take good care of yourself. I'll go back and rest first. The Rising Dragon banquet is just around the corner. Brother Long, don't worry. If there's anything I can do to help, I'll definitely do my best. Xianxia said righteously. Thank you, Brother Jiang. I shall not send you off. I shall rely on Brother Jiang for the Rising Dragon banquet. Long Jingzi bid farewell to Xianxia. At this moment, the ancestral Dragon Emperor let out a long sigh in Xianxia's mind. One could see how pessimistic he was. However, Xianxia did not know what to say at this moment. Moreover, he did not know about the past of the Dragon Clan. It was impossible for the ancestral Dragon Emperor to not make any mistakes in the history of the Dragon Clan. How long would it take? When would the ancestral Dragon Emperor show himself? To Xianxia, this was something that he could not rush. I've already expected the Dragon Clan to split up. Ao Dong and Ao Bei, those two little fellas, when I was still in the Dragon Clan, they were just 2 insignificant juniors. To think that they have grown to become the real big shots. Now, it seems like the Dragon Clan is in a mess. However, this is a good chance for me to revive the Dragon Clan. I wonder if that person is still in the Dragon Clan. The ancestral Dragon Emperor murmured. At this moment, What you can do for me is to suppress the Eastern Dragon Clan and the Northern Dragon Clan. See if they will make a move. If they dare to go against the Dragon Clan, then they must have something to rely on. At this moment, let's see if that fellow will make a move. The rise and fall of the Dragon Clan depends on this. Just like what Xianxia said, the Dragon Clan is walking on a tightrope. There are many people who want to drag it down. The ancestral Dragon Emperor said firmly. Xianxia nodded. Helping the ancestral Dragon Emperor was also helping Xianxia himself. Only by passing the Rising Dragon Banquet could he enter the bottom of the Dragon Clan and receive the inheritance. At that time, not only Xianxia, even the ancestral Dragon Emperor would benefit greatly. Therefore, he had to win the Rising Dragon Banquet. However, his opponent would not be that simple. Don't worry. This time I will definitely give the Dragon Clan an explanation during the Rising Dragon Banquet. At that time, it's all up to you. I have no way to deal with the Dragon Clan. Even if there are strong enemies, it will depend on you, the former ancestral Dragon Emperor, to help us. Xianxia smiled. Those who offend my Dragon Clan will be killed no matter how far they are. The ancestral Dragon Emperor said in a deep voice filled with dignity. Even Xianxia had never seen such a scene before. It seemed like the ancestral Dragon Emperor was well prepared to return to the Dragon Clan. Whether he could stand on the top of the Dragon Clan and take control of the Dragon Clan was very important to him. 3 days later, the Rising Dragon Banquet began. Thousands of miles of clouds and mountains were covered in mist. On the Grand Cloud Mountains Plaza, there was a platform that looked like it was cut by a sword. It was tens of thousands of meters wide and there were countless people who came to participate. The rule of the Rising Dragon Banquet was that as long as one was a member of the Dragon Clan, or someone with the bloodline of the Dragon Clan, or even a divine beast, they could participate. However, once they passed the Rising Dragon Banquet and entered the ancient land of the Dragon Clan, they would become a member of the Dragon Clan and inherit the bloodline of the Dragon Clan. To many people, this was a supreme status. Because the Dragon Clan was the ruler of all beasts, it was not something that any demonic beast or divine beast could compare with. More and more people started to gather on the Grand Cloud Mountains Plaza. This was the capital of the Dragon Clan that was held once every 10 million years. The Rising Dragon Banquet was a merciless battle. Whoever could laugh till the end would be the real winner. And Xianxia had the help of the ancestral Dragon Emperor. His strength was not inferior to anyone. Hence, Xianxia was determined to win this battle. The crowd was filled with noises. Other than the Dragon Clan, there were many experts who would participate. However, in order to ensure that there were no outsiders, they had to pass through the blood-drinking stage in order to participate in the Rising Dragon Banquet. Otherwise, if they did not meet the requirements, they would be kicked out. I wonder how many people will stay in the Rising Dragon Banquet this time. Ha ha ha, last time, our Dragon Clan took up 60 to 70% of the participants. This time, we will show them what we're made of. Not necessarily. I heard that the North Dragon Clan and the East Dragon Clan are full of confidence. I wonder who will laugh till the end. That's what makes it exciting and exciting. I heard that many experts from the outside are coming here one after another. I wonder who will emerge victorious. It's hard to say. I think our Dragon Clan will come out on top. After all, we are the two heroes of the Dragon Clan. It's not a joke. We will show them what it means to be a great clan. Many people from the Dragon Clan were full of confidence. The two heroes of the Dragon Clan were the strongest geniuses in the past millions of years. They were also the pride of the Dragon Clan. Especially Xianxia, he had never been defeated. Among the young experts, everyone knew how powerful he was. Whether it was the East Dragon Clan or the North Dragon Clan. In the entire barren divine land, Xianxia's name struck fear in everyone. Young geniuses, be quiet. A low and deep voice appeared on the plaza. It was an old man with white hair and a beard. He spoke with a grave expression as he stood in front of a blood-colored stone platform with his hands clasped behind his back. I am the guardian elder of the Dragon Clan, Xianxia. This Rising Dragon Banquet will be hosted by me. Next, everyone will have to pass through the blood-drinking stage. Only those whose bloodline is compatible with the blood-drinking stage will be able to enter. Those whose bloodline is not recognized by the Dragon Clan, or those whose bloodline power is lower than the 3rd level, will be disqualified from participating in the Rising Dragon Banquet. All of you, take care. Blooddringer's platform? This fella is interesting. Let me go first. A skinny outsider youth took a step forward, stretching out his hand and placing it on the Blood Drinker platform. Instantly, the Blood Drinker platform began to shine brightly. Blood slowly rose from the Blood Drinker platform, reaching 10 levels before finally landing on the 5th level. Even the Guardian Elder was slightly startled, looking at him in shock. This fella is not simple. Even the Dragon Clan's bloodline power is only at the 7th or 8th level. I guess only the Dragon Clan leader or the Great Elder can reach the 9th level. As for the 10th level, I guess no one can reach it except for the ancestral Dragon Emperor who set up the Blooddringer's platform. That's right. Although the Dragon Clan's bloodline is pure, there are not many who can reach the 7th or 8th level. Most of them are at the 5th or 6th level. This outsider really gave everyone a show of strength the moment he appeared. The people of the Dragon Clan were all shocked. At the same time, there were some who were not convinced and were eager to try. I am the Green Serpent King of the Green Serpent Clan. My bloodline power has more than 50% of the Dragon Clans. I can be considered a part of the Dragon Clan. The Green Serpent King said proudly. Naturally, he had passed the first round of the test. Let me try. A young man from the Dragon Clan stepped forward. It was Long Xiaoquan whom Jiang had seen in the meeting hall. He held a long spear in his hand and pressed his palm on the Blooddringer's platform. It was the 7th level of bloodline power. Instantly, the crowd was in an uproar. Only when one reaches 70% of bloodline power is the true Dragon Clan's bloodline power. However, as time passes, the Dragon Clan's bloodline power will gradually become thinner. If the bloodline power is not pure enough, it only means that one's talent is average. Xiaoquan is only second to Long Yu. I am not surprised that he has the 7th level of bloodline power. Yes, we all know Xiaoquan's strength. Moreover, his talent is not weak either. Other than Long Yu, he should be the strongest genius in the Dragon Clan. The people of the Dragon Clan also valued Long Xiaoquan very much. This meant that Long Xiaoquan's strength was clearly very powerful. Moreover, as a member of the Dragon Clan, Long Xiaoquan was also quite righteous. At the very least, he had defeated countless experts from various races. Long Xiaoquan looked at everyone proudly, full of dominance. The 7th level of bloodline power was the true mainstream bloodline of the Dragon Clan. Although there were more than 10 geniuses of the Dragon Clan, none of them could reach the 7th level of bloodline power. Almost all of them were at the 6th level. There were also many who had hopes of entering the Rising Dragon Banquet, but in the end, not everyone could participate. If the Dragon Clan's bloodline did not reach the 2nd level, they would be eliminated. In the entire square, some people were happy, while others were sad. It's time for me to take the field. At this moment, Ao Lai of the Eastern Dragon Clan also slowly walked onto the blood-drinking platform. Long Xiaoquan glanced at Ao Lai and smiled. Isn't this East Dragon Clan's Ao Lai? I hope you won't disappoint me. Little brat, you'll know who the true Dragon Clan Crown Prince is in a while. Ao Lai coldly snorted. He did not continue to talk nonsense with Long Xiaoquan and directly pressed his hand on the blood-drinking platform. In an instant, light blossomed and swept away the sharpness of that person. In the end, the bloodline power stopped at the 7th level. Although it was slightly better than Long Xiaoquan's, it was still a distance away from the 8th level of bloodline power. Aren't you also at the 7th level? What are you pretending for? Do you think I'm afraid of you? Long Xiaoquan said unhappily. Although he was suppressed a little, they were both at the 7th level of bloodline power. What was there to be proud of? Ao Lai's face was also very calm, as if there was not much fluctuation. Accompanied by a wave of envy, his mood was very calm. It's my turn. Ao Impermanence sneered. He was also quite unconvinced with Long Xiaoquan and Ao Lai, but the final result was the same as Ao Lai, still at the 7th level of bloodline power. Although Ao Impermanence was also not very satisfied, the blood-drinking platform was very standard. They had always wanted to come and test it, but in the end, they were all at the 7th level of bloodline power. Other than Ao Lai and Long Xiaoquan, he was the third to enter the ranks of the 7th level of bloodline power. It's Long Yingyue. He's finally here. No one knew who shouted. In an instant, the entire square burst into an uproar. The guardian elder looked into the distance with a solemn face. A skinny man in white slowly walked over. His appearance was ordinary, and his expression was indifferent. However, his name made the entire younger generation of the Dragon Clan regard him as a mountain. Even Long Xiaoquan had a face full of respect. Evidently, even he had to lower his proud head in front of Long Yingyue. Long Yingyue. Is that guy Long Yingyue? Ao Lai and Ao Impermanence both wore solemn faces. Long Yingyue's steps were steady, and his expression was calm. However, he was like a moon surrounded by stars as he slowly walked to the front of the blood-drinking platform. You've come. The guardian elder smiled slightly. He only smiled when facing Long Yingyue. From this, it could be seen that Long Yingyue's status in the Dragon Clan was relatively high. Long Yingyue nodded and slowly walked to the front of the blood-drinking platform. His palm gradually extended and pressed on it. The light was restrained, like a halo that lingered on Long Yingyue's palm. However, the halo was extremely dazzling, and no one dared to look directly at it. The scale of his bloodline power skyrocketed at this moment, directly reaching the 8th level. Instantly, the entire square was in an uproar. Countless people silently watched this scene, their eyes filled with shock. There were so many people, but only Long Yingyue had reached the 8th level of bloodline power. Only the Dragon Clan leader could reach the 9th level. Now that he had reached the 8th level, it was enough to prove his talent and the purity of his bloodline. It made people incomparably envious and gasp in amazement. However, Long Yingyue was still incomparably calm, as if he wasn't satisfied. The members of the Dragon Clan all looked at him with incomparable worship. Even the outsiders were no exception. Only Long Yingyue could reach the 8th level of bloodline power. At this moment, Long Yingyue was incomparably calm under everyone's gazes. In the end, I still haven't reached the 9th level. Long Yingyue sighed, shaking his head. However, it made countless people beat their chests and stomp their feet. Xianxia also quietly watched this scene. He wondered what level his bloodline power could reach. This is better than pretending. I also want to pretend. The 8th level. That's the 8th level of bloodline power. Long Yu is too strong. He's the strongest in our Dragon Clan, or even in all the other clans. An expert from the Dragon Clan said in shock, giving him a thumbs up. Yeah, Long Yu is the hope of our Dragon Clan. To be able to reach the 8th level of bloodline power is definitely unexpected, but within reason. Someone said proudly, his face full of emotions. In the end, Long Yu's strength is still strong enough. Otherwise, how could he have the 8th level of bloodline power? With such a strong bloodline power, he can probably be compared to the elders. Such a person is destined to be extraordinary. This Rising Dragon Banquet should be Long Yu's breakthrough battle. If he takes first place, he will be the true pride of the Dragon Clan. More and more people were extremely excited. They were even more excited than when they had attained the 8th level of bloodline power. Waves of enthusiastic congratulations rang out in the square. Most of them were praising Long Yingyue's strength. This kind of bloodline power was not something that just anyone could achieve. He was destined to become the proud son of the soaring dragon of the Dragon Clan. Long Yu became the focus of attention. At that moment, he seemed to enjoy this feeling. No one dared to challenge him. No matter how strong he was, at least in terms of bloodline power, even Ao Lai of the Eastern Dragon Clan and Ao Impermanence of the Northern Dragon Clan had lost to Long Yu. Needless to say, bloodline power represented the inheritance of the Dragon Clan. Whoever had the stronger bloodline power would be the supreme existence. The 10th level of the ancestral Dragon Emperor's bloodline power was something no one could achieve. It was the bloodline of the ancestral dragon, the only bloodline. This fellow seems to be quite interesting. Ao Lai squinted his eyes. He lost to Long Yu in terms of bloodline power, but it didn't mean that he would lose. Ao Impermanence also looked at Long Yu and sneered. It was still too early to say who would win or lose. Although Long Yu was in the limelight, it didn't mean that he would be the one laughing in the end. It's too early to say who will win or lose. The one who laughs in the end is the best. Ao Impermanence and Ao Lai looked at each other. The two were unwilling to accept each other, but when facing Long Yu, they were filled with the same hatred. Long Yu naturally noticed Ao Lai and Ao Impermanence. These two raised their heads arrogantly, arrogant and unruly. Among the crowd, they were cranes among chickens. Good one, brother Yu. The corners of Long Xiaoquan's mouth curled up slightly. He was getting more and more excited. These two guys don't know what's good for them. In the future, they will know how terrifying my brother Yu is. It seems like no one can surpass Long Yu. 8 levels of bloodline power. I can't even imagine it. It's terrifying. Yeah, we just hope that we don't meet this super pervert in the Rising Dragon banquet. Otherwise, it's hard to say what will happen to us, he. This time, Long Yu should be the strongest contender for the Rising Dragon banquet. That's not necessarily true. The Divine Prefecture is vast and there are as many experts as there are clouds in the sky. Furthermore, the people attending the Rising Dragon banquet this time aren't just from the Dragon clan. Amidst the hubbub, a young girl followed suit and skipped over. The moment her hand landed on it, she attracted everyone's attention. It's her. Xianxia's eyes lit up. This girl was none other than Inger, whom he had met before. He had never thought that she would turn out to be an expert of the Dragon clan. He had truly underestimated her. Thinking back to the all-link spiritual beads bracelet which had injured her, this girl was definitely not an ordinary person. When Inger's slender jade-like hand landed on it, the bloodline power scale rose once again, reaching the Earth-grade bloodline power. Only then did it slowly stop. Everyone's gazes were focused on the blood-drinking stage. That seemingly thin and weak girl had an exquisite figure, but it was curvaceous in all the right places. She was called a girl only because of her thin and weak appearance. However, she was extremely beautiful, so much so that it was suffocating. Inger really lives up to expectations. Her bloodline power is actually the same as Long Yu's. TSK, now those two from the Eastern Dragon Clan and the Northern Dragon Clan should have nothing to say, right? The people from the Dragon Clan were full of confidence. 2 people with the 8th level bloodline power were not something that 2 people with the 7th level bloodline power could compare to. At this moment, even Long Xiaoquan sighed in admiration. He even looked at Inger with admiration. It was the same for Long Yu. When he looked at Inger, there was a trace of pampering in his eyes, like a big brother doting on his little sister. However, the serious admiration was difficult to conceal. Ao Lai and Ao Impermanence's faces were a little gloomy. If it was a person with the 8th level bloodline power, they would still be able to remain calm. However, now that both of their bloodline power had reached the 8th level, they felt a little embarrassed. What's so great about it? Everything will have to wait until we enter the Rising Dragon banquet. Right now, it's just a test of the bloodline power. It doesn't mean everything, Ao Lai said in a low voice. He was not willing to admit it verbally, but he was still very stubborn. Looks like there will definitely be a good show to watch this time. Ao Impermanence's eyes slightly narrowed as he looked at Long Yu and Inger. These 2 people were their strongest opponents. Eh? Brother, you're here too. Come quickly. Inger's beautiful eyes flickered as she looked around. She actually saw Xianxia. Towards those people's flattery, she was naturally tired of it. Xianxia was the benefactor who helped her get back the 10,000-year spiritual power orb. You left without saying goodbye. I didn't think that we would meet here again. Xianxia smiled. I just happened to have something to do. Brother, come and try to see what level of bloodline power you have. I didn't think that you would also come to participate in the Rising Dragon banquet. This is great. Inger was very mischievous. She revealed an innocent smile that made people feel like they were bathing in the spring wind. Her pure and flawless eyes made Xianxia feel tender affection for her. He did not even let this kind of girl go. It was really despicable. All right. Xianxia smiled and took a step forward. Long Inue frowned and glanced at Xianxia. This fellow made him very unhappy. Who is he? Long Yingyue asked indifferently. Beside him, Long Xiaoquan could only reply telepathically. He is the benefactor of our dragon clan. He saved the ninth elder and is also here to participate in the Rising Dragon Banquet. However, I do not know what his relationship with Ying'er is. Long Xiaoquan knew that Long Yingyue was already a little angry, because he had always treated Ying'er as his exclusive property. No one could point fingers in front of her, not to mention that the two of them seemed to be very close. It couldn't be said to be intimate, but as long as Ying'er smiled at another man, it would make Long Yingyue feel disgusted and angry, because he wanted to protect this innocent little sister Ying'er, who was as innocent as a piece of white paper. Xianxia naturally noticed Long Yingyue's hostile gaze, but he did not think too much about it. Since he was here to participate in the Rising Dragon Banquet, this person might become his strongest opponent. There was no need for Xianxia to be merciful. It's rising, rising, rising. When Xianxia's palm landed on the blood-drinking platform, the power of his bloodline continued to rise. The speed was even faster than Long Yingyue and Ying'er's. Even the guardian elder's eyes became incomparably solemn as he silently looked at Xianxia. Could it be that this fellow could surpass Long Yingyue and Ying'er? The elder's eyelids twitched. He seemed to be nervous in his heart. However, at this moment, his body trembled and his pupils constricted. The entire square was silent. No one dared to breathe loudly. This was because this guy was too terrifying. This scene could even be considered as a historical scene. Everyone's pupils constricted gradually. It wasn't just the elder who felt this. Long Xiaoquan gasped, his face pale. Ying'er gently covered her mouth, her face full of shock. The ninth level of bloodline power. At this moment, everyone's attention was focused on Xianxia. At this moment, he had truly become the focal point of the entire square. He was too powerful. Who had the ability to reach the ninth level of bloodline power? Perhaps only the Dragon Clan leader possessed the power of a ninth level bloodline, right? Even the two most powerful members of the Dragon Clan, Long Yu and Ying'er, were only at the 8th level of bloodline power. The purer the bloodline power, the more terrifying the Dragon Clan's bloodline was, and the more abnormal their strength and talent was. Long Yu's eyes narrowed as he gazed silently at Xianxia. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't shocked, but he never would have thought that this outsider would have the power of a 9th level bloodline. Could it be that he was a genius of the Dragon Clan who had been left behind? That didn't seem too likely. It's a miracle, the elder murmured. For so many years, he had never seen anyone who could reach the 9th level of Earth bloodline. Xianxia was the first one to do so. This was almost comparable to the clan leader's bloodline power. Wasn't this too terrifying? His talent might even surpass Long Yingyue and Ying'er. What the hell? That was impossible, right? How could this guy's bloodline power be so strong? Some people were completely dumbfounded, staring blankly at this scene. They couldn't speak for a long time. This guy seems to be in existence comparable to Long Yingyue. No. He should be in existence even stronger than Long Yingyue. Interesting. Ha ha ha, looks like our Dragon Clan is really going to rise. Such a powerful genius of the Dragon Clan, and one that came from the outside. The Dragon Clan is going to set off a storm of blood. This year's Rising Dragon Banquet is getting more and more interesting. Many people acted as if this matter had nothing to do with them. 9th level bloodline power. Xianxia's sudden appearance made Long Yu, Ao lie, Ao impermanence, and the others' faces turn ugly. This person was destined to become their #1 enemy. Oh my god, brother, you're so amazing. I worship you so much. 9th level bloodline power, I can't even imagine it. Ying'er's pretty face was filled with shock. Her eyes sparkled as if she was looking at a mountain of gold and silver. It's just SOSO. Xianxia shrugged and said. Everyone couldn't help but beat their chests and stomp their feet, their faces extremely ugly. How could this be called SOSO? This was a blatant humiliation to them. Today, Xianxia already had the ancestral Dragon Emperor's bloodline power. After cultivating the dragon transformation skill until now, he had completely turned into a dragon. In other words, under the heavens, besides the ancestral Dragon Emperor, no one's bloodline power could be stronger than Xianxia's. In an instant, Xianxia became the target of everyone. However, Xianxia helplessly shook his head. I've already agreed to the Ancestral Dragon Emperor's request to be low-key. Can I say that I have 10th level bloodline power that I haven't revealed yet? What else do you want me to do? Is being low-key wrong? I've been low-key enough. The shock of 9th level bloodline power was absolutely earth-shaking. Everyone's breathing became extremely heavy. They didn't think that Xianxia would be the final boss. This was an existence that none of them could surpass. Long Yinua's 8th level bloodline power was beaten by Xianxia. At this moment, not many people would notice Long Yinua's 8th level bloodline power. After all, the first would always be the first. As for the second, not many people knew. Xianxia, with his 9th level bloodline power, appeared out of nowhere. He was destined to turn this rising dragon banquet upside down. This guy will probably be a disruptor. I thought that Long Yinue alone was hard enough to deal with. I didn't think that this guy would appear again. Ao Lai stared at Xianxia coldly and murmured. This year's rising dragon banquet was destined to be a tough one. Ao Impermanence looked at Ao Lai, his eyes extremely cold. We'll just deal with it when it comes. Why are you so noisy? You're just worrying for nothing. Hee. Ao Impermanence was extremely confident. Because Xianxia, this guy who appeared out of nowhere, didn't belong to the dragon clan, he didn't need to worry about his background. Moreover, Xianxia might become Long Yinue's opponent. At that time, wouldn't they be the ones to reap the benefits? However, at this moment, in the depths of the dragon clan's Grand Cloud Mountain, in an inconspicuous mountain belly, a middle-aged man with a calm expression suddenly opened his eyes at this moment. Terrifying rays of light shot out from his eyes, causing others to not dare to look him in the eye. 9th level bloodline power. Such a powerful youth actually appeared in our dragon clan? In my entire life, I have never touched the threshold of 10th level bloodline power. It seems that this time, the dragon clan will have a big change. Xianxia stood in front of the Blooddringer's platform in high spirits like a deity. The guardian elder's eyes were filled with complicated emotions as he looked at Xianxia. He knew that such a person would definitely become an important expert in the dragon clan. It was very likely that Long Yu would feel a sense of danger. Delta, however, Long Yu was the strongest genius of the dragon clan. Although her bloodline power was a notch lower than Xianxia's, not everyone thought that Xianxia would be the final winner of the Rising Dragon Banquet. After all, although the Dragon Clan valued the bloodline power, it did not mean that it could be the standard of the Rising Dragon Banquet. Big brother, you're such a B*****. I'll follow you from now on. He. Inger's face was filled with surprise and envy. She covered her mouth and giggled, attracting the attention of many people. This young girl was definitely an existence that could bring disaster to a country and bring disaster to its people. I'm just an outsider. In the Dragon Clan, you should be the one protecting me. Xianxia smiled. Long Yu's face turned extremely cold at this moment. Xianxia could feel a chill down his spine. However, even without Inger, they would definitely fight back. Xianxia dodged the first chair from Long Yu's hand, drawing the attention of countless people in the square to him. Long Yu held a deep grudge against him. Moreover, the relationship between Xianxia and Inger had deepened the coldness and anger in Long Yu's eyes. However, the Rising Dragon Banquet continued. At this moment, it was just a test to see if those with the bloodline power of the Dragon Clan were qualified. The real Rising Dragon Banquet had just begun. As time passed, Xianxia and the others gradually entered the depths of the plaza. Out of the thousands of people, nearly half were eliminated. Many people did not have the bloodline of a divine beast, or the bloodline of the Dragon Clan was not even at the second level. Hence, they were not fated to participate in the Rising Dragon Banquet. Remember every word I say. It will play a crucial role in your participation in the Rising Dragon Banquet. At the edge of the Grand Cloud Mountain was the endless Western Sea. In the endless Western Sea, there were countless sea demons. The experts were as numerous as the clouds, and they were no different from human experts. It was a place that human experts had never set foot in before. In the immortal world, there were not only experts from the 9 prefectures and 18 counties, but also the 4 deity seas. However, ordinary hierarch realm experts would not be able to survive due to the tsunamis and gales. Facing such a terrifying natural storm, it's quite dangerous and even frightening. The endless Western Sea is where you'll be heading next. Within the boundless Western Sea, there's a type of flying eagle fish that's extremely fast and powerful. What you need to do is kill these flying eagle fish because they have spirit fish ointment on their bodies. Whoever collects the most will be the one to become the final victor. But it's only a possibility, because after collecting more spiritual fish ointment, you still have to go to the evil spirit island. There will be people there to tell you what to do, and whoever obtains the sea heart lotus will be the final winner. Only after reaching the evil spirit island will you understand who will be able to walk to the end. In the end, in the Rising Dragon Banquet, only 10 people will be able to enter the ancient land of the Dragon Clan, and only one will be able to receive the inheritance. Elder Long Zexu's words made everyone raise their heads in anticipation. No one dared to say anything else because it was related to the difficulty of entering the Rising Dragon Banquet. No one dared to be negligent. I only know that there are many powerful sea demons in the endless Western Sea. I hope we can avoid those sea demons. However, those flying eagle fish are not easy to catch. They are all at the hierarch realm. Moreover, the speed of the flying eagle fish is extremely fast in the water. Even many Divine Emperor realm experts could not catch up to them. The flying eagle fish's spiritual fish ointment is also an extremely precious treasure. It is comparable to elixirs. During cultivation, it can achieve twice the result with half the effort. I heard from my father that less than 30% of those who enter the endless Western Sea come back alive. Moreover, the sea demons are very powerful. They can easily kill a Divine Emperor realm expert. Ing'er said in a low voice. Xianxia could not help but take a deep breath. It seems that I have underestimated these fellas. Those sea demons are so terrifying. They could even kill a Divine Emperor expert without a problem. This means that even the Dragon Clan might not be able to predict how strong these sea demons are. Apart from the 9 regions and 18 counties, there were also the 4 divine seas. This was Xianxia's first time hearing about it. It seemed like these sea demons were not inferior to the human experts. There should be a lot of demonic beasts in the 4 divine seas that were on par with the humans. This time's Rising Dragon Banquet would be full of twists and turns. The endless Western Sea is right in front of us. It's also my first time here. It's really spectacular. Long Xiaokuan said with a surprised face. Thousands of layers of waves swept up, tsunamis rose one after another, storms gathered, and lightning flashed. It was like a land of death. It was impossible for experts below the hierarch realm to survive on the sea. Yeah, this endless Western Sea seems to be a place that people yearn for and fear at the same time. Aolai said with a smile. He sneered, facing the endless lightning and storms without the slightest fear. There are many things in this vast world. I'd like to see who dares to behave atrociously in front of me, Ao Impermanence. Ao Impermanence took a step forward and was the first to step onto the boundless West Sea. Amidst the rolling thunder and wind, he was like an unparalleled god of war, passing through everything without the slightest bit of fear. Some of the surrounding late hierarch realm experts looked solemn. Although the thunderstorm could not do anything to them, it would still pose a great threat to them. Compared to those Divine Emperor realm experts, it was a little difficult. It seems like the endless West Sea is not an easy place to go. It is almost impossible to come out on top in the Rising Dragon Banquet, but I hope I can get a good ranking. Yes, this is really a narrow escape. After entering the endless West Sea, there will probably be countless sea demons coming after us. We seem to have underestimated this Rising Dragon Banquet. That's right. Even the members of the dragon tribe do not understand the dangers involved. Looks like we really feel a little miserable. Since it has come to this, we can only go down as soon as possible. The one who strikes first has the upper hand, the one who strikes last will suffer. If we catch more flying eagle fish, we might be able to occupy a certain position in the Rising Dragon Banquet. Many experts from other clans sighed silently. The crisis they were facing at this moment had put a lot of pressure on their minds. However, they could not continue to hesitate, or else it would only waste more precious time. 3 months, only 3 months. If they entered the evil spirit island and obtained too little spiritual fish ointment, only God knows what would happen. It was hard to imagine whether they would be directly eliminated. Let's go. We have to go in sooner or later. Now, we can only pray for our own good. Someone sighed. Gradually, more and more people began to enter the endless West Sea. Facing the thunderstorm and wind, they could only grit their teeth and move forward. If they took a step back, they might fall into a bottomless abyss. The rising dragon banquet had finally begun. The entire endless West Sea became lively. One after another, silhouettes flew up and went straight to the endless West Sea. Above the sea, countless people were walking on the waves. It was an extremely spectacular scene. Xianxia and Inger looked at each other. Both of them were not to be outdone and quickly entered the endless West Sea. However, in order to find the flying eagle fish, they could only enter the endless West Sea because they couldn't stay on the surface of the sea. At this moment, Xianxia was a little absent-minded. He felt that he had seen someone, a familiar person, but he did not know who it was. This made him extremely distressed. However, he was sure that he knew this person. Could it be that old Taoist Wuda? That guy also came? Xianxia frowned and felt a little depressed. The first batch of people who passed the test did not stay for long. Therefore, Xianxia did not know who the people who entered later were. What's wrong, brother? Inger asked. She could also see the doubt in Xianxia's heart. It's nothing. Let's hurry and find the flying eagle fish. We only have 3 months, I don't know how many we can find. Xianxia smiled faintly. Then, both of them dived into the sea. The world at the bottom of the sea, the boundless western sea, was magnificent. Algae was everywhere, corals were everywhere, and fish were swimming in all directions. It was a riot of colors. It was like a landscape painting that was splashed with ink. It made people feel relaxed and happy. However, it was accompanied by many unknown dangers. In this area of the sea, it was close to the Grand Cloud Mountain, the headquarters of the dragon clan. Therefore, there weren't many powerful sea demons and they did not see the flying eagle fish. Even the most powerful sea demons were only at the heavenly god realm. When they saw the real experts, they could only swim away quickly and avoid them. The group of people all headed west. After half a month, they were almost 10,000 li away from the headquarters of the dragon clan. At this time, they could gradually see some divine king realm or hierarch realm sea demons. However, there weren't many of them. After all, the sea demons were like humans, they were cultivators of the underwater world. Their experts were not like cabbages that could be found everywhere. The divine emperor realm experts of the divine world were almost the supreme existences. Flying eagle fish. That's a flying eagle fish. Inger's eyes lit up. She exclaimed from thousands of meters under the sea. Only Xianxia could hear her voice. It was a gray, eagle-like deep-sea fish with huge gills. Its eyes were bright and it looked very cunning. It moved at an astonishing speed. In a split second, it passed by Xianxia and Inger. Chase. Even with Xianxia's speed, it was quite difficult for him to catch up with the flying eagle fish. The terrifying fish swam too fast in the deep sea. Xianxia and Inger did not dare to slow down and chased after it. However, it did not feel like it was being chased. It knew that Xianxia and the others were chasing after it, yet it seemed to be mocking it. After all, a hierarch realm sea monster was quite powerful. Its strength and mind were no different from humans. Damn stinky fish. It's running so fast, how can we chase after it? Inger's pretty face was gloomy. Her heart was filled with anger and the bitterness at the corner of her mouth made her look very funny. Xianxia did not slow down and was still chasing after the sea monster. However, the flying eagle fish began to crazily circle around the sea area, completely ignoring Xianxia and Inger. Gagaga, you guys can't catch me? Stupid human, you still want to catch me? You must be dreaming. The flying eagle fish's mocking voice reverberated in Xianxia and Inger's mind. This flying eagle fish dared to humiliate them by using telepathy. It was intolerable. With your speed, you guys can't catch up with me at all. It's a waste of effort. Go back and practice for a few more years. Gagaga. No, won't I be faster if you guys practice for a few more years? Wahahaha. The flying eagle fish was extremely arrogant and looked down on Xianxia and Inger. So what if they were stronger than me? Aren't they still being played by me? What's the use of being strong? Can't I eat them? They still can't catch up with me. The flying eagle fish continued to circle around the sea area and started a game of chasing after Jiangchen and Ying'er. It seemed to be having a good time. Since you're so arrogant, then I'll play with you this time. The corner of Jiangchen's mouth slightly curled up. The flying eagle fish did not show any signs of running away. Instead, it was having a good time in the sea area, constantly chasing after Jiangchen and Ying'er. You go after it. I'll set up a formation for it. Let's see how far it can run. As soon as Jiangchen's voice fell, he turned into a stream of light and disappeared in front of Ying'er. Ying'er was very smart. Her eyes lit up and nodded heavily. She then started chasing after the flying eagle fish, not giving it a chance to relax. At this moment, she knew that Jiangchen would not let her down. If the flying eagle fish kept running forward, Jiangchen might not be able to catch it. However, at this moment, the flying eagle fish was making fun of them, thinking that they couldn't catch up with it. Jiangchen couldn't help but feel annoyed. It would be too shameful if he was helpless against a fish. Jiangchen's speed was extremely fast. He began to set up the Ashura sword formation in the entire sea area. 108 peak origin divine tools were inserted into the seabed, expanding the range and began to encircle the flying eagle fish. Let's see where you're going to run this time. Jiangchen sneered. His soul power covered the entire sea area. He could already feel that the arrogant flying eagle fish was entering the range of the Ashura sword formation. It had to be said that the flying eagle fish was indeed rather terrifying. As the fastest fish in the deep sea, although its strength might not be the strongest, its speed was absolutely shocking. On the other hand, Jiangchen and the others were extremely fast on land. However, their strength and speed were greatly reduced in the deep sea. Under such circumstances, the gap between the two would gradually widen. That was why the late hierarch realm flying eagle fish was so arrogant. However, Jiangchen was full of confidence at this moment because the flying eagle fish had already entered the net. No one knew how arrogant it was, but now that it was caught by Jiangchen, its arrogance would be completely suppressed. That's enough. Ying'er, come back. This fella is on the verge of tears. Jiangchen said with a smile. With a thought in his mind, the 108 peak origin divine tools completely sealed off the entire sea area. Sword shadows were shot out from the deep sea like cannonballs. The shadows of the swords were dazzling. When the swords were pulled out, the terrifying water current and the shadows of the swords were constantly intertwining with each other. Bastard! 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 You want to trap me? It's impossible. The flying eagle fish roared furiously. Facing such terrifying sword shadows, it finally felt a sense of danger. However, its speed was extremely fast. It could even dodge the sword shadows that were chasing after it. Jiangchen was now able to fully control the Ashura sword formation. It should not be a problem to deal with this flying eagle fish. The flying eagle fish roared crazily and moved quickly in the sea area. However, Jiangchen's Ashura sword formation was too terrifying. Even a divine emperor realm expert would not be able to escape, let alone a late hierarch realm flying eagle fish. Although its speed was extremely fast and suffocating, it could not escape from the Ashura sword formation. No. Impossible. No. The flying eagle fish kept howling, but no matter how hard it tried, it couldn't break free from the Ashura sword formation. Furthermore, its previous arrogance had completely vanished, and it even started begging for mercy. But how could Jiangchen give it the chance to do so? It was so arrogant previously. If Jian Wushuang did not teach it a lesson, it would really think that it was powerful. Aren't you very capable? Aren't you fast? Why don't you run? Jiangchen sneered. Within the Ashura sword formation, the flying eagle fish had completely turned into a stray dog. It kept begging for mercy and lost its previous limitless elegance. It could roam freely in the underwater world, but it went too far and became extremely arrogant. Things will always move in the opposite direction when they reach an extreme. Wasn't it captured by Jiangchen? It would not die if it did not act arrogant. The fact proved that this fella's arrogance was just temporary. It definitely deserved its death. Brother, you're amazing. Ha ha ha, you caught this stinky fish. Such a terrifying formation. Inger said in an extremely shocked manner. Her face was filled with joy, and happiness could be seen on her face. Within the Ashura sword formation, the flying eagle fish was already on the verge of death. It no longer had any strength to fight. Even running had become extremely extravagant. This fella is too arrogant. Otherwise, it would not be so easy for us to catch it. Xianxia said with a smile. Who asked you to act arrogant? Who asked you to act arrogant? Inger fiercely stomped on the stinky fish, taking revenge for the humiliation. The winged eagle fish was already dead, it had already died in the Ashura sword formation. Xianxia didn't know whether to laugh or cry at Inger's actions. This little girl was quite vengeful, she wouldn't even let go of a dead fish. Not bad. Finally, someone caught the flying eagle fish. Haha, brother, hand it over. Otherwise, I will let you die a horrible death. Xianxia kept the flying eagle fish calmly. At this moment, the smile on his face became even brighter. I didn't expect that someone would come to rob us. Xianxia shrugged and glanced at Inger. Inger smiled and said, I can't defeat them. I can't beat them. You go, brother. I'll cheer for you. Inger spread out both of her hands and said honestly. Xianxia smiled. This little brat was really deceived by old Daoist Wuda. Was it true? Why do I feel that she was pretending to be dumb? Alright, they're just 4 trash. Inger doesn't need to do anything, or else you, the little princess of the dragon clan, will dirty your hands. Xianxia shook his head and let out a sigh. He looked at the 4 of them, a trace of killing intent slowly emerged in his eyes. Brat, how dare you call us trash? I think you're tired of living. A short-haired man said angrily. He stared at Xianxia coldly and gritted his teeth. It seemed like he hated Xianxia to the core and wanted to eat him alive. You're quite strong to be able to catch this flying eagle fish. As the saying goes, it doesn't matter if it's a black or white cat, as long as it can catch a mouse, it's a good cat. Looks like it's true. Give me your flying eagle fish and I'll allow you to follow me. Otherwise, you'll know the outcome. The middle-aged man said with an arrogant expression. Xianxia couldn't help but snicker at his superior attitude. These guys, do they really think that they're some great figure? To think that he dared to spout such nonsense here and even tried to snatch the winged eagle fish from his hands. He was truly overestimating himself. Beat me and the flying eagle fish will be yours. Xianxia said faintly. Refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit. You'll die a horrible death if you go against us, the 4 brothers of the Black Mountain sect. We gave you face but you don't want it. Do you really think that you're the king of heaven? You're just an early divine emperor. The 4 of us can easily kill you. Why are you still talking to him, big brother? Let's just kill him and let him have a taste of our power. Does he think he can overturn the heavens? We still have to find more flying eagle fish later. The 3 fellows behind the middle-aged man were all eager to attack Xianxia. In fact, they couldn't wait to kill him and rob him. Since you don't know how to appreciate my kindness, I can only teach you a small lesson. I hope that you can be a good person in your next life. The middle-aged man, Lung Lung, said and nodded slightly. At this moment, terrifying murderous intents filled the air and instantly locked onto Xianxia. You have to be careful, brother. Inger waved her little hand and said with a smile. Killing 4 early divine emperors is as easy as killing an ant. Xianxia said without any trace of politeness. He did not put these people in his eyes at all. Did they really think that he was a lab rat that could be easily bullied? Arrogant and conceited. Today, I'll teach you a lesson. Ha, the short-haired young man roared and charged towards Xianxia. Even in the deep sea, his speed was still extremely fast. Terrifying airwaves rippled out along with the waves. Xianxia's expression was calm and unmoved like a mountain. He turned his hand and sent a palm strike towards the short-haired young man. In an instant, the short-haired young man was pushed back. If it wasn't because of the impact from the bottom of the sea, the short-haired young man would have been pushed back tens of thousands of zhang. Xianxia was leisurely walking in the courtyard, but he easily repelled the short-haired young man. The others were slightly shocked as they did not expect Xianxia to have some tricks up his sleeves. Courting death. The others quickly came forward. Seeing that their brother was at a disadvantage, how could they allow Xianxia to continue being arrogant? Xianxia's expression turned solemn and he sneered. He instantly rushed into the battle. Their strength and speed were slightly restricted in the deep sea, but it wasn't a big problem. Especially Xianxia's terrifying fist, although it seemed slow, it carried a thunderous force that swept out, making people unable to look at it directly. The four of them were hit by Xianxia's strength one after another. However, they were all early divine emperors, so they cooperated very well with each other. With years of experience, they were very swift and fierce. They were not afraid of Xianxia at all. As the two of them fought back and forth, Xianxia finally gained the upper hand. His overwhelming attacks made these people lose the ability to resist and were forced to retreat. Oh no, we've kicked an iron plate. Big brother, what should we do? Yeah, if this goes on, we'll probably suffer more and more. Since it has come to this, we can only risk our lives. Since he has the winged eagle fish, it's a good thing. If we can't get the winged eagle fish, what's the point of us wandering around in this sea? The middle-aged man cried out in a deep voice. He retreated in order to advance. With a shake of his body, he turned into a huge green python and swiftly moved under the sea. The other three also did not hesitate and instantly turned into their real bodies. In this underwater world, their battle had become a lot easier. After all, the strength of their real bodies was much more powerful than their real bodies. The huge body swept across while the four green pythons constantly attacked Xianxia. Xianxia looked extremely small in comparison. Facing the four green pythons that blotted out the sky, Xianxia remained unmoved like a mountain. He clenched his fists and punched the four green pythons ferociously. Under the bombardment of Xianxia's fists, the four green pythons became extremely miserable. Big brother, we can't beat him. We really can't beat him. Yeah, let's hurry up and run. If this goes on, I guess we'll all die here. Shut your crow's mouth. The four of them were already disloyal to Xianxia. Add to that their lack of strength, they were like soldiers fleeing for their lives after being chased relentlessly by Xianxia's 9 dragons and 10 elephants. It was a rather pathetic sight. The corner of Xianxia's mouth turned cold. He was decisive and did not leave any chance for them. Step by step, punch by punch, he was like a thunderbolt, stirring up a storm in the deep sea. The whirlpools were endless. The area within a radius of 1,000 meters seemed to be shaking. There were countless whirlpools. Some fishes under the Divine King realm were completely torn apart by the suction force of the whirlpools. Under the deep sea, the four green pythons were completely crushed by Xianxia. However, Xianxia was not going to let them go. If he did not kill these bastards, they would only be a scourge for 1,000 years. He was doing a good deed to the people, slaying demons and punishing evil. Spare us, Senior. The four green pythons were constantly wailing. However, Xianxia did not show any mercy. Since you chose to kill and rob, you should be prepared to be killed. Those who kill will always be killed. Don't you understand this? Beasts will always be beasts. Big brother, you're amazing. Ha ha ha. Inger chuckled and kept clapping her hands. However, at this moment, after Xianxia killed the four green pythons, he found out that there was a gigantic shark behind Inger. The shark was more than 100 feet long, and it was even bigger than the green pythons that he killed earlier. The shark opened its bloody mouth and swallowed Inger. That scene made Xianxia's expression change. The battle between him and the four green pythons must have attracted the attention of this huge shark. The strength of this huge shark was the same as his. However, Xianxia knew that he might not be its opponent in the deep sea. It was not easy to behave atrociously in someone else's territory. Most importantly, Xianxia's strength had been declining. Facing the pressure of the deep sea, his strength could at most reach the minor heavenly connecting realm of the early divine emperor realm. However, facing this huge guy, it was obvious that it would be more effective. Be careful, Xianxia exclaimed and pulled Inger away. Inger's expression slightly changed. She turned into a ray of light and flashed away, avoiding the devil's bite. Inger's speed surprised Xianxia. She wasn't any slower than the winged eagle fish. Xianxia finally realized that this little girl had been following him all this time. Perhaps it wasn't because she wanted to hide her strength, but because she wanted to catch the winged eagle fish with him. Little fella. Xianxia let out a sigh of relief. Inger had escaped the disaster. However, the huge shark was still glaring at them silently like a tiger eyeing its prey. Obviously, the commotion caused by Xianxia just now was too great. That was why it was alarmed. This battle might be their battle of life and death. The 4 green pythons were just the appetizer. The huge shark bared its rows of bloodthirsty fangs. In front of Xianxia and Inger, it was an incomparably huge monster. Damned humans, how dare you disturb my cultivation? You all deserve to die. 2 fellas with pure bloodlines are a delicacy. They can help me break through to the mid-divine emperor realm. The shark's terrifying spiritual energy covered the entire ocean. Even Xianxia's expression became solemn because the shark's spiritual energy had reached the late divine emperor realm. No wonder it was so arrogant, it had the ability to be arrogant. Big brother, what should we do? Inger looked at Xianxia and asked. Different situations call for different actions. He has taken a fancy to our bloodline strength. As long as we are able to kill him, we will be able to use the limitless pure divine yuan qi within his body. This huge shark is already an extremely terrifying existence within the deep sea. The majestic divine yuan qi on its body is just like a mountain. This fella is a big fish that eats small fish. In the end, all of them are for his own use. It's really amazing that he could devour so much. Xianxia looked at Inger. The 2 of them looked at each other and made up their minds. If they were to run away, the 2 of them might not be a match for this huge shark. After all, it was the overlord of the deep sea. All right. Inger's beautiful eyes flickered. She was not afraid of the huge shark at all. She fought alongside Xianxia. At this moment, their eyes were shining with blazing light. You're courting death. Even if you're from the dragon clan, this sovereign will still eat you. The huge shark moved its body and its fins flashed. It was extremely fast, like a black eagle that soared through the sky. It was impossible to defend against it. Its huge body stirred up the underwater world. Storms rolled and whirlpools appeared continuously. The pressure from the surroundings made Xianxia and Inger feel extremely uncomfortable. However, they must overcome these difficulties in order to deal with this fella. If they couldn't even withstand the most simple suppression underwater, then they wouldn't be divine emperor experts. Xianxia did not expect that they would encounter such a powerful existence as soon as they entered the sea. A great perfection early divine emperor sea monster. Its strength was even more terrifying in the water. It was definitely more ferocious than a mid-divine emperor human expert. Xianxia held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand and slashed horizontally, stirring up the water. Xianxia and the huge shark collided with each other. When the sword fell, a deep sword mark was left on the body of the huge shark. Blood flowed out, but it seemed like the shark's foundation was not harmed at all. 17th sword. 18th sword. 19th sword. The sword in his hand changed a few times. The sword shadow eroded the sun. In a blink of an eye, 100 miles of water surged and the storm was monstrous. The water surface was thousands of meters high. Inger was not to be outdone. Although she looked delicate, every step she took was filled with a surging force. She flipped her jade-like hand and struck the body of the huge shark. It seemed soft, but it was as powerful as a thunderbolt. After all, Inger was not a bird or a beast, but a true dragon. The power of a dragon and the huge shark were not weak at all. If she revealed her true form, Inger's strength would be much stronger and more terrifying than it was now. Even so, it was still very difficult for the 2 of them to deal with the huge shark. After all, the body of the huge shark was too big. The 2 of them used all their skills, but they still couldn't do anything to the huge shark. Xianxia's sword aura was like a rainbow. His sword froze the 14 provinces. The momentum of the proud sword turned the situation around. He fought fiercely with the huge shark in the underwater world, but he was still forced to retreat by the terrifying creature. A divine sword appeared in Inger's hand. She coordinated with Xianxia's attack. However, the strength of the huge shark was too terrifying. In addition, Xianxia's strength was suppressed. The restraint of the underwater world made it impossible for him to be as invincible as he was on land. 3,000 miles of ice. Xianxia held the cold river stone in his hand and struck out a seal. The storm in the underwater world was instantly frozen. The area within 1,000 miles was completely frozen. The power of ice wreaked havoc everywhere. God knows how many sea demons under the Divine Emperor realm were frozen to death. The terrifying power of ice was like adding wings to a tiger. As soon as the cold river stone was unleashed, Xianxia's eyes lit up. The huge shark was frozen and could not move at all. Its life force was gradually declining. The entire sea turned into 1,000 miles of ice. There was no sign of life. Divine Golden Bell, God sealing prohibition. Suppress it. Damned fella, stop struggling. All of you have to die. You are destined to become my dinner. The shark leaped out and roared again. With an unstoppable force, it charged towards the underwater world. Xianxia quickly retreated. Inger took the opportunity to attack. Lightning attacks penetrated through the underwater world and hit the shark's body. However, the shark did not seem to feel any pain. It was still incomparably ferocious as it charged towards Xianxia. Xianxia struck out with his palm and hit the shark's head. However, the shark's incomparably ferocious attack made Xianxia unable to deal with it. He was constantly forced to retreat. The seawater behind him was squeezing and tearing, and the heavy pressure on his chest made Xianxia fall into a passive position. He was in a dilemma. Roar, a terrifying dragon roar resounded. 100 feet long giant dragon roared. This time Inger was extremely angry. A silver-white giant dragon roared madly in the sea. It made Xianxia extremely shocked. This 100 feet long giant dragon was really incomparably terrifying. The giant dragon roared incessantly. It directly entangled the shark, heavily squeezed and collided with it. In the underwater world, an incomparable battle tide was set off. Xianxia also received a lot of relief. Inger's giant dragon attack caused the shark to complain incessantly. The two giant creatures collided with each other in the underwater world, completing the most primitive attack. Xianxia's eyes turned cold and quickly retreated. He stretched out his hand and clenched the heavenly dragon sword. 108 peak primordial divine tools rotated again. Xianxia began to set up the formation. Inger's strength was indeed strong. It made Xianxia look at her in a new light. Especially at this moment, when the two giant creatures were entangled with each other and collided with each other again and again. Xianxia felt his scalp tingling. It's really too ferocious. Xianxia muttered. In just a short moment, the Azure sword array was once again set up. Sword shadows approached, wreaking havoc on the long river. Cold light shone from them and a terrifying aura emanated from them. The battle between Inger and the giant shark continued for a long time, neither giving way to the other. Even with the body of a true dragon, she was unable to gain the upper hand against the giant shark. From this, one could imagine just how terrifying the giant shark was. I have the bloodline of the Kuan. Although it's very little, the so-called dragon race is still unable to withstand a single blow from me. The big shark roared. It turned its body and turned into an undersea whirlwind, stirring up the underwater world. Xianxia's figure was as still as a mountain, but even Inger was very careful, afraid of being sucked into this terrifying whirlpool. This guy does have some ability. Battle formation technique, activate. Xianxia's eyes turned cold as he activated the Azure sword array. Under the effect of the battle formation technique, the Azure sword array's amplification was obvious. Compared to the 4 green pythons, it was 10 times or even 100 times more terrifying. The Azure sword array appeared in the sky, tearing apart the underwater world. Facing the giant shark's crazy whirlpool, they formed two scenes that did not give way to each other. However, after all, Xianxia's Azure sword array had already taken shape. Under the effect of the battle formation technique, its imposing manner was like a rainbow. The sword edge surged out like a tide, wreaking havoc in the sky. Thousands of sword shadows were like a hot knife cutting through butter. The giant shark's eyes gradually narrowed. It was extremely shocked that a mere human's formation could have such a terrifying power. The giant shark wanted to retreat, but it was already too late because Xianxia's Azure Sword Array was too terrifying. Under the effect of the 4 stars battle formation technique, the giant shark could not withstand it at all. In the end, countless sword shadows pierced through its body and struck it down. "No, you lowly humans, you can't defeat me, no." The giant shark's roar was incessant, but Xianxia was incomparably firm. Under the effect of the 4 stars battle formation technique, Xianxia's strength was consumed very quickly. At this time even Inger was stunned. She did not expect that Xianxia's Azure Sword Array would be upgraded again, and the giant shark was beaten to a pulp. It was really satisfying. She could also heave a sigh of relief. "I beg you, let me go." The big shark's pleading voice sounded in Xianxia's ears. However, Xianxia had already made up his mind. He would never let it go. The strong preyed on the weak, survival of the fittest. This was how the world worked. There shouldn't be any mercy. If he and Inger were the ones who lost today, no one would show any mercy to those who died. Would the big shark let them go? The answer was also obvious. Therefore, without any hesitation, Xianxia directly used the last trace of the Azure Sword Array to obliterate the giant shark. At that moment, he also slowly fell down. "Brother!" Inger exclaimed and hurriedly helped Xianxia up. Not long after, the Azure Sword Array gradually disappeared, and the giant shark's upgrade also stopped. The terrifying Azure Sword Array was frightening. Xianxia gasped for breath, his face was pale, and the divine spirit chi in his body was almost exhausted. "I'm fine, it's not a big deal. It's just that I've consumed too much divine spirit chi. The consumption of the battle formation technique is too great. It seems that it's not that easy to control the Azure Sword Array and support the battle formation technique. No wonder those guys from the Battle God clan needed a few people to use the battle formation technique." Xianxia waved his hand and said with a sigh. "The divine spirit chi in this giant shark is quite rich. I want to see how terrifying its demon crystal is." Xianxia stood up with great difficulty. He held the heavenly dragon sword and cut open the giant shark's body. Sure enough, a fist-sized round pearl appeared in front of Xianxia. The terrifying divine spirit chi was suffocating. Inger was dumbfounded. What a rich divine spirit chi. It's even better than the divine spirit essence. Inger said with courage. Xianxia nodded and continued, "Indeed, the divine spirit essence is only SOSO. It seems that this shark spirit is really strong. Hurry up and absorb it, brother, to make up for the divine spirit chi that you've just consumed." Inger said innocently. "Do you think that this shark spirit is so easy to absorb? It's even more terrifying than the divine spirit essence. If it's not for the fact that I'm breaking through, it's difficult to consume such a huge amount of spiritual chi. Even I, a divine emperor, can't do it. This shark spirit almost contains the soul chi of millions of creatures in the underwater world. The sea is full of rivers, it's big to be able to contain it. It's also a great fortune to be able to kill this giant shark and obtain the shark spirit." Xianxia said. He could definitely use it to break through to the middle divine emperor realm. What a good shark spirit. You're quite capable. But I'm afraid you won't be able to enjoy this thing. A sneer made Xianxia and Inger raise their heads and their faces instantly turned gloomy. "Ao lie." Xianxia's face sank and his heart was incomparably cold. He didn't expect that he would attract this guy here. He was already an arrow at the end of its flight and his strength couldn't recover quickly. At this moment, Ao Lai's appearance was undoubtedly to take advantage of his misfortune. Even Inger had consumed a lot of her strength. "It's me. So, do you want to hand over the spirit of the shark and the spiritual fish ointment, or do you want me to do it myself? After all, you're a member of my dragon clan. Hand over the things and I won't kill you. I'll let you live. However, this guy is very annoying and he must die." Ao Lai Lingling stared at Xianxia. Currently, Xianxia didn't have the strength to fight anymore, so he wasn't worried at all. Moreover, Inger's strength was greatly reduced when she was fighting with the shark. Now, it had completely become Ao Lai's home ground. After all, Inger was a direct descendant of the dragon clan. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Ao Lai might not attack Inger. It was very likely that the dragon clan would gang up on him. However, Xianxia was different. He was already exhausted and he wasn't a member of the dragon clan. So what if he killed him? Moreover, he liked the feeling of bullying the weak the most. Especially when he was incomparably powerful before, he had become a stray dog now. In your dreams, Ao Lai. Inger said in a deep voice. Her ice-cold beautiful eyes flickered with a trace of determination. At this moment, she wouldn't give up on Xianxia no matter what. If it wasn't for Xianxia, she wouldn't have obtained the spirit of the shark and the spiritual fish ointment. Moreover, she was indebted to Xianxia. At this moment, Inger would never be an ungrateful person. She was naive, but it didn't mean that she was stupid. She knew that this battle was unavoidable. Even if she had to fight until the last moment, she would never give up. Stubborn fool. Do you really think that I don't dare to kill you? If I kill you, there will be many people who will replace you in the dragon clan. Humph! Ao Lai sneered and pointed his sword at Xianxia. His killing intent was everywhere. At this moment, the two of them had already become Ao Lai's targets. One of them was a defeated general while the other was about to die. If he still could not defeat them, he would definitely be ridiculed by the people from the Eastern Dragon tribe. Are you afraid of death? Xianxia looked at Inger and said with a smile. Inger was taken aback for a moment before she shook her head. There are many meanings to living. My father once said that one must die with weight and depth. For my brother, I think it's worth it. Inger's sincerity caused Xianxia to be slightly moved. She was a girl who was easily moved, not because she was fickle, but because she was kind-hearted and couldn't bear to have sand in her eyes. She had a breadth of mind that even Xianxia couldn't catch up to. This girl was more extraordinary than anyone else. Father also said that one must live to be worthy of the heavens and the earth, to live with a clear conscience. Inger said solemnly. Xianxia couldn't help but sigh. Just because of what you said, no matter what, I won't let you get hurt, not even a little bit. What you said is better than singing. Unfortunately, you still have to die. No one can save you. Ao Lai spread his hands and smiled. The heavens are really helping me. The things in their hands are all treasures. Moreover, they are already at the end of their rope. If I don't take action now, I'm afraid that the heavens won't forgive me. Brother, you go first. I'll take care of this. Inger was a little mischievous. She protected Xianxia behind her with a solemn expression. Although her body was weak, she was able to take care of things by herself. Looking at her, Xianxia's eyes became moist. Remember, a man can't hide behind a goddess. Even if you die, you have to die standing. You can't live kneeling. The corner of Xianxia's mouth revealed a trace of coldness. He slowly raised his head and tightly held Inger's hand. Today, I'll show you who is the real overlord. Xianxia and Ao Lai looked into each other's eyes. Suddenly, Ao Lai felt like he was being stared at by someone. It made his hair stand on end. However, in his point of view, Xianxia was just putting on a brave front. Ao Lai had witnessed Xianxia's previous battle and he knew that Xianxia didn't have the strength to fight again. What was the point of putting on a brave front now? You're courting death. Then I'll fulfill your wish. In this endless western sea, I'll let you die with a sword. Ao Lai bellowed angrily. He raised his sword while Xianxia protected Inger behind him. She had consumed a lot of her strength when she fought against the giant shark. Otherwise, it would be extremely difficult for him to kill the giant shark. It could be said that in the previous battle, Inger had contributed greatly. Without her entanglement, the giant shark wouldn't have been killed by Xianxia's Ashura sword formation so quickly. However, the final result was still good. Come, let me see what you're capable of. You dare to challenge me? Only death awaits you. A dead person won't be so arrogant. Your arrogance, in my opinion, is just asking to be humiliated. Trash. Ao Lai held the long sword in his hand. It was like a long snake, crafty and strange. Xianxia retreated in order to advance. His body trembled and instantly displayed the dragon transformation. At that moment, not only Ao Lai, but even Inger covered her mouth with a solemn expression. Xianxia's dragon man body, although not a real dragon, was filled with an unparalleled dragon aura. The dragon aura was even more majestic than the two direct descendants of the dragon clan. It was shocking. Dragon man body, where did you come from? Brat? Aolai's heart skipped a beat as his eyes gradually locked. The sword in his hand gradually stopped moving at that moment, with a shocked expression on his face. Even your bloodline power isn't as strong as mine. You still have the cheek to ask me? Xianxia sneered. His current strength had recovered slightly. Even after consuming the elixir, it could only temporarily alleviate the pain. It wasn't something that could be achieved in a short period of time. However, by displaying the dragon transformation, he could at least stabilize the situation. You want to know who I am? You don't have the qualifications right now. Ancient soaring dragon technique. Xianxia roared furiously. His roar was like thunder as the ancient soaring dragon technique instantly changed. At that moment, Aolai and Inger were completely dumbfounded. As members of the dragon clan, how could they not know about the ancient soaring dragon technique? However, the ancient soaring dragon technique had long been lost. In fact, no one in the entire dragon clan knew about it, not even the clan leader. However, Xianxia was able to display it. Furthermore, his bloodline power was more terrifying than anyone else. Could this fellow be the son of a dragon? Xianxia had made up his mind to kill. He had not revealed his true strength all this while, just for this moment. The people of the dragon race would definitely be eyeing him covetously. Now that he was alone, no one would come to help him. Therefore, the only person he could rely on was himself. Today, I'll fight you to the death. Let's see what kind of monster you are. How dare you come to the land of the dragon race and behave atrociously with the ancient soaring dragon technique? Aolai was extremely envious of Xianxia. The ancient soaring dragon technique had raised Xianxia's strength by quite a bit. Now, Xianxia had actually surpassed him. Xianxia's declining momentum had been reversed in an instant. This fella's terrifying methods were truly shocking. This ancient soaring dragon technique should have belonged to the dragon race. Previously, he had heard from the elders of the dragon race that the ancient soaring dragon technique existed in the ancient land of the dragon race. However, no one knew where the ancient soaring dragon technique was, and no one knew this technique. But now, this secret technique of the dragon race had actually reappeared on Xianxia. This was indeed shocking to Aolai. At the same time, he could not wait to take it for himself. Right now, Aolai's eyes were extremely cold. He wanted to fight Xianxia to the death more and more. This fella definitely had a lot of treasures on him. Just based on the Cold River Stone and the Eastern Emperor Bell that he used to deal with that huge shark, both of them were true treasures. This made Aolai extremely envious. This fella was simply a moving treasure trove. Brat, a gentleman is innocent. You should understand the saying that treasures are the source of trouble. Today, I'll definitely kill you. Ha 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 ha. In Aolai's eyes, Xianxia was completely a treasure. As long as he could get his hands on this treasure, he would definitely be rich. This time around, the Rising Dragon Banquet might not even have such a huge harvest, right? Not to mention the few primal origin treasures, there was also the ancient soaring dragon technique, a secret technique of the dragon race that had been lost for a long time. This was something that Aolai coveted. Noisy fellow. Xianxia frowned. Instead of retreating, he advanced. The two of them clashed in an instant. Xianxia's aura was pushed to the pinnacle by him. Coupled with the ancient soaring dragon art, he was extremely domineering when facing Aolai. Aolai's strength was the same as Xianxia's, both of them were at the peak of early Divine Emperor realm. However, after using the dragon transformation and dragon soaring technique, Xianxia's strength had obviously improved tremendously. Aolai's strength was not weak, but Xianxia's impact in a short period of time was just too fierce. In just 20 moves, Aolai was forced to retreat by Xianxia again and again. He was in a worrying situation. The limitless sword swept across the world of the sea. He was decisive in killing. As the sword rose, it turned into a whirlpool. The sound was deafening, the storm was rolling and the waves were rolling. On the surface of the sea, there were flashes of lightning and dark clouds. Xianxia was calm and composed. His strength had only increased by 30%, so he had to defeat the enemy in a short period of time. Otherwise, he would be the one in a bad situation. Xianxia was calm and composed. Aolai also understood this. Under Xianxia's repeated attacks, he could feel the fear of Xianxia. If it wasn't for the fact that he was severely injured, he would have been killed by Xianxia. Even so, Aolai was still trembling with fear, fearing that he would make a mistake and be killed by Xianxia. That would be too unlucky for him. Aolai's heart was pounding. As long as I can drag him until his strength is depleted, I will definitely be able to kill him. Aolai knew better than anyone else that as long as he used the tactic of dragging the battle, he would definitely be the final winner. The first spurt of energy, the second decline, and the third exhaustion. At this moment, Xianxia's attack had already started to decline. However, it still made Aolai miserable. The limitless sword set off a series of waves at the bottom of the sea, tearing the world of the sea apart. Aolai couldn't do anything and could only passively take a beating. His face was pale and he was forced to retreat by Xianxia. He was flustered and it wasn't easy for him to stabilize the situation. Damn it. I must not let him get what he wants. Aolai kept roaring in his heart. In an instant, he transformed into the body of a true dragon. His strength was slightly stronger than before. As soon as the body of a true dragon appeared, the impact of Xianxia on Aolai wasn't as strong as before. When the true dragon entered the sea, Aolai was forced to reveal his body. One could imagine the danger he was facing now. Xianxia was racing against time. To him, time was money. If he dragged the battle to the end, he might be able to turn the situation around. You can't kill me. My body of a true dragon is more powerful than the body of a human dragon. Ha ha ha. Aolai roared wildly. He twisted his body of 100 zhang, wreaking havoc at the bottom of the sea, stirring up waves. When a true dragon was alive, it was one of the strongest divine beasts in the world. This time Aolai took the initiative to attack. His attack became more intense as he charged forward step by step. His 100 zhang dragon body came crashing down, almost overturning a large part of the sea in an instant. Whirlpools appeared everywhere and the wind and clouds surged. Brother, be careful. Ying was constantly worried about Xianxia. Although she couldn't be of much help to Xianxia right now, it seemed that although Xianxia hadn't been forced into a desperate situation, his strength had reached its peak after using the ancient soaring dragon technique. Once his strength fell, it would be Xianxia's most difficult moment. That's right. Facing Aolai, who had revealed his true body, 100 zhang long dragon body, Xianxia was not flustered at all. Not only was he not flustered, he roared and punched towards Aolai's proud dragon head. Terrifying air waves rolled out with great strength. This punch almost made Aolai retreat. Xianxia's other hand was seen through by Aolai with his sword. Aolai didn't dare to be careless and quickly retreated, trying to avoid Xianxia. However, it was already too late. The heavenly dragon sword had pierced into the dragon body. Xianxia's face was gloomy. He was decisive in killing. It would be best if he could kill Aolai in one move. However, if he couldn't kill Aolai, he might be counterattacked. Xianxia's every move was ruthless. His sword tore apart the reverse scale of the dragon body. Blood flowed everywhere and dyed a large part of the sea red. It was extremely dazzling and eye-catching. Roar, roar, Aolai's roar still lingered for a long time, shaking the underwater world. However, Xianxia didn't dare to be careless. He took advantage of the situation and continued to punch Aolai's body. Although the 100 zhang long dragon body was incomparably huge and its defense was incomparably strong, Xianxia's 9 dragons and 10 elephants' strength made Aolai's body sink in with his fists. His body was bloody and badly mutilated. At this moment, Xianxia's strength receded like a receding tide. His strength was once again weakened to less than a tenth of his original strength. Xianxia pulled out his sword and retreated. His face was pale as he retreated with his sword. He seemed to be in a rather sorry state. This sword did not hit Aolai's vital points. Although it had seriously injured him, the situation was worse than Xianxia had imagined. Damned bastard, let's see how long you can last. Aolai roared, enduring the intense pain. His dragon eyes flickered and surged frantically towards Xianxia. At this moment, it's time for me to show my might. Aolai constantly collided with Xianxia. His dragon body moved about, forming circles of storm vortexes in the underwater world. If Xianxia and Ying did not try their best to stabilize their bodies, they would have been sucked into the vortexes. Aolai was more terrifying than Xianxia had imagined. The force of his attacks made Xianxia and Ying helpless. This time, Xianxia had completely exhausted his strength and could no longer fight against Aolai. Ying clenched her teeth and fought with her life on the line. She absolutely could not watch her brother being killed by Aolai. Get lost. Ying's tender fists punched out again and again. Although they were extremely powerful, they had little effect on Aolai's body. His strength was much stronger than Ying's. There was no doubt about it. Reckless fools. Both of you, die for me. Aolai twisted his dragon body and swung his tail, forming a tenli vortex. Xianxia and Ying had nowhere to hide and were instantly sucked into the vortex. Their faces were deathly pale. Aolai attacked again and again. Xianxia was not to be outdone. He could not let Ying attack alone. Xianxia fought with his life on the line. Even though he knew that he had suffered serious injuries, he still refused to yield. Xianxia's complexion became more and more unsightly. His fists were also covered with blood. However, he was still like a warrior that was not willing to surrender. He stood in front of Ying to protect her. This was a man's duty and belief. At this moment, Xianxia was ready to escape into the Zulong Tower. After all, if they continued to fight, they would definitely be in danger of death. The ending was very likely to be unimaginable. Avoiding the sharp edge was the best choice. However, when Ying saw that Xianxia had suffered a huge blow, she became even more furious and wanted to fight with Aolai. Xianxia's defeat left a scar in Ying's heart. She would rather die than let her brother accompany her in death. Little girl who doesn't know life from death. I really can't help but sigh in pity that the dragon clan has a scum like you. Aolai snorted coldly and charged at them again. Xianxia and Ying could no longer withstand his attacks. At this moment, a white figure pierced through the air and arrived. Waves rose on the surface of the sea, while the winds and clouds surged at the bottom of the sea. The general situation was about to end. Two figures, one white and one gray, collided. In the end, the white figure threw a punch and directly pushed Aolai back. This caused Xianxia and Ying to look at each other, their faces filled with joy. Who? Aolai roared angrily. His heart was incomparably furious. Someone actually dared to ruin his plans. Wasn't that courting death? Aolai, aren't you a little too arrogant to want to kill a member of my dragon clan? This is the dragon clan's territory. Don't tell me you don't want to leave this place alive? The white figure arrived. It was the youth of the dragon clan, Long Xiaoquan. It's you, you bastard. Aolai roared angrily and glared at Long Xiaoquan. This fellow was really too loathsome. If it wasn't for him, he would have already killed Xianxia and Ying. Then, everything would definitely be taken by him. At that time, he would be able to escape far away. However, all his plans had been ruined by that bastard Long Xiaoquan. Why? Did I ruin your plans? Do you intend to fight to the death with me? Come, I, Long Xiaoquan, will accompany you to the end. Long Xiaoquan had already returned to his human form. He stood with his arms crossed, his face filled with arrogance. He completely ignored Aolai's anger. Bastard! Aolai knew that today's situation was already over. It was impossible for him to continue fighting with this fellow. The current him was completely no match for Long Xiaoquan. After suffering a fatal blow from Xianxia, his strength had already suffered a huge loss. If he continued to fight with Long Xiaoquan, he would lose more than he would win. Moreover, it was very likely that some unforeseen event would occur. For the sake of safety, Aolai knew that he had to retreat. Although his heart was filled with unwillingness, he could not continue to be entangled with Long Xiaoquan for the sake of the overall situation. As the saying goes, the mountains will not change. Let's wait and see. Little bastard, I will definitely not let you off. And you, Xianxia. You will definitely die under my sword. Aolai roared angrily and quickly retreated. Long Xiaoquan could not be bothered to chase after him. Although his current strength was not as good as Aolai's, it was too unrealistic for him to kill Long Xiaoquan with his own strength. Aolai had no choice but to retreat in defeat. Jiangchen and Inger also heaved a sigh of relief. Your strength is only SOSO. 9th level bloodline power is actually so weak. Long Xiaoquan curled his lips and looked at Jiangchen. Jiangchen smiled but did not say anything. He should not know that Long Xiaoquan had killed Big Shark. Otherwise, he would not be so arrogant. Xiaoquan, don't talk nonsense. Inger bit her red lips and said in a low voice. If I had not arrived in time, both of you would have died. Inger, he could not protect you at all. Although I like you very much, only brother you can protect you. Long Xiaoquan's face was also full of helplessness. He also liked Inger very much, but he knew that he was not worthy of Inger. Only Long Yingyue and Inger were a true match made in heaven. The dragon clan also called them a talented man and a beautiful woman. Inger's face was gloomy and she said in a low voice, I have nothing to do with him. Don't associate me with him. My marriage isn't something that can be decided by anyone. Inger's indifference made Long Xiaoquan smile embarrassedly. In the future, I advise you to stay away from Inger. If you have the ability to protect her, I won't say anything more. However, if you can't protect Inger and only make her worry for you, then I really look down on you. Long Xiaoquan sneered and looked at Jiangchen. Jiangchen smiled and looked at Long Xiaoquan. Inger is by my side. No one can hurt her. Jiangchen said faintly. Even without Long Yingyue, he would still bring Inger into Zulong Tower. At that time, no one would be able to do anything to him. Ha ha ha, what a joke. If I had not arrived in time just now, you would have been dead. Now, you still dare to talk nonsense here. You are too funny. Long Xiaoquan sneered. Enough. Inger frowned and shouted in a deep voice. Remember, a man must live with dignity. A man who hides behind a woman is only trash. Long Xiaoquan looked at Inger deeply. Long Xiaoquan left. Jiangchen could not be bothered to bicker with him. The ignorant were fearless. What could he do to bicker with him? Even until now, Jiangchen did not take him seriously. The only person that he had some expectations for was probably the strongest member of the younger generation of the dragon clan, Long Yingyue. As for Inger, Jiangchen always felt that her hands and feet were tied, as if she was completely unable to display her strength. A person with an 8th level bloodline power was not someone that ordinary people could compare to. Brother, don't lower yourself to his level. Sigh, he has that bad temper. Long Xiaoquan is not a bad guy. Compared to Long Yingyue, I'm more willing to get along with him. Inger said with a bitter smile and shook her head. Her little mind was a little muddled, but her heart was clearer than anyone else. He saved us. Do I look like such an unreasonable person? Ha ha ha. Jiangchen patted Inger's shoulder and said. The little fellow's incomparably serious expression made Jiangchen somewhat unable to restrain his laughter. He treated Inger like a younger sister. Although she was devastatingly beautiful, Jiangchen's heart was not distracted. When it came to beauties, his resistance had always been very strong. After all, Jiangchen had seen quite a lot of beauties. Yes, that's good. Let's hurry up, brother. We've only obtained one winged eagle fish. Who knows, we might end up at the bottom. Inger said with great enthusiasm. Her smiling face made people feel as if they were bathed in the spring breeze. Okay. After Jiangchen and Inger rested, they quickly headed in the direction of the Evil Spirit Island. At this moment, the endless Western Sea was filled with murderous intent. Killings between humans and sea demons were endless. Fresh blood had even died a few miles away. It was a blood-red scene that made people tremble in fear. Haha, sister, you're so beautiful. You're really not simple. You're actually able to catch this winged eagle fish. I'm really envious. Can I borrow it for a look? Ao Impermanent smiled with his eyes narrowed. The corner of his lips carried a trace of gentleness. His smile grew even more brilliant as he looked at the handsome and aloof woman. Behind him, there were 4 divine emperor experts. Every single one of them possessed extraordinary strength, surrounding the heavily injured aloof woman. The woman frowned and her expression was cold. Her arrogant posture was like that of an immortal crane in the depths of the clouds. Despicable and shameless bastard, you actually sneak attacked me while I was injured. Hee, that's not very nice to say. I was just worried that you would be injured when I saw such a beautiful lady being attacked by the flying eagle fish. Who would have thought that this palm strike would actually land on you, beautiful lady? I feel extremely guilty in my heart. A beautiful lady being injured is more painful than me being injured. Ao Impermanence sighed, but the cold smile at the corner of his mouth had long betrayed him. You just want my flying eagle fish. Just take it. The Lady Ling said. She had no other choice at this moment. She had fought with her life on the line with the flying eagle fish. She was exhausted now. If she continued to fight with this fella, she would only end up dead. Flying eagle fish? Hee, aren't you looking down on me? The flying eagle fish is indeed important, but compared to you, it's like the difference between heaven and earth. How can I be indifferent when such a beautiful lady is in front of me? Isn't that a waste of God's gift? If I'm really that unromantic, then wouldn't I, Ao Impermanence, be a laughingstock? A man should have his own hobbies, right? Ao Wu Chang beamed with joy as he spoke with a sinister expression. At this moment, he had completely locked onto this woman who was as prideful as a goddess from the 9 heavens. The more prideful a person was, the more interested he was, and he wanted to ride on top of her and completely conquer her. That's right. Our young master is the crown prince of the Northern Dragon tribe. If you bow down to him, you might even get the title of the crown prince's wife. Otherwise, our young master will have to use force. Hee. Little lady, a wise man submits to circumstances. You better think it through. Young master, this lady is really pretty. There's really no woman in our Northern Dragon tribe that can compare to her. The people behind Ao Impermanence said with a flattering face. They couldn't help but drool. Bastard, even if I die, I won't let you have your way. The lady's expression changed again. Ling said and slowly retreated. However, she had nowhere to retreat. A little chilly? Ha, I like it. But if you don't give me any face, then you guys should have a taste too. Such a beautiful lady should be enjoyed by everyone. Isn't that great? I'm not such a selfish person. It's better to enjoy it together than to enjoy it alone. Ao Impermanence smiled and got closer to the cold lady. Everything was under his control. Thank you, young master. I will never forget your kindness. Everyone's eyes lit up. Who would have thought that Ao Wu Chang would let them have some fun with her? This was a huge opportunity for them to have some fun with. You don't have to think about dying. Dead people feel better. Wahahaha. Ao Impermanence's eyes lit up. He reached out his hand and grabbed the lady. The lady took a step back but was suppressed by the people around her. She couldn't do anything at all. Little lady, I'm coming. Don't run. Ao Impermanence's eyes were sharp. At this moment, he was extremely happy. With a beauty in front of him, he would die under her. He would be a romantic even if he became a ghost. Don't, the lady's eyes were filled with despair. Ao Impermanence tore off a piece of her clothes. Her jade-like arm was exposed. Her face was filled with despair. Even death, in her eyes, had become extremely difficult and extravagant. Scram. The lady kept attacking, but her strength was running out. Ao Impermanence defeated her again and again. She was in a dangerous situation. She knew that she couldn't fall. If she lost, she would become this crazy man's plaything. So, she must hold on until the last moment. Even if she dies, she won't give in. Nobody could understand the despair in her heart at this moment. If I wasn't injured, you guys wouldn't be able to fight me. The woman was extremely unwilling in her heart. Her face was deathly pale. However, she knew that this battle might very well be her last battle. In order to protect her pure body, she could only atone for her sins with her death. To think that the dignified crown prince of the Northern Dragon clan would be so shameless. How laughable. A cold voice echoed across the sea, making everyone's scalp numb. Who dares to ruin my plans? You're doing something immoral to a woman in front of everyone. I'd like to see how you're going to do it today. Inger glared at Ao Wuchang. At this moment, when she saw the shameless Ao Wuchang trying to molest the girl in front of her, the fire of anger in her heart soared to the sky. Inger might not be so angry if it was any other time. However, Ao Impermanence was considered as a member of the Northern Dragon clan. In the end, he was still a branch of the Dragon clan. Whether he admitted it or not, he was still a disgrace to the Dragon clan. Jiang Chen's gaze gradually turned cold at this moment. Because this person was none other than the person who had a life-and-death friendship with the monk, Xianxia, it's her. Anger rose in Jiang Chen's heart. Fortunately, he came across this incident today. Otherwise, Xianxia would have been tarnished by now. Moreover, the current situation was already a dead end for Xianxia. Jiang Chen's appearance was a timely rein for Xianxia. Jiang Chen sighed in his heart. The familiar person that he saw back then was undoubtedly Xianxia. However, she did not look for him. Jiang Chen knew that Xianxia's character was very cold. Even if she was familiar with him, she would not be willing to trouble him. However, she did not know that the relationship between him and the monk was a life-and-death friendship. Along the way, they had supported each other. If he knew that Xianxia was in trouble again and he did not know about it, he would definitely blame himself. At this moment, Inger's eyes were filled with disdain. Even she herself felt ashamed. Although the dragon tribe was licentious, she was unable to restrain her anger when they brazenly tried to molest her. Inger's heart was filled with righteousness. Even if she wasn't a member of the dragon tribe, she would definitely not let this matter rest when she saw such an unfair matter. Xianxia looked at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen also looked at her. He felt a little bitter in his heart. She definitely did not want to make things difficult for Jiang Chen. However, it was also because of this that she missed the chance to separate from him. You should have found me earlier. Jiang Chen shook his head and looked at Xianxia. You know each other? Even Inger revealed a look of surprise. She did not expect the two of them to be familiar with each other. It seemed that the matter today would not end well. He is my brother's companion in life and death. Jiang Chen nodded and said, which further deepened the anger in Inger's heart. Today, she must have a good fight with this Ao Impermanence, clean up the sect, so that this guy will not continue to embarrass the Dragon clan. I don't want to trouble you. Originally, with my strength, I should not be inferior to this person, but I was seriously injured before, so I was ambushed by their plot. I have caused trouble for Big Brother. Xianxia bit her red lips. When she heard Jiang Chen's words, her lips turned red and she said softly. With me here today, no one can bully you. A cold light flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes. Lung said. Ha ha ha, what arrogant words. Do you two really want to meddle in my business? Long Inger, you are an outsider. Are you trying to help an outsider? I am a member of the Dragon clan. That guy is just coveting the treasure of the Dragon clan. He even wants to enter the ancient land of the Dragon clan. What are you trying to do? Ao Impermanence shouted and pointed his sword at Jiang Chen. He glanced at Long Inger and the anger in his heart burned fiercely. An outsider? Hee, so what? You are so unscrupulous and licentious. Aren't you throwing the face of the Dragon clan? As a member of the Dragon clan, where do you think the Dragon clan is? If this gets out, where will the face of the Dragon clan be? Since you are a member of the Dragon clan, I will order you as a member of the Dragon clan. Kneel down and beg for mercy, then I will spare your life. Long Inger's beautiful eyes flickered. Lung said. You dare to order me? Who do you think you are? The Northern Dragon clan will not listen to your orders. Even if the elders of the Dragon clan are here, the people of the Northern Dragon clan will not take them seriously. Ao Impermanence's arrogant and despotic look made Long Inger sigh. This bastard is the scum of the Dragon clan. Why would I reason with him? The face of the Dragon clan has been thrown away by him. How dare he be so arrogant in front of me and say that he is not a member of the Dragon clan? Why should I listen to the orders of the Dragon clan? If that's the case, then there's nothing else to say. Just kill him. I, Jiang Chen, have slain a dragon more than once or twice. I have even killed the son of the dragon, let alone a loach like you. Xianxia sneered. He was not exaggerating. He had fought a life-and-death battle with a few sons of the dragon, let alone a junior of the dragon clan. Xianxia was considered as half a disciple of the ancestral dragon emperor. Therefore, he was at least on par with the leader of the dragon clan. Who are these people from the northern dragon clan? You? Slaying a dragon? Ha ha ha. If you saw the son of the dragon, you would have been scared out of your wits. Do you still have the right to stand here and talk nonsense? You overestimate yourself. Today, Ao Impermanence, will kill the two of you first before enjoying my beauty. The two of you have really disappointed me. Even if you are from the dragon clan, Ao Impermanence, will not give you any face. I wonder if you have any spiritual fish ointment in your hands. Hee hee. Ao Impermanence swept his gaze across Xianxia and Long Ying. His body trembled and his murderous intent was revealed. He was ready to fight with Xianxia any time. He did not even put Long Ying in his eyes. A person's reputation was like a tree's shadow. His own strength was the top of the three great dragon clans. He was comparable to Long Yu. This Long Ying would definitely not be his opponent. And this outsider, relying on the power of the dragon clan's bloodline, he did not even know how to be smug. Did he really think that he could turn the world around? I'm disgusted that the dragon tribe has such a filthy thing like you. Ao Wu Chang, you're really the scum of the northern dragon tribe, or even the dragon tribe. I won't let you have your way today. Don't think that I, Long Ying, am a pushover. Don't worry, sister. I, Long Ying, will not let you suffer today. I will teach him a lesson about my dragon clan. Long Ying waved her jade-like hand and acted like a big sister. Xianxia couldn't help but laugh. It seemed like Long Ying was a little mischievous, but she was very loyal and righteous, which made Xianxia feel gratified. Ha ha ha. You don't know what's good for you. Die, you two noisy fellows. Murderous intent surged in Ao Impermanence's eyes. He took a step forward. In the depths of the sea, he raised his sword and swept it horizontally. It directly separated Xianxia and Long Ying. Kill them all, don't leave a single one alive. Ao Impermanence's ice-cold aura penetrated his entire body. The cold aura was terrifying, like an ice arrow, piercing through the underwater world. Ao Impermanence's wrist changed. The original long sword turned into a mace, 9 feet long. The mace was swung at an astonishing speed. Even in the water, there was not the slightest stagnation. The violent whistling wind was frightening. Xianxia's eyes moved slightly, his body trembled. Under the dragon transformation, the true dragon body made Ao Impermanence slightly surprised. The human dragon body was indeed something that he had never seen before. However, this guy's strength and aura had increased a lot in an instant. Xianxia punched out with his bare hands, activating the power of the whirlpool in the water. A gust of wind swept through. Ao Impermanence held the mace in his hand and smashed it down fiercely. It was exactly the same as Xianxia. Xianxia's fist was very powerful. Under the human dragon body, that kind of crazy and domineering dragon's prestige was fully displayed. At this time, even Ao Impermanence felt that it was extremely troublesome. Because he did not know the origin of Xianxia, he did not know how crazy Xianxia's human dragon body was. Just this punch alone made him feel that Xianxia was extraordinary. Qing Xian, who was at the side, also admired Xianxia's strength. Big brother was big brother after all. Although they had not seen each other for a long time, Xianxia's strength did not decline at all. She thought that she was already considered as a top genius, but Big Brother's strength was stronger than her. Even Tyrant might not be a match for him. Today's matter was really a blessing and misfortune for her to be able to meet Big Brother Xianxia's help. It was really a blessing from the heavens. Qing Xian was very clear that if it was not for Xianxia's timely help, she would have been doomed to die here. Moreover, it was very likely that she would be humiliated and would no longer have the face to see Tyrant. Big brother, you must be all right. Otherwise, that monk will definitely blame me. Qing Xian murmured. Xianxia's strength was indeed exceptionally powerful. In Qing Xian's opinion, it shouldn't be difficult for him to deal with these guys, right? Furthermore, Long Ying from the dragon race beside Big Brother was also at the 8th level of bloodline power. Thinking about it, she was rather strong. This battle should not be a problem. She went to the dragon race alone to fight for a ranking in the Rising Dragon Banquet. Even if she couldn't get first place, she could at least get a good ranking. At that time, she reckoned that she wouldn't have to be threatened by her family anymore. Being in a big clan, she couldn't even decide on her own life. That was why Xianxia had such a headache. She was willing to take the risk because she wanted to wait for Tyrant. Even if she had to wait till the end of time, until the seas dried up and the rocks crumbled, she would absolutely not regret it. She wanted to fight for herself, she wanted to clear her name. Otherwise, she would never keep waiting for Tyrant. Only by becoming the pillar of the clan and becoming a true expert would the clan stop interfering with her matters. However, it was obvious that she was still too far away from this step. No one would understand her good intentions. She still had a long way to go. Fortunately, she met Big Brother. Perhaps she could perform well in the Rising Dragon Banquet of the dragon race this time. Xianxia's strength wasn't weak to begin with. It was just that he was severely injured when he was fighting with the winged eagle fish. Although he managed to obtain the winged eagle fish, he didn't expect that what awaited him would be a tragic battle, and he almost lost his virginity. This battle had a deep meaning to him. His big brother's kindness was greater than the heavens. Xianxia's strength under the draconic transformation was unparalleled, causing Ao Wucheng to complain incessantly. Although the outcome of the battle had yet to be decided, he was probably the only one who knew the pain he was feeling right now. That pair of iron fists made the 9-feet-long hammer in his hand numb. Even his palms were cracked. His face was solemn and he did not dare to be careless. The water was the domain of the dragon race. However, Xianxia's human and dragon body was not inferior. Impermanence could not withstand it at all. Xianxia's strength was boundless. A violent punch from him could create a storm in the underwater world. Whirlpools were everywhere. On the surface of the sea, there were probably thunder and thousands of feet of waves. Xianxia continuously used supreme hand seals. Ao Impermanence could only deal with it. Both of them wanted to gain the upper hand. Unfortunately, facing Xianxia's domineering aura, Ao Impermanence was defeated in the end. Xianxia was too monstrous. Using his flesh and blood, human and dragon body, he almost made Ao Impermanence shut down. At this moment, Xianxia's aura was overflowing like a hot knife through butter. Ao Wucheng's face was pale as he retreated in defeat, panting heavily. His initial arrogance had vanished without a trace. "Brat, your strength is not bad. To have such a terrifying dragon aura. Who are you? I don't think there's someone like you in the dragon race. You're neither human nor dragon. Who I am is not important. What's important is that you must die today." Xianxia's eyes were filled with killing intent. Because this fella offended the monk's woman. What's the difference between her and his woman? His friend's wife was humiliated. Xianxia was responsible for it. Otherwise, how could he face the monk in the future? Xianxia's attack was like a thunderbolt. At this moment, his explosive power made Ao Impermanence feel bitter. He could only defend passively. On the other side, Long Ying's aura was also strong. She was even stronger than those early divine emperor Felis. After all, she was the most powerful genius girl in the dragon race. She was one of the two heroes of the dragon race together with Long Ying. This was something that Xianxia had to admit. However, in Xianxia's eyes, Long Ying seemed to be suppressing or being suppressed. Otherwise, her strength should be much stronger. Xianxia clenched his fist and activated the power of the heavenly lightning. The world under the sea was filled with lightning. Ao Impermanence's scalp went numb. This was the first time that Xianxia activated the heavenly lightning. The 1,000-flame destructive lightning pierced through Ao Impermanence's body. Ao Impermanence's expression changed. He rolled and crawled. The 9-feet-long hammer in his hand was struck by the lightning and turned into a pile of scrap metal. His face was pale. He was hit by 2 lightning bolts and his scalp went numb. "Bastard! Xianxia, if you dare to kill me, the Northern Dragon race will not rest until you die." The terror of the 1,000-flame destruction lightning was terrifying. Ao Wuchang's face turned pale, his mouth was filled with bitterness as he roared furiously. But for Jiang Chen, he wanted to kill Ao Wuchang and make this ungrateful bastard disappear from the face of the heavens and earth. So what if you're from the Northern Dragon tribe? Jiang Chen has the support of the ancestral Dragon Emperor. If you're not satisfied, I'll kill your ancestor too. Jiang Chen's hands kept changing. Lightning flashed and lightning struck down. Ao Impermanence was in agony. His body was numb from the lightning strikes, but he still did not dare to let the lightning strike him. Otherwise, he would be struck to death. Terrifying lightning snakes surrounded Ao Impermanence's body. His injuries were getting more and more serious. He was caught off guard by Jiang Chen's lightning attacks. He did not even have the strength to fight back. Northern Dragon Tribe? Hee, I really don't put you in my eyes. Even Inger is so disdainful. Your so-called Northern Dragon Tribe must be very hateful. Such a shameless person. You waste the air when you're alive, waste the land when you're dead. You waste the spiritual energy when you're neither dead nor alive. Let me destroy your soul. Jiang Chen moved and increased the power of the thousand-flame destructive lightning. The sound of the lightning whistling was deafening. Ao Impermanence's injuries were severe. His skin was torn and his flesh was torn. Ao Impermanence had no choice but to unleash his true form. The Azure Dragon was born and ravaged the bottom of the sea. It fought against the power of the lightning and fought against Jiang Chen. However, Ao Impermanence's strength was still weaker than Jiang Chen's. Under the attack of the thousand-flame destructive lightning, he did not have the strength to fight back at all. The others were early divine emperors, but it was useless. Under Long Yinger's attack, they staggered backward in a disheveled manner. Their injuries were even more severe than Ao Wuchang's. Long Yinger's aura was at its peak and she was in high spirits. She killed all the Northern Dragon race geniuses behind Ao Impermanence. She raised the sword in her hand and when it fell, the 3-foot green sword was invincible. The few people from the Northern Dragon tribe were defeated by Long Yinger and they were in a miserable state. In the end, they were seriously injured by Long Yinger and it was impossible for them to recover their strength in a short period of time. After all, they were from the Dragon tribe. Long Yinger did not kill them but crippled them. Ao Impermanence's face was ashen. Under Jiang Chen's relentless pursuit, he suffered a crushing defeat and lost all standing and reputation. You dare to kill me? My Northern Dragon clan will definitely grind your bones to dust. Ao Impermanence was still staring coldly at Jiang Chen, gritting his teeth. He doesn't dare to kill you, but what about me? Long Yinger and Jiang Chen teamed up and instantly caused Ao Impermanence to fall into a desperate situation. Long Yinger, you bastard. You actually helped others to bully the people of my dragon tribe. My Northern Dragon tribe will definitely not let you off. Ao Impermanence retreated and he was in a sorry state. Under the heavenly lightning, he almost couldn't hold on any longer. Xianxia looked at this scene silently and clenched her fists. She even hoped that big brother Jiang Chen could kill this bastard to vent the hatred in her heart. You guys can't kill me. Ao Impermanence's face was ashen as he roared in anger. His smile was incomparably hideous and terrifying. Magic shadow guards. As Ao Impermanence turned around, 4 black silhouettes appeared beside him. They held long sabers in their hands as they charged towards Jiang Chen and Long Yinger. The two of them looked at each other and their faces were extremely solemn. The so-called magic shadow guards were actually not any weaker than Ao Impermanence. When the 4 of them attacked, Ao Impermanence dodged them. His sorry figure also got a chance to catch his breath. Ao Impermanence wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth as he stared at Jiang Chen and Long Yinger in Lung Lung's eyes. Ao Impermanence, will definitely return the humiliation today. I don't want to play anymore. Ao Impermanence looked at the few people from the Northern Dragon tribe beside him. They were all severely injured and on the verge of death. He couldn't be bothered to care about them at all. He turned around and left first, not giving Jiang Chen and the others any chance to chase after him. The green dragon illusion disappeared in an instant. Jiang Chen's eyes turned cold and he wanted to chase after them. However, the 4 magic shadow guards were quite responsible and they completely blocked the path of Jiang Chen and Long Yinger. They stopped them so that Ao Impermanence could catch his breath and escape. It was also the first time that Long Inger saw the magic shadow guards. One by one, the magic shadow guards charged towards them. The saber light and the sword shadow interweaved continuously. Jiang Chen's punches landed on the magic shadow guards, but there was no effect. The 4 magic shadow guards seemed to be soft and it was impossible to defend against them. Not far away, Xianxia's pretty face was covered with a layer of haze. In the end, the arrogant northern dragon tribe still managed to escape. Under the collaboration of Jiang Chen and Long Inger, they were unstoppable. Even the 4 magic shadow guards could only block them temporarily. After the 4 magic shadow guards fought with Jiang Chen and the others, they didn't want to continue fighting and they wanted to retreat. However, this time, Jiang Chen didn't want to give them any chance. The sky lightning in his hand flickered continuously. The attack power of the 1,000 flame destruction lightning was destructive. The 4 magic shadow guards had nowhere to hide and were completely destroyed. The 4 magic shadow guards disappeared and turned into spiritual energy. Jiang Chen frowned. To him, this battle didn't consume a lot of his energy. However, the only thing that made him feel like a failure was that AO Impermanence had escaped. It was really infuriating. They didn't know if the magic shadow guards were puppets or something else. They were so strong that they didn't dare to be careless. It wasn't easy for Jiang Chen to kill the 4 magic shadow guards. After all, they were early divine emperors. Long Inger was shocked that the 4 magic shadow guards didn't seem to belong to the dragon tribe and they weren't in the Rising Dragon banquet this time. What was their identity? It made one feel puzzled and bewildered. In the end, he still managed to escape. Jiang Chen said with a gloomy face. What are you waiting for? Get lost. Long Inger looked at the people of the Northern Dragon tribe who were on the verge of death and shouted. The people of the Northern Dragon tribe hurriedly turned around and ran away in panic. It was Long Inger's mercy to be able to keep their lives. If it was Jiang Chen, they definitely wouldn't have a chance to survive. Where did these magic shadow guards come from? How could AO Impermanence have anything to do with them? Long Inger frowned and said doubtfully. She looked at Jiang Chen and felt puzzled. I don't know where these magic shadow guards came from. What's going on with them? Isn't it a secret technique of the Northern Dragon tribe? Jiang Chen said. No, these magic shadow guards made me feel uneasy. Could it be that the Northern Dragon tribe has entered the demonic path? End of chapter 35:21. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.